Greetings, I am the Dark Lord, the third generation. I have two predecessors, Grindelwald and Tom. The first Dark Lord was quite formidable, for he guided me down this illustrious path. The second Dark Lord, that noseless fellow, began as a prodigy, but eventually faltered. It was he who solidified my ambition to become the greatest Dark Lord of all time, in order to usurp him. Snape? Draco? Wood? The Weasley twins? Harry? Cedric? How amusing! I am here to pursue my ambitions, not to engage in romantic entanglements. I absolutely refuse. Chapter 1. A letter from the Malfoy family. When the sun rises once more, you shall forever descend into darkness. Angelica Royal opened her eyes. The room was adorned in the quintessential style of European nobility. Vast swathes of velvet draped across the walls, with twinkling starlight filtering through silvery windows, casting a luminous sheen upon the emerald velvet, rendering it bright and smooth. Upon the ivory vanity lay several sapphire blue jewelry boxes, their surfaces embedded with large pearls that glimmered resplendently in the soft candlelight. In the dim glow, Angelica discerned a letter concealed beneath one of the boxes. She stared vacantly at the inexplicable letter, certain it had not been present before she retired for the night. Suddenly, the owl named Will, perched by the wardrobe, flapped its wings and began to preen its feathers. As Angelica shifted her gaze toward it, the owl seemed to sense her attention, raising its head and blinking at her with a certain endearing charm. Recalling her recent dream, the phrase that echoed in her ears felt hauntingly vivid, allowing her to vividly picture the scene. In a suffocating, dim dungeon, a desperate, mad woman was making a pact with Hades that, I promise you, but when the sun rises again, you shall forever descend into darkness. Hades intoned coldly, shrouded in a veil of black mist. With a snap of her fingers while seated upon her bed, her house elf, Tina, materialized swiftly in the room. Esteemed mistress, how may Tina serve you? The house elf bowed respectfully, gazing at her with fervent eyes. What time is it? Angelica inquired, glancing out the window at the star-speckled sky. Tina bowed once more. Mistress, it is currently 11:03 p.m. Angelica approached the vanity, reached for the envelope, and spoke gently. Understood, you may leave now. Yes, mistress. With a soft pop, Tina vanished, restoring tranquility to the room. Seated upon the cerulean satin chair, Angelica opened the envelope, and a delicate silver ring tumbled out alongside a sheet of dark green stationery. She unfolded the letter, revealing familiar and ornate golden script, elaborately composed of a plethora of grandiloquent phrases. Skillfully, Angelica sifted through the verbiage to uncover the crux of the matter. The Malfoys sought a matrimonial alliance. Casting aside the letter, Angelica glanced at the silver ring lying on the table, its simplicity contrasting with the opulence of the Malfoy family. A faint smile graced Angelia's lips as she retrieved a quill and some stationery from the drawer, succinctly penning a brief invitation for them to visit the following day. With a gentle wave to Will, Angelica placed the letter and the ring into an envelope, sealing it with care before handing it to him. The night breeze was both refreshing and gentle as Will shook his feathers, gliding into the night sky with the soft wind. Angelica sat quietly for a moment, a subtle curve forming at the corners of her mouth. As the clock struck midnight, Angelica opened her door and stepped out. The corridor was enveloped in silence, the only sound being the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock. Angelica wandered silently down the hallway, only to be caught off guard by the sudden appearance of an elderly man clad in black. Are you planning to sneak out again? He inquired, leaning on his cane, his raised brow betraying an unmistakable hint of menace in his voice. Chapter 2. The Missing Harry. I merely stepped out to fetch a glass of water, Angelica deceitfully asserted, her composure unwavering. The man in black, however, was not swayed by her ruse. With a derisive scoff, he retorted, those tricks are mere remnants of my past endeavors. You shall not leave today. Any matters can be addressed tomorrow. But today marks the final day of my 10th year, and I simply wish to celebrate with my friends, Angelica pouted, playfully winking at him. I beseech you, dear old wizard, grant me this small wish. The man's brow furrowed with irritation at her insolence. What did you call me? Is this how you plead? And no, I take it back. Angelica quickly corrected herself. Grandfather Gellert, I implore you, let me go. After tapping his cane with a hint of resignation, he relented. You must return by 6 o'clock. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The last phrase was a blatant threat, prompting Angelica to obediently assure him, I will return before then. Thank you, Grandfather Gellert. Without waiting for his response, she leapt from the window. Gellert stood at the window, watching her vanish into the enveloping darkness, a sigh of exasperation escaping his lips. Such a gifted child, confined alongside an old fool like him until now. What a pity. Albus was indeed overly suspicious. After lingering by the window for a spell, Gellert turned to retreat to his chamber, only to be abruptly struck by something that crashed into his back. He assumed it was Angelia, wearing an unfriendly smile as he turned to scold her, yet found no one there. How peculiar. He distinctly felt an impact. Lowering his gaze, he discerned a dazed owl lying on the ground beneath the moonlight, a letter clutched in its beak. Oh, poor creature, Gellert remarked without an ounce of sympathy, bending to retrieve the letter. The envelope bore the grand Hogwarts crest, and the handwriting was all too familiar. It was Albus. His hands trembled with excitement as he swiftly tore open the envelope, revealing a letter penned in Dumbledore's precise script. Gellert, I wonder how Angelia is faring. This year she turns 11, and I believe she ought to attend Hogwarts. Perhaps having her near me would provide greater peace of mind. As her nominal guardian, I hope you will grant my request. Yours affectionately, Albus. Gellert gazed at the signature for an extended moment, a tender smile blossoming upon his face. 4. Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. In the hushed depths of night, Angelia silently appeared at the doorstep of the Dursleys' abode. The house was shrouded in darkness, indicating that its occupants were still ensconced in slumber. Employing the spell Alohomora, she deftly unlocked the door, the latch yielding almost instantaneously without a sound. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. The hour nearing 3 in the morning, the world enveloped in tranquil sleep. The house was eerily quiet, yet she sensed something was amiss. As she approached the cupboard under the stairs, Angelia gently twisted the doorknob, only to find that Harry was not inside. This was peculiar. She turned and ascended to the second floor, where the Dursleys usually resided. Room by room, she searched, but discovered that the Dursleys were nowhere to be found. It dawned on Angelia what the issue was. In previous times, the Dursleys would snore thunderously, ceaselessly throughout the night, yet today the house was enveloped in silence, devoid of any sound. Raising an eyebrow, Angelia pointed her wand at Harry's bed. A plume of black mist erupted from the tip of her wand, swirling above the bed before escaping through the window and vanishing from sight. Moments later, the black mist returned to Angelia's wand, confirming her knowledge of his whereabouts. A cottage upon the rocks. Angelia concealed herself within the air. The tumultuous waves of the sea crashed violently, and she landed precariously on a slippery stone. Managing to steady herself, frowning in discontent, Angelia found herself drenched by the storm, her mood plummeting as she gazed at the dilapidated wooden door before her. With a casual flick of her hand, the pitiful door was reduced to mere splinters. With a composed demeanor, she stepped into the dwelling, where the Dursleys gaped at her in astonishment. Harry sat on the floor, a dreadful cake before him. Beside him stood a half-giant, his thick hair nearly obscuring his features, staring at her in bewilderment. Angelia offered a sweet smile, surveying the room before finally resting her gaze on Harry. Happy birthday, Harry. Harry's astonishment transformed into a bashful smile. Thank you, Angelia. The half-giant seemed to regain his senses, turning his massive face toward Harry with a gruff inquiry. Harry, is this your friend? Yes, her name is Angelia. Angelia, this is Hagrid. He's from Hogwarts. Harry introduced them, but faltered mid-sentence, quietly asking Hagrid beside him, what was it again? Hogwarts, Hagrid reminded him, then turned his enormous face towards Angelia, attempting to produce a friendly smile. Hello, Angelia. I am the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. That was quite a splendid chatter. Some wizarding children learn spells in advance, so Hagrid was not overly surprised. Thank you, Mr. Hagrid, Angelia replied with great politeness. Oh, Angelia, come here. Harry's emerald eyes sparkled with excitement as he beckoned. Look, Hagrid brought a cake. I think we can share it together. Is that all right? He turned to Hagrid, his face brimming with anticipation. Oh, of course, Hagrid smiled warmly. I'm delighted that you have a wizarding friend. Angelia had already settled beside Harry, her gaze fixated on the immense chocolate cake before her, lost in contemplation. Harry scooped a piece of cake and stuffed it into his mouth. Upon witnessing his sudden, frozen expression, Angelia wisely opted to avoid the confection. Evidently, Hagrid was oblivious to the unfolding drama, as he curiously regarded Angelia, inquiring, Are you also a first-year student at Hogwarts this year? Oh, I am not, Angelia replied wistfully, blinking her eyes. I probably won't be attending school. A look of confusion crossed Hagrid's furry face. Haven't you turned 11 yet? A faint smile graced Angelia's lips as she replied, After today, I will be 11. Oh, then your birthday is just a day apart from Harry's, Hagrid exclaimed in his gruff voice. What a marvelous coincidence. I imagine you will also be attending Hogwarts this year. The owl should deliver your acceptance letter tomorrow. Harry looked at him expectantly. Really? Can I go to school with Angelia? Of course, Hagrid said, extending his large hand to ruffle Harry's tousled hair. All young wizards receive their acceptance letters to Hogwarts upon turning 11. Harry turned to Angelia, his bright green eyes sparkling. That's wonderful. We can go to Hogwarts together. A charming smile appeared on Angelia's face, though she refrained from responding. How could that old lunatic possibly allow her to attend school? Oh, children, Hagrid remarked, glancing at the time. I believe it's time to rest. Tomorrow holds many tasks. With that, he surveyed the cramped cottage. This place is too small. You two will have to make do here for now. I'll return in the morning. He then removed his heavy black coat, and tossed it to Harry. Here, it's quite cold. Use this to keep warm while you sleep. Harry struggled to catch the coat, shivering slightly as he did. Angelia's keen eyes spotted a dormouse peeking out from his pocket. Hagrid strode out, kindly placing a large stone to block the door, effectively sealing both the storm and freedom outside. The room was plunged into darkness once more. Angelia raised her wand and softly uttered, Lumos. A soft, white light emanated from the tip of her wand, illuminating a small area. She glanced at the dormouse, which was desperately trying to climb out of the pocket, and suggested softly, how about we stay at the Malfoy residence for a night? We can return tomorrow. Harry, having noticed the mouse as well, fixated on its sharp teeth and stiffly remarked, I think that's a splendid idea. Without hesitation, Angelia grasped his wrist and disapparated. The heavy black coat fell onto the sofa as the dormouse was abruptly dropped back into the pocket mid-climb. At Malfoy Manor, Angelia and Harry materialized directly in the living room. The sensation this time was markedly improved compared to the last. At the very least, Harry did not succumb to nausea, although his complexion was slightly pale. Angelia recalled the last occasion when she had transported Harry via apparition, witnessing his unfortunate retching by the roadside, which had prompted Draco to mock him for quite some time. Clearly, at this hour, everyone else was fast asleep. Angelia chose not to disturb them and, taking Harry with her, made her way to her own bedroom. It's rather late today. I shall introduce you to Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa tomorrow. She flopped onto her bed, stifling a long yawn, then propped herself up and shifted to one side to create some space for him. They are all quite kind. Although Harry was acquainted with Draco, this was his inaugural visit to Malfoy Manor, and he felt a touch of apprehension. After hearing Angelia's reassuring words, he relaxed a bit and lay down beside her. They had long since grown accustomed to such arrangements during their time at the Dursleys. Angelia and Draco would sometimes come to keep him company, and they often squeezed together on that pitiable little bed to sleep. After an exhausting day, Harry was quickly enveloped in slumber the moment he lay down. Angelia soon followed him into the realm of dreams, perhaps due to the unfamiliar surroundings. When the first rays of sunlight filtered into the room the next morning, Harry awoke. He surveyed his unfamiliar environment with a sense of bewilderment, propping himself up as memories began to return. Chapter 5. Harry's arrival at the Malfoy home. Angelia sensed the movement beside her and murmured with her eyes still shut, Oh, Harry, it's too early. Let us sleep a little longer. She turned over, burying her head back into the blankets. Harry, with some effort, tugged her out of the covers, exclaiming, Wake up, Angelia. We need to hurry back. Finally, she managed to open her eyes with great difficulty. What? Where are we rushing to? She asked, her expression one of confusion as she raked her fingers through her tousled, beautiful, pale golden hair, which had become a disheveled mess on top of her head. Back to the little cottage on the rock, Harry replied, pinching her cheek in exasperation. Do you remember? Hagrid, the cake, and that heavy black coat. As the memories flooded back, Angelia finally became alert. Oh, I remember now. She swiftly got out of bed and tidied both herself and Harry. Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa must be up by now. Let us go greet them. All right. Harry sighed softly, nervously clenching his hands. Angelia led Harry downstairs to the living room, where Lucius and Narcissa were seated on the sofa, sipping tea and perusing the newspaper. Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa, Angelia exclaimed as she dashed over to embrace Narcissa. I've missed you so much. This is my friend, Harry Potter. She turned to gesture towards him, adding, I apologize for not greeting you last night. We arrived rather late. Narcissa cast a surprised glance at Harry before promptly redirecting her attention to Angolia, beaming as she gently pinched Angolia's cheek. There's no need for formalities upon your return. You may come and go as you please. Lucius raised his head, scrutinizing Harry for a few moments. Harry offered a polite smile. Good day, sir, madam. You may call me Harry. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion last night. Lucius returned his gaze to the newspaper, speaking in a low, measured tone. It's quite all right. Mr. Potter, Draco often speaks of you. Harry smiled shyly, somewhat awkwardly. Narcissa's expression softened as she said, It's perfectly fine, Harry. Please, take a seat and join us for breakfast. Before Harry could respond, a platinum-haired little head popped out from the stairs, exclaiming in surprise, Harry? Angolia. The four turned their attention to the staircase. Draco stood there in his pajamas, peering over the banister, his tousled platinum hair messily strewn across his forehead. One hand rubbed sleep from his eyes, clearly just awakened. When did you all arrive? Lucius cleared his throat disapprovingly. Draco, return and dress properly. Ever obedient to his father. Draco winked at Angolia and Harry before promptly retreating to his room. Narcissa gently grasped Angolia's hand, asking, What would you like to eat, dear? Shall I prepare some snacks for you to take along? Lucius, setting aside the newspaper, looked at her. The last time I traveled to Switzerland on business, I brought back a lovely blue diamond necklace for you, which I placed in your room's drawer. Remember to take it with you. Angolia playfully blinked at Lucius. Thank you. Uncle Lucius, you are so kind to me. You are truly the most handsome and clever wizard in the world. A faint smile graced Lucius's face as he rolled up the newspaper and lightly tapped Angolia on the head. Such a cheeky one. Chapter 6. The warmth of the Malfoy home. As Harry observed the interactions among the three, a wave of warmth surged within him. Like Harry, Angolia had never known her parents, not even their identities, and she had no relatives. All Harry knew was that she lived with a non-biological grandfather and shared a particularly close bond with the Malfoy family, who had provided her with much warmth. Lost in his thoughts, Harry was suddenly jolted as Draco leaned against him. Harry, when did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me? Draco exclaimed excitedly. Angolia, why didn't you wake me? Angolia rolled her eyes dramatically, nestled beside Narcissa. You wouldn't have woken up anyway. What difference does it make whether you see them earlier or later? Draco was momentarily at a loss for words, but accustomed to such exchanges. He quickly turned to Harry for support. Harry, look at her. As was his habit, Harry sided with Angolia. I believe Angolia has a point. Draco sulked and turned his head away, ignoring them. After a while of commotion, as dawn began to break, Angelia stood and spoke. Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa. We have other matters to attend to and must return now. So early? Narcissa gently urged. Stay a little longer and have breakfast with us. Yes. Do stay a bit longer. Draco, momentarily setting aside his sulk, turned and threw an arm around Harry's neck. I've just seen you. Angelia smiled apologetically. Harry has plans today, and I need to take him back first. We can come again another day. Plans? Who are you meeting? A mix of shock and sorrow crossed Draco's face. As if he felt betrayed. You didn't even invite me. It's someone from Hogwarts, here to see Harry. Angelia winked at Draco. Instantly understanding, Draco's expression of grievance vanished, replaced by a gentlemanly facade. Well then, I hope you have a splendid time. Harry regarded him with a puzzled glance. Narcissa reluctantly embraced Angelia. Do come back to stay for a while in a few days. Of course, Angelia replied sweetly. After some pleasantries, Angelia used apparition to return to the rocky outcrop with Harry. Hagrid, looking anxious, emerged from the house just as they stood on the rocks. Thank goodness. Where have you been? Hagrid sighed with relief. I thought you had been taken away. Harry offered a subtle smile. It was too cold here last night, so Angelia took me to stay at a friend's house. Hagrid accepted this without suspicion. As long as you're all right. Are you ready? We must set off now. He glanced at Angelia, hesitating slightly. Angelia kindly interjected. I have something to attend to, so I'll head back now. Hagrid smiled gratefully. Where do you live? I can give you a ride. Angelia smiled demurely. No need. You should go ahead. Don't let me hold you up. I can manage on my own. Time was indeed of the essence, and Hagrid did not insist. He offered her an apologetic smile before mounting his motorcycle and turned to Harry, his voice gruff. Come on. Hop on, Harry. Chapter 7. Gellert's Ring. Harry glanced at Angelia, slightly furrowing his brow, as if he wished to say more. Angelia smiled reassuringly. Go on now. She waved her hand as encouragement. Harry pressed his lips together, lowering his gaze as he took his seat on the motorcycle. The bike roared to life with a deafening noise, a plume of black exhaust billowing from the rear, before it soared into the sky. For a brief moment, Harry's scream seemed to drown out the motorcycle's thunderous roar. It was only when the motorcycle faded into the distance that Angelia apparat back to Neumont. Whether Gellert had just awakened or had not slept at all, he was seated in the living room awaiting her return. You're back. Gellert tapped his cane lightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he glanced at her. You are rather punctual. Angelia approached him in surprise. Old sorcerer, why are you still awake? I have matters to discuss with you. Gellert lowered his gaze, idly turning the emerald ring on his finger, and replied nonchalantly. What did you call me? Startled. Angelia perked up, a sweet smile adorning her face as she settled beside him, her voice melodious. Grandfather Gellert. Gellert scoffed lightly. Albus wrote to say he wants you to attend Hogwarts. He's allowing me to go to school? Angelia's expression turned cold, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Is he not worried I might become the Dark Lord? Gellert sighed, his tone reflecting a wistful melancholy. You have harbored hatred for him all these years. If it weren't for him, would I have been confined here since birth, living with restrictions and constant surveillance? I fear his intent in sending you to school is merely to keep you under his watchful eye. Angelia stood abruptly, regarding Gellert with icy indifference. There are certain things you need not express. You have repeated them numerous times over the years. But you should know, I shall not relinquish this. Gellert gazed at her for a long time before finally releasing a soft sigh. If so, I hope your plans come to fruition. Angelia lifted her chin proudly, her tone resolute. Of course. A faint smile graced Gellert's lips. He was well aware of her capabilities, having nurtured her growth, and he hoped she would successfully accomplish her ambitions. After a moment's contemplation, Gellert removed the emerald ring from his finger. This ring is for you, he said, looking at the stone with a hint of nostalgia. Make good use of it. Angelia was momentarily taken aback, but she received the ring with reverence, assuring him, I will make it shine anew. Gellert raised his gaze, his eyes inscrutable, his tone turning serious. The path ahead is yours to choose, and it leads to a dark future. I hope you can persist without regret. Angelia beamed brightly. From the moment he locked me away, my fate was sealed. Furthermore, to me, the future gleams with brilliance. If I am the architect of this reality, then whether it be radiant or shadowy lies within my grasp. May you find success, Gellert said, watching her with a mixture of pride and concern. Angelia seemed to sense his unspoken worries. She spoke softly. I will not kill him. Gellert's apprehension dissipated, his lips barely moving as he whispered, Thank you. Angelia turned her gaze toward the window, where the distant clouds and azure sky unfolded before her, a vast realm where she would soon unleash her ambitions, a freedom she had long yearned for since childhood. Chapter 8. The Imposter of Lucius. Upon returning to her room, Will was perched atop the stack of books Angelia had piled in the corner, awaiting her arrival. As she entered, Will emitted a low chirp, fluttering down to her shoulder and nuzzling against her cheek. Did you deliver the letter? Angelia asked softly, running her fingers through his sleek fur. Will let out a soft call, gently pecking at her delicate fingers. Is it the Hermione family? Angelia looked at Will with a hint of surprise. Will shook his feathers and called out with certainty. Angelia possessed the rare ability to converse with certain animals, a treasured gift among wizards. Yet even more precious was her capacity to delve into their souls and thoughts, a feat almost unattainable for any sorcerer. Upon receiving a letter regarding a potential union with the Malfoy family yesterday, Angelia sensed something amiss. The Malfoys were intimately connected to her, though their relationship remained largely unknown. They would never hastily send her an ornate letter of betrothal, nor present her with a ring so unremarkably plain. Influenced by Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa, Angelia's aesthetic leaned towards the opulent and lavish. Thus, she would scarcely glance at a simple band. Those familiar with her tastes understood her preferences, rendering the letter riddled with inconsistencies. Yet, she could not fathom why the Hermione family would send her such a missive. Deep in thought, Angelia furrowed her brow, but, after much contemplation, decided to let it go. The Hermione family, once loyal subordinates of Gellert, would not wish her harm. Since she had arranged to meet him today, all her uncertainties would soon be resolved. In the living room, Gellert sat on the sofa, lost in contemplation, when suddenly the fire in the hearth changed color, and an elegant figure emerged from the green flames. Mr. Grindelwald, is Miss Royal present? Lucius Malfoy leaned slightly, offering a noble greeting. Gellert instinctively sensed something amiss. Lucius Malfoy would never appear here, and given Angelia's close ties with the Malfoy family, why would he address her as Miss Royal? Gellert nodded subtly, responding with detachment. She is. Tina, summon Angelia, Gellert instructed coldly, then rose, grasping his cane, preparing to retreat to his chamber. Such an evident oversight was not lost on Angelia. She was capable of handling her own affairs without his interference. However, it was clear that Lucius did not wish for him to depart. Observing Gellert's movement, Lucius almost urgently interjected, Wait, Mr. Grindelwald. What is it? Gellert turned, his voice laced with impatience. Lucius hesitated before softly asking, Is this a suitable place to speak? Before Gellert could respond, a melodious voice drifted down from the staircase. Certainly not. This place is under constant surveillance. Angelia's gaze swept over Lucius, who was staring at her with unfamiliarity. Miss Royal, greetings. I am Lucius Malfoy, he said, bowing slightly. Angelia clicked her tongue in disapproval. Is this the extent of the Malfoy family's etiquette? Angelia regarded his actions with disdain. Thank you for demonstrating a rather unorthodox form of greeting. Chapter 9. The Purist Party. Lucius displayed an awkward smile. Miss Royale, I have come to discuss the matter of a union with you. Angelia gracefully seated herself on the sofa, casting a fleeting glance upward. I know who you are, but I am at a loss as to why you are here. Lucius momentarily froze, instinctively glancing towards Gellert. Angelia astutely noticed his gaze and casually twirled the emerald ring on her finger. I believe there are matters that should be discussed with me alone, don't you think? Lucius's eyes widened in shock as they fell upon her hand. You, Angelia, somewhat impatient, turned to Gellert, who was preparing to quietly retreat to his room. What do you think, Grandpa Gellert? Gellert immediately turned around, revealing a flawless, affectionate smile. Of course, my dear Angelia. Lucius stared at the two, utterly bewildered, even forgetting to close his mouth. Ahem. Angelia cleared her throat, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Lucius promptly shut his mouth. Angelia brandished her wand, swirling it around before lowering it, and speaking leisurely. All right, you may begin, Hermione. Hermione comically glanced back and forth between Gellert and Angelia, hesitating to speak. It was Gellert who broke the silence first. You would do well to heed her. Gellert maintained a benevolent smile. The Purist Party only obeys the commands of the Master of the Sacred Oath, does it not? Upon hearing the mention of the Sacred Oath, Hermione's expression became serious as he bowed respectfully to Angelia. My leader, speak, what brings you here? Angelia lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip before continuing. Hermione lowered his gaze respectfully. Rogier has organized a prison break. Members of the Purist Party will set fire to Nurmengard in 3 days to rescue you and Mr. Grindelwald. We ask for your cooperation. Do not make any unnecessary sacrifices. Angelia replied calmly. From now on, I shall take command of the purist party. Return to Rogier and inform him that the operation is cancelled. Bring all members of the purist party here by tomorrow morning. Only select those who are loyal. Additionally, compile a list of members for me. Hermione diligently noted everything down. Once he confirmed that Angelia had no further instructions, he promptly departed from the hearth. These matters were neither too many nor too few. He needed to hurry back to address them. Moreover, with the change of leadership in the purist party, he would need to notify the other members. The members of the purist party had always been fiercely loyal to Gellert, and winning them over would not be a simple task. Angelia was well aware of this. Today, it was the kindest member, Hermione, who had come. Had it been someone else, the situation might not have unfolded so smoothly. Today merely marks the beginning. Tomorrow's gathering of the Pure Blood Party members is the true spectacle. Even with Gellert's presence, it may not suffice to sway them. Furthermore, should she wish to fully conquer the Pure Blood Party, she must rely solely on her own strength. Without leaning on Gellert, as if sensing her thoughts, Gellert, who had been standing behind her, suddenly spoke. You shall deal with tomorrow's matters yourself. I shall not make an appearance. His voice possessed a peculiar charm, instantly silencing the chaotic thoughts swirling in Angelia's mind. Thank you, she replied, turning to Gellert with a sweet smile. Chapter 10. The gathering of Pure Blood Party members at the break of dawn the following day. Angelia arose from her bed. Today marked her inaugural meeting with the members of the Pure Blood Party. She selected a splendid black gown from her wardrobe and meticulously checked her wand. Should there be any obstinate individuals, she would not hesitate to employ a few piercing curses. Standing before the mirror, satisfied with her appearance, she gracefully descended the staircase to the dining room, where Gellert was already enjoying breakfast. Good morning, old wizard, Angelia said, elegantly pulling out a chair to sit beside him. How did you sleep last night? Not too well, Gellert replied, a hint of a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. It appears I shall need to take a nap after breakfast. Their eyes met, and Angelia could not help but smile faintly. Thank you. Then I shall refrain from disturbing your slumber later. Gellert's smile deepened. I am most grateful. Soon, breakfast came to a close, and Gellert, grasping his cane, returned to his chamber. Angelia, with a cup of red tea in hand, settled on the sofa, engrossed in a book while awaiting the arrival of the Pure Blood Party members. Before long, a flicker of flame from the hearth heralded the appearance of a stranger in the living room. His face was pale, exuding an air of stern authority, each movement imbued with an unmistakable aristocratic grace. Good day, may I inquire if Mr. Gellert resides here? His voice matched his imposing demeanor. Angelia set down her tea and calmly regarded him. Rogier, you know me? Rogier's expression revealed no hint of surprise, leading Angelia to suspect he was deliberately testing her recognition. Grandfather Gellert's esteemed assistant, she replied with a gentle smile. A pleasure to meet you. You flatter me, Rogier said, pausing briefly, yet maintaining his serious countenance. I have heard from Hermione that you have obtained the Holy Seal and become the new leader of the Pure Blood Party. Angelia raised an eyebrow, gesturing for the teapot to pour him a cup. Perhaps we can discuss this matter further once everyone has arrived. Rogier obediently took a seat. Angelia sipped her tea, discreetly assessing him behind the guise of her movement. This Rogier did not seem as formidable as she had anticipated. Soon, a multitude of individuals gathered around the fireplace, most of them choosing to stand behind Rogier. Only a woman with a radiant smile gracefully glided to an adjacent sofa beside Angelia. Oh, I remarked. Her voice was as enchanting as her appearance, each phrase rising delicately at the end, akin to a hook that compelled one to yearn for her continued discourse. She lifted her gaze towards Rogier, who sat across from her, and continued, Rogier, after all these years, why do you still wear such a cold expression? Rogier seemed at a loss for how to respond to the woman before him, letting out a resigned sigh as he uttered her name. Lena. Lena covered her lips with a seductive smile, and then turned her attention to Angelia. Greetings, esteemed leader. I am Lena Dubois, the only woman currently in the Purist Party. Rogier cast a glance in her direction, accompanied by another weary sigh. I am Wendell Rogier, he said, lowering his eyes politely towards Angelia. Currently the deputy leader of the Purist Party. Yes, for now, Lena playfully winked at Angelia. I have long aspired to replace him, but alas, I have yet to succeed. Angelia smiled faintly. It appears Mr. Rogier must maintain a constant sense of vigilance. Rogier offered Lena a resigned smile. Angelia shifted her gaze to the 2 rows of people standing behind Rogier. Now, let us begin with self-introductions. One by one, they stepped forward in an orderly fashion from left to right, succinctly stating their names and responsibilities, which Angelia attentively noted. Once all introductions concluded, Angelia spoke again. The purpose of gathering you today is twofold, to foster mutual acquaintance and to outline the tasks ahead. Once, the Purist Party stood at the pinnacle of the Wizarding World, but due to certain obvious reasons, Mr. Grindelwald was unable to issue directives for many years, resulting in the party's prolonged obscurity. However, having now taken the helm of the Purist Party, I am determined to rejuvenate it. I hope each of you will collaborate with me to restore the glory of the purest party and reclaim its rightful place at the zenith of the wizarding realm. Angelia's voice was soft yet resolute, imbued with a captivating power that stirred a gentle tremor within the hearts of every purist member present. To reclaim the summit was the dream of every member of the purist party. Once, they had followed the illustrious Mr. Grindelwald and basked in unparalleled glory. But that honor was extinguished during a time of darkness. Mr. Grindelwald was shamefully imprisoned in Nurmengard, and the members of the purist party, like hunted rats, were compelled to conceal their brilliance and live cautiously within the wizarding world. Their once resplendent ideals lay deeply buried in their hearts, hidden from view. Yet, who among them did not harbor a burning flame within? Once one has fallen from the pinnacle of success, it is unfathomable that anyone would willingly bury themselves in the depths of obscurity. At long last, the purist party has embraced a new leader, who boldly declares her intention to restore the party to its former glory. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, they are resolute in their commitment to follow her. Driven by dreams that were abandoned long ago, by the glories that have languished in their hearts for years, and by the flickering flames of passion that refuse to extinguish, we pledge our unwavering loyalty to our esteemed leader, proclaimed the members of the purist party, led by Rogier and Lena, as they knelt in solemn oath. I will not betray the trust you have placed in me, came the promise. The consolidation of the purist party unfolded with unexpected ease as Angelia guided the members to the dining hall, which served as their makeshift conference room for their inaugural meeting. Seated at the head of the long table, Angelia clasped her hands together, resting them on the surface, and began to speak. Today marks my first official meeting since assuming leadership of the purist party. I shall briefly outline our 3 long-term objectives. First, to dethrone Dumbledore. Second, to establish a new order within the wizarding world. Third, to eradicate all elements of instability. She continued, next, I shall assign you some short-term tasks to lay a solid foundation for the resurgence of the purist party. Rogier, Angelia's gaze shifted to him, seated beside her. I need you to locate a suitable estate within the British wizarding community to serve as our operational headquarters moving forward. Chapter 12, Member Assignments. In the years to come, I will be studying at Hogwarts, so the focus of the purist party's activities will be centered in Britain. As her eyes scanned the faces of each member, she noted their attentive demeanor, devoid of any doubt or discontent. Satisfied, Angelia returned her gaze. Rogier acknowledged his assignment, and then she turned her attention to Lena. Lena, I recall you have never publicly identified as a member of the purist party? Indeed, my leader, Lena responded, her playful demeanor vanishing as she lowered her head respectfully. Angelia smiled slightly. I remember your magical prowess is quite commendable. You should be capable of assuming the role of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, correct? With no hint of confusion, Lena replied earnestly, yes, I shall follow your directives, my leader. Then you shall apply for the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Angelia said, raising an eyebrow. I believe Hogwarts is currently seeking to fill this position. Before you apply, perhaps you might reach out to Mr. Snape, the head of Slytherin House. I will write to him in advance to ensure he provides you with some assistance. Lena respectfully accepted her task. Following this, Angelia delved into various matters concerning assets and management, assigning responsibilities to each individual. Before long, noon had arrived. By the time the tasks were completed, it was already noon. Angelia had just announced the conclusion of the meeting when Gellert appeared at the top of the staircase, leaning on his cane. The meeting is over? Gellert's gaze swept across each familiar face, yet his spirit was not as it once was. The members of the Purity Party stood behind Angelia, their heads bowed. Angelia's keen eyes noticed that Rogier's hand, concealed beneath his robes, was clenched tightly and trembling slightly. Indeed, it happened to be lunchtime. Why not invite everyone to stay for a meal? A subtle smile graced Angelia's face. Unfortunately, I have a prior engagement with a friend, so I shall trouble you, dear Gellert, to host our guests. Lena, taken aback, quickly stole a glance at Angelia, only to meet her gaze. Startled, Lena instinctively averted her eyes. Yet she caught a playful wink from Angelia. Angelia did not wish to create a rift between herself and the members. She merely needed absolute authority when their obedience was required, while their private interactions could remain more relaxed and enjoyable. The other members of the Purity Party lacked Lena's boldness, yet their emotions were equally stirred. Seeing their former leader after so many years, each felt a tumult of emotions. Although eager for a chance to speak with their previous leader, the current head of the Purity Party was Angelia, and they knew their place. Fortunately, their esteemed leader seemed unperturbed by their interactions with her predecessor. Gellert tapped his cane and offered a gentle smile. Then, shall I take your subordinates out for a simple meal? You are most kind, dear Gellert, Angelia replied with a wink. The members remained standing behind Angelia, clearly awaiting her command. Angelia turned to face the members, who were struggling to suppress their emotions, and softly spoke. I will be stepping out for a while. As Gellert's guest, I believe you may freely converse with him. Chapter 13, the affectionate Draco. Fear not, for within this room lies an enchantment against eavesdropping. No conversation shall be divulged. Angelia's smile deepened. Well then, I wish you all a delightful time. I must attend to my appointment. With that, she promptly turned and walked towards the fireplace. Yes, esteemed leader. The members bowed their heads in unison. The flue powder was cast into the fireplace, and a surge of green flames engulfed Angelia's figure. Emerging gracefully from the fireplace at Malfoy Manor, Angelia retained her elegant black gown, the hem trailing slightly and hindering her movements. Unable to return to Nemontgarde just yet, she had to visit Malfoy Manor to change her attire. Lucius and Narcissa were not home, and Draco, seated on the sofa with a book, brightened upon seeing her, his voice soft with a hint of complaint. Oh, Angelie, you have finally arrived. He tossed aside the potions compendium he had been holding. In recent days, the Godfather has come to tutor me in potions, and my father forbids me from stepping outside. I feel as though I am on the brink of mildew. Draco pouted, his fair complexion revealing a pitiable expression. He has always been thus. To outsiders, he appears as a proud peacock, speaking with an air of superiority and a haughty demeanor. Yet, in the presence of Harry and her, he becomes a whirlwind of affection, casting aside the noble aura of the Malfoy heir. Angelia nestled beside him, gently ruffling his silky hair. Am I not here to see you? Draco, who treasures his lustrous golden locks, would normally retaliate fiercely if anyone dared to treat his hair so, but Angelia has always treated him this way. In his youth, he could never best her, and so he grew accustomed to it. Are you here to see me, or have you merely escaped from home? Draco cast a glance at her elaborate dress. His eyes filled with sorrow, dressed so extravagantly. It's clear you didn't come just to see me. His little face scrunched up, lips curving downward as he hung his head in dismay. Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa are not home. Let us go out and play. Angelia swiftly changed the subject. Let us find Harry. Draco's eyes momentarily lit up, but dimmed again when he glanced at the potions textbook he had carelessly discarded. My father ordered me to memorize this chapter. He will quiz me upon his return. Reluctantly, Draco pushed the book further away, clearly unwilling to continue. Don't worry. If Uncle Lucius inquires, simply tell him you were accompanying me, Angelia insisted, pulling him up from the sofa with determination. I will help you cover for it. A look of excitement rapidly spread across Draco's face. Really? That would be splendid. Lucius and Narcissa dote on Angelia beyond measure, treating her with even more care than their own daughter at times. Lucius, a stern father to Draco, transforms into a compliant servant of his daughter's whims when it comes to Angelia. With this thought, Draco felt a thrill of joy. If Angelia were to help him, his father would surely spare him any punishment. Chapter 14. The resounding commotion at the Dursleys. Draco joyfully dashed upstairs to change his attire, while Angelia returned to her room within the Malfoy Manor. Here, her belongings were abundant, with an overwhelming array of clothing and accessories. Lucius and Narcissa frequently indulged her with a variety of garments, ensuring that her wardrobe was always filled with the latest fashions. Consequently, her closet was perpetually overflowing, with house elves regularly clearing out outdated attire, making it so that each time she opened her wardrobe, she was greeted by an array of never-before-seen new clothes. As was customary, her wardrobe had been entirely refreshed, now brimming with pristine autumn apparel. Angelia selected a delicate white knitted wool sweater from her wardrobe, complemented by a charming light blue waist-defining knee-length skirt. She paired this ensemble with calf-length white knitted socks and a pair of Mary Jane shoes. The ethereal combination of pale blue and white rendering her appearance both playful and endearing. On the silver jewelry stand upon the table, several new sets of adornments caught her eye. She chose a set of pearl earrings and a necklace, the smooth, petite cream-colored pearls harmonizing beautifully with her outfit. After ensuring her attire was flawless before the mirror, Angelia opened the door and stepped outside. In the corridor, Draco had already changed into his clothes, leaning against the wall in anticipation of her arrival. Together, they traversed through the fireplace to Diagon Alley, where Angelia performed a disapparition charm to transport him to Privet Drive. Oh, this is simply marvelous, Draco remarked, casting an envious glance at the wand in her hand. My father insists on waiting until just before school starts to take me to procure my own wand, and he categorically refuses to allow me to purchase one that is secondhand. Angelia raised an eyebrow. While possessing a secondhand wand may be convenient, it undeniably carries significant risks. If the wand proves uncooperative, it could very well cause you harm. I believe Uncle Lucius is justified in his stance. But your wand seems quite obedient, Draco retorted, pouting slightly. I could settle for a wand that is not as powerful. You shall soon possess your own wand. Angelia redirected the conversation. By the way, I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Let us go book shopping together in a few days. Splendid. We can acquire our wands together, Draco exclaimed, brimming with excitement. I wager my wand's core will be Dragon Heartstring. Ollivander said that wands choose wizards, so perhaps I am destined for a connection with dragons. Since the day he first encountered a dragon at the age of 3, Draco had dreamt of owning one. Angelia sighed in resignation. Then I can only wish you luck. Though she wished to express that the choice of wand bore little relation to the owner's preferences. The exhilaration on Draco's face prompted her to leave him with a hopeful sentiment. Arriving at the Dursleys' doorstep, Angelia raised her hand and knocked gently. Typically at this hour, Mr. Dursley would be at work, Mrs. Dursley would be grocery shopping for dinner, and Dudley would be at school, leaving Harry alone at home. Oddly, after waiting a moment at the door, it remained unopened. Could it be that Harry was not home today? As she pondered this, a sudden thud echoed from within, followed by a cry of distress from Harry. Exchanging a quick glance with Draco, they swiftly drew their wands and cast an Alohomora at the door lock. Chapter 15. Angelia at the pinnacle of the food chain. As the door swung open, they found Harry deep in thought, having tripped over his own feet and fallen to the ground. Lying on the floor, he gazed up at the two who had barged in, a flush rising to his cheeks. I was in a hurry to open the door and accidentally fell, Harry stammered, ruffling his hair as he stood, offering an awkward, sheepish grin. Draco would naturally not let such an opportunity for mockery pass him by. Even the most foolish of trolls would find it difficult to commit such a ridiculous act. He stepped forward and patted Harry on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Just as expected of you." Harry disdainfully turned aside, shaking off his hand, and retorted in a sarcastic tone, "Do not allow the troll's stench to taint your noble hands." Proud peacock. Draco, unfazed by his peculiar tone, casually sauntered over to the sofa and sat down, treating it all as a compliment. "Thank you for the reminder." Harry let out an indignant snort through his nose. Angelia rolled her eyes in exasperation and waved her wand to cast a cleaning charm on Harry. "If you ask me, you might as well leave here with us." After the three settled onto the sofa, Draco spoke up. "You can stay at my place, or if you prefer, you may return with Angelia to the confines of a prison. Anywhere would be better than here." "Hey, are you looking for a fight?" Angelia threatened, shaking her fist. Draco quickly shrank to the opposite side of the sofa, muttering under his breath in defiance, "I'm merely speaking the truth." A gentle smile appeared on Harry's face. "It's all right. There's less than a month until school starts, and then I can leave this place. Speaking of school, I have good news." Angelia raised an eyebrow. "What good news?" Harry feigned confusion, looking at her expectantly. She had received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts and could attend school with us." Just as Angelia opened her mouth, Draco, unable to restrain himself, interrupted her, eager to be the first to reveal the information. As if anticipating a beating, Draco immediately shrank into a corner, covering his head in a pitiful manner. Strangely, Angelia seemed unperturbed. She merely blinked rapidly and leaned closer to Harry, speaking mysteriously. Yet her voice was audible enough for Draco to hear. "I have a secret to tell you." "What secret?" Harry leaned in, wide-eyed with curiosity. Draco also discreetly raised his head to glance at the two. Angelia covered her mouth with her hand and whispered something into Harry's ear, casting a quick glance at Draco. Harry dramatically covered his mouth, exclaiming in shock, "Really?" Draco's curiosity was piqued, and he completely forgot about the earlier provocation of Angelia. Leaning in anxiously, "What did you say to him?" "I said." Angelia's lips curled into a slight smile, "I am about to hit you." Before the words were fully out, Draco was already pinned down on the sofa by Angelia. "Ah, you tricked me," Draco screamed, curling up and clutching his head. "Harry, you actually helped her trick me." Harry innocently blinked, pressing down on his thrashing legs. "I hadn't intended to assist her, but since you put it that way, I might as well lend her a hand." "Ah-ha-ha. Let me go? Ah-ha-ha. Help. A dragon. Ah-ha-ha." Angelia pinned Draco down, tickling him mercilessly, and he rolled across the sofa, his delicate, fair face flushed with laughter. Chapter 16. Flattering Draco. By the time Angelia finally released him, Draco lay sprawled on the couch, utterly exhausted, akin to a wilted fish. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his breath to accuse them. "You two wicked giants. How dare you treat a Malfoy in such a manner? I shall inform Uncle Lucius, shall I?" Angelia gracefully adjusted the folds of her skirt, questioning, "Do you truly believe Uncle Lucius would favor you over me?" Draco pouted in a most pitiful manner, curling himself into a corner of the sofa, embodying the essence of a wronged child. Harry adjusted his glasses and lowered his head, striving to suppress a smile. Angelia crossed her legs and cast a sidelong glance at Draco, deliberately sighing. "I heard there's a Megalodon exhibition in Aronia, and I happen to possess 3 tickets. Alas, I have no interest in such creatures." The expression on Draco's face underwent a complete transformation, and he hurriedly approached Angelia with a facade of flattery. "Tickets to the Aronia exhibition? How did you acquire those?" "My father has tried countless times to procure them, without success." Angelia couldn't help but smirk. "What concern is it of yours? A ticket for a wicked giant? Surely, a young master of the Malfoy family would not be interested." "Of course I am. I am." Draco eagerly nodded. "How could you possibly be a giant? You are the most beautiful, kindest, and most adorable girl in the world." His gray eyes fixated on Angelia, shining with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Disgusted, she raised her hand to push his face away, Do not look at me like that. Draco struggled to turn his face back, but Angelia firmly held it in place, resulting in a comical distortion of his features. Harry, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. Hey, mind the Malfoy image. He casually picked up a mirror nearby and directed it at Draco. I bet if your father saw you like this, he would punish you severely. Startled by his own twisted reflection, Draco immediately withdrew from Angelia's grasp. On his right cheek, a clear red imprint was left behind by her hand. Examining his face in the mirror, he rubbed the mark and pouted in dismay. Oh no, I've been disfigured. Angelia, also observing the small red mark, struggled to suppress her laughter, feigning a look of guilt. Do not be upset. She reached out to ruffle his hair in a gesture of consolation. Here, this is for you. As she spoke, she produced 3 tickets from her pocket and handed them to him. Really? Upon seeing the tickets, Draco's voice transformed with excitement, momentarily forgetting his earlier distress. Indeed. Angelia replied with a sly smile. They were meant for you all along. Draco blinked in confusion as he gazed at her. Apart from you, where else can I find someone who loves dragons? His expression was so adorably innocent that Angelia couldn't resist pinching his cheek. The soft, bouncy texture made it impossible for her to stop. This is a special gift I asked a friend to get for you. I knew you would appreciate it. Draco tucked the ticket into his pocket, his face resolute. I shall not disappoint your kind intentions. I will make sure to examine that dragon thoroughly. Harry couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Chapter 17, Mr. Dursley's Documents. As they laughed heartily, the sound of keys jingling at the door suddenly interrupted them. The 3 turned their heads in unison to the entrance. A large figure appeared in the doorway, accompanied by heavy, labored breathing. Harry whispered, Uncle Vernon is back. Clearly, this was not their first encounter with such a situation. Angelia and Draco swiftly dashed beneath the cupboard to hide. Harry stowed away his smile and quietly sat on the sofa as Vernon entered the room. Upon seeing Harry seated, he paused momentarily, then emitted a deep, dissatisfied grunt from his nose, though he uttered no words to Harry. To be precise, he did not dare. Ever since the incident at the Rock House, the Dursleys had adopted an attitude of deliberate ignorance towards him. They no longer demanded he perform any chores and seldom spoke to him unless absolutely necessary. Harry relished this newfound dynamic, as avoiding interaction made life within this household considerably easier. Moreover, having acquired his own wand, he could now secretly practice some simple spells. Previously, when Angelia visited to play, she would often teach him basic spells, and he had used her wand for some incantations. However, after obtaining his own wand, he found that his control over magic during practice became much more precise. Thus, he had been clandestinely honing his spellcasting skills in recent times. Draco had once mentioned that the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery law prohibited Hogwarts students from using magic outside of school until they turned 17, unless in cases of dire emergency. Therefore, Harry aimed to practice as much as possible before enrolling at Hogwarts. Coincidentally, Dudley had witnessed him practicing a few times, and the sight had terrified him to the point of collapsing onto the floor in tears. Ever since that incident, Dudley had been too fearful to leap around near the cupboard staircase, moving cautiously down the steps, lest Harry conjure a pig's tail for him again. Mr. Dursley appeared to be searching for something, as Angelia and Draco peered through the crack in the door to see him rummaging in the corner, his ample backside protruding. After a considerable time, he plopped down on the floor, panting heavily, wiped the sweat from his brow, and removed his hat to fan himself. How could it possibly be missing when it was right here? Mr. Dursley muttered softly. Harry remained seated in the living room while Mr. Dursley approached him, his voice dripping with hostility. Boy, have you seen my documents? No, sir, Harry replied calmly. Mr. Dursley appeared visibly displeased with Harry's demeanor, yet he dared not confront him aggressively, even refraining from raising his voice. Instead, he mumbled under his breath while glaring at Harry with his murky eyes. Unfazed, Harry continued to examine the lines on his palm, not bothering to look up, as the two of them stood in a peculiar standoff. Angelia and Draco peered through a crack in the cupboard and spotted a gleaming white document lying beneath the cabinet that Mr. Dursley had just blocked. They exchanged knowing glances, and Angelia's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Chapter 18, A Journey to Diagon Alley. 1. The two individuals in the living room remained in a silent confrontation, while Angelia playfully flicked her wand, causing the document to swiftly soar from beneath the cabinet. In a flash, it flew out the window, through the open car window of Mr. Dursley, and landed on the passenger seat. Mr. Dursley sensed something was past him and turned abruptly, finding nothing behind him. He scanned the surroundings, but saw no anomalies. Dismissing the bewilderment from his mind, he resumed his frantic search for the document. Damn it, this document is crucial. I need to present it to a client this afternoon. There's no time to prepare another copy. I must find it before 1 o'clock, he thought anxiously, glancing at his wristwatch which indicated he had only half an hour left. He clicked his tongue in irritation. For a full half hour, he rummaged through every possible location, making calls to Mrs. Dursley, the company secretary, his subordinates, and even to Dudley, who was in class, yet no one had seen his document. Finally, as the clock struck 1, Mr. Dursley emerged, his expression ashen, as he climbed into the car, ready to start the engine. The glaring white document on the passenger seat caught his attention. "Damn it," he shouted, his furious roar echoing through the window as the engine's roar signaled his departure. Emerging from the cupboard, Analia and Draco returned to the living room, while Harry looked at their triumphant expressions in confusion. "Guess what we did?" Draco exclaimed proudly. Leaning closer to Harry, Analia cleared her throat, prompting Draco to amend his statement. "Guess what Analia did?" Harry stifled a laugh and played along, asking what. "She threw his document into his car. He searched for so long, only to find it was in the car all along. Ha ha ha. Did you hear his last curse? I bet he must be furious. Ha ha," Draco exclaimed, clutching his stomach and leaning close to Harry, laughing uncontrollably, utterly devoid of any semblance of a noble demeanor. Harry, feeling exasperated, rubbed his ear and discreetly distanced himself from Draco. With little else to occupy their afternoon, the trio decided to venture to Diagon Alley. Angolia and Draco had yet to procure their school supplies, while Harry had completed his shopping with Hagrid during their last outing, making him the perfect guide for the two. "Oh, we can go buy wands together. I believe I can acquire a wand with a dragon heartstring core," Draco said, his excitement palpable at the prospect of shopping in Diagon Alley. "By the way, Harry, what material is your wand made of?" "It's holly wood, with a phoenix feather core," Harry replied, producing his wand and waving it before Draco. Draco gazed enviously at the sleek, polished black wand, swallowing hard as he struggled to tear his gaze away. "Oh, it's truly beautiful. Thank you," Harry said, noticing Draco's intense interest, and mischievously waved the wand again in front of him. The tip traced elegant arcs through the air, and Draco followed it with rapt attention, his voice brimming with eagerness. "Let's hurry. I can hardly wait to get my own wand." Draco's expression was one of sheer longing. Harry couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly saying, "Oh, be careful not to drool on my wand." Snapping back to reality, Draco shot him a flustered glare. His ears flushed as he haughtily lifted his chin. "It's just a wand. Perhaps I'll soon possess one with a dragon heartstring core. When that day comes, I shall graciously lend it to you for a look." "How gracious of you. I can hardly wait to see your wand with a dragon heartstring core," Harry replied, a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. Draco, oblivious to the underlying meaning of Harry's words, continued to hold his head high, his chin nearly touching the sky. Hand in hand, the three friends set off, with Angolia waving her wand to apparate them away from their spot. Chapter 19. A Journey to Diagon Alley. 2. Passing through the leaky cauldron, the trio arrived at a brick wall. Angolia skillfully tapped her wand on a specific sequence of bricks, knocking 3 times on the trash can above and then counting 2 bricks horizontally. As if a switch had been flipped, the wall cracked open in the middle, gradually revealing a passage suitable for one person to enter. On the other side of the wall, wizards clad in various robes bustled along the cobblestone path, and the shops were alive with activity. "Oh, there are so many people." Angolia wrinkled her nose in disdain. She despised queuing. Harry scanned the street and finally fixed his gaze on the entrance of the cauldron shop. "I think we should buy cauldrons first. There doesn't seem to be much of a crowd there." Draco, eyeing the overcrowded Ollivander's wand shop with an expression of eager anticipation, remarked, "Oh, we don't need that. Our godfather has already prepared new cauldrons for both of us." Draco's godfather is said to be the potions master at Hogwarts. Although Harry had never met him, he often heard others mention him. It was evident that the professor held Draco and Angelia in high regard. "Why don't we first visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to have our school robes tailored?" Draco seemed entirely fixated on the sign of Ollivander's wand shop. Harry circled around him to inquire with Angelia. After a careful comparison of the queues in front of each shop, Angelia sighed in resignation. "I suppose this is our best option." Draco continued to gaze longingly at the Ollivander's sign as Angelia unceremoniously tugged at his arm, leading him toward Madame Malkin's. "Wait, let me take another look. I believe the line inside has diminished. Shall we head there first?" Draco turned back to Angelia, his gray eyes brimming with eagerness. Angelia firmly declined. "I have no desire to be squished into a pancake while waiting in line." Reluctantly, Draco turned back, watching the distance between himself and Ollivander's grow. Unable to endure his pleading gaze any longer, Angelia turned his head towards her and offered reassurance. "Choosing a wand is a swift process. Once we exit here, we can go buy a wand, I promise." "Very well." Draco reluctantly diverted his gaze, obediently following Angelia towards Madame Malkin's. The crowd was not overwhelming, and the trio only waited a short while before it was their turn. "Ah, Mr. Potter, have you brought your friends?" Madame Malkin greeted Harry warmly. Harry offered a shy smile, running a hand through his unruly hair. "Yes, Madame Malkin, this is my friend Angelia Royal and Draco Malfoy." "Of course, welcome, my dears," Madame Malkin said with a gentle smile. "Please step onto the platform so I can take your measurements." Harry couldn't help but smirk mischievously, if memory served him right. The measuring tape here was rather mischievous. It seemed that Draco and Angelia were about to experience a similar ordeal. Yet, he evidently misjudged the situation. From the moment they stepped onto the platform until they chose their styles, the tape behaved impeccably, executing its task with precision and without any unruly antics. Harry pouted in discontent. Even after they exited Madame Malkin's, Harry still wore a disgruntled expression. What's the matter? I thought I would only see that look on Draco's face, Angelia said, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Harry's face was clouded with clear frustration. Why was the tape so gentle with you? When I went to get my measurements, that tape nearly wrapped me up entirely. Oh, perhaps it simply has a fondness for you, Angelia consoled him, though her barely contained laughter only served to deepen Harry's dismay. Shall we then proceed to Ollivander's wand shop? Draco's gaze lingered on the sign of Ollivander's wand shop, reluctant to part with it for even a moment. The crowd had indeed dwindled significantly. There were no longer any patrons queuing outside, and through the glass, he could discern that only a couple of children remained within the dimly lit shop. Very well. Let us procure a wand, Angelia replied with alacrity. Chapter 20. Draco's wand. The trio arrived at the entrance of Ollivander's and pushed the door open, with Draco eagerly darting inside. Sir, I would like a wand, please. Despite the nearly shadowy ambience surpassing even that of Professor Snape's office, Angelia could still perceive the excitement etched across Draco's face. Ah, Mr. Malfoy, an elderly gentleman with graying hair slowly turned to face him. I recall the first wand of your father, made of elm, 13 inches long, with a dragon heartstring core. Angelia swore she caught a fleeting look of pride on Draco's face upon hearing this. Your father was quite fond of it, Ollivander continued, retrieving a measuring tape from a drawer and approaching Draco. And, of course, your mother's wand. Excuse me, if I may interrupt, Draco interjected, his tone dripping with aristocratic arrogance. I would prefer you expedite the process of acquiring my wand. Ah, certainly, but we must first take your measurements. Please, extend your arms. Which hand do you favor for wand use? Ollivander swallowed the unfinished tale and commenced the necessary preparations for the wand selection. My right hand, Draco replied, extending his arms as Ollivander meticulously measured him from fingertips to foot. When the tape measure inched toward his nostrils, Draco could not suppress a roll of his eyes. Thankfully, Ollivander promptly turned and made his way to the shelves brimming with wands, and Draco's impatience began to wane. Very well, Mr. Malfoy, let us try this one. Ollivander produced a box and placed it before him. Draco leaned in with anticipation as Ollivander slowly opened the box to reveal a warm brown wand nestled within. Made of beechwood with a dragon heartstring, 7 inches in length, possessing excellent flexibility, Ollivander gently elaborated. Upon hearing dragon heartstring, Draco's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he seized the wand and waved it casually. Instantly, the shelves behind Ollivander collapsed, showering wands onto the floor in a cacophonous clatter. Oh, no matter, Ollivander remarked, unfazed as he retrieved the wand from Draco's hand and returned it to the box. I suspect this is not the one. No, this is it, Draco pleaded, his longing gaze fixed on the wand being tucked away once more. Not at all, Mr. Malfoy. The wand chooses the wizard, Ollivander stated, disregarding Draco's protests as his eyes resumed their search among the shelves. Now, let us try this one. Mr. Ollivander withdrew another box from the shelf. Crafted from maple and containing a phoenix feather, it measured 11 inches in length and exhibited average flexibility. Draco appeared utterly disheartened as he grasped the wand and waved it with indifference. In an instant, another shelf on the opposite wall collapsed. No, not this one either. Mr. Ollivander returned the wand to its box and turned to examine the only remaining intact shelf. Let me see. Hope rekindled in Draco's eyes. Soon, Mr. Ollivander identified another candidate, ascending a tall ladder to retrieve a box nestled in the highest compartment. Hawthorn, unicorn hair. 10 inches. This must be the one. Chapter 21. Angelia's wand. 1. Draco's expression fell once more as he waved the wand through the air. Yet the sole intact shelf remained steadfast in its position. Ah, I believe this is your wand, Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Ollivander smiled. Draco, although still somewhat disappointed, appeared content with his wand. The fleeting sadness on his face was swiftly replaced by delight. Now, it is your turn, Miss Royal. Mr. Ollivander's gaze shifted to Angelia, who stepped forward confidently. She had long heard that Mr. Ollivander would recount the names of all the family members who had purchased wands from him, thus harboring a tinge of curiosity. However, this time, Mr. Ollivander seemed unusually reticent, uttering no further words after his initial statement. Sir, do you not have anything to share with me? Angelia gently inquired, observing the silent Mr. Ollivander as he measured dimensions. For instance, when did my family acquire their first wand from you? A faint smile graced Mr. Ollivander's lips, though it appeared somewhat strained, as the fear lurking in his eyes threatened to surface. I am terribly sorry, Miss Royal. As one ages, memory can oftentimes falter, and I can no longer recall those events. Is that so? Angelia raised an eyebrow, a semblance of amusement dancing across her features, yet she refrained from further inquiry. Harry and Draco exchanged peculiar glances at the unfolding scene. In truth, they were unaware of Angelia's family background. Whenever the topic arose, She would either deftly change the subject or fall into silence, prompting them to refrain from probing further. Their curiosity was palpable, and Draco had privately inquired with his father, but everyone maintained an air of discretion regarding the matter. Despite their confusion, friends remained friends, and irrespective of lineage, they respected her desire for privacy. After measuring in silence, Mr. Ollivander finally spoke again. Very well, let me see. He turned back to the intact shelf. Oh no, not here. Mr. Ollivander, slightly neurotic, shook his head and directed his gaze towards 2 piles of wands and 2 collapsed, damaged shelves. Restoring order. He drew forth his own wand, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, continued, all cleaned up. Instantly, the 2 shelves returned to their original state, and the scattered wands promptly flew back to their rightful places. Draco observed the weathered wooden racks being restored and quietly leaned closer to Harry, murmuring near his ear, I wager that rack has been in use for at least a century. 137 years, Master Malfoy, Ollivander corrected, turning back to them. By the way, my hearing is quite good. Draco raised his chin, adopting an air of arrogance. Ollivander's gaze swept across the 3 shelves and finally extracted a black box from the top of the middle shelf, saying, Please, do try this, Miss Analia. He gently opened the box to reveal a wand of black wood. Crafted from birch and phoenix feather, it measured 11 inches in length and possessed remarkable flexibility. As Analia grasped the wand and waved it, the entire room trembled violently. Ollivander stared at her in shock, fear gradually spreading across his face. Trembling, he retrieved the wand from Angelia's hand and placed it back in the box, closing the lid with a quivering voice. This one may not be suitable for you. Analia raised an eyebrow. I think I know which one you should use, he replied, stiffly bending down to retrieve a dark green box from beneath the counter. For some reason, Ollivander appeared even more panicked, his distorted expression revealing a blend of shock, fear, and a hint of faint anticipation. This one. Ollivander opened the box in his hands, revealing a wand with a dark green shaft. Crafted from elder wood soaked in basilisk venom and the tail feather of a thunderbird, measuring 11 1/3 inches in length, with good flexibility. He pushed the box toward Analia, his expression of anticipation nearly overpowering his fear. Analia gazed down at the wand, its dark green surface shimmering beautifully. She sensed her magical energy surging, a wave of excitement enveloping her entire being. She was certain that this was the wand meant for her. In the midst of Ollivander's expectant gaze, Analia reached for the wand in the box, and the moment her fingertips brushed against its shaft, she felt an undeniable connection forming between herself and the wand. It seemed to become a part of her being, one she could wield effortlessly, trust wholeheartedly, and manipulate at will. She attempted a gentle flick, and a marvelous sensation of joy coursed through her. I believe this is it, Analia said, raising her eyes to meet Ollivander's. He stood there, entranced, gazing at the wand in Angelia's hand, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Mr. Ollivander? Angelia called out, raising her voice. What is it? Ollivander's gaze shifted to her face, forcing a smile that barely touched his lips. Nothing at all. Angelia turned to Draco and Harry, a radiant smile illuminating her features. We can leave now. She tossed 14 galleons onto the counter. Ollivander, however, did not so much as glance at the coins. His entire focus remained fixated on the wand in Angelia's possession. She had indeed taken that wand. Harry and Draco exchanged puzzled looks. As the trio stepped out of the wand shop, Draco mysteriously pulled them aside. Did you find him a bit odd? Harry nodded in agreement. Why did he seem so astonished when he saw Angelia's wand? Perhaps I chose his favorite wand, and hasn't he always been a bit neurotic? Angelia rolled her eyes and grasped their arms, leading them toward Flourish and Blots. Come on. We need to hurry. There will be a line at the bookstore. And if we dawdle, we won't finish shopping. Draco and Harry were unceremoniously dragged into Flourish and Blots. The bookstore was crowded, and as they squeezed inside, they found themselves pressed against a portly man, nearly becoming a pancake. Chapter 23. Angelia's Wand. 3. Oh, for heaven's sake. Angelia frowned as she pulled her robe free from beneath a woman's feet. I absolutely detest places like this. Despite being equally cramped, Harry kindly suggested, why don't you step outside for a moment? Draco and I can manage here. Draco nodded with difficulty. It's best if you don't stay squished. Just go. We'll be fine. Angelia blinked, touched by their concern. Then I'll go to Florin's ice cream shop and get you the colossal chocolate raspberry sundae with chopped nuts. After receiving their assent, she successfully extricated herself from the crowd with their help. Once outside the bookstore, Angelia paused to carefully observe the scene, ensuring Draco and Harry would not see her before she gracefully made her way back to Ollivander's wand shop. Every potential threat must be preemptively addressed, and all useful information diligently gathered. This was a lesson imparted by Gellert. Fortunately, Ollivander's shop was devoid of customers. Angelia nimbly slipped inside, casting an interference charm at the door. You're back? What do you intend to do? Ollivander, who had been lost in thought behind the counter, hurried to stand as he recognized Angelia, witnessing her casting a charm right before his eyes. Do not worry. Angelia observed the hastily raised wand of Ollivander. A faint smile gracing her lips. It was merely a trifling matter. Soul extraction. Caught off guard, Ollivander was struck by a surge of green light. And within the gradual stupor in his eyes, Angelia successfully unearthed the information she yearned to comprehend. Garrick, you must safeguard this wand with utmost diligence. It must never be sold lightly. The elderly Ollivander leaned weakly against the bed. Before him stood a younger version of Mr. Ollivander, tears glistening in his eyes as he listened to the solemn injunction. When you encounter its true master and sell the wand to him, you must promptly pack all your belongings and leave Britain. No, leave Europe. You must depart at once. The farther away, the better. Only the most malevolent of wizards could claim this wand as their own. From the moment it chose its master, the entire wizarding world was plunged into calamity. Angelia glanced down at the wand in her hand, raising an eyebrow in ambivalence. It appeared she was not the sole recipient of the prophecy declaring her as the Dark Lord. Ollivander cowered in the corner, sweat beading on his forehead. The recent soul extraction had drained him of too much magical energy and stamina, rendering him incapable of even the simplest self-defense spell. Noticing his gaze, Angelia lifted her eyes to meet his, her tone gentle as she spoke. I do not wish to trouble you. After the Obliviate, the choice lies entirely with you. She pointed the tip of the wand at Ollivander, a sly smile playing on her lips as she murmured, Obliviate. The memory of selling the wand to her, along with all its associated recollections, dissipated into nothingness. Observing Ollivander collapse onto the floor, Angelia maintained a placid expression as she lifted the anti-interference charm from the door and strode away. Chapter 24. The Floor and Ice Cream Parlor. The shop's door swung open and shut, and Ollivander, bewildered, blinked awake, rising to sit at his desk to continue the work he had previously left unfinished. Aside from the additional 7 galleons in the cash register, there was no evidence remaining of the extraordinary wand that had once been sold here. The Floor and Ice Cream Parlor was not crowded. Angelia found an empty table and ordered 3 large servings of ice cream, awaiting Draco and Harry. After about 10 minutes, Draco and Harry entered, laden with 2 hefty stacks of books, their steps unsteady. Oh, Merlin's beard! Draco exclaimed as he tossed the books onto the table, the sudden weight causing it to tremble. These books are incredibly heavy. Well done, Angelia said, pushing the ice cream toward them. Do have something to eat and take a break. Draco, irritable, flung his hands as he sat down, while Harry placed his books aside and settled into his seat. His demeanor evidently more amiable. There are many people outside. I think we can linger here a little longer. Harry's voice remained as gentle as ever. That sounds splendid, Angelia said, scooping a generous spoonful of ice cream into her mouth, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. The cue was truly dreadful. Draco fiercely jabbed at the ice cream before him, his delicate, pale face twisting in anger. That detestable woman. I must not discover her identity, lest I compel my father to teach her a lesson. Angelia, perplexed, cast her gaze towards Harry. He shrugged helplessly. A woman took the book from Draco's arms, forcing him to leap up once more to retrieve another. I did not leap. Draco protested vehemently, his face reddening rapidly. I merely stood on my tiptoes. Harry struggled to suppress a laugh, turning his attention back to Angelia and nodding earnestly. Indeed, on tiptoes, merely lifting his toes off the ground occasionally. Angelia, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. Draco continued to stab at the pitifully mangled ice cream before him, his ears flushing crimson. Angelia, observing the tragic state of his dessert, forced herself to stifle her amusement. Do not be upset. Here, try this, it is quite delectable. Angelia, her eyes earnest, scooped a spoonful of ice cream and brought it to Draco's lips. One would hardly notice the mirth concealed within her gaze if they did not look closely. Draco, with a haughty air, opened his mouth, allowing Angelia to feed him the ice cream. The moment his tongue made contact with the cold sweetness, his taste buds ignited, and his expression visibly brightened. Isn't it rather good? Angelia inquired, a slight smile gracing her features as she noticed Draco's transformation. Draco, his ears still tinged with red, mumbled, It's all right, I suppose. With that, he buried his face in the remnants of the ice cream, which had been thoroughly mutilated. Angelia and Harry exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. After a considerable portion of the ice cream had been devoured, Draco finally relaxed. What shall we purchase next? Angelia inquired, turning her head towards the window, where the Aesop's Owl Emporium caught her eye. I believe we could explore the Aesop's Owl Emporium and the magical menagerie. Angelia turned back, her eyes sparkling. I wish to acquire a pet snake to bring with me. Oh, come now. Draco waved his spoon dismissively. Did you not read that list carefully? It explicitly states that first-year students may only choose owls, cats, or toads. Chapter 25, Hedwig. Angelia peered once more at the grand window of the Aesop's Owl Emporium. That may not be the case. If Uncle Severus is willing to assist me, I believe I could enlist his help. Draco raised an eyebrow in wicked delight. Merlin help you. Angelia bit down on her spoon in frustration. By the time the trio finished their ice cream, nearly an hour had passed, and the streets of Diagon Alley were noticeably less crowded. Draco summoned the Malfoy family's house elf to carry their numerous purchases home, and the three of them strolled back into Diagon Alley, feeling light and carefree. At Angelia's request, they made their first stop at the Elops Owl Emporium. Here, a variety of owls are on sale. Angelia's gaze swept over the differently colored creatures, yet none particularly captured her fancy. Draco, equally disinterested, meandered around the shop, teasing one owl and startling another, causing the birds in their cages to flutter restlessly, sending feathers flying throughout the room. However, Harry seemed to have found one he liked. As Angelia circled the room for the second time in boredom, he remained transfixed before a white owl. "Do you like it?" Angelia inquired, also studying the white owl, which was now perched in its cage, eyes half closed in a semblance of slumber, oblivious to their unwavering stares. Harry ruffled his messy hair, a glimmer of delight flashing in his green eyes. "It's rather beautiful." Angelia nodded in understanding, straightening up to wave at the shopkeeper. "Excuse me, over here, for checkout." "Oh, no," Harry exclaimed, waving his hands in a flustered manner. "I brought the money. Consider this a gift for your return to school." Angelia winked at him, preemptively handing the money to the shopkeeper. "Just when I was pondering what to gift you." "Thank you," Harry replied, a bashful smile adorning his face. Draco, having grown tired of teasing a gray owl, approached them. "What are you discussing?" "Look, my new owl," Harry exclaimed excitedly, holding aloft the owl's cage. "I plan to name her Hedwig." "Oh, a lovely name," Draco offered with a lackluster compliment, bending down to scrutinize Hedwig, who remained aloof in the center of the cage. Eyes still closed. "I must say, she is quite pretty." Draco gently tapped the cage, and Hedwig opened her eyes to glare at him with displeasure. "She certainly has quite the temperament." Angelia smirked teasingly. "Indeed, just like you." Harry immediately stifled a laugh. Lowering his head, Draco, momentarily confused, soon grasped the jest, his ears reddening as he proudly lifted his chin. "Let us consider that a compliment." Harry's shoulders shook with laughter. The three of them departed the Hooting Owl shop with Hedwig's cage in tow, as Angelia dragged them towards the magical menagerie. In stark contrast to the owl shop, this place buzzed with energy. A cacophony of various creatures echoed from their cages, and the air was thick with an amalgamation of animal fur and scents, prompting the trio to wrinkle their noses in discomfort. Clearly, the other wizards in the shop were also grappling with this minor inconvenience, most of them sporting similar expressions of distaste. Sensitive to odors as always, Angelia instinctively tugged Draco closer, burying her face into him. Draco, clearly accustomed to this behavior, and Harry, no longer surprised, maintained this peculiar stance as they ventured into the store. Chapter 26. First Encounter with Cedric. "Oh, how adorable," Angelia exclaimed, leaning down to gaze at a small black snake in a glass enclosure. "It seems to be a particularly venomous breed. I've read about it in my books." "Yes, indeed, madam," came the response. A voice emanated from behind, prompting Angelia to immediately turn around. There stood an unfamiliar young man, smiling gently at her. Draco and Harry promptly pivoted to face the newcomer, instinctively shielding Angelia behind them. The young man observed their actions with a bemused smile and introduced himself in a warm tone. "Hello, I am Cedric Diggory, a third-year student from Hufflepuff at Hogwarts." Angelina, who had always been fond of attractive individuals and things, found Cedric's appearance to be quite appealing. Thus, she flashed a delicate smile, circumventing Draco and Harry to approach Cedric. Her voice melodious and graceful. "Hello, I am Angelia Royal, a prospective first-year student at Hogwarts." "Ah, so you are a newcomer this year," Cedric remarked, adjusting the strap of his backpack on his left shoulder, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he resumed his gentle smile. "Just a reminder, pets such as snakes are not permitted at Hogwarts. If you wish to keep one, ensure your home is stocked with simple antidotes, lest you encounter trouble should you be bitten." He directed his gaze towards the transparent box, where a small snake was coiled in a corner. Angelina's smile brightened. "Thank you for the heads up, senior. I will make sure to have antidotes prepared at home." Cedric's smile deepened, but before he could respond further, a voice from outside called his name. Ced, we need to go. We're off to buy books." A brown-haired boy was pressing against the glass door, shouting loudly. Cedric glanced back at him and offered Angelina an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, but I have to go with my friends. See you at school." "All right, goodbye, senior." Angelina sweetly waved at him. Once Cedric departed, Draco leaned in conspiratorially towards Angelina. "Do you know who he is?" "Cedric Diggory." Angelina raised an eyebrow at him. "He just said so." "No, what I mean is," Draco pouted, eyeing Cedric's retreating figure. "He is quite the heartthrob. The girls are absolutely infatuated with him." Angelina nodded, her gaze returning to the small black snake in the transparent box as she casually remarked, "He is indeed quite charming." Seeing that she seemed to miss his point, Draco leaned closer. "If you get too close to him, you might find yourself torn apart by his fervent admirers." Finally comprehending his implication, Angelina turned to him, playfully tapping his forehead. What are you thinking? We are only first years. Draco rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. I merely worry for you, and wanted to give you a heads up. Harry, who had been silent until now, looked at the aggrieved Draco and sighed with a faint smile, with Angelina as magical prowess. It would indeed be quite a challenge for her to be bullied by her classmates. Draco appeared even more distressed. Angelina helplessly raised her hand to gently massage the red mark on his forehead, soothingly murmuring, all right, I understand you mean well. I was wrong, okay? Draco, with a haughty demeanor, lifted his chin and replied, then I shall reluctantly forgive you. Chapter 27. Parseltongue. It seemed their voices disturbed the little snake nestled within the box, as it suddenly slithered towards Angelina. Hiss hiss. The small serpent flicked its tongue at her, swaying its head as if attempting to communicate. Both Angelina and Harry appeared to understand, crouching down to meet the little snake's gaze, while Draco stood there, still bewildered. Hiss. Harry seemed inclined to converse with the serpent, but the moment he opened his mouth, Angelina's expression changed dramatically as she swiftly covered his lips with her hand. Fortunately, the surrounding noise masked the situation, and no one noticed. Harry looked at Angelina and Draco in confusion, both of whom wore astonished expressions. What's wrong? He asked, lowering Angelina's hand from his mouth. Why are you both looking at me like that? Draco gulped audibly. Harry, you are actually a... He glanced around nervously, then leaned closer to Harry and whispered, you are a parselmouth. What? What is a parselmouth? Harry asked, perplexed. This is not the place for such a conversation. Angelina and Draco exchanged glances before standing up and pulling Harry along. We should return. Harry, bewildered, followed them. Upon exiting the magical menagerie, the trio did not linger but headed straight back to the Dursleys' home. Mrs. Dursley had returned and was humming a tune while cooking in the kitchen. Angelina transported Draco and Harry directly beneath the cupboard, casting several concealment charms around them before speaking. Harry, a parselmouth is someone who can converse with snakes. This is not a common gift, she continued. In fact, it has been confirmed that very few possess the talent of Parseltongue, most of whom are descendants of Salazar. Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House at Hogwarts. For various reasons, Parseltongue has long been regarded as a sign of evil, and possessing this ability can lead to discrimination within the wizarding world. Harry's face gradually revealed a look of alarm. Of course, Angelina said, offering a reassuring smile. You need not worry, I am also a parselmouth. Draco's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at her. You are a parselmouth? You never mentioned this to me. You never asked. Angelina shrugged nonchalantly. Draco, now standing animatedly, glanced back and forth between Angelina and Harry, and after a moment of indignation exclaimed, you both are parselmouths. Why am I not? Oh, Draco, Angelina sighed, her expression one of exasperation. You know, in the wizarding world, this is not considered a good thing. Pray, I am indeed a Slytherin. Draco held his head high with an air of arrogance. Those foolish wizards shall never comprehend the greatness of Slytherin. Allow me to remind you. Angelina raised an eyebrow. We have yet to be sorted. Draco disdainfully curled his lip, his chin nearly touching the heavens. You must understand, my entire family belongs to Slytherin. How could I possibly be sorted anywhere else? I am undoubtedly a Slytherin. Chapter 28, Draco's Admission. With that, Draco cast a glance at Angelina. You must also be a Slytherin. Angelina covered her mouth and chuckled, casting him a sidelong glance. What a talent you possess. It is a pity you do not become the Sorting Hat. Draco's face flushed crimson, and he opened his mouth as if to retort, yet he ultimately restrained himself. Gritting his teeth, he shot Angelina a fierce glare before turning away, sulking in silence. The sight of an angry Draco was quite endearing, even causing Harry to momentarily forget about Parseltongue, his initial alarm transforming into a suppressed smile. Angelina's radiant smile was unabashed as she leaned closer to Draco, scrutinizing his increasingly flushed cheeks. Draco, why is your face so red? Are you unwell? She feigned concern, though the teasing tone was unmistakable, her azure eyes sparkling with mischief. Draco's complexion deepened further, his ears aflame. You wretched giant. Angelina pretended to be confused, her expression feigning innocence. What is the matter with you? Draco gritted his teeth, the pale golden crown of his hair nearly steaming with frustration. Harry cleared his throat, suppressing his amusement, and gently redirected the conversation. So, Parseltongue does not signify anything in particular, does it? One could say that, though in the minds of most wizards, Parseltongue equates to malevolence. Angelina responded, returning to Harry's side. No longer teasing Draco, whose complexion had finally returned to normal. Do not carelessly expose this in front of outsiders, Angelina cautioned. It is perilous. I understand, Harry nodded earnestly, his emerald eyes crinkling into a gentle smile. I shall be mindful moving forward. After advising Harry, Angelina recalled something of importance. Can you control your Parseltongue? I think not. Harry murmured, lowering his gaze. When conversing with that little snake today, I was unaware I had spoken in Parseltongue. Angelina pressed her lips together. Then, when you encounter snakes in the future, try not to speak. Dinner is ready. Before Harry could utter another word, Aunt Petunia's voice rang out from outside, followed by a series of vigorous knocks on the cupboard door. Dinner. Instantly, Angelia and Draco rose and disapparated from the spot. Upon returning to Malfoy Manor, Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa had already returned. Darling, you are back. Narcissa's eyes sparkled as she gently approached and took Angelia's hand. When did you return? She inquired. Around noon, Angelia replied, allowing Narcissa to guide her to the sofa. She spoke softly. This afternoon, Draco and I went out with Harry to purchase supplies for the new term. Lucius cast a cold glance at Draco, who stood before the fireplace with his head bowed. Appearing contrite, Draco, Lucius began, picking up the potions textbook that had been carelessly tossed onto the sofa and throwing it onto the coffee table with a thud. Have you completed the tasks I assigned you? Draco flinched slightly and replied in a low voice. I apologize, Father. I have not yet finished memorizing the potions textbook. Chapter 29. Angelia's Plea for Mercy. Lucius let out an annoyed huff, his fingers lightly stroking the serpent-headed cane. Sensing the tension in the air, Angelia quickly moved closer to Lucius. Uncle Lucius, I'm so sorry. It was my insistence that Draco accompany me. It's entirely my fault, she admitted. Her head bowed in acknowledgement of her misstep. This matter does not rest upon you. It is only natural for him to accompany you on an outing. The tasks for today were not extensive. He could have accomplished both. A Malfoy ought to learn to manage his time effectively. Since he has failed to do so, it must mean he was sluggish in his responsibilities. Lucius's demeanor softened when addressing Angelia, offering her a reassuring smile before casting a disdainful glance at Draco. One wonders where all the lessons of the Malfoy estate have gone. Draco pouted in response, feeling unjustly treated. What? Are you feeling wronged? Do you not recognize where you have erred? Lucius's expression hardened again as he struck the ground sharply with his cane. Draco instinctively straightened up, adopting an obedient expression. No. Father, I do not feel wronged. I should not have sneaked out without completing my tasks, nor should I have been dilatory in my duties or mismanaged my time. As the heir of the Malfoy lineage, you ought to maintain your gentlemanly conduct at all times, rather than having a lady plead on your behalf, Lucius stated coldly, rising with his cane in hand. You will make up for today's tasks tomorrow. Yes, Father, Draco replied. His head bowed in shame as Lucius turned to ascend the stairs. Narcissa smiled gently at Angelia before following Lucius upstairs, leaving only Angelia and Draco in the living room. Draco? Angelia leaned closer, her voice tinged with guilt. Are you all right? I'm so sorry. Today's events are entirely my fault. I insisted on bringing you along. Draco's eyes twinkled, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. If you truly feel that way, why not join me for some reading tomorrow? Angelia's face reflected her hesitation, as she had other commitments to attend to. Observing her reluctance, Draco theatrically sighed, raising his chin with an air of arrogance. Very well, I understand you are quite busy. You need not accompany me tomorrow. Upon Draco's remark, Angelia felt an even deeper sense of guilt. She mentally revisited the tasks she had scheduled for the following day, postponing those of lesser urgency. All right, I shall accompany you in reading tomorrow, Angelia promised earnestly. Draco looked at her in surprise, evidently not expecting her acquiescence. However, to maintain his facade, he quickly reverted to his haughty demeanor. Ahem, then I shall forgive you. Tomorrow, Uncle Severus would also be visiting, and Angelia intended to discuss Lena with him. Before long, dinner time arrived. Narcissa had instructed the house elf to prepare 4 meals, and Angelia stayed for dinner. Each place was set with a serving of steak and a glass of juice. Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco had black pepper steak and orange juice, while Angelia's portion consisted of red wine steak and pineapple juice, her favorite flavors, known well to those close to her. Chapter 30. The Mysterious Letter. After a delightful dinner, Narcissa took Angelia's hand and engaged her in conversation on the sofa for quite some time before reluctantly allowing her to return. Upon arriving back at Numenor, Galatea was already asleep, and Angelia tiptoed back to her room. The hour was late, and with her commitment to study with Draco the next day, she needed to address all urgent matters this evening. Will was perched in his cage, preening his feathers. Upon seeing Angelia enter, he tilted his head and blinked at her. Angelia motioned for silence, and Will obediently remained quiet, merely watching her from his cage. In a moment, you'll deliver a letter to England, Angelia said softly, breaking a small biscuit to feed Will. It's the same address as last time, you know it well. Will gently pecked her finger in acknowledgement. After feeding Will, Angelia approached the table, retrieving a special piece of parchment from the drawer. She then used a unique feather quill to inscribe something upon it. The ink was a deep green, absorbed nearly instantaneously by the parchment, the writing fading within seconds until even the marks of the quill vanished, leaving it as pristine as a new sheet of parchment. Once the ink dried, Angelia folded the parchment and sealed it within an envelope, then beckoned to Will in his cage. Will, understanding, gracefully landed on her shoulder. Angelia tenderly stroked the beautiful feathers on Will's neck, her voice gentle, Off you go. And do not let anyone see you. Will grasped the letter and affectionately brushed against her cheek before taking flight from the window. Unlike England's incessant rainy weather, Numenor enjoyed more sunny days, with the night sky often clear and serene. Angelia leaned against the window, quietly gazing at the distant, undulating peaks, her heart gradually finding tranquility. Numenor, Hogwarts. Dumbledore merely intended to provide her with a new cage. After all, keeping her under his watchful eye would facilitate easier surveillance and suppression. However, she was no longer the helpless infant who could be easily manipulated a decade ago. Dumbledore had basked in comfort for far too long, and it was high time to introduce a measure of disquiet into his life. The evening breeze in Numungard carried a refreshing chill, sharpening Angelia's mind. Seizing the opportunity before the hour grew too late, she returned to her desk to attend to the pile of letters awaiting her attention. Time ticked away, and just before midnight, Angelia finally stretched and rose from her chair. Thus far, all had proceeded smoothly, and she eagerly anticipated Dumbledore's reaction upon seeing her. With such pleasant thoughts, she drifted into slumber. The following morning, Angelia arrived at Malfoy Manor. The moment her feet touched the floor, she heard Draco's enthusiastic voice. You really came. As she recovered from the disorientation of apparition, she found herself face to face with Draco's enlarged visage. Without hesitation, she pushed his face away. Why are you so close? Draco struggled to turn his neck back, but found himself ensnared by Angelia's grip, gazing at her with a look of feigned sorrow. I was welcoming you. Angelia shot him a sidelong glance as she released him, her pretty little face scrunching up in distaste. Next time, keep your distance. Chapter 31, The Ruthless Learning Machine. Seeing Angelia let go, Draco, undeterred, leaned closer once more, his eyes sparkling. Are you here to read with me? Before Angelia could respond, an annoyed cough emanated from behind Draco. Ahem. Draco instantly composed himself, turning to face his father with a lowered head. Father. Angelia could not suppress a laugh. After breakfast, Severus Snape appeared in the hearth. Uncle Severus. Angelia fluttered into Snape's embrace like a delicate butterfly. You haven't visited me in ages. The girl in his arms spoke with a tone of longing, prompting a faint smile to curve Snape's lips. I had planned to see you this weekend. Angelia lifted her gaze to his face, her striking azure eyes scanning his slightly weary features, and she pouted in discontent. Uncle Severus, have you not been resting properly? Snape gently tousled Angelia's smooth, light golden hair, deliberately softening his voice. I've been rather busy lately. Angelia winked at him, putting on a sweet expression. When I go to Hogwarts, can I be your assistant? Then I can help you brew potions. Snape's resolve softened. He always found himself speaking more gently in the presence of this little one. Very well. After a brief conversation, Draco finally emerged from the dining room. He had just been caught making faces at Angelia during breakfast, which led to Lucius imposing a half-hour of standing as punishment, only just now concluding. Godfather. Draco approached Severus with a respectful demeanor, his face devoid of any superfluous expression. Had it not been for Angelia discreetly observing him sidelong, sticking out his tongue in a playful manner, one might have believed he had turned over a new leaf. Draco. Severus's voice was no longer soft as it had been during his conversation with Angelia. Instead, it bore a certain coldness. I have heard that you failed to recite the potions textbook yesterday. He had anticipated this moment. A look of guilt flickered across Draco's face. But before he could admit his fault, Angelia preemptively spoke up. Uncle Severus. She lowered her head, adopting an expression of remorse. I'm sorry. It was I who invited Draco out to play yesterday. Severus's stern expression remained unchanged as he shifted his gaze to Angelia, his countenance dark and forbidding. Draco almost expected Angelia to be reprimanded at any moment. Yet, clearly, reprimands were not destined for her. He heard his godfather's gentle voice addressing Angelia. It's all right. You may review that part alongside today's material. Draco clenched his small fists in frustration. He had known it. The subsequent tutoring session was remarkably smooth. Although it was said to be a study session for Draco, it primarily involved Severus elucidating the intricacies of potion making and the uses of various ingredients. While Angelia independently perused her advanced potions textbook, occasionally brewing a few potions herself. Each time he studied alongside Angelia, he felt as though his intellect was being brazenly insulted. Angelia was a prodigy in her studies. She could glean the essence of any book after a single reading, and even in practical subjects like spells and potions. She seemed to master them with just a few attempts, functioning like a finely tuned learning machine that required only minimal adjustments to operate efficiently. In the past, Draco might have indignantly compared himself to her, but gradually, as their academic disparities widened, Angelia left him far behind in every conceivable aspect. The initial defiance he felt was extinguished like a flame doused with cold water, leaving only admiration and reverence in its wake. For instance, while he had only just begun to grasp the second-year potions curriculum at Hogwarts, Angelia was already delving into sixth-year texts. What was even more infuriating was that potions was not her forte. The more he contemplated, the more agitated he became, unable to resist the urge to glance at Angelia. She was bent over her desk by the window, writing with a quill, sunlight casting a golden hue upon her porcelain skin. Perhaps sensing Draco's gaze, Angelia lifted her head and offered him a gentle smile, her rosy lips curving into a lovely arc, her crystalline blue eyes twinkling as the sunlight danced within them, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Draco's heart raced unexpectedly, and before he could gather his thoughts, he was met with Snape's elongated, mocking tone from above. If Master Malfoy believes he has mastered everything, then he should concoct a potion of Felix Felicis and prove that his mind is not merely filled with nonsense. If you have yet to learn it, I fear you are not yet worthy of daydreaming. Ashamed, Draco lowered his gaze, suddenly grasping the true meaning behind that charming smile. Angelia had already noticed when the professor caught him drifting off. No wonder she smiled at him so suddenly. How infuriating that she didn't give him a heads up. Draco clenched his tiny fist in frustration, raising it slightly, only to remember that he could never best her, and he reluctantly let his hand fall back down, feigning indifference. How vexing. In truth, Angelia had not contemplated much. She simply encountered a challenging problem she wished to discuss with Uncle Severus, not wanting to disrupt his lesson. So she merely glanced up to check if their class had concluded. To her surprise, upon lifting her gaze, she found Draco staring at her, prompting her to offer him a gentle smile to encourage his continued efforts. Unfortunately, this caught Severus's attention, and he suddenly noticed Draco's distraction. What a pity. Angelia shook her head without a hint of sympathy and resumed her perusal of the book in her hands. Time sped by, and before long, it was noon. Narcissa dispatched a house elf to summon them for lunch. After a morning of potion studies, Draco felt utterly drained, whereas Angelia appeared particularly lively. Lunch consisted of Angelia's favorite creamy mushroom soup, which she happily consumed in its entirety, followed by a small portion of red wine steak. After lunch, Angelia sought out Severus privately. "Uncle Severus, I have a favor to ask," she began, her tone somewhat mysterious. Severus's expression softened. "What is it?" "Our defense against the dark arts professor this year." Angelia leaned closer to him, her gaze serious. "I would like it to be someone named Lena Dubois." "Dubois?" Severus furrowed his brow slightly. "Your choice?" "Indeed." Angelia tugged at his sleeve, her voice soft and pleading. "Please, Uncle Severus, I have need of her." Severus sighed lightly, tapping her forehead with his finger. "I can assist you, but do not cause trouble." Angelia nodded earnestly. She would never stir up trouble. It was trouble that sought her out. Chapter 33, The Ball. On the eve of the new school year, the Malfoy Manor was to host a welcoming ball for Draco, and as his designated dance partner, Angelia naturally had to remain. A few days prior, Narcissa had ordered a plethora of exquisite gowns for her from fashion magazines, and over the past few days, they had been arriving in succession. Angelia's most important task each day was to try on the new dresses incessantly. During her stay at the Malfoy residence, Narcissa had continuously pampered her with delightful snacks, even delivering a plate of treats to her room before bedtime. Fortunately, she possesses a physique that resists weight gain. Otherwise, she might struggle to fasten the zippers of these exquisite dresses. After several days of deliberation, Narcissa finally selected the gown, jewelry, and hairstyle for Angelia, and hastily ordered a matching suit for Draco. Soon, the day of the ball arrived. Angelia donned a pink and white fitted princess gown, her feet adorned with delicate white stockings edged with pink lace embellished with white pearls, and she stepped into pristine round-toed shoes. A waist chain of alternating pearls and rose quartz accentuated her waist, complemented by petite Venus pearls dangling from her ears. Her long, light golden curls cascaded down her back, the ends subtly secured with silver thread entwined with freshwater pearls. Draco, in contrast, wore a pristine white suit over a soft pink shirt, with a dapper white bow tie neatly fastened at the collar. His cufflinks, carefully chosen by Narcissa, were crafted from pink quartz, perfectly mirroring the shape of the waist chain, enhancing his appearance unexpectedly. As tradition dictates, the hosts initiated the ball, and Draco gallantly extended his hand to Angelia, leading her into the dance floor. Their years of practiced coordination resulted in flawless steps, both having undergone dance training, making the simple opening waltz a breeze for them. Once the song concluded, the crowd flooded onto the dance floor, while Draco and Angelia retreated to the side to indulge in some refreshments. Just as Angelia found a seat, Theodore approached her. "Angelia?" he greeted, his voice as gentle as ever. "I was looking for you." Angelia, savoring a spoonful of cake, squinted her eyes in delight. She and Theodore had encountered each other numerous times at such gatherings, their familiarity rendering the need for aristocratic decorum unnecessary. "Indeed, I intended to invite you for a dance, but you slipped away right after the opening waltz, so I had to seek you out," Theodore replied, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Angelia glanced at the cake in her hand, scooped up a generous bite, and mumbled, "All right, let us go." Theodore chuckled softly, raising a hand to gently wipe the cream from her lips. "Let us go?" Hand in hand, they glided back onto the dance floor. Children of noble wizarding families often learn the etiquette and steps of dancing from a young age, making errors rare even on a first attempt. Given that Theodore regularly invited her to dance at such events, their synergy was almost intuitive. As the waltz concluded, a bright voice called from behind Angelia, followed by an arm encircling her waist. "Leah, I've been searching for you," Pansy said, her tone laced with a playful lilt. Turning to Theodore, she raised an eyebrow slightly. "May I borrow Angelia?" Theodore, caught off guard, was about to protest when Pansy had already spun Angelia around. Angelia could only turn back to Theodore and offer an apologetic smile. Chapter 34. The Ball, 2. Pansy led Angelina through the dance floor, finding 2 vacant chairs nearby to sit down, before speaking again. "At the recent Parkinson Ball, you and Draco did not attend. Truly, this friendship has been wasted." Pansy placed her hand on her chest, feigning sorrow. Draco had been punished by having to transcribe the family rules, and Uncle Lucius had forbidden him from going out. Angelina winked at her and, in an attempt to appease, handed her a glass of orange juice. "Do not be upset." Pansy took a sip of the juice, her beautiful brown eyes accusingly fixed on her, her soft voice tinged with grievance. "But why didn't you come either?" Angelina remained silent, gazing steadily with her azure eyes until Pansy answered herself. "Is it that Draco cannot come and does not allow you to go? I knew it must be him. I shall confront him." Pansy, irate, set down her cup and stood up, only for Angelina to hastily pull her back. "Do not go. Draco is feeling quite down today." "What is wrong with him?" Pansy leaned closer, curiosity sparkling in her brown eyes. "Has he been punished again?" "No," Angelina whispered, inching closer. "Yesterday, he discussed with Uncle Lucius the desire to bring a broomstick to school, but Uncle Lucius disagreed, which has left him in a sulk." Pansy chuckled softly. "I knew it. If he is unhappy, it must be due to his own stubbornness." The two no longer wished to dance, opting instead to chat by the table until the ball concluded, reluctantly bidding farewell. After seeing off the guests alongside Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco, Angelina slumped unceremoniously on the sofa, her lovely face bearing the marks of fatigue. After an entire day of exertion, she felt utterly disinclined to move even a finger. Draco was not faring much better. He had maintained a polite, gentlemanly smile throughout the evening, to the point of nearly becoming stiff with it. After a long moment of relaxation, Angelina finally felt a flicker of energy return. "Let us go back and lie down." She reached out and patted Draco's hand. He had already removed his suit jacket, clad only in a pink shirt. The cuffs were rolled up, 2 buttons at the collar undone, and his bow tie tossed carelessly on a nearby sofa. "So tired," Draco pouted, his small face drooping, gray eyes looking at her with a hint of grievance. "Just a little longer." Angelina had a penchant for beautiful things, and Draco was no exception. His delicate features were particularly endearing when he pouted, and she immediately felt her resolve soften. "Then you lie down, and I will use the levitation charm to take you back." Angelina turned to pinch his cheek, her tone gentle. Draco's eyes brightened slightly but soon dimmed again. "If Father finds out, he will surely scold me. Simply say that I wish to practice the levitation charm. Uncle Lucius would not blame you." A look of joy flickered across Draco's face. "Is that permissible?" His blissful demeanor rendered him rather silly, and Angelina's earlier tenderness evaporated without a trace. "It is inadvisable. Should Uncle Lucius discover this, he would undoubtedly reprimand you. Let us return." Draco's countenance fell once more, yet Angelia averted her gaze, clutching her belongings as she ascended the stairs. Reluctantly, Draco rose to follow in her wake. Chapter 35. The second meeting on the eve of the school term, Angelia returned to Numengard to convene the second meeting of the Purist Party. This gathering primarily served to report on progress, and Angelia was pleased to discover that all the tasks she had assigned were successfully completed. This indicated the strong execution and compliance of the Purist Party members, a fact that greatly satisfied her. Rochelle had procured a splendid estate in England to serve as the command center for the party's forthcoming activities. Lena Dubois, with Severus's assistance, had successfully secured the position of the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, while other leaders had also fulfilled their respective assignments. Among these tasks were numerous endeavors requiring funding, and as Angelia scrutinized the report in her hands, a frown creased her brow as she turned her gaze toward Rochelle. "From where did you acquire the funds for the estate?" "Esteemed leader, the estate was purchased using the assets of the Rochelle family," Rochelle replied, bowing respectfully. Angelia's brows knitted tighter, and she pointed to another member. "And the funds for the purchase of the alchemical protections, where did they originate?" "Esteemed leader, they were contributed to the Purist Party by the Cancel family," the member answered, lowering his head in deference. Angelia scanned the faces of each member at the table, her gaze finally resting on a man with striking features. "I wish to see all incoming revenues of the Purist Party." The man, named Patrick, who was responsible for managing the party's finances, displayed a look of hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly, "Esteemed leader, the Purist Party currently has no incoming revenues." Angelia's brow furrowed in concern, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the table as she pondered briefly before continuing. Patrick, please compile a list of members who have personally subsidized the party's activities, along with the amounts contributed. As she spoke, Angelia turned her attention to a man beside Patrick, who wore gold-rimmed spectacles. Maury, please remain after the meeting. I have a task for you. Yes, Maury replied respectfully. What followed was a detailed report on work progress and task assignments. As Angelia had not yet commenced her studies, many matters would need to be arranged after her arrival at Hogwarts. After listening to the reports and issuing a few brief instructions, she declared the meeting adjourned. The group departed in haste, and soon only Angelia and Maury remained in the room. The house elf Tina, following Angelia's instructions, descended from upstairs with 2 large crates. Placing them before Maury, Angelia spoke in a steady voice. These 2 crates contain potions I have crafted in my leisure time. Their quality is exceptional. Take them out and sell them. The funds should be given to Patrick, so he can reimburse the contributions made by everyone. The remaining funds will be deposited, reserved for the purest party's future activities. Maury lifted the lid to behold 2 large crates brimming with potions, including the esteemed Felix Felicis. His eyes widened in astonishment, and after a moment, he excitedly regained his voice, exclaiming, "Yes, my lord. Furthermore, instruct Roser to establish a potion shop in Diagon Alley, specializing in the sale of rare and sophisticated potions that are otherwise difficult to procure, and also to accept orders for potion crafting." Maury hesitated momentarily, his voice soft as he spoke. "My lord, the Purity Party lacks individuals skilled in potion making, and many advanced potions necessitate a high level of magical prowess and expertise, requiring a master potion maker for their creation." Chapter 36. The Infuriating Little Dark Lord. Though unspoken, Angelia understood his concern. He feared that accepting orders that could not be fulfilled would tarnish their reputation. "You need not fret. I am acquainted with master potion makers, and we shall not encounter the issues you fear." Angelia's words served as a balm to Maury's anxieties, and he exhibited no further hesitation, his speech brimming with enthusiasm. "Yes, my lord." After Maury departed, elated with 2 crates of potions in tow, Angelia retreated to her room. With the start of the school year imminent, she needed to prepare her belongings for the journey ahead. She possessed numerous books and notes, primarily documenting obscure ancient dark magic, which Hogwarts vehemently condemned. These items must not be discovered by others. Yet, for the sake of her studies, they were essential to her research. Rubbing her temples in exasperation, Angelia pondered her predicament. With no better alternatives at hand, she decided to enchant the covers of her books to resemble ordinary tomes, while the content remained unchanged. She could only conceal them as best she could to avoid unwanted attention. Hogwarts assigned dormitories based on the houses, and Angelia hoped to be sorted into Slytherin or Ravenclaw, as both houses were more accepting of dark magic. Most students shared their rooms, facilitating her study and review of her materials. Additionally, both houses boasted their own libraries, replete with volumes on dark magic, which Angelia eagerly anticipated. The following morning, Angelia rose early, double-checking her luggage before descending the stairs. In the living room, Gellert awaited her. Seated comfortably on the sofa, holding the Daily Prophet in his right hand and a cup of tea in his left, his cane resting casually against the armrest. Upon noticing Angelia's descent, Gellert set down the newspaper and turned to her, his face adorned with an unusually warm smile. "Awake at last?" "Yes." Angelia observed the smile on his face and shivered inexplicably, scrunching her brow in discomfort. "What is this sudden change?" Gellert's smile faltered, and he inhaled deeply to suppress his urge to rebuke her. He endeavored to maintain his genial expression as he gazed at her, internally reciting, "She departs today. Remain calm. Remain calm." Angelia gazed perplexedly at Gellert, who was seated on the sofa, taking deep breaths. After a moment of furrowed contemplation, she spoke. "If you are feeling unwell, summon Tina to fetch a doctor from St. Mungo's." Gellert bit his teeth, stifling the surge of anger that threatened to overtake him. "Do not be angry. Do not be angry. She will soon depart, just a little longer to endure." Noticing that Gellert remained silent, Angelia cast a curious glance his way but chose not to engage further, turning instead to head to the dining room. TSK, the old wizard's thoughts are truly inscrutable. Gellert watched her nonchalantly retreating figure, his teeth clenched, contemplating casting a leg-locking charm upon her. He couldn't fathom why he had been waiting for her all morning. That vexatious little witch had lost all her charm after turning 5. Though anger simmered within him, breakfast was still a necessity. Gellert indignantly tossed aside the newspaper in his hand and, grasping his cane, made his way to the dining room. Today's breakfast featured Angelia's favorite, blueberry peanut butter toast, clearly not a spontaneous creation of the house elf. Observing Gellert's furious demeanor, Angelia raised an eyebrow and calmly took her seat to enjoy her portion of breakfast. Chapter 37. The Gift After Breakfast. It was nearly time for Angelia to head to the station. She returned to her room, retrieved her luggage, and cast a shrinking charm before placing it into her handbag. readying herself to depart. As she approached the fireplace, Gellert suddenly coughed forcefully from the sofa. Ahem. Angelia turned to look at him. Be cautious. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to send me a message. Gellert's demeanor was stern, seemingly still irked, but Angelia noticed his hand gently stroking his cane, revealing a flicker of concern in his eyes. Warmth surged within her heart, and a sweet smile graced her lips. Understood, old wizard. Humph, be off then, Gellert feigned annoyance, turning his head away and waving her off. With a flash of green flames in the fireplace, Angelia departed, leaving Gellert with a hint of reluctance on his face. After sitting in silence for a while, Gellert tapped his cane and muttered about the ungrateful little creature before retreating to his room. Upon opening the door, he found a beautifully wrapped gift box on his desk, accompanied by a letter adorned with familiar cursive. To the old wizard, it began. A smile finally broke across Gellert's face as he approached the gift box, tearing open the envelope to extract the letter within. Dear old wizard, I fear that after my departure, you might succumb to loneliness to the extent of losing your ability to speak. Hence I have instructed the members of the Pure Blood Society to visit you every few days for companionship. The magical wards in your room have been reinforced, so there is no need to worry about the confidentiality of your conversations. Inside the box, you will find the horridly sweet candies purchased by Duke Honey, which he adores. I truly cannot fathom their appeal. I hope you will enjoy them. Also, rest assured, I shall not intervene this semester, so you need not worry about him. I have also brought you a trinket, which you might find amusing. I anticipate that I shall soon present you with a gift more to your liking, so do bear with this humble offering for the time being. Rest assured, I shall take care of myself. If anything arises, do write to me. Until the holidays. Gellert could scarcely suppress the smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth. With a playful reprimand directed at the little mischief maker, he reached for the exquisitely wrapped gift box. Inside lay several jars of what appeared to be tooth-achingly sweet confections, one of which contained a rather unsightly substance resembling cockroaches, clearly labeled as cockroach pile. The sight was utterly revolting. Did he truly consume such things regularly? For a fleeting moment, Gellert entertained the notion that it might be a jest from Angelia, a thought he secretly hoped to be true. Regardless, he stifled his disgust and opened the box, plucking a cockroach pile from its confines and placing it in his mouth. The cloying sweetness sent a shiver down his spine. Yet he managed to swallow it. The saccharine sensation coursed down his throat and settled in his stomach, prompting him to lift the now-cold cup of red tea from the table and take a generous sip, attempting to dilute the sugary taste lingering in his mouth. Furrowing his brow, he once again picked up Angelia's letter, seeking any hint of mischief within its lines. Disappointingly, it was evident this was no mere prank. Aside from the vexatious phrases, the letter revealed that this was indeed a thoughtfully prepared gift from Angelia. Did she genuinely enjoy such delicacies? Gellert glanced at the jars within the box, his brow knitting further in confusion. Chapter 38. King S. Cross Station. At King S. Cross Station, a girl clad in a tea-brown, knee-length dress, clutching a brown leather handbag, caught the attention of a guard. She had been standing by the railing between platforms 9 and 10 for quite some time. Given her refined attire and graceful demeanor, it was apparent that her background was distinguished. However, she appeared to be separated from her family. With a slight sigh, the guard approached her. Have you become separated from your family? He queried gently, bending slightly to offer a warm smile. Angelia responded with a soft, sweet smile. Thank you. But I believe I do not require assistance. I am not lost. I am merely waiting for a friend. The girl was both beautiful and courteous, leaving a favorable impression on the guard, who couldn't help but remind her, the train is about to depart. Do keep an eye on the time. I am aware. Thank you, Angelia replied demurely. Seeing the girl calm and composed, the guard felt reassured, offering her a gentle smile before returning to his duties. Before long, Lucius and Narcissa arrived with Draco in tow. Oh, darling, Narcissa exclaimed upon seeing Angelia, immediately walking over to her with a tender tone. Did you rest well last night? Very well, Angelia replied, her voice soft and laced with a hint of playful affection. Narcissa felt her heart soften as she gently embraced Angelia, playfully pinching her cheek. If you need anything, do not hesitate to write to us. Should you encounter any troubles, you can inform us through a letter or seek your Uncle Severus directly. We shall assist you. If you crave any delightful snacks, simply send a message my way, and I will ensure they are delivered by owl. Angelia's lips curved into a tender smile, her clear azure eyes sparkling with delight. I understand. Thank you, Aunt Narcissa. I will surely miss your treats. Narcissa affectionately stroked her long hair and turned to Draco. You must take good care of Angelia and ensure no one bullies her. Do you understand? Before Draco could respond, Narcissa sighed, as if recalling something. It is futile to mention this, as Angelia's magical prowess far exceeds your own. You would not be able to protect her. Draco's face flushed crimson, his striking gray eyes cast down toward the ground, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Frustrated, Angelia noticed Draco's embarrassment and kindly interjected. Do not worry, Draco always looks after me. Draco, filled with pride, lifted his chin, the earlier embarrassment and anger dissipating, replaced by an overwhelming sense of pride. Lucius observed Draco's renewed demeanor with a resigned sigh. It was astonishing how a single remark from Angelia could completely shift his mood. Where had the Malfoy family's training gone? Was it Angelia who attended the emotional control classes? Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind them, interrupting their conversation. Angelia turned to see Harry standing before a guard, engaged in conversation. While the guard appeared visibly agitated. This is not Platform 9 3/4. Are you deliberately causing trouble? Chapter 39. Platform 9 3/4. Harry's face briefly registered confusion as he glanced at the ticket in his hand, and then at the guard, seemingly questioning whether he had indeed arrived at the wrong station. Harry, over here, Angelia called out, raising her voice and waving her hand as she stood on her tiptoes. Harry almost immediately spotted her, a look of relief washing over his face as he joyfully wheeled his luggage towards them. Good day, sir, madam. Lucius turned his head to give him a cursory glance, his tone somewhat frosty. Greetings, Mr. Potter. Narcissa, however, was much more amiable. Hello, Harry. Have you come alone? Harry nodded politely, a shy smile gracing his features. Originally, my Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were to bring me, but they had other matters to attend to and left early. That is quite all right. You may accompany us. Narcissa indicated the seemingly sturdy barrier. This is indeed Platform 9 3/4. Harry's gaze shifted to the barrier as he inspected it, and Angelia could almost hear the sound of him nervously swallowing. Do not worry. Angelia gently moved closer to him and softly reassured, I will accompany you inside shortly. All you need to do is relax. Harry turned to glance at Angelia's face, and his anxiety began to dissipate. Both Angelia and Draco had magically reduced their luggage to fit into their pockets. So when she saw Harry's luggage cart and suitcases, she felt a twinge of exasperation. Let me help you shrink your belongings. That way, they can fit in your pocket. And you want need to push a cart. Angelia tilted her head at Harry, her striking blue eyes blinking at him, overwhelmed by her charm. Harry instinctively placed a hand over his racing heart and stepped aside. Angelia deftly drew her wand and reduced all his luggage, subsequently gathering the shrunken items and placing them into her handbag. Once this was accomplished, time had slipped away, and it was time to enter Platform 9 3/4. Angelia held on to Harry as they walked at the back, leaning close to his ear and whispering, You can watch how they pass through first. Harry understood and halted. The first to enter was Draco, who excitedly dashed toward the barrier and vanished without a moment's pause. Harry anxiously clenched his palms. Next came Lucius and Narcissa, who gracefully approached the barrier and disappeared in an instant. Now it was Harry and Angelia's turn. Harry's palms were clammy with sweat. Sensing his nervousness, Angelia reached out and took his hand. Do not be afraid, we will go together. Harry turned his head, meeting Angelia's azure eyes, which seemed to possess a calming magic that dispelled his fear and anxiety. All right. Angelia led him by the hand towards the barrier, taking 3 steps, 2 steps, then 1. Harry stepped into an entirely new world. A deep crimson steam engine billowed thick clouds of smoke, and a sign overhead read, Hogwarts Express. The platform was already bustling with travelers, dragging luggage, chatting, and the restless cries of owls assaulted Harry's ears. Numerous pets dashed about on the ground, often followed by a young wizard desperately attempting to catch them. Above the platform, a brass sign hung from iron chains, elegantly inscribed with, Platform 9. Chapter 40, An Angry Draco. You're so slow. Hurry up, we need to board and find an empty compartment. Draco strode over with a frown, pulling both of them along towards the train. Lucius and Narcissa watched them from a short distance away. Angelia waved at them with a sweet smile and hurried to catch up with Draco. The compartment was already filled with several students. With one hand holding Angelia's and the other pulling Harry, Draco struggled to navigate through the narrow aisle. Excuse me, coming through, he said impatiently, his voice almost hoarse. But a large figure ahead seemed oblivious, blocking their path. Did you not hear me telling you to move? Draco's patience had finally reached its limit. He bellowed in a tone laced with hostility, causing the burly figure to turn and regard them. Upon noticing that they were merely first-year students, the brute lowered his head, looking down upon them with an air of haughty disdain. Can't you see the upperclassmen are engaged in conversation? The first years today truly lack manners. Isn't there a gap nearby? Can't you simply slip past? Draco, known for his unyielding demeanor in the presence of outsiders, demonstrated no sign of anger at the provocation. Instead, a sardonic smile curled upon his lips. You dare to call yourself an upperclassman? Is it necessary for you to obstruct the aisle for your chatter? A simple excuse me should suffice to acknowledge your existence, yet you audaciously assume a superior stance. You dim-witted fool. Hurry back to your compartment and clear the way. The burly figure emitted a furious snort from his nose, raising his fist in a threatening gesture towards Draco. In response, Draco brandished his wand, pointing it at the brute, his thin lips parting slightly as he spoke with heightened sarcasm. I presumed only trolls resorted to solving disputes with brute force. Who would have thought a wizard would do the same? The brute's eyes seemed to blaze with fury as his fist came crashing down. Draco flicked his wand, halting the brute's fist midair, rendering him unable to advance any closer. Now, you may vacate. With a flick of his wrist, Draco sent the burly figure tumbling into the adjacent compartment. The door swung open violently, and the brute's body thudded against the floor, clearly suffering a harsh fall. Draco emitted a derisive snort and strode past the now clear aisle. A boy who had been conversing with the brute stood by, witnessing the entire ordeal in silence. He did not utter a single word throughout, even retreating slightly against the compartment wall to grant them passage as the three departed. Perhaps feeling a blow to his pride, the burly figure, gritting his teeth against the pain, rose and exited the compartment, drawing his wand to cast a spell at the backs of the trio. A flicker of blue light emanated from the tip of his wand, racing towards them. As the blue light approached, Angelia seemed to sense something, turning to offer him a radiant smile. Before he could comprehend the situation, the same blue light ricocheted back, striking him, and he immediately found himself uncontrollably dancing. A fitting consequence for his actions, unbeknownst to Draco and Harry, who remained oblivious to the commotion behind them. Angelia diverted her gaze and followed the two into a nearby empty compartment. Upon entering, a smile broke through Draco's previously tense expression, his eyes sparkling as he glanced between Angelia and Harry, seemingly anticipating something. Chapter 41, The Hermits. You were brilliant. That brute was insufferable, and thankfully you intervened. The armor you wielded was truly magnificent, Angelia exclaimed, her face aglow with admiration as she looked at Draco. Draco, with a sense of satisfaction, lifted his chin, striving to suppress the upward curl of his lips, attempting to appear nonchalant. It was nothing, really. After all, I am here to protect you. Harry lowered his head, fixating on his chest as he endeavored to suppress the laughter that threatened to escape his lips. With a prolonged whistle, the train began to move slowly, leaving behind the throngs of well-wishers on the platform, who gradually shrank into colorful specks, vanishing after the train rounded a bend. This marked Harry's first genuine foray into the wizarding world, as well as his inaugural opportunity to be away from the Dursleys for an extended period. Regardless of how the future unfolded, it could hardly be worse than his time with the Dursleys, and thus Harry felt a profound sense of anticipation for what lay ahead. Draco, too, exhibited excitement. Although he had already acquired considerable knowledge of Hogwarts curriculum at home, Hogwarts remained a place he had long heard about yet never visited. His curiosity and anticipation for the institution rivaled Harry's. In stark contrast, Angelia appeared remarkably composed. For her, Hogwarts represented yet another cage, a more convenient venue for Dumbledore to monitor her. She felt no fear, but found it difficult to foster any expectations. The courses there seemed overly simplistic, and she was wary of Dumbledore's potential attempts at brainwashing her. Consequently, she did not anticipate gaining any valuable insights from the school's offerings. If there was anything to look forward to, it would be creating some mischief for Dumbledore. While the trio was lost in their thoughts, the compartment door was abruptly thrust open. May I sit here? All the other compartments are full, a delicate voice inquired from the doorway. The three turned their gaze towards the entrance. A girl with fair skin and a sweet countenance stood there, appearing somewhat flustered as she fidgeted with the hem of her dress upon realizing their attention was upon her. Of course, Angelia replied with a friendly smile, shifting to make room. Please, take a seat. The girl softly thanked her, adjusting her skirt as she settled beside Angelia. What is your name? Angelia inquired, tilting her head as her light golden hair brushed gently against her back. The girl bit her lip and replied in a soft voice, I am Aloysia Hermione. Hermione? Angelia's expression sharpened, scrutinizing her closely. Which Hermione? Aloysia seemed taken aback, her pale blue eyes glistening with unshed tears. The German Hermione family, she stammered. Angelia's gaze remained fixed, and while Draco and Harry were momentarily distracted, Aloysia discreetly winked at Angelia. Reclaiming her inquisitive demeanor, Angelia spoke with an indifferent tone. Oh, I am familiar with your family. Draco and Harry sensed a shift in the atmosphere, casting curious looks at the two girls, yet they quickly masked their expressions. Aloysia maintained her soft, dazed demeanor, while Angelia once again donned her friendly smile. Are you also a first year at Hogwarts this year? Angelia casually inquired in a soft voice. Aloysia responded gently, yes. Chapter 42, Aloysia. After a brief conversation, Angelia stood up and stretched, her voice soft as she said, I am quite fatigued from the journey. I wish to step outside for a stroll and stretch my legs. Aloysia immediately understood and rose to accompany her. Draco and Harry, engaged in their own conversation, turned their heads in unison to look at her. Be careful and hold on to your wand, Draco cautioned with a furrowed brow. Harry offered her a gentle smile, saying, return soon. Angelia acknowledged him, and, with Aloysia following closely behind, they exited the compartment and made their way to a secluded corner. Once there, Aloysia's demeanor shifted from the softness she had displayed in the compartment to one of utmost respect. Hermione? Angelia raised an eyebrow. What is your relation to Mr. Shinnick? He is my father, Aloysia replied, her tone now steady and devoid of the previous warmth. In order to conceal her influence, Angelia had transformed the emblem of the Pure Blood Society into a delicate and ornate design, which now adorned her right hand, allowing Aloysia to recognize her instantly. Did Mr. Hermann send you? Aloysia lowered her head respectfully and answered, yes, my father considered that I would be spending most of my time in England. And since you were studying at Hogwarts, he sent me here as well. Should you require my assistance in any matter, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall exert my utmost effort to fulfill your requests. This declaration was practically an oath of loyalty, prompting Angelia to reassess the individual before her. The environment they occupied was not secure for conversation. Anyone could pass by or eavesdrop on their discussion. Yet, each of Aloysia's utterances was meticulously crafted to obscure crucial information while addressing the inquiries posed. Coupled with their earlier dialogue in the compartment under the watchful eyes of Draco and Harry, it was evident that Aloysia was astute, composed, and possessed a keen ability to disguise her true intentions, all while adhering impeccably to social etiquette. While Angelia recognized the necessity for a small aid at Hogwarts, she was cautious not to place her full trust based on mere words and did not immediately acquiesce to Aloysia's offer. For now, you need only to attend to your own responsibilities. Angelia's voice was cool. Aloysia seemed to grasp her concerns, maintaining a neutral expression as she nodded, yes. Upon their return to the compartment, Draco and Harry had ceased their previous discussion and turned to regard them. You're back. Did you encounter any danger? Draco's fair complexion revealed a hint of worry. What danger could there be on the train? Do not fret. I merely took a brief walk, Angelia replied, somewhat bemused by his concern. Harry wore a resigned smile as he remarked, in the few minutes you were gone, I managed to intervene at least 5 times. He is constantly worried that large fellow from before will trouble you. Angelia raised an eyebrow, and though she did not believe Draco could contend with someone she could not, she smiled nonetheless. So, you care for me after all. Draco, with an air of pride, tilted his chin, the tips of his ears turning a delicate shade of pink. Who cares about you? I'm merely concerned that you might be bullied outside, tarnishing my reputation. Draco's earlobes were soft, and when they flushed pink, they would emit a gentle warmth. Angelia felt a slight urge to tease him, but with Aloysia nearby, she decided to let it be for the moment. Chapter 43. Albus Dumbledore. Around 12:30, a kindly woman pushed open the door of the compartment. Dear, would anyone like some snacks from the trolley? Angelia glanced up to see the woman's small cart brimming with an array of peculiar treats, such as chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, and licorice wands. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having grown up in the Muggle world, he had limited exposure to the wonders of the wizarding realm, and everything felt novel to him. Noticing the astonishment and joy on his face, Angelia turned to the amiable woman outside and softly requested, Please, may I have one of each? Thank you. After paying 15 sickles and 2 nuts, Angelia returned with an abundance of snacks, prompting Draco to conjure an empty table with remarkable attentiveness. She piled her treasures onto the table and casually tossed a chocolate frog to Harry. Try this, it's quite delightful. Previously, Draco and Angelia had brought him some magical treats, but considering the circumstances at the Dursleys, they often opted for less magical snacks. He had never encountered a chocolate frog like this before. The moment he unwrapped it, the frog leaped in his hand, startling him into quickly dropping the wrapper to catch it. Oh, it comes with a card. Hurry, see whose you got. Draco, who was nibbling on a slice of pumpkin pie, leaned over to retrieve the wrapper that Harry had tossed aside. Damn it, it's him again. Harry popped the chocolate frog into his mouth and leaned closer to Draco to examine the card, which bore the likeness of a man. His long hair and beard were already streaked with gray, and perched on his crooked nose were half-moon spectacles that gave him an air of great wisdom. Beneath the image was a line of small print, presumably his name. Albus Dumbledore? Harry blinked in confusion. For some reason, Angelia and Draco had never mentioned him in Harry's presence, so he was unaware of who Dumbledore was. Upon hearing Harry's voice, Angelia immediately leaned in. Did you pull Dumbledore's card? Yes. How irritating, Draco remarked disdainfully, intending to discard the card in his hand. Sensing his aversion, Angelia reached out to catch the poor card before it could be tossed aside. Oh, if you don't want it, you can give it to me. You're not seriously planning to collect this, are you? Draco exclaimed, his eyes wide. He knew Angelia's distaste for Dumbledore was no less than his own. With a slight sigh, Angelia's expression turned somewhat resigned. I might have a use for it. Draco shrugged indifferently, continuing to munch on the remaining half of his pumpkin pie. Who is he? Harry gazed at the two with a hint of confusion. Are they quite renowned? Angelia replied in a tone devoid of emotion. Indeed, they are. She then turned the card in her hand and offered it to Harry. After reading the introduction carefully, his emerald eyes sparkled with delight. They seem quite impressive. Angelia reclaimed the card, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of her lips. They truly are. Who is this dark wizard Grindelwald? Voldemort? Yet, the timeline seems off. Harry furrowed his brow in perplexity and turned to Angelia. Chapter 44, Harry's Trust. Draco paused in his chewing of the pie, lifting his gaze to Angelia before nonchalantly resuming his consumption of the pumpkin pastry, choosing not to respond. Angelia, too, cast her eyes down at the card in her palm, where a particular line of small text stood out agonizingly. Dumbledore's widely acknowledged contributions include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945. She tightened her grip on the card until the edges began to curl slightly. The most renowned contribution was the defeat of his beloved, imprisoning him in a tower for decades. How profoundly ironic. A shadow of complexity lingered in Angelia's eyes. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Harry cautiously spoke up. I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong? Angelia exhaled softly, meeting his anxious green gaze with an unperturbed tone. No, Mr. Grindelwald is not akin to Voldemort. He was once an exceptional dark wizard. Angelia, Draco interjected, his eyes drifting toward Aloysia, who had remained silent, filled with trepidation. A warning glimmer flickered in his gaze, causing Aloysia to shrink back in fear. Angelia obediently fell silent, feigning unfamiliarity with Aloysia. Her voice lowered. I trust you heard none of this? Her influence could not yet be revealed, especially not before Draco and Harry. Should they discover her power, it could spell trouble for them all. Why yes, I heard nothing at all, Aloysia stammered, her pale face almost in tears. Angelia redirected her attention back to Draco and Harry. Draco was absorbed in contemplation, staring at his small piece of pie, while Harry looked at her with evident confusion, clearly unable to grasp their conversation. Angelia recognized his bewilderment, but could not elucidate. So she deftly shifted the topic. Try this, she said, tossing a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans into Harry's lap. The flavors are quite extraordinary. Draco caught on to her intent, leaning closer to Harry and draping an arm around his neck. This treat has a myriad of peculiar flavors. What you get is purely a matter of luck. Come, give it a try. With that, he tore open the packaging. Harry understood that his friends were diverting the conversation. And though the revelation of their shared secret left him somewhat disheartened, he quickly adjusted his mindset. It is quite normal for friends to harbor small secrets. After all, if they choose not to disclose something, there must be a valid reason behind it, and there is no need to dwell on it. Thus, Harry cooperatively accepted the open package of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, pinching a gray bean from within and placing it into his mouth. It was pepper-flavored. Harry's face contorted as a sharp, piquant taste surged through his throat. Angelia noticed the fleeting hesitation in Harry's expression. She understood that he recognized their diversion from the topic at hand, yet the trust he subsequently displayed lifted her spirits considerably. She moved closer to Harry, sitting beside him, and softly murmured near his ear, I apologize, but I cannot share this matter with you just yet. It may cause you trouble. However, I assure you that I will inform you the moment the timing is right. Harry turned his head to look at Angelia, his emerald green eyes brimming with gentle trust. I understand. I believe in you all. Chapter 45, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Angelia's foul mood was entirely dispelled by his unwavering trust, her eyes curving into crescent shapes, and her rosy lips blossoming into a radiant smile. Thank you. Meanwhile, Draco remained oblivious to their interaction, wholly engrossed in the bag of beans. I bet this one must be strawberry flavored, Draco murmured softly as he picked up a red bean, taking a deep breath as if to bolster his courage before solemnly placing it in his mouth. Within seconds, he spat it out. Ugh, water, it's chilly. Draco's face flushed crimson from the spice, and he abruptly stood up, rummaging through the pile of snacks in search of something to quell the heat. With a resigned sigh, Angelia conjured a licorice wand into the shape of a cup and filled it with cool, refreshing water. Drink this, she said, handing the cup to Draco, who promptly gulped it down. Angelia waved her wand to refill the cup. After 2 or 3 cups, the redness in Draco's face finally began to subside. How could it be chili flavored? Draco looked utterly aggrieved. It didn't even smell spicy. Angelia returned to Harry's side, her gaze scanning the bag of beans until she selected a blue one. Try this, she offered, handing the blue bean to Draco. He eyed the bean suspiciously. Its hue did not suggest a conventional flavor, yet trusting Angelia, he took it and placed it in his mouth. What's the worst that could happen? I can handle it, he thought, steeling himself. To his delight, the subtle strawberry fragrance burst forth upon tasting. It's strawberry, Draco exclaimed, his face lighting up as he looked at Angelia. How did you know? Draco's expression was undeniably endearing, and Angelia couldn't resist pinching his cheek, her voice laced with gentle laughter. I guessed. Just as Draco was about to inquire further, a round-faced boy knocked on the compartment door and entered. Excuse me, have you seen my toad? He asked. Analia gazed into the boy's tear-filled eyes, sensing that if she responded negatively, he would immediately burst into tears. Nevertheless, she shook her head and said, no. Sure enough. As soon as she spoke, the boy began to weep uncontrollably. I've lost it again. It always tries to run away from me. Don't worry, Analia replied with a neutral expression. You will find it. The The round-faced boy remained despondent. If you see it, please let me know. Analia raised an eyebrow, silently observing as the boy knocked on the door of the next compartment after leaving theirs. Excuse me, have you seen my toad? Soon. The sound of the boy's cries echoed from the adjacent compartment. Draco clicked his tongue. I bet he won't make it out of this carriage without his eyes swelling up from crying. Harry nodded in agreement. I believe so too. The train gradually glided into a vast expanse of farmland, the distant woods and hills creating a picturesque scene, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by the world. Chapter 46. The strange girl. Everyone gazed out the window, momentarily silenced by the beauty before them. Before long, the compartment door swung open once more, revealing a strange girl who stood alongside the round-faced boy. Have you seen a toad? Neville lost one. Her tone was somewhat imperious, and Analia felt an inexplicable aversion towards her. However, she patiently replied, No. Oh, the girl remarked, her gaze falling upon the table in the center of the room. How come you have a table? Perhaps sensing Angelia's impatience, Harry interjected, It's a transfiguration spell. Are you first years? The girl looked at Harry with excitement and entered the compartment uninvited. I've read about it in books. Transfiguration isn't easy for a first year. Her fervent gaze made Harry feel uneasy. We are indeed first-year students. Could you demonstrate it for me? The girl seemed oblivious to her unpopularity, her focus still fixed on Harry. Draco and Analia exchanged impatient glances, while Harry, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, It wasn't me who performed it. Who did it? Can you show me? The girl scanned Draco's and Angelia's faces. Just as Analia was on the verge of speaking, Aloysia in the corner chimed in sweetly. I can demonstrate it for you. Instantly, the girl's attention was captured by her. Aloysia waved her wand, giving her wrist a delicate flick, and a bag of snacks on the table transformed into another small table. The girl gasped in astonishment. So you have all progressed to this level. Is it just me who is advancing so slowly? Aloysia paid no heed to her inexplicable remarks. She merely shook her wrist and returned the table to its original state laden with snacks. Were it not for the evident impatience of Angelia, she would have refrained from meddling. The girl seemed disinclined to take her leave. How did you learn the transfiguration spell? Did you teach yourself? Aloysia, mindful of her fragile and docile Fade, stifled the retort that lingered on her lips, yet Draco appeared unperturbed. If you have finished speaking, kindly exit. The train is nearing its destination, and we must don our school robes, Draco stated coolly, casting a fleeting glance at her with his gray eyes. The girl's complexion flushed instantly. She opened her mouth as if to articulate something, yet ultimately, fell silent and hurriedly exited the compartment. Thank goodness, Angelia rolled her eyes. Well done, Draco. Draco smirked. Your temper seems to be improving. I do wonder how you managed to contain it. As they approached the school, the group stood to don their pristine Hogwarts robes. At last, the train gradually decelerated, coming to a halt at a dimly lit platform. The night breeze was frigid, causing Harry to shiver involuntarily, while Draco also recoiled slightly. Angelia raised her wand to cast a warming charm over them both. First-year students. First-year students, this way. A gruff voice echoed beneath a flickering yellow lamp overhead. Oh, Harry, over here. The voice was close, punctuated by heavy breaths. Harry looked up to see Hagrid's furry visage. Oh, hi, Hagrid. Chapter 47. A new arrival at Hogwarts. Moments later, they found themselves seated in a small boat, gently gliding across the lake towards the distant Hogwarts castle. The serene surface of the lake reflected the twinkling stars above and the illuminated grandeur of Hogwarts, with the ripples created by their passage momentarily disrupting the tranquility before fading back into stillness. The majestic castle loomed in the distance, its ancient stones aglow with myriad lights, forming a shimmering sea of illumination that danced to welcome its new guests. Beside them, Draco and Harry gazed in rapt attention at the castle, filled with excitement and curiosity about the place they would soon call home for the next 7 years. In contrast, Angelia remained remarkably composed, her lovely countenance betraying no extraneous emotion. Her cerulean eyes mirrored the approaching lights of the castle, which appeared increasingly dim. Accompanying them in the boat was an unfamiliar girl, who was nearly bouncing with excitement, causing the boat to sway precariously. Angelia, with an air of impatience, instructed her to sit still. Perhaps her tone was too severe, for the girl promptly ceased her fidgeting and quietly settled down, no longer speaking. At last, the small boat gradually docked at a spot resembling a pier. They disembarked and stood upon a surface strewn with gravel and pebbles, following Hagrid towards the majestic Hogwarts castle. After traversing a tunnel, crossing a damp patch of grass, and ascending a flight of stone steps, they finally arrived at the grand entrance of the castle. Many of the students were now besmirched, their garments sullied by the moisture of the grass and the dust accumulated during their climb. Some unfortunate souls had even stumbled, rendering their pristine robes quite unrecognizable. Angelia could no longer tolerate the damp corner of her robe, muddied and dusty. She discreetly waved her wand, casting a cleansing charm upon herself, Draco, and Harry. Draco, possessing a slight aversion to filth, smiled appreciatively at her, his previously furrowed brow finally relaxing. Harry turned, revealing a dazzlingly bright smile that momentarily dispelled Angelia's irritation. The ancient door swung open, revealing a stern woman clad in a deep green robe. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," she declared, her voice as grave and austere as her demeanor. Angelia cast a fleeting glance at her before losing interest and diverting her gaze. The woman led them into a vacant chamber, which quickly filled with a throng of first-year students. Standing shoulder to shoulder and occasionally stepping on one another's toes in minor mishaps, Angelia felt increasingly uncomfortable in the cramped atmosphere, the heat radiating from the unfamiliar bodies around her igniting a sense of agitation. Perhaps sensing her distress, Harry made his way behind her, shielding her from the encroaching presence of strangers. Draco stood in front, creating a barrier between her and the throng ahead. Surrounded by familiar warmth, Angelia's irritation began to subside. The stern woman continued to speak, though Angelia found little inclination to listen. Her sole desire was to escape this dreadful room. The myriad of scents wafting from those around her caused her to frown deeply. She had never yearned so fervently to master a charm that could mask unpleasant odors. Chapter 48, The Sorting Hat. Before her, a small, pale golden head bobbed about. Angelia stepped closer, burying her head against its shoulder, inhaling a familiar, crisp scent that brought her a sense of satisfaction as she squinted her eyes shut. Draco felt the weight on his shoulder and tilted his head slightly, allowing Angelia to nestle more comfortably. She had always been averse to crowded spaces, likely transforming herself into a moving sachet of perfume. Draco recalled countless similar experiences and could not suppress a roll of his eyes. At last, the lengthy discourse by the stern woman, "Oh, we learned from her earlier introduction that her name is McGonagall," came to an end, and she departed, leaving the students still gathered in the room. The air filled with a low hum of chatter, and Draco turned around. Angelia immediately held her breath and burrowed into his embrace, burying her face in his shoulder as she inhaled deeply. Draco casually patted her back and turned to Harry, saying, "Did you hear her mention the sorting?" "I did," Harry replied, appearing somewhat anxious. "I really hope we end up in the same house." Draco nodded in agreement. "It would be splendid if we both could be sorted into Slytherin." This remark drew the attention of several students nearby, but their focus swiftly shifted from Draco to Harry. "Look, he has that lightning-shaped scar," someone exclaimed, and more heads turned towards Harry as the murmurs of the crowd grew louder. "Is he Harry Potter? I heard he is starting with us this year. Could it really be him?" Just as Harry felt somewhat flustered, another incident diverted the crowd's attention. "Hey, what is that?" The crowd turned to see over 20 translucent ghosts emerging from the walls behind them, whispering as they glided across the room. They greeted the newcomers warmly, welcoming them to the houses they once belonged to, and the students were captivated by their presence. Professor McGonagall returned, and the ghosts promptly vanished through the walls. "Now, form a line," Professor McGonagall said sternly. The students quickly lined up behind her, and Angelia finally felt she could breathe again as she lifted her face from Draco's shoulder and followed the procession into a lavish dining hall. For long tables were set, already occupied by numerous students, and thousands of candles floated above, illuminating the room. At the forefront was a long table where the professors of the school sat. Professor McGonagall placed a stool in front of the first-year line and set an old, tattered, and filthy hat upon it. As soon as the hat was placed on the stool, it began to move, its edge splitting open like a mouth, singing a rather unpleasant tune. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of torment, the hat closed its mouth, and the room erupted in applause. "Now, when I call your name, you shall don the hat and sit on the stool for your sorting," Professor McGonagall announced, holding a long roll of parchment. Draco and Angelia shuddered in unison. Chapter 49, The Sorting Ceremony. "To wear that ghastly hat," Draco muttered under his breath. "It looks filthy and ragged." Angelia nodded in agreement, contemplating how to keep her hair safe from it. "Henna Abbott." Professor McGonagall's voice echoed through the hall as a blonde girl stumbled forward, took the hat, placed it upon her head, and sat on the stool. After a brief pause, the hat declared loudly, "Hufflepuff." A tumultuous round of applause erupted from the long table on the right. As it came time for Harry to step forward, Angelia found herself at a loss for any strategy to prevent the hat from touching her head. With a hint of nervousness, Harry smiled at the two and made his way to the front. The sorting hat was placed upon Harry's head, remaining silent for an unusually prolonged period compared to its predecessors, before finally proclaiming the name of the house with a resounding voice, "Gryffindor." Harry's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, yet the enthusiastic applause from Gryffindor rang out, and he walked toward their long table. Draco furrowed his brow, watching Harry approach the Gryffindor table, perplexed by how he ended up there. However, his attention was swiftly diverted as Professor McGonagall called out Angelia's name. "Angelia Royal." She sensed several scorching gazes from the staff table directed at her. Maintaining a calm demeanor, she approached the stool, momentarily feeling a wave of disdain. Yet she suppressed her aversion to cleanliness and sat down, placing the hat upon her head. An overpowering mental magic assaulted her, and instinctively, Angelia employed her mind-blocking technique. From a young age, Gellert had taught her this skill, emphasizing that those who control hearts are most wary of having their thoughts and emotions laid bare to others. Consequently, he taught her with utmost seriousness, and she studied diligently. Thanks to Dumbledore, Angelia had long been aware of her future aspirations and diligently acquired a myriad of knowledge and skills. So, the Sorting Hat is truly a magical artifact capable of soul reading? Could she perhaps perform a soul reading on it as well? Oh, let me see, an empty mind. The Sorting Hat's astonished voice echoed in her mind. How can it be empty? The peak of emotional fluctuation is the optimal moment for soul reading, and seizing upon its moment of surprise, Angelia swiftly infiltrated the thoughts of the Sorting Hat. The thoughts of magical artifacts are evidently different from those of wizards. Their memories are orderly and systematic, allowing Angelia to quickly locate the information she sought. Harry Potter must be sorted into Gryffindor. A silver-haired elder stood before the Sorting Hat, hands clasped behind his back, facing away, and Angelia Royal and Draco Malfoy must be sorted into Gryffindor as well. The silver-haired elder turned, revealing a pair of crescent-shaped glasses perched upon his crooked nose. With a long silver beard cascading down his front, it must be so. Angelia withdrew from the Sorting Hat's memories, which remained astonished by the emptiness of her mind. Waves of mental probing ensued, as it stubbornly sought to understand why it could not discern the contents of her thoughts. It seemed oblivious to the invasion of its memories. After all, magical artifacts differ from wizards, lacking the capacity for resistance, and undergoing soul reading incurs no mental or physical toll. Akin to a data archive, one may peruse freely as long as they possess the key. Chapter 50. The Sorting Ceremony, too, of course. This was contingent upon your proficiency in the soul-siphoning charm and the mind-blocking spell. In truth, Angelia was acutely aware of Dumbledore's motives for placing them in Gryffindor. For her, it was a means of surveillance. For Harry, a strategy to gain his trust. And for Draco, it was simply a means to provoke. The notion of a young Malfoy being sorted into Gryffindor, regardless of whether the Malfoy family would later transfer him, would severely undermine the prejudices held by the Malfoys against Gryffindor. Moreover, Angelia's amicable relationship with Draco was well known. If she could facilitate Draco's transfer, it would eliminate a potential ally, especially since she was prophesied to be the next Dark Lord. Dumbledore's scheming would not be realized so easily. Her purpose here was to create turmoil for him. Angelia began a mental dialogue with the Sorting Hat. You will sort both Draco and me into Slytherin, correct? No. You shall be placed in Gryffindor, the Hat replied, its tone tinged with impatience as it attempted a mental assault on her. We are destined for Slytherin, you know? Sometimes it is quite effortless to ruin a hat, she retorted. The Sorting Hat suddenly glimpsed the thoughts within Angelia's mind. It envisioned itself being torn asunder by her. Submerged in the depths of the Black Lake, rendered into tatters by the Whomping Willow, and reduced to ashes in a fireplace. No, the Hat began to tremble. Its voice no longer robust as it had been during its earlier declarations, now feeble, Slytherin. The duration of Angelia's sorting stretched interminably, long enough for murmurs to arise among the onlookers, questioning whether they had drifted into slumber. Professor McGonagall had never encountered such a situation, just as she contemplated intervening. The Hat's weary voice echoed, Slytherin. Dumbledore's brow furrowed sharply from the staff table. Angelia gracefully removed the hat, her gaze sweeping across the faculty before settling on Dumbledore. Their eyes met, and a sardonic smile graced her lips as she strode toward the Slytherin table, greeted by a chorus of applause. Harry cast her a sympathetic glance, to which Angelia responded with a reassuring smile. The sorting continued, though the Hat's vitality had noticeably waned. Angelia observed McGonagall's furrowed brow, a reflection of her concern for the Hat's condition. Yet, this was of no consequence to her. Her eyes found Draco in the crowd, and he fortuitously returned her gaze. Do not worry, Angelia mouthed to him, prompting Draco to offer a faint smile in return. Draco Malfoy. Professor McGonagall's stern voice rang out. Draco appeared slightly tense. Yet the impeccable upbringing of the Malfoy family ensured that his demeanor remained elegant and composed, radiating an innate nobility that compelled attention. Draco approached the stool, picked up the hat, and seated himself, placing the hat atop his head. The moment the hat brushed against his hair, it shrieked, Slytherin. Angelia's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Draco appeared utterly exhilarated. He promptly tossed the soiled hat back onto the stool and, with his head held high, strode towards the Slytherin table. Angelia joined the applause, watching as Draco made his way to her side, strutting like a proud peacock. I knew I would be sorted into Slytherin, Draco whispered, leaning closer to her ear, his voice laced with undeniable joy. Angelia chuckled softly without replying. Her gaze drifting to the Gryffindor table, where she spotted Harry, his expression marked by disappointment as he looked their way. Meeting Angelia's gaze, Harry seemed momentarily flustered, to which Angelia smiled and mouthed, See you later. Harry appeared puzzled but nodded in response. After all, Angelia always had a way, even if they were not in the same house. As the sorting continued, Angelia paid little attention until Professor McGonagall called out another familiar name, Pansy Parkinson. Angelia finally lifted her eyes to the group of anxious students awaiting their fate. Pansy gracefully flicked her hair over her shoulder and walked confidently to the stool, placing the tattered hat upon her meticulously maintained locks. Angelia swore she caught a fleeting look of disdain on Pansy's face. However, it wasn't long before the hat made its decision. Slytherin. Pansy seemed to have anticipated the outcome, striding proudly towards the Slytherin table and plopping down beside Angelia. Leah. Pansy wrinkled her nose in distaste, lifting a strand of hair to Angelia's nose, pitifully asking, "Do my hair smell bad?" Her voice was sweetly melodious, devoid of any trace of arrogance. A delightful scent of grapefruit wafted into Angelia's nostrils with her gesture, prompting Angelia to chuckle and shake her head. "It smells wonderfully of grapefruit." Pansy's expression softened as she tossed the strand of hair behind her shoulder, pouting, "That hat is truly filthy." Her words were delivered with such a forlorn tone that Draco, leaning in beside her, nodded in agreement. "I think so too." The two seemed to discover a kindred spirit, engaging in a conversation that ranged from critiquing the sorting hat to discussing hair care. Angelia, somewhat exasperated, redirected her attention back to the sorting ceremony. Soon, another familiar name was called, Theodore Nott. Draco pouted, his gray eyes fixed intently on Theodore's movements, as if eagerly anticipating something. Angelia was acutely aware of Draco's expectations. He and Theodore had never seen eye to eye since childhood, often squabbling over toys and sweets. While it was turned to fight, it was predominantly Draco who instigated the provocations, with Theodore observing coolly from the sidelines. As they matured, their disagreements evolved to revolve around who would escort Angelia to dances and with whom they would share their first waltz. In truth, such disputes were entirely unnecessary, for Draco had been her partner at nearly every ball since their youth, yet Theodore would invariably swoop in to claim her second dance. The warmth that usually graced Theodore's countenance in Angelia's presence dissipated, leaving him with a demeanor of aloofness and silence before others. When the sorting hat lingered briefly atop his head, it bellowed, "Slytherin." Amidst the applause, Theodore made his way to the long table, seating himself beside Draco. "What are you doing here? Is there no space behind?" Draco retorted with an eye roll. Remarkably, Theodore refrained from firing back, his gaze fixated intently on Angelia. "How splendid. We have both been sorted into Slytherin. We shall be classmates henceforth." Theodore's voice was imbued with gentleness, eliciting an exasperated expression from Draco. "Can you not act normally?" Draco shivered. "Stop croaking like a toad." Theodore's gentle demeanor faltered as he glanced at Draco, retorting coldly, "With your intellect, how did you manage to get into Slytherin? Did your father pull some strings for you?" Draco shot him a sidelong glance before feigning a pitiful demeanor, leaning against Angelia's shoulder. "I have a headache." His words wound me deeply. "I am heartbroken and my head aches." Theodore's anger surged at Draco's antics, his temples throbbing. How shameless could he be? Pansy, seated nearby, rolled her eyes in accustomed exasperation, redirecting her attention to the sorting ceremony, uninterested in their petty rivalry. Draco felt a swell of satisfaction witnessing Theodore's vexation. In the past, he had never bested Theodore in their disputes, always left seething while enduring Theodore as casual jabs. However, ever since Theodore had met Angelia, the dynamics had shifted. For reasons unknown, whenever they quarreled, a mere display of weakness towards Angelia would infuriate Theodore to no end. Gradually, Draco grew accustomed to this tactic, instinctively gravitating towards Angelia to provoke Theodore. Angelia, for her part, could not comprehend why these two consistently entangled her in their squabbles. As Draco leaned against her, seeking comfort, she felt compelled to console him. Yet, every time she soothed Draco, Theodore appeared even more irate, prompting her to attend to him as well. Thus, the two would spiral back into their antagonistic routine. Life was far from simple, Angelia sighed. After successfully calming both individuals, Angelia once again turned her gaze toward the sorting ceremony, where one name captured her attention, Aloysia Herman. A sweet-faced girl sat upon the stool, a tattered hat perched atop her head. Just as in Angelia's case, the sorting hat did not hastily render its decision this time, remaining silent instead. As the curious eyes of the crowd were fixed upon her, Aloysia was engaged in a mental quarrel with the hat. "Intelligent, wise, shrewd, and visionary, you belong in Ravenclaw. I refuse to go to Ravenclaw. I wish to be sorted into Slytherin. You are not suited for Slytherin. I see no ambition in your mind. That is your folly. I shall go to Slytherin. If you dare place me elsewhere, I will steal you, tear you apart, and cast you into the flames until you are reduced to ashes." The sorting hat suddenly recalled a scene it had witnessed in another student's mind not long ago. Thus, it spoke, perhaps with a hint of reluctance, "Slytherin." Angelia raised an eyebrow as she observed Aloysia, with a gentle smile, making her way to the Slytherin table, surrounded by others. Aloysia chose a seat that was neither too close nor too far. Coming from a pure-blood German aristocratic family, her manners were impeccable. Furthermore, she appeared gentle in nature, possessed a sweet countenance, and spoke English fluently, quickly engaging in conversation with the girl beside her. As it was not yet time to reveal their acquaintance, Angelia refrained from paying her too much attention and soon redirected her gaze. The next to be sorted was also a familiar face. Angelia heard Professor McGonagall's serious voice proclaim, "Blaise Zabini." Immediately, Pansy beside her looked up. A tall, slender boy with a slightly darker complexion emerged from the crowd, a half-smile playing at the corners of his lips as he strode toward the Sorting Hat. Angelia sensed Pansy growing anxious beside her. It was not until the Sorting Hat declared Slytherin aloud that Pansy relaxed. Blaise and Pansy shared a close bond, often dancing together at the balls. Yet Pansy's nervous demeanor and slightly reddened ears left Angelia puzzled. Why was she so anxious about Blaise's sorting? Chapter 53. The clueless fool puzzled as she was. Angelia did not inquire further, as she was not particularly close to Blaise. He settled beside Pansy, and they soon engaged in cheerful conversation. Angelia glanced at Theodore and Draco, who were still bickering on her right, then at Pansy and Blaise, who were happily chatting on her left. With a sigh, she rested her head on her hand and gazed at the Gryffindor table. How lonely it felt. She missed Harry. Angelia imagined that Harry must be feeling just as isolated as she was. However, when she turned her gaze, she discovered that several boys had gathered around Harry, who was animatedly conversing with a red-haired boy. Even lonelier. Angelia pouted, feeling inexplicably aggrieved. Perhaps sensing the surrounding silence, Draco abruptly gestured to Theodore, dismissively stating he would not argue further, and turned to converse with Angelia instead. Theodore, feeling increasingly irked, questioned, "What's wrong? Are you hungry?" Draco tilted his head, observing Angelia's dejected expression, and spoke softly. Angelia weakly shook her head. Draco rummaged through his pocket and produced a piece of candy, placing it before Angelia. "Here, have some candy. Won't that brighten your spirits? The sorting ceremony will soon conclude, and dinner will commence shortly. I wager there will be your favorite cream of mushroom soup." Angelina's mood lifted slightly as she unwrapped the candy and let the strawberry flavor dissolve on her tongue. It was her favorite. Her spirits improved a tad more. It seemed Harry was adapting well to Gryffindor. Draco's gaze swept over the Gryffindor table before retracting, his voice laced with a hint of laziness. It was then that Angelia turned to face him. "What will we do now that he has been sorted into Gryffindor?" Draco pinched Angelia's cheek with a hint of exasperation. "What else can we do? Should we sever ties with him? I had long suspected he was too dim-witted to be sorted into Slytherin. I just didn't anticipate him landing in Gryffindor." Harry's parents were both Gryffindors and staunch supporters of Dumbledore, and his mother was even of Muggle descent. The Malfoy family had always harbored deep-seated prejudices against bloodlines in Gryffindor, which was why Lucius had always maintained a cool demeanor towards Harry. There were reasons behind it. Angelia turned her head closer to his ear, whispering softly, "Let's discuss this matter thoroughly tonight." Her warm breath, laced with the sweet scent of strawberry candy, brushed against his ear, causing Draco's cheeks to flush unexpectedly. "All right." He instinctively turned his head towards the ongoing sorting ceremony, attempting to conceal the faint blush creeping onto his face. Noticing Draco's sudden turn, Angelia blinked in confusion, assuming he no longer wished to speak, and redirected her gaze to the sorting ceremony. Meanwhile, Theodore had witnessed Draco's blushing episode and the bewildered expression on Angelia's face, which unexpectedly lifted his spirits, and a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Just a foolish lad, hardly a threat. Theodore's irritation dissipated, and he focused his interest on the sorting ceremony. At last, as the final new student was sorted, Professor McGonagall collected the lengthy list in her hands and departed with the sorting hat. At the staff table, Dumbledore rose, extending his arms toward the students, a benevolent smile gracing his features. "Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year." Chapter 54. Considerate Draco. Upon hearing his voice, Angelia immediately scrunched her brow in distaste. "Before the feast commences, I would like to say a few words. Fool, crybaby, wretch, twist. Thank you all," Dumbledore continued. Angelia observed him feigning madness in front of her and could not help but emit a soft huff of disapproval. Draco, sensing the subtle shift in her mood, gently squeezed her fingers beneath the table in a gesture of comfort. Suddenly, the empty plate before them overflowed with a sumptuous array of dishes, various roasted meats, delectable desserts, succulent steaks, and fresh vegetables. Unfortunately, the lingering distaste from Dumbledore's nonsensical ramblings had dulled her appetite. The Slytherin table was enveloped in an unusual stillness, punctuated only by the clinking of cutlery and hushed conversations. Casting a glance at the raucous Gryffindor table, filled with laughter and merriment, Angelia reaffirmed her belief that choosing Slytherin was indeed the right decision. "Try this," Draco urged, as he deftly speared a tender, juicy steak and placed it onto her plate. "I've tasted it, it's quite good." While Angelia was generally lenient with snacks, she was exceedingly particular about her meals. Fortunately, Draco had nearly deciphered her tastes whenever they dined in a new environment. He instinctively sampled dishes first and passed her those that suited her palate. Not wishing to dismiss his thoughtful gesture, Angelia picked up her knife and fork, cutting a piece of steak and savoring the tender meat as it melted on her tongue, mingling delightfully with the meticulously crafted sauce. The flavor was exquisite, and a faint smile graced her lips. Draco raised an eyebrow in pride, asserting, "Of course, I knew this would suit your taste perfectly." A short distance away, a bowl of steamed broccoli, her favorite accompaniment to steak, sat untouched. Feeling disinclined to retrieve it herself, she merely glanced at it while continuing to cut her steak. Noticing her disinterest, Draco took the initiative, filling a small plate with broccoli and placing it beside her while continuing his conversation with an unfamiliar Slytherin boy. As Angelia glanced at the additional plate of steamed broccoli, she felt her appetite rekindled. After finishing her steak and broccoli, Angelia found herself yearning for a small pudding. Her gaze flitted among the assortment of puddings, unsure of which to choose. Suddenly, a pale hand slid a bowl of milk pudding in front of her. Following the hand, she discovered it belonged to Theodore. "This one is delightful. I think you'll enjoy it," he said with a gentle smile. As he displayed 2 or 3 different varieties of pudding before him, Draco, seated between the two, had been engaged in conversation with a student across from him when he noticed the unwelcome hand sliding a bowl of pudding past him and stopping in front of Angelia. Turning to Theodore, a hint of hostility crept into his voice. "Do you even know what flavor she likes? Don't recommend anything to Angelia indiscriminately. Unpalatable food will ruin her appetite." This statement bore a mix of truth and exaggeration, as Angelia was indeed finicky about her food, often opting not to eat if something did not please her discerning palate. From a young age, she was nurtured with great care. Although Gellert was strict with her in her studies, he never deprived her in other aspects of her life. Later, with the indulgence of Lucius and Narcissa, she developed certain undesirable habits. However, it is not entirely accurate to say she cannot endure hardship. Rather, she tends to favor her comfort when circumstances permit. When faced with life and death situations, she would not hesitate to survive, even if it meant consuming unpalatable food or gnawing on wood. Chapter 55, Pudding Thank You. Angela softly expressed her gratitude to Theodore as she scooped a spoonful of pudding into her mouth. The sweet taste of milk filled her senses, and the pudding was delectably smooth and creamy, melting instantly on her tongue. Angela closed her eyes in satisfaction. Draco was all too familiar with this expression of hers. Suddenly, a wave of mixed emotions, both grievance and irritation, washed over him, and he pouted as he sat beside Angela, stabbing the remaining carrots on his plate with a bit more force than necessary. Angela looked at him in confusion, unable to comprehend why Draco was suddenly upset. Yet, she gently offered him a spoonful of pudding, her voice soft. "Would you like to try some? It's quite good." Draco gazed at the pudding on the spoon. Feeling a deeper sense of discomfort, he coldly huffed and turned away, avoiding the offering. Angela blinked in bewilderment, retracting the pudding to her own mouth. "If you don't want it, then fine." She continued to enjoy her pudding, while Draco's irritation only grew, prompting him to turn away and avoid looking at her. Out of sight, out of mind. Angela was puzzled by his sudden change in mood, but his apparent desire to ignore her left her feeling a bit disheartened. "What's wrong?" she asked softly, her voice sweet and carrying a hint of pudding's aroma. Upon seeing the evident grievance on her face, Draco felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Angela had done nothing wrong. How could he possibly take his frustrations out on her? His expression lightened, and he spoke gently. "It's nothing. Do you still want some pudding?" After a careful observation, Angela confirmed that he was indeed no longer angry and shook her head lightly. "I don't want any more." Naturally, she pushed the remaining half of her pudding towards him. Draco glanced at the half portion she had pushed over and then at the fuming Theodore, and suddenly felt a sense of relief. He took the spoon and scooped a mouthful of pudding, mimicking Angela's earlier gesture, and closed his eyes in satisfaction as he nodded. "It's quite delicious." Theodore grumbled in response. "I'm just very annoyed." Draco happily finished the remaining pudding, feeling as though he had never tasted anything so exquisite. It wasn't until they had all nearly finished that Dumbledore once again rose to his feet. Amidst a lengthy discourse filled with nonsensical ramblings, Angela extracted the key points he intended to convey. One must not venture into the Forbidden Forest, nor should one go to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Angelia's lips curled into a mischievous smile, as though 2 devilish horns were about to sprout from her head. Was this not an overt invitation to stir up trouble from these 2 points? Immersed in a thrill of excitement, Angelia rubbed her hands together in eager anticipation, completely oblivious to the words that Dumbledore was about to utter. Suddenly, she became aware of those around her beginning to sing a peculiar song in various tones. Blinking in confusion, Angelia's attention was drawn to Pansy, who, noticing her distracted expression, quietly leaned in to elucidate the current situation. Was this the school song? As Angelia listened to the heart-wrenching howls emanating from Gryffindor, her eyes widened in astonishment. The professors were also singing earnestly, and when she glanced at Snape in the faculty section, she found him expressionless, intently watching the lyrics that Dumbledore conjured. Swirling in the air, his lips moving rapidly as if he were attempting to finish reciting them at the fastest pace possible. Chapter 56. The single dormitory. After the last two voices from Gryffindor completed the school song in their strange melody, they were finally free to return to their dormitory. Following the prefect, they entered the cellar from the right side of the marble staircase on the first floor, traversing a dark corridor, ultimately arriving at a stone wall. Ambition. Upon uttering this word to the empty stone wall, a gigantic stone door suddenly materialized, and the prefect pushed it open, leading them inside. This was the Slytherin common room, and I hope you will remember the route and the password. Generally, the password for the common room changes every 2 weeks, and we will post the new password on the notice board. Now, first-year girls, please follow Gemma Farley, and first-year boys, please come with me. Draco and Angelia parted ways, each being led by the prefect towards their respective dormitories. In front of Angelia walked Pansy, while Aloysia trailed behind, as they found themselves at the end of the line. The rooms had been assigned earlier that morning, and Gemma Farley brought them to the dormitory door, advising, Slytherin has 2 students per room, and your names are already inscribed on the doors. Your luggage has been placed under your respective beds, so please return to your dormitory now. Following Pansy and Aloysia, Angelia walked to the end and finally discovered their names on the last 2 doors. The penultimate door bore the names of Pansy Parkinson and Aloysia Hermann. The final door, however, displayed only one name, Angelia Royal. You are quite fortunate. It is said that such occurrences do happen in Slytherin, Aloysia remarked with a gentle smile. Hello, I am Aloysia Hermann. Hello, I am Angelia Royal, Angelia replied, offering a friendly smile in return. Pansy gazed contemplatively at the plaque bearing but a single name on the door of Angelia, offering her an enigmatic smile. Quite splendid. Angelia felt a touch of confusion. Yet Pansy refrained from elaborating. You should head back to your room and rest early. Today has been exhausting. Pansy stretched languidly and playfully winked at Angelia. Good night, Leah. Good night. Pansy and Aloysia returned to their chamber, while Angelia pushed open the door to her dormitory. The interior was arranged precisely to her liking, resembling her bedroom at the Malfoy residence almost identically. It dawned on Angelia the meaning behind Pansy's earlier expression. This was not mere fortune. Someone had evidently paved the way for her. A sweet smile crept onto Angelia's face. Approaching the wardrobe, she opened it to find it brimming with the latest autumn fashions. Adjacent to the vanity lay a plethora of jewelry, with the most striking piece being a blue diamond necklace prominently displayed at the center. Suddenly, Angelia recalled that during a midnight return with Harry, Uncle Lucius had mentioned purchasing a blue diamond necklace for her. Subsequently overwhelmed with various matters, she had completely forgotten, only to discover that Uncle Lucius had brought it to Hogwarts. As she picked up the blue diamond necklace, its cold touch sent a shiver through her. The quality and cut of the diamond were exceptional. Its ornate design was splendid without being ostentatious, and the array of blue diamonds did not appear gaudy. Even for someone accustomed to various jewels, Angelia found this necklace to be a rarity. Having left her parents at a young age, she remained unaware of their identities. Yet Lucius and Narcissa treated her as their own daughter, while she had never experienced the love of biological parents. The affection and indulgence bestowed upon her by Lucius and Narcissa filled that void. Chapter 57. Night stroll. The hour was late, and after an exhausting day, most had retreated to rest. Angelia sat on the sofa in the common room, drawing her wand, and with a gentle flick, sent a charming paper crane fluttering towards the boys' dormitory. Moments later, Draco emerged from the boys' quarters, his demeanor less than cheerful, his fair complexion marred by a frown. What troubles you? Angelia inquired, bewildered by his discontent. Draco clenched his teeth in frustration. I've been assigned to share a room with Theodore Nott. Angelia gasped in surprise. Are you in a double dormitory? All Slytherins are placed in double rooms. Draco sighed in resignation, noting Angelia's astonished expression. I am aware you have a single room. How do you know? Angelia tilted her head, her azure eyes filled with confusion. Draco's ears flushed crimson as he averted his gaze, muttering softly, You are rather delicate. If you were in a double room, it would take you ages to adjust. Father asked Godfather to arrange a single room for you. Why are you still in a double dormitory? Angelia looked at him with a lingering sense of confusion. Draco's ears turned a deeper shade of crimson as he attempted to dismiss her concern with a loud declaration. I am not that delicate. However, upon uttering those words, he felt they bore an accusatory tone and quickly diverted his gaze to observe Angelia's expression. To his relief, she was neither angry nor aggrieved. Instead, a gentle, sweet smile graced her lips as she softly replied, Thank you. Draco's ears flushed even more. In truth, it was he who had suggested the arrangement. Upon hearing that Slytherin dormitories were doubles, he had worried that Angelia might struggle to adapt. He had gone to his father, requesting assistance in securing a single dormitory for her, even suggesting that it be styled like the Malfoy family bedroom. Everyone knew of their amicable relationship. If Angelia were to suffer from poor sleep and subsequently falter in her studies, it would surely reflect poorly on him. Thus, Draco found solace in his own reasoning. Angelia had summoned Draco to seek out Harry. With a wave of her wand, she enchanted their bodies, and a chilling sensation enveloped them from head to toe. When they looked down again, they had vanished from sight. Suddenly, a soft, warm hand clasped his, and he heard Angelia's melodious voice beside him, "Let us go." Before them appeared a small paper crane, flapping its wings as it led the way, with Angelia guiding Draco along behind. As they navigated the nighttime corridors of Hogwarts, they cautiously avoided the patrolling staff, following the paper crane until they reached Gryffindor Tower. The crane halted before a portrait, where a rather plump lady was busily tending to her pink gown. Noticing someone approaching, she did not lift her gaze and lazily asked, "Password?" Receiving no reply, she impatiently raised her head, only to find no one present. "How strange," she murmured, returning to her task without further thought. Angelia pulled Draco aside and whispered, "Without the password, we cannot enter Gryffindor Tower." No sooner had she spoken than Harry emerged from the hole behind the portrait. Chapter 58, Night Adventure 2. Before they could utter a word, footsteps suddenly echoed from the nearby staircase. Angelia startled, swiftly casting an invisibility charm on Harry. A wave of cold washed over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Filch, accompanied by Mrs. Norris, gradually appeared in the corridor, carrying an old oil lamp and puffing as he approached their hiding spot. They immediately held their breath. When the lamp was but an inch from Harry's nose, Filch halted, casting a puzzled glance around. "Come out, I see you." Angelia, Harry, and Draco stood silently against the wall, watching as Filch's bewildered eyes searched the area. Confirming that no one was indeed present, Filch departed with a hissing breath, lantern in hand. Mrs. Norris, with her slate-gray eyes, fixed her gaze upon the hiding place of the three, clearly having detected them. Yet, she refrained from calling out to Filch and pretended to be oblivious. Following his footsteps away, it was only after the man and his feline companion had distanced themselves that the trio exhaled in relief. "Do you think Mrs. Norris noticed us?" Harry ventured softly. "I can't shake the feeling that she could see us." "She did," Angelia replied thoughtfully, "but chose not to expose us. Cats possess a different vision than wizards, and in most cases, ordinary invisibility charms do not affect them." Angelia continued, "Moreover, their sense of smell is exceptionally acute." Draco, however, seemed unconcerned. "Let her be. The important thing is that she did not reveal us." The corridor fell silent once more. Angelia had initially intended to share with them what she had seen during the sorting hat ceremony, but upon glancing at the portraits adorning the walls, she furrowed her brow. Dumbledore, that cunning old fox, must have placed numerous spies throughout the castle, and the ubiquitous portraits were undoubtedly the finest choice. A white point of light emanated from the tip of Angelia's wand, growing larger as she whispered incantations, ultimately forming a thin, spherical barrier that enveloped the three of them. Within the sphere, their forms materialized, yet curiously, the portraits seemed oblivious to their presence. Angelia watched as the two, curious, reached out to poke the translucent membrane before she exasperatedly pulled them back. "Don't touch it, it might shatter." They promptly obeyed and sat down beside Angelia. "What are you doing out at this hour?" Draco inquired, regarding Harry with curiosity. "It's past curfew." Harry ruffled his hair, offering a shy smile. "After the sorting. Angelia mentioned meeting later, so I was waiting for you. I was worried you wouldn't be able to get in without the password, so I kept checking." Angelia and Draco had come to find Harry because they sensed his unease earlier in the day. Now, with only Angelia and Draco around, Harry's anxiety resurfaced. And before either could speak, he blurted out, "Can we still be friends? I've heard that Gryffindor and Slytherin have a terrible relationship." His voice sounded somewhat forlorn. "I distinctly told the sorting hat I wanted to be in Slytherin, yet it placed me in Gryffindor." Angelia pressed her lips together, lowering her gaze without responding. "Don't worry. We won't abandon you." Noticing Angelia's silence, Draco quickly interjected to reassure him. "If we didn't want to be your friends, why would we come looking for you in the dead of night?" Angelia lifted her eyes to meet his, her rosy lips curving into a warm smile. "Indeed. We have always been friends, and that will not change because of our houses." Finally, Harry felt a sense of relief wash over him. Chapter 59, The Petrification Curse. Seeing that Harry's mood had improved, Angelia and Draco chatted with him for a little while before returning separately to the common room. It was only when they reached the Slytherin lounge that Draco quietly spoke up. "What is it you wish to say? I noticed you were hesitant just now. Has something happened?" Since conversing in the common room was not secure, Angelia surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was nearby before grasping Draco's hand, intending to pull him back to her dormitory. Before Draco could utter a word, Angelia had already dragged him onto the staircase. Without waiting for any reaction, the stairs beneath them suddenly transformed into a slope, and they slid down clumsily. "What just happened?" Angelia managed to steady herself as she stood on the ground, glancing at the staircase that had returned to its original form, while Draco sat on the floor in a daze. Upon hearing Angelia's voice, Draco snapped back to reality and, with a hint of resignation, rose to stand beside her. Boys are not allowed in the girls' dormitory. Angelia arched an eyebrow. Is that so? Then I shall insist you enter. With that, she pointed her wand at Draco. Petrificus totalis. Draco was immediately struck by the petrification spell. Observing Draco's form transformed into a statue, Angelia waved her wand again, causing the statue to shrink rapidly until it was palm-sized. Satisfied, she picked up the miniature statue and boldly walked into her dormitory. Attempting to bind me with rules? Dream on. Once inside her room, Angelia restored Draco to his original state. He sat on the floor, momentarily stunned, surveying the surroundings before turning to Angelia, his expression shifting until it settled on indignation. You actually used a petrification spell on me. Draco was both aggrieved and furious, his fair face flushed with anger. Angelia blinked innocently. I merely wished to bring you in. Draco, disregarding her explanation, continued to look at her with a hurt expression. I trusted you completely. Without a hint of suspicion, a wave of guilt washed over Angelia, and her attempts to defend herself faltered in her throat. She took Draco's hand, sitting beside him on the bed, and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Will you forgive me? Draco turned his head away with a haughty huff. Considering your earnestness in admitting your mistake, I shall forgive you. However, it is permissible for you to take action against me, but do remember to inform me in advance next time. Having pacified Draco, Angelia set numerous concealment charms around them, then spoke with assurance. In truth, there is a reason Harry was sorted into Gryffindor. When I was sorted, I infiltrated the Sorting Hat's memories and witnessed Dumbledore express a desire for all of us to be placed in Gryffindor. We? Draco's voice rose incredulously. Are you implying that both you and Harry were meant to be sorted into Gryffindor? Has he lost his mind? Angelia let out a cold laugh. He has long since lost it. Thus, I threatened the Sorting Hat to assign both of us to Slytherin, but alas, Harry had already been placed in Gryffindor before me, leaving me powerless. Draco furrowed his brow in realization. No wonder Harry mentioned that he had explicitly expressed his desire to join Slytherin. Yet the Sorting Hat still placed him in Gryffindor. Now that Harry has achieved his wish of being sorted into Gryffindor, I believe he will soon come into contact with him. Angelia spoke slowly. Regardless of what he intends to do, I shall not allow him to have it easy. Early the next morning, Draco awoke. Having conversed with Angelia until late the previous night, he decided to sleep beside her. The bed was ample enough for two, and he was simply too lazy to face Theodore. Angelia was still in slumber when Draco gently tapped her arm. Awaken, Angelia, it is time to rise. Angelia blinked sleepily. What is it? Chapter 60, Strawberry Peanut Butter Toast. Today marks the first day of classes. The prefect will escort us to the dining hall and classrooms. So rise swiftly. Angelia immediately became alert. Both had slept in their robes the previous night, so after a brief wash-up, Angelia took her books and Draco's small statue and exited the girls' dormitory. The Slytherin common room was already occupied by some. Angelia moved behind the curtains to place the statue down and, seizing the moment when no one was watching, swiftly cast the spell to free Draco. This time, Draco was mentally prepared and felt little surprise. Stretching his limbs, he drew back the curtains, only to meet Theodore's gaze as he emerged from the dormitory. Their eyes locked, and sparks flew. Theodore observed Draco and Angelia peeking from behind the curtain, his expression darkening. What on earth was that insufferable fool doing with Angelia hidden behind the curtains so early in the morning? He hadn't even returned to the dormitory last night. Was he indeed with Angelia? Angelia, however, did not notice Theodore and found it odd that Draco had suddenly stopped. Why are you pausing? What do you see? Draco turned slightly to block her view. It's nothing. I'll return to fetch my books. See you shortly. He then made his way toward the boys' dormitory. Angelina looked at him in confusion as he walked away, then settled beside the sofa, casually flipping open a book while awaiting Draco's return. Good morning, Angelia. A voice suddenly broke her engrossment, startling her. She turned sharply to meet Theodore's gentle gaze. Good morning, Theodore. Angelia showed no intention of continuing their conversation, redirecting her attention back to her book. Theodore, respecting her silence, took a seat on another sofa. Before long, Pansy yawned as she joined her side. Morning, Leah. With that, she draped her arm around Angelia's neck and leaned against her. Morning. Angelia resignedly set aside her book to accommodate her. How did you rest last night? Not too well. Pansy squinted, but that roommate is rather decent. That's good. If you're not comfortable, you can come over and sleep with me. Pansy yawned again. It's not that I'm not accustomed. I spent the entire night arranging my room and went to bed far too late, which is why I feel so tired. Before Angelia could respond, Draco had already emerged. Let us go. It's nearly time for breakfast. The staircases at Hogwarts were notoriously uncooperative, a fact well known to these pureblood children. Thus, they gathered in the common room early, waiting for the prefect to lead them to the great hall for their meal before escorting them to their classrooms. Along the way, the prefect explained the layout of Hogwarts. from the locations of classrooms to the patterns of the moving staircases. Angelia diligently absorbed every detail. Hogwarts offered a diverse array of breakfast options. Angelia selected a piece of toast smeared with strawberry peanut butter, but after just one bite, she scrunched her face in distaste. It was dreadful. Reluctant to waste food, she forced herself to take another bite. Suddenly, the toast was snatched from her hand, and her plate was graced with a small syrup pancake. Draco held the toast she had nibbled on in one hand, while pushing the plate towards her with the other. Eat this, I've tried it. And it's quite good. The frown on Angelia's face finally relaxed as she cut a small piece of the syrup pancake and tasted it, the sweet, soft flavor bringing a satisfied smile to her face. Seeing her enjoyment, Draco took a bite of the strawberry peanut butter toast, only to be momentarily frozen in shock. How could this be so unpalatable? However, as Angelia disliked wasting food and Draco was not particularly picky, he finished the piece of toast nonetheless. Chapter 61, Ron Weasley. The first class for Slytherin was Transfiguration, shared with Gryffindor. The prefects escorted the first-year students to the doorway, solemnly reminding them, I hope you always remember that you are a Slytherin. Your every action reflects upon Slytherin, whether in honor or disgrace. With that, the prefect departed, and the Slytherin newcomers filed orderly into the classroom. Angelia and Draco took seats at the front, with Pansy and Blaise sitting directly behind them. Aloysia and an unfamiliar girl occupied another row closer to the front, while Theodore sat at the very front of that row. The room was filled entirely with Slytherin students. No Gryffindors had arrived. Everyone sat quietly, engrossed in their books, the only sounds being the rustle of pages and the scratching of quills against parchment. With only a few minutes left before class began, a cacophony of noise approached from afar. A large group of Gryffindor students burst into the classroom, laughing and jostling one another. Harry entered, chatting with a red-haired boy. Spotting Angelia and Draco at the front, he excitedly made to greet them, only to be yanked back by the red-haired boy beside him. Do not go over there. Those are students from Slytherin, the red-haired boy admonished, pulling him back with disdain. I merely wish to greet my friends, Harry replied helplessly, releasing the grip of the redhead and making his way to Angalia and Draco. Good morning, Angalia, Draco, he said, his emerald eyes sparkling beautifully. A gentle buzz of murmurs arose around them. Angalia smiled softly. Good morning, Harry. Draco, disregarding the whispers, wrinkled his nose slightly in disdain. Look at you, drenched in sweat. As he spoke, he raised his wand. Harry, accustomed to this, ruffled his hair and stood still, awaiting Draco's spell. Before Draco could utter the incantation to clean him up, the red-haired boy lunged forward angrily, pulling Harry away. What is wrong with you? Not only does he disdain you, but he also intends to cast a spell on you. How can you just stand there? The boy appeared furious, casting a scornful glance at Draco and accusingly stating, who knows what wicked spell a Slytherin might cast, perhaps even the killing curse. Draco lifted his chin coldly, regarding the red-haired boy with the haughty expression he executed so effortlessly. Red-haired, freckled face, you must be a Weasley. Has your father finally managed to pay for your tuition at Hogwarts? The boy's face flushed crimson, mirroring the color of his hair. A smirk played on Draco's lips, unmistakable mockery evident in his demeanor. If I were you, I would tread carefully around Slytherins. Who knows what they might do? At this, Draco flicked his wand lightly, causing the boy to shudder in fear as he conjured a spell. The red-haired boy swallowed hard and grasped Harry's hand, attempting to leave. Harry sighed in resignation. He is my friend. He merely wishes to give me a cleaning charm, so do not be alarmed, Ron. Ron, however, remained fixated on Draco's wand, seemingly oblivious to Harry's reassurances. Angalia, growing impatient, clicked her tongue and casually cast a cleaning charm on Harry. Thank you, Harry said, his green eyes turning to her in gentle gratitude. Ron, still bewildered, failed to grasp the situation as Harry tugged him away. Foolish, Draco scoffed, diverting his attention back to the book in his hands. Chapter 62. Professor McGonagall's kindness. Soon, the raucous noise of Gryffindor quieted as footsteps approached. Angalia looked up to see Professor McGonagall, the one who had presided over the sorting ceremony the previous day, entering. Professor McGonagall seemed to have noticed her as well, her gaze lingering momentarily on Angalia, her brow furrowing ever so slightly. In that instant, Angalia concluded that she must be one of Dumbledore's allies. After all, why would a professor pay such close attention to an unfamiliar student? Unless the student was sorted into Slytherin due to the sorting hat's disregard for the headmaster's instructions. Angelia maintained a gentle smile as she observed her surroundings. Transfiguration is the most perilous and intricate course in your academic journey at Hogwarts. No one is permitted to engage in mischief during my class. Professor McGonagall's stern gaze swept over the students below, satisfied to see them all attentively seated, earnestly looking up at her. It must be said that she possesses a remarkable ability to ignite students' enthusiasm for learning. When she turned the lectern into a pig under their watchful eyes, the fervor for transfiguration among her pupils was ignited, though she promptly transformed the lectern back. Now, excitement radiated from the students' faces, eager to master the spell that could transmute a lectern into a pig. However, Professor McGonagall proceeded to elucidate only the most fundamental principles, leaving many students with expressions of perplexity as they struggled to transcribe the lengthy and obscure explanation. Subsequently, they practiced transforming the matches distributed by Professor McGonagall into needles. Angelia found little interest in such childish antics. She was engrossed in an advanced transfiguration text, captivated by a particular theory. Noticing some students lagging behind, Professor McGonagall approached Angelia's desk and rapped her knuckles gently on its surface. "Miss Royal, I believe it is not yet time for you to delve into advanced magic." McGonagall glanced at the book in her hands. Angelia replied sweetly, "I apologize, Professor, but I believe I have grasped the content of this lesson. I recall the school regulations state that if a student has mastered the lesson's material, the school does not object to their pursuit of additional knowledge during class." McGonagall then looked at the untouched match on the desk. "Very well, Miss Royal, please transform this match into a needle." With a flick of her wand, Angelia effortlessly turned the match into a gleaming, sharp needle that shimmered with a metallic luster. Professor McGonagall did not challenge her. A satisfied smile graced her face. "An exquisite transformation, Miss Royal. Slytherin earns 10 points. Angelia felt a twinge of confusion, yet she politely responded, "Thank you, Professor." McGonagall, glancing at the advanced transfiguration book in Angelia's possession, spoke with a hint of delight. "You may pursue your studies freely now, Miss Royal. However, allow me to remind you that transfiguration is a discipline that heavily emphasizes foundational skills. It is advisable to have someone proficient in transfiguration guide you while attempting advanced spells. Otherwise, you may risk injury." Sensing the benevolence emanating from her, Angelia's smile grew more genuine. "Thank you, I will be cautious." Throughout the entirety of the lesson, Professor McGonagall did not once intrude upon her, only approaching Angelia after class had concluded. With a cheerful tone, she remarked, "Oh, Miss Royal, should you find yourself perplexed at any point, do not hesitate to inquire. I would be more than delighted to assist you." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall," Angelia replied, her face adorned with a sweet, gentle smile. Professor McGonagall appeared quite pleased as well. She nodded and departed with measured steps. Chapter 63. Only she can. Once she had walked some distance away, Angelia turned to Draco with a puzzled expression. "Isn't she the head of Gryffindor?" Draco, sensing the goodwill radiating from Professor McGonagall, furrowed his brow and nodded. "Indeed, and she is a steadfast supporter of him." To avoid being overheard, Draco referred to him instead of naming Dumbledore directly, yet they both understood whom he meant. Angelia pondered for a while, but could not fathom why Professor McGonagall had been so kind to her. She decided to set the matter aside for the time being. Surely, Dumbledore would find an opportunity to confront her, and they could address it then. With only one class in the morning, Angelia and Draco returned directly to the Slytherin common room, books clutched in their arms. With some time still remaining before lunch, Angelia resolved to pay a visit to the potions office. Standing at the door, she knocked gently and heard Snape's weary voice from within, "Enter." Angelia pushed the door open and stepped inside. Snape was seated behind his desk, grading assignments. Before him lay 4 neat stacks of parchment, each nearly 2 feet high, almost burying him beneath their weight. "Uncle Severus," Angelia began softly, noticing the evident bags under his eyes and dark circles that spoke of fatigue. Upon hearing her voice, Snape's impatience melted away. He set down his quill and lifted his gaze to her, speaking in a calm tone. "You've arrived. What brings you here?" Angelia approached him slowly, her voice sweet and gentle. "I came to see if there is anything I might assist you with, Uncle Severus." Having been some distance away earlier, she had not fully grasped the toll his workload had taken on him. Now, as she drew closer, she observed the bloodshot veins in his eyes, the deep hollows beneath them, and his pallid complexion, indicating he had not rested in some time. "I have no need of assistance here," Snape replied, leaning back in his chair and gently rubbing his brow. "Are you adjusting well? If anything feels amiss, do let me know. This place is wonderful, and the dormitory is exceedingly comfortable." "Thank you, Uncle Severus, for arranging a single room for me," Angelia said, offering a soft smile. She walked behind him and tenderly began to massage his temples. "Hasn't it been a long time since you last had a proper rest?" Leaning back in his chair, Snape allowed her delicate hands to work at his temples, a rare moment of relaxation washing over him. "Indeed, I have been particularly busy of late," he admitted, his voice noticeably more at ease, devoid of its usual fade, revealing the depth of his exhaustion. As Angelia's gaze swept across the papers on Snape's desk, she discovered that he appeared to be grading assignments from Gryffindor, marked conspicuously in red ink. "Is there anything I can do?" Angelia's voice remained soft and gentle. Snape lazily responded with a grunt. "You are currently providing me with invaluable assistance." A sweet smile graced Angelia's lips. Exhaustion seemed to take its toll on Snape, as he leaned back in his chair and soon fell asleep. Snape, ever vigilant, maintained a state of heightened awareness even in slumber. The slightest noise would rouse him instantly. Strangely, however, Only Angeli could move freely beside him while he slept, even relocating him without causing him to awaken or show any sign of awareness. Seeing him asleep, Angeli gently flicked her wand, levitating Snape to the lounge within the potions office, which served as his residence at the school. She placed him softly on the bed and tucked him in, yet he remained blissfully undisturbed, showing no signs of waking. After ensuring Snape was comfortably settled, Angeli quietly exited the potions office. Chapter 64. Herbology class. The first class of the afternoon was herbology. The Slytherin students traversed the lush grass to the greenhouse, where a diminutive professor with soft gray hair stood at the front, observing them with a kind and optimistic demeanor. Good afternoon, students. I am Pomona Sprout, and I welcome you to the greenhouse for your study of herbology, she proclaimed, her round face adorned with a pleasant smile. This semester, we will be exploring. Suddenly, Angeli felt a light tap on her shoulder. What is the matter? She turned to see Draco leaning in with a mischievous grin, as if plotting some prank. Look what I've discovered. Draco raised his gloved right hand, revealing a revolting, semi-transparent worm, coated in a viscous slime. Contrary to Draco's expectations, Angeli did not scream and recoil. Instead, she coolly glanced at the creature and calmly stated, "This is a Lobamina worm, which thrives in dark, damp environments, often preferring to dwell on medicinal herbs. Once dried, they can be ground into powder, serving as a common potion ingredient." Draco stared in silence for a moment before disinterestedly discarding the worm. "Is this what the world of academic excellence looks like?" he muttered. Professor Sprout remained oblivious to their exchange. In fact, many students in the classroom were whispering amongst themselves. Yet she seemed unfazed. Maintaining her gentle and amiable tone, she concluded her prepared introduction and subsequently announced the day's lesson content. The students began to engage with the brown flower pots before them, for today's task was to bury the nearby seedlings of the toxic wolf-S bane. This plant is entirely poisonous, with serrated edges lining its leaves and its stems adorned with fuzzy spines, while its roots possess anesthetic properties. The seedlings are remarkably resilient. They can thrive as long as they are placed in soil and watered, rendering this task devoid of difficulty, provided one is careful to avoid contact with the plant's skin. The previous murmur of hushed conversations dissipated as the students diligently focused on their work. Angelia, her hands busy burying the wolf-S bane, found her thoughts wandering far beyond the task at hand. Once the apothecary shop in Diagon Alley opened, maximizing profits would necessitate establishing a reliable supply chain for potion ingredients and a consistent sales outlet. The greatest demand for potions, after all, lies within Street Mungo S. If an opportunity arose, perhaps a discussion regarding collaboration could be pursued with Street Mungo S. Suddenly, a sharp cry of pain snapped Angelia back to the present. She turned to see Draco, his face contorted in discomfort as he stared at his hand, which was already reddening. "Did you come into contact with the wolf-S bane?" Angelia swiftly discarded her gloves and grasped his hand, while her other gloved hand hastily extracted the freshly buried roots from the flower pot, slamming them onto the table several times. Only after the unfortunate roots had been pulverized, releasing their juices, did she seize them and apply the mixture to Draco's inflamed hand. Professor Sprout noticed the commotion and hurried over, catching sight of Angelia tending to Draco's injury. "A most commendable response, Miss Royal. Slytherin receives 10 points. Professor Sprout regarded her with mild astonishment before shifting her attention back to Draco. "Now, who is willing to escort Mr. Malfoy to the infirmary? I believe I can assist, Professor Sprout," Angelia softly offered. Professor Sprout smiled warmly. "Thank you, Miss Royal." Chapter 65. Defense against the dark arts. The roots of the wolf's bane could anesthetize but not detoxify. Upon receiving Professor Sprout's consent, Angelia promptly supported Draco as they made their way to the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey, who was busily scribbling behind her desk, immediately discarded her quill upon seeing Draco's pale, sweat-drenched visage and rushed towards them. "What has happened?" Noticing the pulverized roots of the wolf's bane applied to his hand, Madame Pomfrey furrowed her brow. "Poisoning from wolf-S bane?" "Yes, madam. His skin has been stung by the leaves, and possibly some of the spines from the stems have penetrated. Currently, the skin is merely swollen and red, with no signs of ulceration, indicating that the exposure was likely minimal." To facilitate Madame Pomfrey's rapid assessment, Angelia swiftly removed the crushed roots from Draco's hand and spoke. Upon hearing Angelia mention the possibility of decay, Draco's face contorted in fear. "Will my hand rot away?" Angelia's introduction was remarkably thorough and professional, prompting Madame Pomfrey to quickly conclude, "No, in fact, all you need is to consume a vial of antidote to restore yourself to your former state." As she spoke, Madame Pomfrey approached a cabinet behind her. Moments later, she returned with a small vial of potion. "Drink this." She handed the tiny vial to Draco and subsequently tapped his hand with her wand. The remnants of the chaotic wolf's bane root, the grimy soil, and the multitude of tiny thorns vanished entirely, and the pain diminished significantly. Draco obediently swallowed the potion, and at the very instant it touched his lips, his expression stiffened as an indescribable, nauseating flavor slid down into his stomach. "Oh, how revolting," he grimaced. Madame Pomfrey was indeed correct. Almost instantaneously after swallowing the antidote, the wounds on his hand began to mend, and before long, his hand returned to its usual fair and slender appearance. "Oh, thank heavens," Draco sighed in relief as he gazed at his restored hand. The first defense against the dark arts class for Slytherin was scheduled for the morning of the second day of the new term. By now, most Slytherin students had memorized the ever-shifting staircases and the intricate locations of classrooms, and the prefects no longer escorted them. Angolia and Draco arrived early, making their way directly to the front row, instinctively pulling out their books to read. Soon, more Slytherin students filled the classroom, each settling into their seats and engrossed in their reading, maintaining a serene silence. The Gryffindor students, as usual, poured in just minutes before the class began, each face beaming with excitement, clearly looking forward to the lesson. Angolia was surprised to spot the peculiar girl from the train, who had approached their compartment incessantly inquiring about transformation spells, seated not far in front of Harry. They seemed to have struck up a conversation. "Welcome, everyone, to Defense Against the Dark Arts class. I am your professor for this course. My name is Lydia Dupuis." A melodious voice wafted through the air, drawing the students' attention. Before they could turn to see, the enchanting figure had already reached the front of the classroom. Her features were strikingly beautiful, with rosy lips curving upward slightly, and her alluring fox-like eyes seemingly glistening with a pool of water. Combined with her well-defined features and pale complexion, she exuded an irresistible charm. Angolia glanced around and noticed many boys' faces were flushed, their gazes fixated on Lena. Unperturbed by the attention, Lena continued, "This semester, I will guide you in your studies." Her voice was melodious, delicate yet not overly seductive, enchanting yet not weak, compelling one to listen to her every word. Draco, however, showed little reaction. He rested one hand on a quill while propping his chin with the other, quietly absorbing Lena's discourse, attempting to extract something useful to note down. "So, who can enlighten me on the function of the binding spell?" As soon as Lena's inquiry echoed in the air, Angelia eagerly raised her hand, seizing the opportunity to earn points for Slytherin House. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed another hand being raised, and upon glancing over, she recognized it belonged to the peculiar girl from the train. Lena, naturally, directed her question to Angelia, disregarding the frantic waving of the other girl's hand, and promptly addressed Angelia, "Miss Royal." Angelia stood and responded, "The binding spell can conjure ropes to ensnare foes, and it can also seal entrances." "An impeccable answer, Miss Royal. Slytherin earns 10 points, Lena replied with a wink. Angelia beamed a gentle smile. The other girl, disheartened, lowered her raised hand and resumed grasping the quill on the table. "Now, who can tell me the function of the shield charm?" Lena posed another question. The girl immediately cast aside her quill and raised her hand high once more. Draco, though clearly aware of the answer, had no intention of raising his hand. Angelia pondered that if Dumbledore were to devise any obstacles in the future, he might desperately deduct points from Slytherin. Thus they must seize every opportunity to accumulate points while they could. Having already answered a question, she deemed it inappropriate to speak again, so she leaned in and whispered to Draco, "You should answer." Draco obediently raised his hand. Lena, having noticed the interaction between Angelia and Draco, unhesitatingly called on him when he raised his hand. "Mr. Malfoy." Draco stood with composure and stated, "The shield charm can deflect dark curses. It can rebound minor jinxes and diminish the power of more formidable spells." "Excellent, Mr. Malfoy. Slytherin earns another 10 points." Lena observed as the girl once again lowered her hand in disappointment. To avoid overtly showcasing her preference for Slytherin, Lena posed a new question. For the final question, "Who can tell me the function of the petrification spell?" The girl bit her lip and raised her hand once again. "Miss Granger." Lena promptly identified her. Granger stood and declared, "The petrification spell is a full-body binding curse that renders the victim completely rigid, as if turned to stone." "Very well, Miss Granger." "Gryffindor earns 10 points." Lena encouraged with a nod. Granger sat down proudly, her head held high. The content of this lesson revolves around the practice of armor as a means of protection. The students were divided into pairs, standing face to face, honing their skills to use armor to shield against spells thrown by their opponents. In Chapter 67, during the initial encounter with Dumbledore, Angelia refrained from joining any group, choosing instead to sit at a desk that had been moved to the edge of the classroom, engrossed in her book on dark magic. It was evidently the most prudent choice to read such material during Lena's class, as the students were occupied in the center of the classroom practicing incantations, and Lena would not disturb her. Should anyone attempt to interrupt, Lena would surely intervene, allowing her to immerse herself in her reading without concern for the external clamor. Just as she reached a section concerning the creation of dark magical artifacts, an abrupt voice shattered her concentration. "Professor Dumbledore requests to see Miss Royale." Angelia looked up to find Professor McGonagall standing in the doorway. Oh, certainly. Lena turned back, somewhat astonished, to glance at Angelia. Miss Royale? Angelia set her book aside and stepped outside. Upon reaching the threshold, Professor McGonagall spoke softly. The headmaster wishes to meet with you at this moment. Angelia raised an eyebrow and followed Professor McGonagall up to the third floor, stopping before an unsightly, enormous stone beast. Ice-cold lemonade, McGonagall instructed the grotesque statue, which promptly moved aside, revealing a split in the wall and a spiral staircase emerging before them. Please enter. The headmaster awaits you in his office. Professor McGonagall murmured before turning to depart. A smirk tugged at Angelia's lips as she ascended the spiral staircase alone. At the top of the staircase stood an oak door, which Angelia pushed open to reveal Dumbledore seated behind a slender-legged desk. You have arrived, he remarked, lifting his gaze upon hearing the door's creak. Ignoring his greeting, Angelia strode into the office, waved her wand to summon a chair from the side, and elegantly seated herself opposite Dumbledore before finally meeting his gaze. What do you require of me? Dumbledore, unfazed by her demeanor, scrutinized her through his crescent-shaped glasses. She appeared somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Dumbledore had expected Angelia to be a sensitive, insecure, and fragile child. After sorting, he had slightly adjusted his perception. Yet he was unprepared for the fact that she exhibited no fear of him whatsoever. An 11-year-old child, faced with the individual who had confined her in a prison since childhood, should harbor feelings of anger, agitation, and trepidation, yet she displayed none. She calmly entered the room, smoothly dragged the chair to sit opposite him, entirely disregarding his presence. Dumbledore remained silent, and Angelia, too, chose not to speak. She yawned in boredom, allowing Dumbledore to scrutinize her from head to toe. Suddenly, Dumbledore's gaze fixated on her right hand's ring finger, where a delicate and intricate lady's ring adorned her. Yet, he felt an uncanny familiarity with that ring. Frowning, Dumbledore scrutinized her hand, pondering its origin. Angelia raised her hand and playfully shook it, her voice languid as she replied. Uncle Lucius bought it for me. What's wrong? Do you like it? Unfortunately, there's only one, and I quite adore it, so I can't give it to you. Dumbledore's furrowed brow relaxed. He was well aware of her amicable relationship with the Malfoy family, and Lucius frequently gifted her jewelry. What a pity, he feigned regret. Shaking his head. Not at all, since you couldn't wear it anyway, Angelia boasted, flaunting her finger before him. Dumbledore, inherently suspicious, recognized that concealing the truth often aroused suspicion. Thus, he preferred to be open, for the ring had already been subjected to a transformation charm, rendering its current appearance entirely unrelated to its former self. Indeed, Dumbledore's attention shifted away from the ring as he gently inquired, I have heard that you share a good rapport with Harry? That night in the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room, she and Draco had sought out Harry, an encounter witnessed by many portraits. And they had never shied away from their camaraderie on campus. Dumbledore knew this was no surprise to her. Yes, Angelia replied without reservation, nodding decisively. What of it? Dumbledore's keen eyes glimmered behind his spectacles. It is rather uncommon for a Slytherin to befriend a Gryffindor. Did you know each other prior to your enrollment? Angelia raised an eyebrow, her impatience evident. Are you suggesting that Slytherin students cannot befriend Gryffindors, headmaster? Of course they can. I am merely intrigued, Dumbledore replied playfully, winking. Angelia averted her gaze with disdain, her fingers shifting subtly beneath her sleeves. I advise you not to be curious about trivial matters. She leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. I hope our esteemed headmaster can attend to more pressing matters, like keeping a close watch on that room at the end of the fourth-floor corridor. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes sharply, yet Angelia had already grown weary of lingering with him. Her purpose for coming had been fulfilled, and it was time to depart. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, she stated, not waiting for his response, and stood to exit the office. Dumbledore made no effort to detain her, his eyes following her retreating figure, lost in thought. Upon stepping out of the headmaster's office, Angelia discreetly revealed her left hand, which had been hidden within her sleeve. Clutched in her grasp was a small magical camera along with a stack of photographs. With a hint of disdain, she flipped through the images before hastily stowing them away in her pocket. Upon returning to the classroom, Angela found that the defense against the dark arts lesson had concluded, leaving only Leah waiting for her. Professor Dubois, as Angela gracefully entered, Leah promptly turned to face her. Miss Royal, Leah said, presenting her book with a gentle smile, this is your book. Thank you, Professor, Angela replied softly as she accepted the book. Leah nodded in acknowledgement and departed. Carrying the book, Angela made her way back to the Slytherin common room, where she immediately spotted Draco waiting on the sofa. You're back, Draco exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Angela. However, upon noticing the book in her arms, his excitement swiftly diminished. Puzzled by his abrupt change in demeanor, Angela glanced down at herself. What's the matter? She inquired as she sat beside Draco and playfully pinched his cheek. Why aren't you happy? The common room was nearly empty, and Draco did not resist, gazing mournfully at the book she had set beside him. I intended to bring the book back for you, but Professor Dubois firmly refused my offer. No matter how I pleaded, she wouldn't relent, and I had no choice but to return alone. Understanding dawned on Angela, tinged with a hint of exasperation. Most of her books delved into dark magic and forbidden spells, matters best kept from prying eyes, which explained Leah's reluctance to hand over the book to Draco. Yet, it was clear that Draco was deeply dissatisfied with this situation. Is that truly all that troubles you? Angela teased, pinching his cheek once more, finding his pitiful expression endearingly charming. Yes, Draco nodded emphatically, struck by his adorableness. Angela couldn't resist and affectionately ruffled his soft, fair cheek until a delicate blush graced his skin. How can you be so cute? Chapter 69. Flying class. The notion of complimenting a boy as cute was rather peculiar. Yet Draco was so engrossed in their playful banter that he completely forgot about the book, allowing Angela to skillfully redirect the conversation. Soon, it was time for lunch, and Angela and Draco made their way to the Great Hall. Today's luncheon featured succulent red wine steaks, perfectly seared on the outside, yet tender within. As Angela eagerly forked a piece and savored it, a familiar taste caused her brows to furrow. This tastes like the fare prepared by the Malfoy family's house elf. She mused, bewildered, as she cut a piece and offered it to Draco. To her surprise, he appeared unfazed. After chewing and swallowing, he leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "It is indeed prepared by the Malfoy house elf. My father arranged it as he knew you were unaccustomed to the cuisine here." Unable to suppress a smile, Angela delightedly finished the entire piece of red wine steak. "It's wonderful." The first class of the afternoon was flying lessons. They proceeded to the broom cupboard, each selecting a broomstick before heading out to the soft, expansive lawn. The professor conducting their flying lesson was Mrs. Hawk, a woman with short gray hair and striking yellow eyes. She executed her tasks with precision and without delay, which rendered her particularly formidable. "What are you all waiting for?" Mrs. Hawk's stern voice swept over the students standing in two neat rows. "Everyone, stand next to your broomsticks, quickly. Time is of the essence." The students complied without hesitation. Angelia glanced at the worn and frayed broomstick lying beside her, furrowing her brow in concern. Would this contraption hold together in midair? Just then, Mrs. Hawk's voice pierced through her thoughts once again. "Extend your right hand and place it above the broom, then call out." The classmates followed suit, and several broomsticks leapt eagerly into their hands. Angelia stared in bewilderment at the broomstick, clearly taken aback by its responsiveness. Draco, with a proud grip on his broom, had been playing with broomsticks since childhood, finding no challenge in it whatsoever. To Angelia's surprise, Harry succeeded on his first attempt as well. His emerald green eyes were fixed upon the broom, a mixture of astonishment and joy illuminating his expression. He surveyed the surroundings, seemingly eager to share his delight, but found Ron and Hermione struggling with their own broomsticks on the ground. Thus, he turned his gaze toward her. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Angelia responded with a warm smile, forming the words silently, "Well done." Harry returned her gesture with a shy grin, running his hand through his tousled hair and lowering his gaze bashfully. As most of the students successfully grasped their broomsticks, Mrs. Hawk began to demonstrate how to mount the broom securely without falling off. She traversed the line, correcting their grips until everyone held their broomsticks properly. "Now, when I blow the whistle, I want you to push off the ground with your legs," Mrs. Hawk instructed, placing a whistle in her mouth. "Hold your broom steady. Rise a few feet, lean slightly forward, and then descend vertically back to the ground. On my whistle, 3, 2. Before she could utter one, the boy who had been crying for his toad on the train was already soaring into the air. "Come back, Mr. Longbottom," Mrs. Hawk called after him. But he appeared to be in a state of panic, fearfully gazing at the receding ground as he wobbled high above, reaching a precarious height of several feet. The broom began to tremble violently, and poor Neville, unable to steady himself, plummeted from the height. Harry watched him with concern, the joy in his eyes dimming. Angelia pouted slightly and raised her wand, giving it a gentle shake. Some timid students had already closed their eyes. Yet the anticipated screams and sounds of panic did not ensue. The impending descent of Mr. Longbottom was gently arrested by an invisible cushion of air. Harry instinctively glanced at Angelia, and indeed, he observed her retracting her wand. A joyful smile spread across his face, the light in his eyes rekindled, and Angelia, satisfied, curved her lips in response. Draco, clearly perplexed by her sudden act of saving a Gryffindor, turned to inquire, only to witness the interaction between her and Harry. It became apparent that her intervention was to assist Harry. With his confusion unraveled, Draco's gaze returned to Mr. Longbottom, who was now being delicately set down by the gentle air. Madame Hooch, evidently startled, crouched before Longbottom to assess his condition. After confirming that he had merely suffered a fright without any physical injuries, she exhaled in relief and rose once more. "I shall escort Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary. Everyone, heed my words. Return your broomsticks to their rightful places, lest you forfeit both Quidditch and Hogwarts." She cast a stern glance over each student. her gaze ultimately settling on Angelia, her tone softening. Miss Royal, in light of your astute response during your classmate's peril, Slytherin receives 20 points. She smiled gratefully at Angelia before aiding the still pale Longbottom as they departed. Longbottom remained ghostly white, streaked with damp tears, shakily rising to walk alongside Madame Hooch, his legs quivering like yesterday's spaghetti. Angelia suspected that without Madame Hooch's support, he would have crumpled to the ground. On the lawn where Longbottom had just been, a transparent sphere gleamed enticingly. Draco averted his gaze in disdain, recalling that he had last seen such an object in his grandfather's desk drawer. Harry approached, picking up the translucent sphere and cradling it in his palm, whereupon the memory orb immediately glowed a vibrant red. Draco couldn't help but chuckle. Harry stared blankly at the red memory orb in his hand, evidently oblivious to what he had forgotten. Let me see. Draco stepped forward, snatched the memory orb from Harry's grasp, and squeezed it. Instantly, the red mist vanished, returning the orb to its transparent state. Draco smirked proudly. See, I haven't forgotten anything. You foolish Harry. In the past, the two often indulged in such banter. Harry, unfazed, ruffled his hair, clearly pondering what he had forgotten. Noticing Harry's continued bewilderment, Draco could not resist teasing him again, tossing the memory orb in the air with a jovial tone. Your head must have been devoured by a troll. Just as he finished speaking, the memory orb was abruptly snatched from Draco's hand. He looked up to find Miss Granger standing before him, neck arched, clutching the transparent sphere. This belongs to Nawi, and I shall pass it on to him. Granger reached out and helped Harry, who was crouching on the ground. Mr. Malfoy has openly insulted a fellow student, and I shall inform the professor as well. Draco disdainfully stepped back, widening the distance between them. Disgusting, Draco. Before Draco could utter that word, Angelia interrupted him. She approached him, took his hand, and gently squeezed it, then turned her cold gaze toward the girl before them. Miss Granger. Angelia proudly lifted her chin. Perhaps you should ascertain the situation before speaking. Draco and Harry are friends, and I believe that light-hearted banter among friends is permitted at Hogwarts. Has Miss Granger's rule now superseded the school regulations? Draco had to concede that Angelia had mastered Snape's haughty tone to perfection when she ridiculed others, and Granger's face immediately flushed red. Even among friends, he ought not to speak of Harry in such a manner. Granger seemed to have found a new stance, but Harry quickly grasped her hand. Hermione. Harry stammered. It's all right. Harry, if they continue to treat you this way, that is not friendship. They merely use you as a source of mockery. Hermione gazed earnestly into Harry's eyes, but his expression instantly turned cold. Hermione. Harry released her hand, his previously bashful demeanor replaced by determination. I am well aware of the nature of my friends. I understand your good intentions. But Angelia and Draco are not the individuals you believe them to be. Harry. Hermione seemed eager to persuade him further, but he had already retreated to Angelia and Draco's side. I apologize, but until you can show the proper respect towards my friends, let us maintain a relationship as ordinary classmates, Harry stated coolly, then took each of their hands and departed. After they had walked a considerable distance, Harry finally released their hands. They sat together on the soft grass, and Harry looked at them with guilt, seemingly wanting to say something. What are you doing? You're not about to cry for me, are you? Draco remarked, glancing at his expression with a smirk. You might want to hold off on the tears. I forgot to bring my magical camera. Harry rolled his eyes at him, appearing considerably more relaxed. I'm sorry about today. Before he could finish, Angelia leaned in, draping her arm around his shoulder, interrupting him. It's not your fault. Gryffindor and Slytherin have been at odds for so many years, so it's only natural for them to harbor prejudice against us. Upon hearing Angelia's words, a flicker of unease crossed Harry's face. So, can we still be friends? Draco, dissatisfied, playfully punched his shoulder. Hey, you're not about to crumble, are you? No, not at all. Harry hastily began to explain. I'm merely worried about causing you trouble. Angelia raised an eyebrow. In truth, I believe your troubles may be somewhat greater. In Slytherin, no one dares to speak against Draco and me, but Gryffindor is quite different. Among a group of lions who detest Slytherin and are easily provoked, maintaining a friendship with Slytherin is no simple task. Yet, I am capable of it. Harry spoke resolutely. I will not give up. A warm smile graced the faces of both Draco and Angelia. It seems we might be among the rare trio in centuries capable of preserving a friendship between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Draco reclined comfortably on the grass. We may very well earn a peace award for this. Harry and Angelia erupted in laughter. Chapter 72. Potions class on Friday morning. Angelia rose early. The first class of the day was potions, and she diligently reviewed the material to be covered, despite having mastered it 5 years prior. After a pleasant breakfast, Angelia and Draco made their way to the potions classroom, arriving quite early. The room was still largely empty, and they chose seats at the front. Angelia did not bring any other textbooks, knowing that Professor Snape would not reprimand her, yet she desired to be attentive in his class. The potions classroom. located in the dungeons, was even colder than those in the main building. Shelves lined the walls, filled with glass jars containing various animal specimens, while nearby cabinets housed an array of commonly used potion ingredients. Potion ingredients. Angelia's eyes sparkled. Hogwarts had a significant demand for such materials and must have its own supply channels. Perhaps she could inquire with Professor Snape. Soon, the classroom filled with students, and the first-year Gryffindors displayed remarkable audacity during their inaugural potions class, whispering amongst themselves. In contrast, the Slytherins exhibited more decorum. In their head of house's class, they were quieter than in any other, clearly aware of Snape's reputation. Before long, class commenced as the wooden door to the potions classroom swung open, and a formidable figure clad in black strode in. He stood at the podium, turning to face the students, his pitch-black eyes scanning each one, his pale face devoid of expression. The Gryffindor lions fell silent at once. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion-making," Snape addressed them coolly, his voice smooth and rich like velvet. Though his tone was not loud, it resonated clearly with every student. The calmness of his demeanor wielding a more intimidating power than any shout. The students behaved more obediently in his class than they did in any other. With no foolish wand-waving allowed here, many of you may not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite essence of the simmering cauldron, emanating fragrant wisps of steam, nor will you comprehend the enchanting power of the liquid that courses through human veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind. I can impart to you the secrets of enhancing your reputation, crafting glory, and even staving off death. But there is one stipulation. You must not be the foolish simpletons I often encounter. Angelia gazed at Snape with bright, attentive eyes, diligently committing every word he uttered to memory. Throughout her life, few have earned her admiration, yet Uncle Severus undoubtedly stands among them. She was captivated by his wisdom, prowess, and unflappable demeanor, striving to emulate him. Once Snape concluded his brief introduction, an enveloping silence descended upon the classroom, with every student seated in quietude. In this stillness, Hermione's movements became particularly pronounced as she leaned against the desk, attempting to sit up straight, seemingly eager to prove to Snape that she was not the fool he had described. Angelia frowned in discontent. "Then who can tell me?" Snape suddenly inquired. "What would result from combining powdered daffodil root with wormwood infusion?" His dark eyes scanned the room, pointedly disregarding Hermione, who had raised her hand high. Angelia understood that this question was deliberately posed by Snape to assert his authority over the young students. Though she had no intention of answering, upon noticing Hermione's eager hand, she raised her own in response. "Miss Royal." Clearly taken aback by Angelia's response, Snape appeared somewhat exasperated yet acquiesced by calling her name. The combination of daffodil root powder and wormwood can create a potent sleeping draught, known as the elixir of life. Angelia stood confidently to speak, catching a glimpse of Hermione's hand dropping in disappointment. "An exceptionally perfect answer, Miss Royal, 10 points to Slytherin," Snape remarked, his gaze towards her notably gentler than that directed at the others. With a subtle wink, Angelia gracefully resumed her seat. Ron cast a glance at Angelia and leaned towards Hermione, murmuring something. Their voices were hushed, yet the classroom's silence made Ron's deliberately lowered tone clear to all. How disgusting. She has to jump at every question, flaunting her arrogance. What is there to show off about? As if anyone else couldn't do it. Angelia's expression remained unchanged, and she did not turn to acknowledge him. She was aware that Snape, standing nearby, had also heard, as his demeanor darkened considerably. "Mr. Weasley." Snape strode over to Ron, bending down, his piercing black eyes fixed intently on him. The aura of danger emanating from Snape made Ron shudder as he stammered, "Professor. Pray tell, where might you seek a piece of dragon liver if I were to request it?" Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. Hermione, seated beside Ron, raised her hand to an almost comical height, her bottom nearly lifting from her seat, yet Snape paid her no heed. I don't know, Professor," Ron stammered, shrinking away from Snape's penetrating gaze. Snape straightened, casting a condescending glance at him, and spoke imperiously. "Let us attempt this once more. Can you enlighten me on the distinction between aconite and wolfsbane?" Ron's voice trembled. I don't know, Professor." Hermione, nearly on the verge of thrusting her hand into Snape's face, found her efforts disregarded once more. "I had presumed that Mr. Weasley had achieved considerable proficiency in potions to utter such a statement." Snape's voice dripped with icy disdain. "Had you possessed even a modicum of respect, you would not have belittled an innocent classmate. I might tolerate fools in my classroom, but I will not allow a person of ill character to remain here. Now, gather your belongings and exit. Moreover, due to your transgression, Gryffindor shall lose 20 points." Ron, momentarily dazed, swallowed hard, clearly unprepared for the grave repercussions of his careless remark. Yet no sympathy was afforded him. Harry, seated directly in front of him, had heard every word and felt not a shred of compassion. While Hermione desperately attempted to capture Snape's attention, hoping for the opportunity to answer a question, the other Gryffindor students glared at him, indignant over the lost points. No one interceded on Ron's behalf, and he had no choice but to pack his books and leave the classroom. Snape's fury evidently did not wane with Ron's departure. He strode back to the lectern and waved his wand at the blackboard, revealing an elaborate series of potion-making steps. Today, we shall learn to brew a potion for scabies. Now, in pairs, follow the steps displayed on the board to commence brewing. Potion ingredients are to be retrieved from the cabinet against the wall. Clearly, no one wished to provoke Snape at that moment. The students hastily moved to gather all necessary potion ingredients, while Snape paced the classroom in his long black cloak, observing the students as they weighed dry nettles and ground serpent fangs. Chapter 74, Potions Class 3. Mr. Finnegan, read aloud the second line from the blackboard. Snape suddenly materialized behind a Gryffindor student, startling him nearly out of his seat. Take 3 ounces of powdered serpent fangs, add to the cauldron once it reaches a boil, and stir left for 1 minute. Finnegan's complexion turned pale. It seemed he had added the serpent fang powder prematurely. A feigned smile crept across Snape's face. It appears Mr. Finnegan is not illiterate. However, did you follow the instructions as delineated on my blackboard? No. Finnegan lowered his head, fearing that Snape would cast him out as he had with Ron. Yet, he was fortunate. Snape did not expel him from the classroom, but merely waved his wand over Finnegan's cauldron, rendering it spotless as the viscous teal liquid vanished. Now, retrieve a potion ingredient from the cabinet and recreate it. You have half an hour remaining to submit it before class concludes. With that, Snape strode away, and Finnegan exhaled in relief. Angelia was diligently simmering a slug with tentacles when a loud hissing sound erupted from her right rear. A pungent green mist, laden with an acrid scent, wafted toward her. At this critical juncture in her process, the timing for simmering the slug must be precise. She dared not divert her attention. Draco, beside her, stirred the liquid in his cauldron, one hand clutching a porcupine quill while the other gripped the stirring rod, poised to plunge the quill into the cauldron the moment the liquid boiled. Both were engrossed in their tasks until a cacophony of frantic screams erupted behind them. You imbecile! Snape's irate roar pierced through the chaos, and Angelia finally sensed that something was amiss. She promptly halted her work, turning to witness a misshapen cauldron lying on the ground. Its contents splattered everywhere, burning holes into the shoes of several classmates. Neville was drenched in potion, his skin already marked with angry, inflamed welts. Snape swiftly waved his wand, banishing the potion from the floor, his furious gaze fixed on Neville's face. Did you not remove the cauldron from the heat before adding the porcupine quill? Neville, now sobbing, sported numerous welts upon his nose and face. Take him to the infirmary. Snape barked at a nearby Gryffindor before storming toward Angelia and Draco. You too. Snape's rage remained unabated. In such a perilous moment, you continue brewing potions with no regard for your surroundings. Do you not understand the necessity to take cover when danger arises? Many Gryffindor students wore expressions of amusement at the spectacle. I apologize, Professor, Angelia spoke, her voice soft and sweet, now tinged with a plaintive note as it dropped in pitch. Snape's demeanor softened almost immediately. He swallowed the rest of his reprimands, dismissing her with a curt, "Do not let it happen again," before walking away. Evidently, the Gryffindor students felt a tinge of disappointment at not witnessing Snape's punishment. Yet their heads bowed in earnest concentration as they resumed their unfinished potions upon observing Snape's retreating figure. Chapter 75, Procurement Channels. After the first potions class concluded, all the students developed a renewed perception of their professor. The Gryffindor lions were exceedingly subdued, only regaining their vocal faculties once they exited the potions classroom. Thank heavens. The class was finally over. Angelia exhaled a sigh of relief as she overheard passing Gryffindor students. With only this one class in the morning, Angelia intended to visit the potions office. She initially thought to invite Draco along, but he promptly declined. Oh well, I wouldn't dare seek out my godfather at this moment. Draco shuddered at the thought. He would undoubtedly stuff my head into a bucket filled with slugs. Is that so? A familiar voice suddenly emerged from behind, causing Draco to freeze in place. He had anticipated Mr. Malfoy's eagerness for an intimate encounter with slugs. Snape observed him with a sardonic smile. Henceforth, every evening at 7, you will report to my office for detention. Draco dared not express a hint of discontent. He immediately turned, bowed his head respectfully, and replied, "Yes, Godfather." Snape let out a cold snort, ignoring him, and shifted his gaze to Angelia. "Come with me," Snape stated curtly, striding towards the potions office. Angelia tossed the book in her hands to Draco and hurried to follow in Snape's footsteps. The two entered the office, with Snape hanging his cloak on a nearby rack, while Angelia closed the door and stood to the side. "Why don't you sit down?" Snape inquired, puzzled by her hesitation. Angelia approached him with a conciliatory smile. "I was afraid Uncle Severus was still upset." Snape shot her a sidelong glance, a hint of amusement gracing his features. "Have you realized your mistake?" Angelia lowered her head, speaking softly. "I understand my error. And I promise I won't act this way again. Snape settled into the chair behind his desk, waved his wand to summon another chair beside him. And Angelia promptly took a seat. What makes you bold enough to sit now? Snape raised an eyebrow at her, who still bore a soft, agreeable smile. Because Uncle Severus is no longer angry with me. Angelia's voice was sweet and soft, and any lingering irritation in Snape dissipated. He helplessly reached out to tap her head gently, speaking softly. Next time, you must prioritize your own safety. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Angelia nodded her small head vigorously. Now what brings you here? Snape arched an eyebrow at Angelia, who wore an even deeper smile of persuasion. Uncle Severus, are you responsible for procuring potion materials for Hogwarts? Angelia's cerulean eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Snape pressed his lips together. Yes. Are you interested in the procurement channels? Angelia's eyes brightened further. May I? Her eyes were so luminous that Snape clenched his hands under the table, responding in a gentle tone. Certainly, you may inquire about anything you wish. Chapter 76, The Levitation Charm and the Flying Broomstick. Angelia found it difficult to decipher the intricate emotions reflected in Snape's gaze directed towards her. In fact, he often regarded her with such complexity. She had once inquired about this peculiar look, but he would either deftly change the subject or retreat into silence, leaving her in perpetual uncertainty. Yet, she was resolute in her belief that there was no malice in that gaze, and gradually, she ceased to dwell on it. I shall write down the list and addresses for you. Snape procured a quill and parchment from the side. There are several merchants who supply potion ingredients on a long-term basis. Their prices fluctuate. Sometimes one is more affordable, other times another. You might want to compare before purchasing. If you seek any rare potion ingredients, they will also keep an eye out for you, though the prices will be considerably higher. Snape swiftly pinned a few names and addresses and handed them to her. Of course, if you require anything, do not hesitate to come to me. I possess a collection of rare potion ingredients. A tender smile graced Snape's lips, a smile that typically emerged only after that complex gaze, and exclusively in their private moments. Thus, Draco and anyone else had never witnessed this side of Snape. Had they done so, their jaws would surely have dropped in astonishment. All right, I understand. Thank you, Uncle Severus. Angelia cheerfully tucked away the parchment. Soon, the second flying lesson commenced. Most students had acquired a basic command of the flying broomsticks, and Madame Hooch finally permitted them to ascend into the sky, albeit remaining within 10 feet above the lawn. Draco exhibited excellent flying skills, even managing to hover on his broom, casually observing the other students soaring around him. Harry seemed to possess an extraordinary talent for flying. It was his first time on a broomstick, yet he flew with the prowess akin to that of seasoned Quidditch players. He gleefully darted through the air, deftly controlling his speed and direction, the broom responding obediently to his commands, earning him incredulous glances from Madame Hooch. What a rare genius, she exclaimed, her hand resting on her brow as she watched Harry darting about. Angelia, however, was not particularly skilled at flying. She could merely ensure she remained seated on the broom, which, truth be told, was rather simple. Threatening the broomstick with incineration would keep it firmly underneath her. Draco raised an eyebrow as he observed Angelia hovering next to him on her broom. You haven't used the levitation charm to lift yourself and the broom, have you? Such speculation was not without foundation. There was a time in their childhood when Draco insisted on challenging Angelia to compare their flying skills, and, exasperated by his persistence, she had reluctantly agreed. Angelia was not particularly skilled in flying and had no desire to listen to Draco's incessant boasting. Thus, she employed a levitation charm to support herself and her broom, executing an array of intricate maneuvers midair. She recalled the time after their duel when Draco had wept for the entirety of half a day, and eventually, out of sheer annoyance, she revealed the truth to him. I could use the levitation charm to knock you down, leaning languidly against the air behind her. Angelia had indeed made the broom's suspension more stable with the charm, even adding a seat back for her comfort. Noticing that she remained aloft without descending, Draco understood she must have used the charm. He leaned closer, gently poking her back, and felt a palpable resistance. You're doing this again, he muttered, recalling the tears from that afternoon. Angelia casually cast a spell behind her, and Draco immediately sensed the air behind him coalescing, confirming the resistance when he poked again. Reluctantly, he leaned back, emitting a satisfied sigh. Angelia truly knew how to indulge in comfort. Their peculiar antics gradually attracted the attention of their classmates, whose murmurs summoned Madame Hooch. She stood on the ground, calling out to Angelia and Malfoy, "What are you two up to?" Almost drifting into slumber. Angelia snapped back to reality upon hearing Madame Hooch's voice. "Hey, wake up," she nudged Draco, who had already succumbed to sleep. "Madame Hooch is calling us." Instinctively, Draco rolled over and tumbled off the broom. The sudden sensation of weightlessness jolted him awake, and he screamed as he plummeted. Angelia swiftly waved her wand, casting a levitation charm just above the ground. However, Harry was evidently quicker. He caught Draco a mere 3 feet from the ground. prompting a chorus of awe-filled gasps from the students below. Draco, seated behind Harry on the broom, exhaled in relief, grateful for Harry's swift flying. Chapter 77, The Quidditch Team. Harry landed with Draco safely on the ground, while Angelia returned herself and Draco's broom to solid ground. Before Madame Hooch could utter a word, a hurried voice echoed from behind. Harry Potter. The students turned to see Professor McGonagall striding toward them with urgency. In all my years at Hogwarts, I have never. Professor McGonagall stood excitedly before Harry, who looked utterly bewildered in response. Come with me, she commanded, striding purposefully toward the castle. Harry glanced back at Angelia and Draco, scratching his head in confusion. Go on, Angelia offered a reassuring smile, sensing from McGonagall's expression that it was likely good news. Without hesitation, Harry followed McGonagall's lead. Fortunately, Mrs. Hooch did not impose any punishment on Draco. She merely cautioned him about the perilous maneuver and firmly forbade the students from attempting to replicate it. The flying lesson concluded swiftly, and Angelia, alongside Draco, felt a twinge of concern for Harry. They hurried towards the castle, colliding with Harry at the entrance hall. Hey, Harry. How are you? Angelia panted gently as she halted before him. Professor McGonagall didn't give you a hard time, did she? Harry's face radiated with a joyful surprise, as if he were still reeling from an unexpected delight. His voice was light and airy. Professor McGonagall said I could join the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a seeker. They can make an exception for me. Oh no. Draco's face contorted with jealousy. I want to be on the Quidditch team too. Angelia playfully smacked Draco on the back of his head, and his expression quickly returned to normal, albeit still somewhat aggrieved. Congratulations. Harry was indeed beaming with joy. Yet he softly addressed Draco. Perhaps you could join the Quidditch team early as well. I bet if it comes to flying skills, you would undoubtedly surpass the second years. Besides, it makes no sense that Gryffindor can make exceptions while Slytherin cannot. Draco's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, casting aside any jealousy or grievance. He enthusiastically draped his arm around Harry's shoulder, exclaiming, Thank you, Harry. If I manage to make it onto the Slytherin Quidditch team, I will treat you to the biggest and most delicious ice cream at Florian's. Harry smiled tenderly. His plan bore fruit, and that very evening, Draco sought out Snape. After 3 grueling hours of persuasion, Angelia could no longer tolerate it and intervened on his behalf. Uncle Severus, why not let Draco have a try? Angelia spoke softly to Snape, who was engrossed in grading papers behind his desk, seemingly unaffected by Draco's incessant pleas. If he succeeds, it could bring honor to Slytherin. If he fails, at least he won't be here pestering us for another 3 hours. Angelia rolled her eyes. Snape regarded her exasperated expression with a hint of amusement before finally relenting. Since Angelia has interceded for you, I shall grant you a chance. Be at the Quidditch pitch tomorrow at 5 o'clock. Snape finally cast a glance at the parched and nearly speechless Draco before that. Ensure you dispose of all the slug you have on hand. All right, Draco replied eagerly, the slimy slugs in his grip failing to diminish his excitement. Angelia returned her focus to the book in her hands. Recently, she had developed a habit of spending her afternoons in the potions office. Since Draco was still serving his detention, he would join her in the potions office every evening after 7. Generally speaking, they each tended to their own affairs without disturbing one another. Draco huddled in a corner, managing various potion ingredients that Snape lacked the time to address, while Snape sat behind his desk, grading assignments or concocting potions. Angelia nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a book or assisting Snape. In Chapter 78, Mischief, it became evident that Draco possessed commendable flying skills, much to the satisfaction of the Slytherin Quidditch team captain, as he successfully secured a position as a seeker for the Slytherin team. A few days later, during breakfast, an owl, swaying unsteadily while carrying a long object, appeared at both the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables, dropping its burdens before Harry and Draco, respectively. Moments later, gasps erupted from both the Slytherin and Gryffindor long tables. It was a Firebolt 2000. Angelia suppressed a smile at the corners of her lips, finishing the last bite of her syrupy pancake. Though she did not sign her name, it was evident that few could send gifts to both Draco and Harry simultaneously, leading them to surmise it was her. In truth, many others shared the same suspicion. Few were privy to Angelia's true identity, perhaps only a handful of pureblood families, who would never reveal her lineage to their children, leaving most students bewildered about her background. However, anyone closely associated with the Malfoy, Parkinson, and Knott families could not be deemed ordinary. Furthermore, her apparent rapport with Professor Snape led Slytherin students to instinctively categorize her as someone not to be trifled with. This perceptive understanding spared her considerable trouble, and Angelia remained indifferent to the fantastical rumors surrounding her heritage. Before long, Harry's Quidditch practice commenced. Under his persistent pleas and the charm of his striking emerald eyes, Angelia made her way to the Quidditch pitch to cheer him on. Although she harbored little affection for the sport, Harry's graceful maneuvers on his broom, soaring and diving through the air, captivated her, gradually transforming her encouragement into genuine admiration for his aerial prowess. "Oh, let us see." A voice emerged from the left, prompting Angelia to instinctively turn. She beheld an unfamiliar face. "Who is it that gazes intently at us, Harry?" Another voice called from the right, and upon turning again, she recognized the very face she had seen on the left. Teleportation? Wasn't he apparition prohibited at Hogwarts? How did you manage that? Angelia regarded him with suspicion. "Oh, dear little serpent, I remain here." The voice from the left chimed once more, and it dawned on Angelia that something was amiss. Stepping back, she finally discerned two identical faces. "Ah, the dear little serpent has discovered us both," the figure on the right remarked, leaning towards the left. Angelia felt slightly disoriented by the sight of the two identical faces and could not help but furrow her brow. "Are you twins?" Angelia spoke with a hint of surprise, for the likelihood of twins being born in the wizarding world is quite rare. "Oh, George, she has figured it out. What shall we do?" The individual on her left turned to look at Angelia, and the one on her right swiftly followed suit. "Then let us take her for a flight, Fred." The one named George raised his right hand, and only then did Angelia notice the flying broomstick he held. 1, 2, 3, go. Before Angelia could comprehend the situation, Fred had already lifted her onto the back seat of George's broom. George gripped the front half of the broom, controlling it, and as soon as Angelia settled herself, he kicked off with both feet, soaring into the air. "Ah!" Angelia screamed, abruptly closing her eyes and clutching tightly to the person in front of her. "Oh, sweet little viper, do be gentle. If you strangle me, we shall both tumble to our doom." George's voice reached her ears, yet she felt no relaxation. Her grip around his waist only tightening. "Help, Harry!" The air rushed past her face at a dizzying speed, and Angelia could scarcely dare to open her eyes as she shouted in panic. Not long after, George exclaimed in astonishment, "Are we truly being pursued?" Assuming he referred to Harry, she finally mustered the courage to glance back, only to find that the face chasing them bore an uncanny resemblance to George, Fred. Chapter 79, Mischief 2. Angelia's gaze inadvertently swept across the ground, where the people appeared almost as small as ants. Feeling faint, her grip slackened, and she released George, plummeting from the broom. "Oh, blast it." Sensing the sudden absence of her hands around his waist, George's expression shifted dramatically as he looked down. Angelina had fallen. Before he could react, Fred dove back, catching Angelia in his arms. "Well done, brother." George exhaled in relief as he glanced at Angelia, cradled in Fred's embrace. Her lovely face had gone pale with fright, her eyes tightly shut against the terror. "Stop for a moment." George halted the broom in midair, and Fred immediately came to a stop beside him. "Are you all right?" George prodded Angelia's taut face gently. Finally, with the roaring wind at her ears quieting, Angelia dared to open her eyes. Before her were two identical faces, and a chill swept through her limbs, igniting a desire to draw her wand and cast a deadly curse upon them. "Let me down." Angelia's cerulean eyes bore into them, her voice icy. Fred raised an eyebrow, gesturing to the distant ground below. "Well then, down you go." Aware that Fred was jesting, George made no effort to stop him. He was far more curious to see how this delightful little viper would react. Would she plead for them to take her down, or would she sulk in silence, refusing to acknowledge them? Yet, it was evident that Angelia's response diverged significantly from their expectations. She merely cast a cold glance at the ground before executing a somersault and leaping down. "Damn it!" George and Fred were startled, immediately urging their brooms to dive after her. Yet before they could catch up, Harry had already swept Angelia into his embrace. Angelia tucked her wand back into her sleeve, clinging tightly to Harry, her body trembling slightly. She had intended to use a levitation charm to catch herself upon landing, but her fear of heights compelled her to force her eyes open and gauge the right moment to cast the spell as the ground drew nearer. Fortunately, Harry caught her. Angelia did not weep. She was simply frightened, her body quaking uncontrollably, with her head resting on Harry's shoulder. He could not see her expression and instinctively assumed she was crying. "What's wrong, Angelia?" Harry murmured, gently patting her back in a bid to comfort her. Moments earlier, he had been midair searching for the golden snitch when he turned just in time to see Angelia plummeting. Without a second thought, he reached out to catch her. "Don't cry, it's all right." When Angelia remained silent, Harry resolved to return her to the ground, but the instant he moved the broom, she let out a sharp scream, gripping him even tighter, forcing him to abandon his intention. Fred and George pursued them, flanking Harry and Angelia on either side. "How are you holding up, little viper?" One of them inquired, leaning closer to Angelia. The other chimed in, "It was just a little prank. Don't be angry." Angelia was disinclined to hear their voices. She gently tugged on Harry's clothing and leaned in closer to whisper in his ear, her voice barely audible, "Take me down." Ignoring George and Fred's presence, Harry immediately directed the broom towards the ground. As they descended, Harry felt Angelia's grip on his hand tighten, clearly terrified. He softly reassured her, "Don't be afraid. It's all right, we'll be there soon." The broom swiftly touched down, and as Angelia opened her eyes, she attempted to dismount, only to realize her legs felt too weak to perform the action. "Carry me," she softly implored, gazing into his cerulean eyes, which seemed to glimmer with moisture. Her rosy lips curved downwards. Harry's heart melted in that instant, and he lifted her into his arms. The moment her feet made contact with the ground, Angelia felt a wave of relief wash over her, only to be overtaken by a sudden sense of grievance. She had merely come to support Harry, not knowing them at all, yet inexplicably found herself whisked away on a broom, nearly plummeting to the ground twice. Hugging her knees, she buried her head, striving to quell the tumult within her. I mustn't take a life," she resolved, loosening her tightly clenched fists. Harry's training was not yet complete. Upon seeing him land, a figure rushed towards them from a distance. What happened? As she soared through the air, the figure of Angeli vanished, leading her to ponder whether the golden thief had whisked her away. A foreign voice intruded upon her thoughts, prompting her to quickly compose her expression and lift her gaze. She resolved not to reveal her vulnerability in the presence of outsiders. "Oh, Wood, there's been a situation," Harry remarked, gesturing towards Angeli. She was hoisted into the air by the Weasley twins' prank and nearly fell. Wood glanced at the girl clad in Slytherin robes, his face betraying no unusual emotion. "How are you feeling?" he inquired, crouching before Angeli. Angeli exerted effort to maintain her customary politeness. "I believe I'm fine now." She then turned her head towards Harry. "I'm all right. You should return to practice, lest you delay your team." Wood evidently agreed with this suggestion, immediately looking at Harry, but Harry shook his head. "I will escort you back." With that, he bent down to lift Angeli into his arms. Angeli appeared quite weak, and Wood found himself unable to persuade Harry to leave her there alone. He could only swallow back the words of caution he had intended to voice. "Well, do return swiftly. I shall wait here for you," Wood conceded. Once Harry had carried Angeli away, the Weasley twins descended beside Wood. "How is that little serpent faring?" George inquired, leaning closer to Wood. "It seems rather dire," Fred added from the other side. Wood cast a disdainful glance at the duo, stepping aside. "You two should tread carefully. She appears quite frightened." They exchanged glances, and Fred chuckled. "I didn't expect her to be so easily startled. Yet, she is quite intriguing. To leap from such a height on a whim. Fortunate that Harry caught her." Wood discerned an unsettling implication. "She jumped on her own? You didn't coerce her?" "How could that be?" Fred immediately raised his hands, a grin still adorning his face. "She said she wanted to come down. So I merely pointed to the ground and said, 'Go ahead.' And to my surprise, she flipped and jumped." The two seemed oblivious to any issue, and Wood could not articulate further, merely leaving them with a parting warning to exercise caution before departing. The rumors surrounding this Slytherin girl had been plentiful of late. Chapter 81. Emotional collapse. Wood had heard the whispers, and naturally, the Weasley twins had as well, including the incident where Professor Snape expelled Ron from class for speaking ill of Angeli. Ron's foolishness was a well-established fact among them. Thus, they were intrigued to meet the girl who had inadvertently revealed Ron's lack of intelligence. It was indeed fascinating. Only when Harry entered the castle with her did Angelia's fear begin to dissipate. She gently tugged at Harry's sleeve, requesting to be set down, her face illuminating with a grateful smile. "Thank you, Harry. I believe I can manage on my own now. You should return to your practice." Watching Angelia stand steadily on the ground, Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, I shall take my leave then." After bidding farewell to Harry, Angelia slowly made her way towards the Slytherin common room. Just as she reached the door of the potions office, Severus Snape abruptly opened it from within. "What is the matter?" Snape furrowed his brow, observing Angelia's slow pace and seemingly uncooperative legs. A sudden realization struck him, and an intense wave of anger surged within him. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Angelia found Snape's stern voice somewhat perplexing. He had never spoken to her in such a manner. Nevertheless, she replied, "It's nothing." She did not wish for anyone to interfere in her affairs. She intended to seek her own form of retribution. However, this concealment took on a different meaning in Snape's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter, "You are merely 11 years old." Angelia looked at him in confusion. "I know. What is the matter, Uncle Severus?" Snape clenched his fists, suppressing his fury. He yanked the door to the potions office open and stormed inside, slamming the door behind him. Feeling inexplicably scolded, Angelia's legs weakened, and she could not walk quickly. She felt a profound sense of injustice. And as tears threatened to spill, she crouched against the wall, striving to suppress her emotions. At that moment, Draco unexpectedly approached. "Angelia, what are you doing here?" Sometimes, when one is alone, everything seems manageable, but once someone inquires, all the pent-up grievances come rushing forth, overwhelming one's resolve. Thus, when Draco knelt before her, Angelia immediately collapsed into his embrace, softly sobbing. Draco was taken aback, but quickly enveloped her in his arms, draping his robe over her for comfort, and carried her towards the common room. Despite the greetings and teasing from those around them, he continued into his dormitory. It was permissible for girls to enter the boys' dormitory, and as Theodore was absent, Draco swiftly locked the door upon entering. He turned and gently placed Angelia on his bed. "What's wrong? Why are you crying like this?" He pulled back the robe covering her, revealing her tear-streaked face. Angelia had finally found an outlet for her emotions, and the fears, anger, and hurt that had been bottled up surged forth. She could hardly articulate her feelings, only managing to weep softly. Draco ceased his inquiries, allowing her to express her grief until her sobs gradually subsided. He then offered her a glass of water. "Are you feeling better? Have a sip. Having cried enough." Angelia sat up, accepted the cup, and took a few sips of water, finally calming down. "What happened? Did someone bully you?" Draco's voice was gentle, though a shadow darkened his gaze. If he were to discover that some unwise entity dared to bully Angelia, she would shake her head and say, "No. I simply experienced a sudden emotional breakdown." Such breakdowns often have a trigger, yet Draco chose not to expose her. She did not wish for him to uncover her feelings. So he pretended to be oblivious. She would naturally confide in him when the time was right. After draining the cup of water, Angelia returned the empty vessel to Draco, raised her wand, and tapped her face, then waved it towards Draco's bed. A small healing and cleansing charm restored everything to its state prior to her emotional collapse. Oh, perhaps a forgetting charm was also in order. Noticing Angelia's gaze upon him, Draco immediately turned alert. "I swear, I saw nothing." It seemed the forgetting charm was unnecessary after all. Rising, Angelia pointed her wand at Draco's bed, and the once firm mattress instantly softened. Draco, thrilled, leaped onto the bed and rolled. Seeing him so delighted, a faint smile graced Angelia's face. "Not bad, right?" Draco nodded enthusiastically. His voice lightened. "I can finally escape that hard bed. Thank goodness you came today." Spotting Angelia's warning look, Draco quickly swallowed the complaint that was on the tip of his tongue. I'm glad you're here." He winked at her in a charming manner. And Angelia, satisfied, averted her gaze. "I shall take my leave now." As she approached the door and pulled it open, she unexpectedly encountered Theodore, who was about to enter. Their eyes met, and both paused momentarily. Before Theodore could utter a word, Angelia placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said earnestly, "Good luck, from now on. You alone must endure this torment and solitude." This statement held a semblance of truth. Angelia was quite familiar with the dynamics, having close relationships with Draco, Pansy, and Theodore. She resided in a single room. Pansy's had been decorated long ago, and now Draco's bed had become significantly softer, leaving Theodore to endure the cold firmness of his mattress alone. However, Theodore interpreted her words differently, watching Angelia brush past him, and then glancing at the gleaming-eyed, disheveled Draco sprawled on his untidy bed. An incredulous anger ignited within him. "She's only a first year." Theodore roared at Draco. Draco, perplexed by the sudden outburst of anger directed at him, chose not to dwell on it, and lazily replied while rolling on the bed, "I know, I am one too." Theodore, infuriated, bit down hard on his teeth and turned away, slamming his fist against the wall. Draco observed the seething rage on Theodore's face and, in a bewildered tone, reminded him, "You are a first year too." Chapter 83, Mischief Retaliation. Theodore stormed out of the dormitory, filled with inexplicable frustration. Draco murmured softly, rolling over in his bed. The plush mattress felt exquisite. Angelia had not mentioned the prank orchestrated by Fred and George to anyone. She had even sought out Harry, who was in the know, urging him to keep it a secret. Fred and George initially anticipated some form of retaliation, remaining on high alert for 3 days, but when nothing transpired, they quickly let down their guard. "I told you she wouldn't do anything," Fred remarked to George as they ambled down the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room. 3 days of nothingness is truly dull." Just as he finished speaking, they noticed that the portrait of the fat lady had vanished, replaced by a smooth, white wall. "Strange. Did we take a wrong turn?" Fred scratched his head. Though they both understood they had not strayed, they could navigate this familiar passage even with their eyes closed. They stood before the immaculate wall, bewildered, when a Gryffindor girl timidly approached, circumventing them to speak the password to the white wall before disappearing into it. Fred and George rubbed their eyes in disbelief, swearing that the wall had never undergone any changes. As classes ended, more students gathered before the white wall, casting puzzled glances at the duo before, under their watchful gaze, uttering the password and vanishing into the wall. "What are you two doing standing there?" Harry approached, his arms laden with books. "Why not go inside?" The Weasley brothers immediately flanked him, guiding him to the wall. Fred, with a grave expression, pointed at the surface. "What is this?" Harry looked at him, puzzled. "It's the fat lady." Fred and George exchanged glances, and George quickly inquired, "Where's the fat lady?" Harry raised a finger, indicating the wall before them. "Right here." Fred and George were taken aback. "You can see the fat lady?" Fred asked, a hint of irritation in his voice, startling Harry. He waved a hand before Fred's eyes, hesitating before responding. "You can't see her?" Fred rolled his eyes in exasperation, prompting George to explain, "In fact, we cannot see the fat lady. We can only see a white wall." Harry appeared astonished, pointing at the wall. A white wall. George nodded earnestly. Harry bit his lip, struggling to suppress a smile. All right then, it's a white wall. I suppose I shall just go through it. Farewell. Thus, Fred and George witnessed Harry approach the wall, utter the password, and disappear within. How could this be? Fred stormed forward, thumping the wall, which felt smooth and cold to the touch, certainly not the fat lady's portrait. Soon after, they encountered a familiar face. Ron. Recently, Ron has been walking alone. Ever since he spoke ill of Angelia in potions class, many in Gryffindor have ceased to acknowledge him, and even Harry has been rather indifferent. Hermione is engrossed in her studies, spending her time either in class or in the library, leaving Ron to his own devices. What is the matter? Ron, somewhat agitated, rushed over. Under normal circumstances, he would have avoided Fred and George at all costs, but it had been quite some time since he had engaged in a meaningful conversation with anyone. Come on, Ron. Tell us, what is that over there? Fred said, one arm draping over Ron's shoulder to prevent him from escaping, while his other hand pointed toward the white wall across from them. The fat lady, Ron replied, somewhat perplexed, suddenly retreating a step. You're not planning another prank for me to test, are you? Fred and George immediately flanked him and ushered him towards the white wall. With George speaking in a serious tone, say the password. Ron rolled his eyes, but nonetheless recited the password to the fat lady. She slowly moved aside, revealing the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. Ron glanced at Fred and then at George. Are we going in? Fred tilted his head, looking at him. Is it open? Ron, suspicious, met his gaze. Can't you see? Fred nonchalantly averted his eyes. No, you go first. If going in meant going in, Ron thought. Considering Fred and George's usual nonsensical antics, he had no reason to doubt them and crawled through the entrance. Oddly enough, the entrance remained open. Yet Fred and George did not follow him inside. They attempted to squeeze in behind Ron, but no matter what they did, they could not penetrate the wall, pressing themselves against it in various positions until they were left panting on the ground. Seeing that they hadn't entered, Ron crawled back out of the opening, just in time to see the two of them collapsed on the floor. Why aren't you coming in? Ron asked, puzzled, unable to fathom how they could be so exhausted in such a short span of time. George finally revealed the truth. In fact, we can't see the fat lady's portrait. All we see is a white wall, and we can't follow anyone through. Ron stared at them in disbelief and finally managed to utter, Did you two test a potion on yourselves again? Fred immediately jumped up and tapped him on the head. George, I think this might be someone's prank. Fred shifted his gaze to George. Nearly all the mischief they faced was from Peeves, but currently, the only possible source of mischief could be that little serpent. Could it be? George furrowed his brow, while Fred's face lit up with excitement. Now this has become interesting. Ron listened, utterly bewildered, yet it was evident that the duo had no intention of providing any further explanation. In the ensuing 2 hours, Ron served as a test subject for a myriad of experiments, ranging from hand-holding to petrification spells and levitation charms, yet none succeeded in granting them entry. An increasing number of Gryffindor students became aware of the situation and began to brainstorm various ingenious strategies, but alas, none proved effective. Ultimately, the matter caught the attention of Professor McGonagall, who hurriedly arrived and employed several advanced incantations, all to no avail. In the end, she attempted to escort them to the headmaster's office. However, Fred and George were evidently reluctant to comply. Oh, Professor McGonagall, I think it may be that Fred and I ingested something rather peculiar recently, which has led to this predicament. Typically, the effects of such items do not last beyond 3 days. Might we temporarily reside in the infirmary during this period? Fred spoke with a grin, displaying no trace of concern over being trapped outside the common room. He and George had not encountered such an entertaining prank in years, and he was resolute in keeping Angolia's identity undisclosed. Such a worthy adversary was truly rare. Professor McGonagall, clearly aware of their usual antics, recognized that Dumbledore was currently preoccupied with other matters and might not be easily available. Thus, she furrowed her brow and reluctantly consented to their request. Very well. You shall have 3 days. Should the situation remain unchanged after this period, you must accompany me to see the headmaster, she admonished sternly. Chapter 85. The Prank Backfires. 3. During the subsequent 3 days, Fred and George racked their brains for every conceivable method to succeed, yet all were met with failure. In order to preserve such an evenly matched opponent, they sought out Angolia on the afternoon of the 3rd day. Upon their first glimpse of her, they immediately performed a deep, 90-degree bow. Fortunate that they were in a secluded corridor with no passers-by to witness the sight of the two mischievous young wizards bowing their heads. We apologize. We should not have played a prank on you that day, Fred and George expressed with utmost sincerity. These past few days have granted us profound insight into our misjudgment. Might you consider forgiving us? Angolia coldly bypassed them, leaving behind a single remark. Do not worry, the first act has concluded, but do not be hasty. The game has only just begun. Fred and George exchanged glances, excitement reflected in their eyes. Does that mean there's still more to play? Splendid. Indeed. As they approached the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room, they finally encountered the fat lady, whom they had sorely missed. "Oh, madam. You cannot fathom how much I have longed for your presence these past few days." Fred winked at the fat lady. "Thank you," she chuckled, covering her lips in amusement. But her expression quickly turned serious as she regarded them. However, entry still requires the password. The 3 days they had spent away coincided with the day of the password change, leaving them utterly unaware of the new incantation. In a state of helplessness, they had no choice but to lean against the wall, awaiting the return of familiar students to escort them inside. After several hours of waiting without sight of a single soul, George finally sensed that something was amiss. "Fred, do you not find it exceedingly quiet here?" George furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. This was the corridor outside the Gryffindor common room, yet curiously, it remained devoid of the usual hustle and bustle. With not a single person in sight, Fred too recognized the peculiarity. Exchanging a glance with George, they promptly sprang to their feet and dashed out of the corridor. Classrooms, the infirmary, the offices, there was not a single soul throughout all of Hogwarts. They shared a knowing look and raced towards the Great Hall. But still, no one was present. The moment they entered the hall, the candles suddenly ignited, signaling the arrival of dinner time. Yet, the 4 long tables stood empty, devoid of any company. A chill crept down their spines, and they gulped nervously, hesitating to retreat. After 3 full days, when Fred and George finally caught sight of a person, they nearly lost their minds, embracing the bewildered first-year Gryffindor student who had been unexpectedly accosted by the 2 mischievous brothers on his way back to the common room. The poor boy was nearly terrified out of his wits, spending the following month in cautious trepidation, fearful of inadvertently offending them in any way. Strangely, it seemed that no one had noticed their 3-day absence. All their classmates insisted they had been attending classes, dining, and sleeping together, never once missing a beat, making it impossible for them to have vanished for 3 days. Some even suggested a visit to the infirmary. They were well aware that this was not a matter for Madame Pomfrey to resolve. Thus, that afternoon, Fred and George once again intercepted Angelia. Chapter 86. The Prankster's Retaliation 4. "We are truly sorry, we were wrong." This time, in a secluded corridor, Fred and George bowed deeply before Angelia. "Much like before, we shouldn't have played that prank on you. We swear we will never do so again." Their haggard faces and pronounced dark circles indicated they had endured considerable torment over the past few days, yet Angelia merely scoffed. "Don't be in such a hurry. It's not over yet. The 3rd round of the game is about to commence." With that, without waiting for their response, she departed. Fred and George, apprehensively making their way to the corridor in front of the Gryffindor common room, were elated to finally discover their fellow students present, along with the fat lady. It was finally over. They breathed a sigh of relief, following a classmate through the passageway, arriving at the seashore. The seashore? Fred and George exchanged glances, a wry smile emerging on their faces. The 3rd round had begun. The tempestuous sea wind surged forth, carrying colossal waves, while the 2 individuals found themselves precariously perched upon a minuscule reef barely half a meter wide. Clinging to one another, they strained to maintain their balance, yet were inevitably engulfed by a great wave that cast them into the sea. "Help! Help!" Fred and George, neither of whom could swim, quickly realized that this was not an authentic ocean. They experienced the suffocating sensation of salt water invading their lungs. However, upon succumbing to the watery depths, they would instantly return, unscathed, to the reef, only to be swept away by the relentless surf once more. For a full 2 days, they endured this cycle. Initially, they endeavored to devise various strategies to remain on the rock, lying down, sitting, squatting, or taking turns, but regardless of their efforts, the merciless wave would always reclaim them. Eventually, they surrendered to despair, merely wishing for this torment to conclude. As the sun dipped below the horizon on the 2nd evening, their ordeal finally came to an end, and they found themselves once again gazing upon the familiar drapery of their beds. The 2 sat up and exchanged a glance before leaping from their beds and hastening towards the hall. For the 3rd time, they confronted Angelia at the entrance. Disregarding the ebb and flow of students and professors, they bowed deeply before her, big sister. Startled, Angelia took a step back, her brow furrowing as she contemplated whether she had miscalculated the dosage of the potion. Logically, the effect should have worn off by now. Receiving no response, Fred and George remained bowed, pleading, "We acknowledge our mistakes and promise never to prank you again. Please, show us mercy." Angelia had no intention of prolonging the matter. She coldly acknowledged them with a curt hum and turned to depart. Yet, Fred and George obstructed her path once more. "Could you teach us the art of pranking? From now on, you shall be our guiding elder, and we shall heed your every command." Their eyes sparkled with an unsettling intensity, startling Angelia, who promptly retreated and hastened into the hall. How terrifying! Could the potion have side effects? In truth, the explanation was rather simple. Angelia had utilized a hallucinogenic potion, infused with elements that altered auditory, visual, gustatory, olfactory, and tactile perceptions, alongside substances designed to muddle memory. Their three bizarre experiences stemmed from this concoction. Chapter 87. The Second Night Adventure. The first potion had been secretly mixed into their food, resulting in their initial misfortune. The second potion had been crafted for inhalation in the corridor where they sought her out. With no one else present, and having consumed the antidote, they fell victim once more. The third instance mirrored these occurrences. Angelia shook her head with a sigh. What could be resolved with a simple vial of antidote had been unnecessarily prolonged, revealing their lack of wisdom. Originally, she had intended to unveil a plethora of delightful trinkets, but seeing their disheveled state, she decided against it. Should misfortune befall them, would she not unjustly bear the blame? Though the temptation to cast an avada was strong, she recognized that the moment was not ripe for such actions. Thus, Angelia graciously resolved to forgive them for the time being. After a tranquil fortnight at Hogwarts, she found herself restless. On a sunlit evening, Angelia decided to invite Draco for a stroll down the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. The paper crane she conjured fluttered through the door of the boys' dormitory, and she waited patiently in the common room for a full 20 minutes. Yet Draco did not emerge. As the hour approached midnight, Angelia grew weary of waiting. She cast an invisibility charm upon herself and ventured out alone. Each floor was patrolled by professors, and Angelia deftly avoided their paths, making her way directly to the fourth floor. Upon reaching the corridor on the right, she exhaled in relief. Advancing to the door at the end of the hall, with a flick of her wand, she tapped the lock, which yielded softly. Slipping inside, a wave of foul, searing air washed over her, and she sensed the presence of a living creature behind her, prompting her to turn warily. Before her stood a grotesque, three-headed dog. How repulsive! Angelia recoiled slightly at the sight of its drool dripping from its maw. The room was cramped, barely accommodating the beast. Although she had rendered herself invisible, the creature could still detect the unfamiliar scent that permeated the air, its agitation palpable. As it circled, lifting its leg in search, Angelia's sharp eyes caught sight of a trapdoor beneath its paws. Clearly, a stealthy passage was out of the question. Cursing her predicament, Angelia rifled through her memory of the various magical creatures she had studied, finally recalling the description of the three-headed dog, ferocious in nature, with a penchant for music. Without hesitation, she shed her robes and transfigured them into a violin. With a flick of her wand, the instrument began to play melodiously, and she observed as the three-headed dog visibly calmed. Success! Angelia stood aside, waiting quietly, and soon the creature succumbed to slumber, lulled by the violin's serenade. Gently, she waved her wand to shift its heavy, furry paws, revealing the trapdoor beneath. The darkness below was daunting, but she cast a flickering lumos, barely illuminating the scene. Layers of azure vines cloaked the depths, reminiscent of a devil's snare. Without a moment's hesitation, Angelia leapt into the abyss. The soft vines embraced her, ensnaring her without resistance, and she surrendered to their grip, subsequently plummeting into a corridor. At the depths of the corridor, a glimmer of light beckoned her. Clutching her wand, she ventured forth, only to discover a substantial wooden door at the corridor's end, crowned by a swarm of winged keys. She gently pushed the door, but it was locked, indicating that the correct key must be found to gain entry. Glancing around, Angelia spotted a heap of flying broomsticks in a corner. Oh no, she rolled her eyes, redirecting her gaze to the fluttering keys above. It was impossible to catch them one by one. There had to be a trick to it. As she scrutinized the dancing keys, a pattern emerged to her keen observation. Almost all the keys moved in tandem with a single one, never straying too far despite their chaotic flight. With a raised brow, Angelia summoned a few protective armors to ensnare the chosen key, then employed a levitation spell to elevate herself into the air, successfully grasping it in her hand. The moment she secured the key, the surrounding keys surged toward her in a frenzied assault, but she swiftly countered with a few protective armors to fend off their chaotic advance. Executing a graceful roll back to the ground, she had obtained it. Angelia approached the door, inserted the key into the lock, and turned it gently. The door creaked open. Stepping inside, she found the floor adorned with a black and white checkered pattern, surrounded by an array of statues. As she walked further, an unsettling feeling washed over her. It appeared to be a chessboard. Chapter 88. The Second Nocturnal Adventure, 2. Angelia surveyed her surroundings and spotted the queen, king, knights, and pawns. Counting the pieces on both sides, her expression grew grave. There were 3 pieces missing, with only herself to rely upon. It was evident she could not participate in this game. Her gaze fell upon the door concealed behind the white pieces, a flicker of malice crossing her eyes. Having come this far, there was no reason to abandon her quest. Raising her wand, she aimed at the opposing pieces and muttered, "Shatter to dust." Yet, the pieces remained immobile. Clearly, this approach was futile. Angelia attempted to float over using the levitation spell, but the White Queen immediately raised her sword, blocking her path. This method proved ineffective as well. Biting her lip, Angelia twisted her wand in her palm, a new idea dawning upon her. Perhaps the soul-summoning curse? Since they were on the chessboard, It indicated that every piece possessed life. Perhaps the curse would succeed. Angelia raised her wand, directing it at the White Queen, and softly uttered the incantation. A green light struck the White Queen, yet nothing transpired. Seated on the chessboard, Angelia re-evaluated the layout, but no path forward revealed itself, eliciting her frustration. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with the White Queen, and unleashed a powerful soul-snatching curse. If your queen belongs to me, I wonder how you shall prevail. A crimson beam illuminated the White Queen, causing her to tremble violently before she raised her hand to remove her crown and cast it to the ground. The remaining pieces of the white chess set parted, revealing a grand door behind them. The key to overcoming this challenge was, astonishingly, a soul-snatching spell. Angelia, bemused and exasperated, rose to her feet. It seemed to be the twisted humor of the quizmaster. Nevertheless, she had successfully passed this trial and immediately took a step towards the door. A foul stench wafted through the air, prompting Angelia to furrow her brow in irritation. A colossal ogre slowly turned to regard the unexpectedly intruding Angelia, appearing somewhat bewildered, yet promptly raised the club in his hand to strike down upon her. Angelia's irritation reached its zenith. She swiftly unleashed a life-taking curse. A green light vanished into the ogre's body, causing him to sway unsteadily, prompting Angelia to quickly step aside. With a resounding crash, the ogre fell to the ground, allowing Angelia to dart through the door that lay behind him. The door swung open and then closed behind her, trapping the foul odor on the other side, granting Angelia the opportunity to take a deep breath, albeit the air here bore a musty scent. She held her wand aloft with vigilance, only to discover that this chamber harbored no perilous magical creatures, but rather a solitary table adorned with 7 distinct bottles. As Angelia crossed the threshold, 2 flames erupted before and behind her. The flame ahead was black, while the one behind gleamed purple, encircling her within their grasp. Beside the bottles lay a scroll of parchment, which Angelia unfurled to reveal familiar handwriting. Danger lies ahead, safety lies behind. Among us, 2 can aid you. Drink them. 1 will guide you forward, the other will return you to your original place. 2 contain nettle wine. 3 are lethal, lined up and wait. Choose wisely, unless you wish to remain eternally delayed. For clues were provided to aid her selection. First, regardless of how cunningly poison conceals itself, it stands to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at both ends are ineffectual. If you seek to advance, they will serve you no purpose. Third, you will note that the bottles vary in size. Neither the giant nor the dwarf hides the Grim Reaper. Fourth, the second bottle from the left and the second from the right, though differing in appearance, bear the same taste. Angelia quickly grasped the riddle. This was a challenge set forth by Snape. A smirk involuntarily graced her lips as she seized the smallest bottle at the edge and tilted it back to swallow. The liquid bore no discernible taste, or perhaps it was so subtle that it eluded her senses. Like ice, it seamlessly coursed through her upon swallowing, sending an involuntary shiver through her entire being. Angelia stepped over the black flames, and indeed, the flames inflicted no harm upon her. She felt no heat whatsoever. The moment she crossed the flames, she found herself in an entirely new chamber. This room was dim, damp, and cold, with the walls seemingly cloaked in chilling moisture. The space was devoid of any adornments, save for a colossal mirror positioned at its center. As Angelia approached the mirror and stood before it, she found it peculiar that her reflection was absent. All that met her gaze was a shroud of mist. Drawing closer to the mirror's edge, she discerned a small inscription, the Mirror of Ariste. She had encountered this mirror's description in a tome on magical artifacts. The Mirror of Ariste reveals one's innermost desires. Yet, why did she see only emptiness? She yearned to glimpse something. Dumbledore's downfall, the rise of the Death Eaters, the happiness of her friends, her parents. But there was nothing. Regardless of how earnestly she concentrated, the mirror reflected only a void. Was this wretched mirror broken? Disheartened, Angelia sank to the floor, grappling with the reality that after surmounting so many trials, she found herself merely staring into a malfunctioning mirror. Was all her toil merely for the shattered glass? She redirected her gaze back to the mirror. What was the essence of it all? Angelia stared blankly at the mirror, and this time, she beheld herself. She watched in astonishment as she pulled a stone from her pocket, only to return it moments later. The instant the stone fell into her pocket within the mirror, Angelia distinctly felt a weight drop inside her robe's pocket. Intrigued, she reached into her pocket, and her fingers clasped a gleaming stone. Angelia's eyes widened in shock. She recognized this stone, the Philosopher's Stone. But why was it here? There was no time for contemplation. She swiftly turned to leave. She could not allow anyone to discover that the stone was in her possession. The return journey proved significantly easier than her arrival. She traversed seamlessly back to the room containing the 3-headed dog, recasting her invisibility charm, transforming her violin back into her robe, and gingerly opening the door to exit. The corridor remained tranquil, and Angelia drew her wand to relock the door, cautiously making her way toward the Slytherin common room, with the Philosopher's Stone nestled in her pocket. She dared not show even the slightest hint of vulnerability, proceeding meticulously until she reached her dormitory. It was only after shutting the dormitory door that she finally exhaled in relief, neglecting the need for a bath. Angelia retrieved the Philosopher's Stone from her pocket for a closer examination before promptly sealing it within a splendidly crafted box. She had brought many of these boxes, originally intended for storing dark magical items. It can isolate all forms of magical observation and attack, and is immune to summoning spells like the Flying Curse. Moreover, it can encapsulate the magical aura of the items stored within, making it perfectly suitable for safeguarding magical stones. It was only after she had securely returned the locked box to the bottom of the jewelry cabinet that Angelia exhaled a sigh of relief. A wave of fatigue washed over her, and the myriad strange scents emanating from her body became unbearable, prompting her to take a swift bath and retire to bed. A night of sweet dreams ensued. Chapter 90. A harmless little misunderstanding. The nocturnal escapade from the previous night caused Angelia to oversleep the following day, but fortunately, Pansy, acting on Draco's request, came to rouse her. "Leah, wake up, it's time for class." A soft call reached Angelia's ears, and she groggily opened her eyes. "Pansy, what time is it?" Overwhelmed by sleepiness, she buried her head under the covers, attempting to steal a few more moments of slumber. Pansy gently patted her shoulder. "Get up. Leah, we're going to be late for class. The first lesson is potions with Professor Snape." Startled, Angelia bolted upright. "What time is it?" Pansy, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "There's still an hour before class starts. We have time. Let us go eat first." Pansy's words jolted Angelia awake, and after a quick wash, she followed her out of the girls' dormitory. Seeing Pansy escorting her, Draco rose and approached Angelia, gently ruffling her hair. She appeared dazed, her eyes vacant, clearly still in a state of slumber. In this uncharacteristically vulnerable moment, Angelia retracted her usual sharp demeanor, appearing soft and pliable. Unable to resist, Draco playfully pinched her cheek. "Let us go, we need to eat." He draped an arm around her shoulder, guiding her forward to prevent her from bumping into others in her dazed state. Throughout the morning, Angelia remained in a fog, while Draco vigilantly ensured she finished her breakfast, concerned that she might inadvertently feed herself bread through her nostrils. After breakfast, Angelia accompanied Draco to the potions classroom, where the lighting was considerably dimmer than in the Great Hall. She yawned repeatedly, squinting her eyes, nearly colliding with the walls. Draco, focused and attentive, led her along the path, refraining from engaging with others. At last, Angelia settled fully into her chair in the classroom, and Draco sighed in relief as he slumped beside her. "I'm so tired." Before long, class commenced, and as usual, Snape strode into the room, gesturing towards the blackboard. "The material for today's lesson is on the board, and the required ingredients are in the cabinets along the wall. You have 1 hour to submit your potion before class ends." Having finished his instructions, Snape turned around and was unexpectedly met with the sight of Angelia and Draco slumped in despair at the front row. "What is wrong with them?" Snape furrowed his brow in concern. In truth, he had not conversed much with Angelia lately, ever since he had raised his voice at her in the corridor. She had not returned to his office. After that day, he earnestly contemplated the possibility that he had misunderstood the situation, prompting him to conduct a thorough investigation. Although Angelia and Harry remained tight-lipped, Fred and George, during the 3 days of their unrestrained antics, revealed the entire affair, allowing him to swiftly grasp the events of that day. He was filled with regret and yearned to make amends. However, she had not acknowledged him since that day. Consequently, Snape's temper had soured significantly, leading to Gryffindor losing nearly 100 points, half of which were deducted by Lena, with a substantial portion attributed to the Weasley twins. Their lives in Gryffindor had become exceedingly difficult, akin to that of a despised street rat, and they had never been as loathed as they were now. Even during their most mischievous escapades, they believed that Angelia's retribution had yet to conclude, but on several occasions when they attempted to confront her, she eluded them. Thus, they reluctantly abandoned their pranks and endeavored to perform well in all their classes, striving to earn points for Gryffindor, yet their efforts often backfired. In summary, both the Weasley twins and Snape were beset by their respective troubles during this period. Chapter 91. The Considerate Snape. Most students had retrieved their potion ingredients and were preparing to commence their tasks. Draco had also collected his materials and was diligently grinding the powdered motherwort, while Angelia sat beside him, resting her chin on her hand and yawning. "If you're tired, you should take a short nap," Snape remarked. Unable to bear the sight of Angelia's drooping head, he approached her side under the pretense of inspecting Draco's work and softly spoke to her. Upon hearing the suggestion of sleep, Angelia's eyes brightened, and she almost immediately laid her head down on the table and dozed off. When no one was watching, a flicker of affection crossed Snape's eyes. In Draco's group, he was the sole one laboring diligently, and even the slightest movement on his part drew Snape's cold gaze. necessitating that he exercise utmost caution while brewing the potion, causing his progress to lag behind that of the other groups. However, Snape did not reproach him for this. On the contrary, when Draco presented a potion of commendable quality, Snape uncharacteristically praised him, saying, "Well done." Exhausted and with aching wrists, Draco persevered. As this potion required constant stirring, whereas other groups alternated between two students, leaving Draco to toil alone throughout the process. All the students observed Angelia sleeping during Snape's class. Yet when they noticed Snape passing by her several times without rousing her, they understood one crucial lesson. Under no circumstances should one disturb Angelia. By the end of the class, she had yet to awaken. With no subsequent class scheduled, the students joyfully exited the potions classroom, and under Snape's suggestion, Draco also departed, leaving only Snape and the slumbering Angelia in the room. Snape chose not to interrupt her repose. Instead, he returned from his office with a pile of student assignments and a blanket. He placed the homework on the desk beside Angelia and gently draped the blanket over her. Angelia was in a deep slumber, and Snape's movements did not rouse her. Thus, one graded assignments while the other slept, until Angelia finally awoke after lunch. As she opened her eyes in a daze, she unexpectedly beheld Snape, who was focused on the papers before him. Awake? Snape glanced up briefly before returning his gaze to the assignments. Angelia sat up and surveyed her surroundings, appearing somewhat bewildered. "Do not linger. This is the potions classroom." "And it is now midday, just past lunch," Snape remarked, finding her confusion amusing. "Are you hungry?" Though still somewhat dazed, Angelia nodded at his question, her voice soft and slightly husky from sleep, utterly charming. "I am hungry." Snape reached out to tousle her disheveled, light golden locks before gathering the stack of graded papers and rising. "Follow me." Obediently, Angelia wrapped the blanket around herself and trailed behind Snape. They made their way back to the potions office, where Snape summoned the Hogwarts house elf. "Bring 2 portions of red wine steak, 2 bowls of creamy mushroom soup, 1 serving of pineapple juice, and 1 cup of black coffee." The house elf vanished immediately upon receiving the command. Snape observed Angelia's still dazed expression and couldn't help but smirk slightly. "Not fully awake yet." Angelia nodded and then shook her head. With a gentle sigh, Snape suggested, "Sit on the sofa and wait a moment. Lunch will be here shortly." Complying, Angelia settled onto the sofa, clutching the blanket, her azure eyes fixed on Snape, lost in thought. Snape felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze and attempted to speak several times, only to abandon the effort upon encountering her vacant stare. "Very well, let her be." At last, the house elf returned with their lunch, and Snape relievedly accepted the tray, placing it on the desk and dragging a chair from the side to position it across from him. "Come and have lunch," he beckoned to Angelia, who dutifully approached and took a seat opposite him. The aroma of red wine steak and creamy mushroom soup wafted through the air as Angelia sliced a piece of steak and savored it, her taste buds awakened. Noticing a shift in Angelia's expression, which now bore hints of clarity beyond mere confusion, Snape let out a quiet sigh of relief. Chapter 92, Help Me Grade Assignments. After lunch, Angelia came to life. "Thank you, Uncle Severus," she said cheerfully, sipping her pineapple juice. The meal, delivered by the house elf arranged by the Malfoy family, was to her liking, and she happily consumed the entire steak and a small bowl of creamy mushroom soup. "Feeling more awake?" Snape raised an eyebrow, looking at her. Angelia playfully winked at Severus, exclaiming, "Uncle Severus is the best. I didn't sleep well last night, but thankfully, Uncle Severus allowed me to rest for a while." A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Severus's mouth as he remarked, "To keep up with the curriculum." Draco's hand was almost cramping from all the stirring. "However, mastering the art of stirring is an essential foundation in potion making. I believe Draco will appreciate this as a valuable practice." A warm sensation enveloped Angelia's heart. Everyone cared for her so deeply, even at the expense of their own principles. She felt compelled to do what little she could to bring them joy. Noticing Angelia's silence, Severus pressed his lips together and said, "I have already investigated the matter from last time." Angelia looked up at him, her expression one of confusion, as if struggling to recall the incident. Observing her bewilderment, Severus elaborated, "It was outside my office when A look of realization dawned on Angelia's face. She leaned closer to Severus, meeting his gaze, her voice sweet and melodic. "I understand, Uncle Severus, it's because you care for me." The trust and reliance gleaming in her eyes were almost blinding, prompting Severus to avert his gaze. That day, Severus was not one to articulate his feelings well, and Angelia was well aware of this. Before he could finish, she interjected, "You need not say more. I comprehend perfectly." Her voice was soft and soothing. "I trust you, Uncle Severus." Despite his resolve, Severus found his gaze drawn back to her. Her eyes were bright and warm, instantly evoking memories of the past. Once again, that look, Angelica observed Severus curiously. That same complex expression, infused with nostalgia and affection, was laced with countless tender emotions. His eyes were profoundly deep, concealing something ineffable yet impossible to overlook. though she could not decipher it. Uncle Severus? Angelia gently inquired, her tone laced with curiosity. Severus snapped back to the present. It is getting late. We should prepare to head back for class soon. He bestowed upon her a tender smile once more. Angelia obediently acquiesced, slowly exiting the potions office. Though the uncertainty in her eyes remained unabated. What did that look truly signify? Having enjoyed a restful slumber that morning, Angelia felt invigorated until dinner. While Draco appeared utterly dejected, the strain on his wrist from the morning's exertions had persisted, and he looked at Angelia with a pitiful expression, raising his hand. It hurts. Without hesitation, Angelia reached over, cutting his steak into manageable pieces and pouring him a glass of orange juice to place beside him. Nearby, Theodore gritted his teeth in frustration. I have no strength left. Draco's gaze drifted towards Theodore, his voice softening further. Theodore clenched his knife and fork, gritting his teeth as he retorted, I'll feed you. Draco rolled his eyes at him, then turned to look at Angelia with a pitiful expression, demanding, feed me. Without hesitation, Angelia took a piece of steak from her plate and fed it to him, occasionally offering him sips of her drink, and even the dessert, a small pudding, was lovingly fed to him bite by bite. After finishing their dinner, Draco leaned closer to Angelia and whispered in her ear, Did you send me the origami crane last night? I only found it beside my pillow this morning. He continued, It's nothing. I just couldn't sleep and wanted to talk to you. Angelia concealed her late-night escapade, aware that the fewer individuals who knew about the Philosopher's Stone, the better. Many sought it, and those who knew its whereabouts were undoubtedly at risk. Thus, she had no intention of revealing this to Draco just yet. Throughout the dinner, Draco indulged in the experience while Angelia felt utterly exhausted, and Theodore seemed on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust. As customary, it was time to head to the potions office afterward. Recently, Angelia had been engrossed in researching a dark magical artifact. Spending a fortnight in the Hogwarts and Slytherin libraries to gather the necessary information, which allowed her the time for her nocturnal adventure the previous night. Now that her research was complete, Angelia intended to immerse herself in the potions office once more. Consequently, after dinner, Angelia and Draco found themselves once again in the potions office. You're here, Snape said, lifting his gaze from the papers he was grading, his pale face betraying signs of fatigue. Angelia, come here. Unlike his usual practice of having her sit on the sofa, he pulled a chair next to his desk for her. Help me with some grading. Chapter 93, Assisting with Grading, 2. Angelia obediently approached and sat in the chair. Observing Snape closely, she noticed the pronounced redness in his eyes. Professor, perhaps you should rest for a while, she suggested with concern. I can manage the grading. Snape leaned back in his chair, furrowing his brow as he rubbed his temples, his voice weary. It's fine. Let's do this together. After we finish grading. I still need to brew a potion. Angelia seemed poised to say more, but Snape had already returned his attention to the paper in his hands, prompting her to swallow her words. The two sat quietly at the desk, grading the assignments before them. Angelia was responsible for the second-year Slytherin students' work, which was neatly written and clearly articulated, making the grading rather effortless. Snape, on the other hand, was reviewing the first-year Gryffindor submissions, his frown deepening with each paper. Never easing. Angelia watched as he irritably marked a large X on a particularly messy piece of writing. How unfortunate, she murmured. Angelia observed Severus casting the paper aside onto the stack on his right, where all the assignments were destined to be divided into two piles, acceptable and unacceptable. Clearly, this particular paper had landed amongst the latter. Her heart ached as she glanced at the few remaining sheets of parchment to Severus's left and then at the towering heap on his right. Uncle Severus must be quite upset. Contemplating this, she gently pushed the remaining half of the Slytherin papers toward him. Before she could utter a word, Severus spoke softly without lifting his gaze. You must be tired. Why not take a break? I shall handle the rest. Angelia reached out and pulled the unfinished stack of papers closer to him, her voice sweet and tinged with a playful lilt. I merely wish to exchange a few thoughts with Uncle Severus. Sensing her movement, Severus finally raised his eyes to meet hers, but before he could speak, she continued. I would like to review the first-year material to reinforce my foundational knowledge. She blinked her exquisite azure eyes at him, which were laced with a hint of concern. Her voice, soft and honeyed, elicited an involuntary smile from Severus. Very well. He was well aware that Angelia was feigning this pretext to alleviate his burden. She had been able to recite second-year material effortlessly since she was 7, rendering the first-year content redundant. Yet, the warmth of her expressed concern was too comforting to dismiss. He resolved to expedite the grading of the Slytherin papers and then assist her in addressing the hasty submissions from the Gryffindors. With this thought in mind, Severus's pace in marking the papers quickened. The Slytherin assignments were consistently thorough. Having graded several with a plus, his mood improved considerably. Meanwhile, Angelia diligently assessed the Gryffindor papers, the first of which belonged to Harry. His handwriting was relatively neat, and he had approached the task with earnestness, though some of his references were somewhat vague. She discreetly lifted her gaze to the substantial stack beside Severus, a sweet smile gracing her features. Consider yourself fortunate. In the upper right corner of the paper, she inscribed, Chapter 94, Assist me with grading, 3. The subsequent submissions included Mr. Finnegan, whose cauldron had been freshly cleaned during class, Mr. Longbottom, who had spent 3 days in the infirmary after an explosion, and Mr. Weasley, who had been ejected from the classroom before the lesson even began. The papers of Mr. Finnegan and Mr. Weasley were nearly identical, both having misremembered the essay topic, writing the effects of Scabbers and other potions instead of the interaction of Scabbers' potion with other potions. In contrast, Mr. Longbottom's paper stood out. At least he had remembered the title correctly, albeit he had transcribed the first sentence of every paragraph from pages 25 and 37 of the textbook in its entirety. With a sigh, Angelia marked their papers accordingly. The subsequent process of revising could only be described as enchanting. Angelia witnessed the various methods employed in manuscript corrections, transcribing potion formulas, illustrating diagrams, directly pasting herb specimens, copying others' papers along with their names, and simply writing not found or I do not know. She finally comprehended how the tall stack to Severus's right had come to be, as her own right side now bore a similarly impressive pile. Severus swiftly completed the revisions of the paper in his hands and raised his gaze towards Angelia, who was still diligently correcting her assignments, her small face scrunched in concentration over the manuscript before her. It was her first encounter with a veritable Waterloo in her grading career. The paper, meticulously penned and presenting a flawless exploration of its subject, was indeed a rare gem of excellence. Yet, it simultaneously contained a list of 16 unrelated potions, an abstract on the conflicting effects of potions, Gemina, 1964, and the impact of various types of elixirs on the treatment of scabies under conditions of potion conflict. Angelia stared at the lengthy 16-inch paper authored by Miss Hermione Granger. Utterly distressed, she was at a loss as to what score to assign Granger. Observing the increasingly furrowed brow of the delicate visage before him, Severus gently interjected, breaking the tension, "What troubles you? Have you encountered a dilemma?" At the sound of Severus's voice, Angelia abruptly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as if she had spotted a savior, pushing the paper toward him with a hint of distress in her soft voice. "Uncle Severus, I am unsure of what score to give this paper." Severus glanced over the paper and quickly understood her predicament. He marked a large plus sign on it with his quill and casually tossed it into the pile of satisfactory submissions. Having done so, Severus turned his attention back to Angelia. "How many are left?" Noticing his inclination to reach for more papers, Angelia instinctively gathered all the manuscripts before her into her embrace. Resembling a protective creature guarding its food, "Uncle Severus, you are not to grade anymore. Go take a short nap, and I shall call you when I have finished the assignments to brew potions." Severus opened his mouth, but Angelia seemed to anticipate his intent, promptly interrupting him with feigned sternness. "No, Uncle Severus, you must go to sleep now." Her voice was soft and sweet, yet she exaggerated her fierce demeanor, making her utterly adorable. Severus raised an eyebrow in resignation. "Then I shall leave these to you?" "Leave them all to me. Go sleep, Uncle Severus," Angelia urged, nodding vigorously. Finally, Severus rose from his chair, moved beside her, and gently ruffled her hair, whispering something to her before obediently returning to the common room. Chapter 95, Leah. "You've worked hard, Leah?" Severus's voice was astonishingly tender, a warmth distinct from his usual indulgent demeanor, imbued with an undercurrent of something else entirely. She had never heard such a tone from him, nor had she ever heard him refer to her as Leah. "Leah." Angelia lowered her small head and picked up the nearby papers once more. Yet the disarray of scribbled words could not erase the radiant smile that lingered at the corners of her mouth. After approximately half an hour, Angelia finally placed the last paper into the stack on her right. The desk was now cluttered with papers, and only after she had organized the assignments from Slytherin and Gryffindor did it return to its original state. Draco, seated nearby, had succumbed to slumber. Leaning awkwardly against the wall, a slimy tissue firmly grasped in his gloved right hand. "Draco? Wake up," Angelia whispered as she approached him. Almost instantaneously, he opened his eyes, alert and wide. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, he straightened up, seemingly intent on dealing with the tissue in his hand. With a sigh, Angelia waved her wand to remove both the glove and the tissue from his grasp. "It's nearly curfew. We should head back." Draco, now fully awake, shook his head and stood up, making his way outside with a look of lingering confusion on his face. After taking a few steps, he noticed that Angelia had not followed. He turned back to her, puzzled. "Aren't you coming?" "I'll return shortly. Professor Snape has many matters to attend to, and I sometimes stay after curfew to assist him," she replied. He nodded in understanding and proceeded to open the door and depart. Time had slipped away, and Angelia turned to enter the common room, preparing to awaken Snape. The common room was dimly lit, and she used the faint glow from the fireplace to navigate to his bedside. Snape lay on his side, his brow furrowed, breathing somewhat hastily, and beads of sweat glistened on his pale forehead indicating a troubled sleep. Uncle Severus? Angelia spoke softly, and almost the moment her voice left her lips, Snape's eyes snapped open, sharp and piercing. Upon seeing Angelia's face, a fleeting look of confusion crossed his features. A fog seemed to gather in his dark eyes, obscuring an emotion that appeared ready to break free. "Leah," Snape murmured, his voice still thick with the remnants of sleep, imbued with a complexity that momentarily stunned Angelia. "Uncle Severus?" She hesitated, sensing a twinge of fear at his reaction. Hearing her voice, Snape quickly regained his composure, shutting his eyes once more and lying back on the bed. His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable firmness. "Leave." Angelia did not comprehend the meaning behind his gaze, his tone, and his reaction, but glancing at Snape, who lay with his eyes tightly shut, she suddenly realized that she had inadvertently touched upon a secret of his. Thus, she obediently departed from the room. The door to the lounge creaked open and then shut again, prompting Snape to slowly open his eyes, suppressing the bittersweet emotions that swelled within him. She must have been frightened, surely. "Leah." Snape recalled the recent dream, the green light that had flashed too swiftly for him to intervene, and the fallen figure. Chapter 96, Brewing the Hellish Potion. As she lay in bed, Angelia remained perplexed about the meaning behind that gaze. It seemed to be directed at her, yet also appeared to see beyond her, into something else. Snape's complex emotions were always lost on Angelia, but she sensed that he wished to keep them concealed. Since he preferred her ignorance, it must have been for a reason. She believed he would never harm her. With this thought, Angelia peacefully drifted into slumber. In the potion office's lounge, Snape sat up, rubbing his throbbing head. He was at a loss for how to explain the recent incident to Angelia. He had never treated her so coldly, and she must have felt deeply wronged. The image of her hurt expression twisted his heart. Frowning with irritation, he exited the lounge. Dumbledore had requested that he present a sample of the hellish potion by morning. It was already past the curfew hour of 11, and Hogwarts was eerily quiet, save for the occasional hurried footsteps of staff patrolling the corridors. Standing before the cauldron, Snape irritably added the daffodil root to the mugwort infusion. In the past, brewing potions had provided an escape from his troubles, and he endeavored to cast aside distractions, pouring all his focus into the potion's creation. Yet, a corner of his mind replayed the dream and Angelia's astonished, bewildered face. For the first time, he harbored a profound disdain for Dumbledore's task, though in truth, such animosity was unwarranted. He had no idea how to explain tonight's events to Angelia, and even if he were not required to brew potions, he could not seek her out. The potion in the cauldron gradually transformed into a harmonious shade of tea brown. Snape began to press the sleeping draft beans with the edge of a silver knife to extract their juice. Perhaps he should gloss over the matter. But Angelia was astute and would undoubtedly sense something amiss. She would never pester him for answers, yet she might secretly feel sorrowful alone. Frustrated, Snape tossed the valerian root and sleeping draft beans into the cauldron, causing the liquid to shift to a pale azure hue. He commenced the repetitive process of stirring counterclockwise 7 times, followed by an additional counterclockwise stir, watching as the liquid quickly became clear. Perhaps he could choose a gift to offer her as an apology. The potion had become as clear as water, and Snape poured the completed hellish potion into a prepared vial, sealing it securely. What kind of gift should he select? The following day was Saturday, and Angelia, unusually, indulged in a leisurely sleep. Upon waking, she realized breakfast had long passed, yet fortunately, she was not hungry. With a joyful smile, she sat up and stretched, invigorated by a restful night's sleep. After a brief morning routine, Angelia settled at her desk, retrieving a specially crafted quill and parchment to compose a letter. "Dear old Dark Lord, time has flown by, and I have already been here for half a month. I wonder how you have been lately? I have adapted quite well and have yet to encounter any conflicts with Dumbledore, so you need not worry. Have the members of the Pure Blood Party been keeping you company as promised? I hope they are fulfilling their duty diligently. Otherwise, I can hardly imagine the extent of your nagging upon my return. By the way, the gift I have for you is enclosed in this envelope. I trust you will appreciate it." Satisfied, Angelia watched as the emerald ink dried, folding the letter neatly and placing it into the envelope. She also slipped in the photograph of Dumbledore taken clandestinely in the headmaster's office, along with the card Harry drew from a chocolate frog that belonged to Dumbledore, carefully omitting the portion that detailed his accomplishments. Having completed her task, she decided to borrow Draco's owl, as her own, Will, had yet to return. The common room was bustling with students, and Draco sat on the sofa engrossed in a book when a familiar figure settled beside him. "Draco, may I borrow your owl for a moment?" Angelia implored, her light golden locks bobbing before him. "I wish to send a letter to the old Dark Lord, but Will is still absent." Though Hogwarts had its owls, she did not trust Dumbledore, and even with the special stationery and ink, she was unwilling to take that risk. "Very well, I shall accompany you to the Owlery," Draco replied, setting his book aside. Outside, the sky was overcast, and a biting wind whipped the dry leaves and dust into swirling eddies. Angelia was not dressed warmly enough. The cold air surged beneath her cloak, sending a chill coursing through her delicate skin. She contemplated casting a warming charm, but her wand was tucked away in her sleeve, and her fingers were too numb to retrieve it. Suddenly, Draco noticed the footsteps behind him had ceased. Turning back, he found Angelia standing still, her nose flushed, as she struggled to extract her wand from her sleeve. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, he drew his wand and cast a warming charm upon her. A wave of warmth enveloped her, dispelling the cold, and Angelia looked up in delight, only to catch Draco rolling his eyes at her. "Foolish girl, why didn't you call for me when you got cold?" he remarked with disdain, observing the joy etched on her face. Angelia's fingers regained their warmth, and her complexion softened as she beamed with surprise. "I thought you hadn't learned that spell yet." Draco's expression stiffened momentarily before he turned away, dismissing her with indifference as he strode toward the Ollery. "How infuriating," Angelia observed Draco, who was suddenly engulfed in anger, and blinked in bewilderment. She hastened to catch up with him, walking alongside but unsure of the cause of his ire, thus refraining from any attempts to placate him. They walked in tandem towards the Ollery, and when Draco turned to see Angelia cautiously glancing at him, his anger dissipated in an instant. "Foolishness." He strode to the center of the Ollery and beckoned to a proud, glossy-feathered eagle owl perched on a branch. "Come here." Obediently, the owl spread its wings and alighted on Draco's outstretched hand, though it held its head high with an air of arrogance. Angelia approached Draco and gently handed the envelope to the owl, whispering, "Take this to my former residence." The owl recognized her. It had frequently delivered her messages in the past, making the journey every few days, and thus knew precisely where she referred to. It grasped the envelope with its talons and nuzzled her palm lightly before soaring away. Draco watched the owl's retreating silhouette, suddenly letting out a heavy huff. How detestable. He had never once sought to nuzzle Angelia's palm. As he pondered this, a small hand unexpectedly appeared atop his head. Angelia was gazing at him with a cheerful glimmer in her eyes, her delicate white fingers gently tousling his hair. "Are you not angry anymore?" she asked softly. Draco's ears flushed crimson, and in an attempt to mask his embarrassment, he averted his gaze and lifted his chin with feigned pride. "Who is angry with you?" The gesture mirrored that of the eagle owl perfectly, prompting a soft laugh from Angelia. The last time Snape had provided her with the potion ingredient procurement channels still lingered in her possession, and with no classes that day, Angelia decided to seek out Lena. Lena was bent over her desk, sketching with a feather quill. Upon Angelia's entrance, she hastily stowed the parchment into a drawer, greeting her with a gentle smile. "Miss Royal," Lena said as she approached her with warmth. Angelia immediately understood that there were watchful eyes in the room. She casually scanned her surroundings, and indeed, spotted a rather inconspicuous portrait in the corner, within which a lady was quietly observing them. "Professor Dubois," Angelia said with a demure smile, "I have a question I would like to consult you about, regarding the Cornish pixies." "Oh, certainly," Lena replied, winking at her. "Come, have a seat." Taking a seat at the desk, Lena retrieved the textbook on defense against the dark arts, and the two engaged in a serious discussion about the Cornish pixies while the portrait in the corner continued to scrutinize them without a moment's pause. "So, the Cornish pixies originate from the magical creatures of Cornwall?" Angelia inquired, raising her eyes to Lena with a playful blink. "Indeed. Then, if I wish to capture a Cornish pixie, could I venture to Cornwall and try my luck?" "Of course, my dear. But I believe they may also exist in other locales. It's just that they have yet to be discovered." Lena grasped her meaning and replied with composure. "Perhaps I have compiled a list of their frequent haunts." Angelia placed the parchment detailing the potion ingredients procurement channels, pinned by Snape, upon the desk. The portrait was positioned far from the desk, obscured by Lena, rendering it impossible for her to discern the script upon the parchment. Lena cast a glance at the contents of the parchment, a gentle smile gracing her features. With the list in hand, capturing them will be considerably easier. "Alas, I am still in school and cannot venture out myself. I must enlist the help of others." Angelia furrowed her brow in apparent distress. These locations must be visited frequently to ensnare the finest Cornish pixies. Lena slipped the parchment into the pages of her book. "I am confident they shall find a Cornish pixie that meets Miss Royal's expectations." Angelia raised an eyebrow with satisfaction. "Then I shall rest easy." Having concluded their serious discussion, Angelia stood with a soft smile on her face. "Thank you, Professor Dubois, for your insights. I believe I understand now. I shall take my leave." "Very well." After Angelia departed, the lady in the portrait in the corner quietly exited as well. Lena, clutching the book containing the parchment, turned and stepped into the fireplace, vanishing in a sudden burst of emerald flames. Within her desk drawer lay a parchment adorned with the portrait of a stunning woman, resting quietly. Chapter 99, Beauty Potion. In the headmaster's office, a lady returned to the vacant frame hanging to the right of Dumbledore. "Oh, headmaster," she began with a hint of complaint. "Miss Royal has taken her leave. What transpired?" Dumbledore turned to regard her. "Do not mention it," she pouted, visibly displeased. Miss Royal and Professor Du Bois prattled on about Cornish pixies, and it gave me quite the headache. This lady harbored a deep aversion to various magical creatures, making her endurance of such discourse all the more remarkable. Dumbledore smiled gently. Aside from that, did they discuss anything else? Nothing at all, she replied, irritably rubbing her temples. If you ask me, next time, let Wallenstein handle such matters. You know he adores those foolish creatures. Dumbledore remained silent, his gaze fixed upon a peculiar trinket on the desk, lost in thought. The lady, noticing his lack of attention, huffed and exited the frame in annoyance. After leaving the office, Angelia made her way back to the basement. She initially intended to visit the Slytherin library, but upon reaching the door of the potions office, she hesitated and gently knocked. No sound emanated from within, leading Angelia to assume Snape was absent. Just as she was about to turn away, the door suddenly swung open. Angelia? Snape's voice was weary, yet the faint hint of surprise within it momentarily puzzled Angelia. She visits him almost daily. What is there to be surprised about? Is there something he wishes to discuss with her? Before Angelia could voice her thoughts, Severus's voice resonated. Do you have something on your mind? Indeed. He had a matter to address with her. Angelia's confusion dissipated, and she obediently shook her head. No, Uncle Severus. Is there something you need me to do? She appeared unfazed, her demeanor towards him unchanged from before, which relieved Severus slightly. It's nothing significant. I merely wanted to inquire if you needed anything lately. Angelia was momentarily perplexed, yet she recalled Severus's usual attentiveness towards her and thought little of it. Not really. Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa have provided me with plenty, and I haven't even used it all yet. Damn Lucius, Severus gritted his teeth. Before he could respond, Angelia's gentle voice emerged again. However, I recently came across a rather intricate beauty potion. The recipe is incomplete, and the brewing process is exceedingly complicated. Could you assist me, Uncle Severus? Severus let out a sigh of relief, his earlier discontent towards Lucius vanishing without a trace. Of course, the beauty potion was one she had discovered in an ancient book on potion making in the Slytherin library a few days prior. Due to its age, many entries were faded, and numerous pages were damaged, thus presenting her with challenges. Her interest in studying this recipe was not a fleeting whim. The Pureblood Party had just resumed its activities and was in dire need of substantial funding. Relying solely on a potion shop would be insufficient. She needed to explore additional avenues for generating income. Chapter 100. The Beauty Potion, 2. Most individuals aspire to enhance their appearance, particularly wizards from pureblood families. They lack neither wealth nor time. What they seek are effective beauty potions. The beauty potions currently available on the market tend to yield only transient effects, suitable for emergencies but inadequate for sustaining lasting beauty. Should a potion truly capable of maintaining wizards' allure for an extended period emerge, it would undoubtedly garner immense popularity. The beauty potion from the Slytherin library could achieve this, yet its incomplete recipe likely accounts for its absence from the market. Angelia swiftly returned to her dormitory to retrieve the copied recipe of the beauty potion. The missing ingredients were not difficult to deduce. A few simple experiments would suffice to confirm them. After Severus examined it carefully, he relaxed his furrowed brow. Angelia's eyes sparkled. That's wonderful, Uncle Severus. What potion ingredients do we need? I'll send someone to fetch them. No need, Severus replied, witnessing her brightened expression. The anxiety that had troubled him throughout the night finally subsided. I have all the materials here. Thank you, Uncle Severus. Angelia was evidently overjoyed, her voice sweet and her lips adorned with a radiant smile, which even caused Snape to subtly curve his own lips. The two had spent the entire day nestled in the potions office, experimenting with 6 different potion recipes, and at last, just before dinner, they had successfully discovered the correct one. Like a butterfly, Angelia flitted about the room, occasionally dividing the finished potion into several small vials, and then leaning over the desk to transcribe the potion formula, her face consistently lit with a delightful smile. Snape, too, felt a sense of happiness as he observed the bustling Angelia, wishing for her to remain in such high spirits. The sordid, dark matters were best kept from her knowledge. Once Angelia had completed her tasks, she cheerily gathered the finished potion and the potion formula, then sweetly turned to Snape, playfully stating, Uncle Severus, I'm so hungry. Snape promptly summoned the house elf to bring their dinner. As usual, the meal consisted of Angelia's favorite dishes, while Snape desired a cup of black coffee. However, Angelia immediately halted him, pointing out that it was already 6:30 in the evening, and consuming black coffee at this hour would surely disturb his sleep. With her beautiful, cerulean eyes fixed intently on him, her unspoken plea was unmistakable. Unable to withstand such a gaze, Snape acquiesced, replacing his black coffee with the same pineapple juice that Angelia was enjoying. Isn't it delightful? Angelia exclaimed, taking a large sip from her glass, the sweet and tangy juice causing her to squint her eyes in satisfaction. Snape, in truth, was not fond of such saccharine concoctions. He preferred the bitter taste of black coffee, yet seeing Angelia's content expression, He begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Not bad. After dinner. It seemed Snape had other matters to attend to. Not wishing to intrude, Angelia nestled herself into the sofa with a book. The flickering flames in the fireplace cast a warm glow, while Snape immersed himself in his paper. By the time he lifted his gaze again, he found Angelia had already drifted off to sleep on the sofa. Chapter 101. I will take you away. The clock's hands had reached 12, and the potions office felt quite chilly in the deep of night, the fireplace's flames insufficient to dispel the cold. Angelia curled up pitifully on the sofa, striving to wrap herself snugly in her robe. Her brows were slightly furrowed, her nose reddened from the cold, and her rosy lips turned down in a frown, clearly indicating she was not having a restful sleep. Snape approached, intending to wake her, but the faint weariness etched on her face deterred him from doing so. After a long day of potion experimentation, she must have been utterly exhausted. With a flick of his wand, he gently levitated her and placed her on the bed in the adjoining room, then pulled a nearby blanket, casting a warming charm before draping it over her. The soft, warm blanket eased the tension in Angelia's brow, and she nestled into the pillow, curling up like a cat within the comforting embrace of the covers. Snape chuckled softly, waving his wand to intensify the flames in the fireplace of the common room. Since the essay remained unfinished, he decided to let her sleep here, allowing him to continue his writing. With this thought, Snape quietly exited the common room. Angelia slept soundly. The dim, warm ambience and the soft blankets enveloped her in unparalleled comfort. The faint, bitter scent lingering in the air was one she recognized well, and when she awoke, it was already the following morning. Upon opening her eyes, Angelia felt a moment of confusion in the unfamiliar bedroom, but she quickly recalled that this was Snape's common room. She must have dozed off while reading, and Uncle Severus must have moved her. Given that she had spent the night here, where had Uncle Severus slept? Frowning in annoyance, Angelia swiftly climbed out of bed and made her way to the office. The office was frigid. The flames in the fireplace flickered precariously. Angelia shivered violently. Snape lay sleeping on the sofa, clearly too tall for the small piece of furniture, his legs curled to prevent him from slipping off. His complexion was remarkably pale. His brow furrowed tightly, and dark circles shadowed his eyes, all while his black robes clung closely to him. With a pang of sympathy, Angelia approached and gently levitated him back to the common room. The warmth spell on the bed had not faded, and she tucked him in, watching as the furrows in his brow gradually relaxed. In his dreams, Snape found himself transported back to that fateful day, the moment he was struck by green light, the echoes of maniacal laughter, and the searing pain that seemed to tear his heart asunder. It felt as if shards of broken glass coursed through his veins, inflicting agony upon every part of him. Though he often dreamt of this moment, the pain never dulled or faded. He could always feel that suffocating heartache. Yet this time felt distinctly different. Amidst the swirling green light and overwhelming pain, he sensed a reassuringly familiar presence. The green light vanished, the maniacal laughter faded, and the shards of glass disappeared. He beheld the girl sitting across from him in the narrowest room of Spinner's End, her smiling face promising to take him away. Let us go. I will take you away. Anywhere you wish. I will not abandon you. Do not worry. I am not a child trafficker. If you do not wish to leave, I can simply stun you and carry you away. Leah is Leah. Yet, she had still left him alone. Chapter 102, Halloween. During this period, Angelia experienced immense joy. The potion shop in Diagon Alley had successfully opened, and although they had yet to receive any orders for potion making, they had sold a considerable amount of high-grade potions, yielding substantial profits. Meanwhile, the beauty potions had also successfully completed their first batch of trials for promotion. The efficacy of this potion surpassed Angolia's expectations. However, it was regrettable that the onset period was quite prolonged, necessitating at least a month of consistent consumption to witness any results. The beauty potion had only been promoted for less than a month, resulting in a modest number of purchases, which inadvertently afforded Angolia ample time to concoct her elixirs. She was aware that the potion would soon become a coveted commodity. Thus, she devoted nearly every available moment to its preparation. Fortunately, despite the complex procedure, the brewing time was relatively brief, and as Angolia honed her skills, she was able to produce several vials every hour. Since the beauty potion shop was registered under Rogier's name, only Severus was privy to this endeavor. Noticing Angolia's busyness, often neglecting meals, he took it upon himself to assist her during his spare moments. Through their combined efforts, they amassed a considerable stock of beauty potions over the month. Angolia chose to gift a few vials to her closest companions, while nearly all the remainder was sold. Although she intended to share the profits with Severus, he adamantly refused, prompting her to scour for rare potion ingredients as a token of gratitude. Fortunately, Rogier proved resourceful, and through his connections, Angolia acquired several elusive ingredients that Severus had long sought. Time flew by, and Halloween was fast approaching. The air within Hogwarts Castle was suffused with the aroma of roasted pumpkin, a scent Angolia abhorred. To mitigate the olfactory offense, She often utilized Draco as a makeshift fragrance sachet, drawing him close whenever the smell became unbearable. Draco, accustomed to this role over nearly a decade, instinctively responded by enveloping her in his embrace whenever she grimaced at unpleasant odors. He would never forget the astonished and furious gaze of Professor McGonagall when, during Transfiguration class, he instinctively pulled Angolia into his arms upon detecting the scent of roasted pumpkin, resulting in a 2-day detention. As Halloween Eve arrived, the castle was adorned with intricately carved pumpkin heads, and bats flitted wildly between the walls and ceilings. Above the dining table, a cluster of dark clouds drifted ominously, while the flickering candlelight within the jack-o'-lanterns heightened the festive ambience. Angolia, with a furrowed brow, navigated the sea of pumpkins on the banquet table in search of untainted dishes, ultimately discovering a plate of red wine steak, evidently a deliberate offering from the Malfoy family's house elves. Carefully, she portioned the steak into bites and savored it, finding it far more delectable than any she had previously tasted. Chapter 103, Severus injured. As everyone indulged in their feast, Hermione burst in with a speed that left even Harry, riding his nimbus, in the dust. A troll. There's a troll outside. In the dungeon classroom. She screamed in panic. Her cry reverberated throughout the hall, instilling a sense of dread among the students. They immediately leapt to their feet, screaming as they rushed for the exits. Dumbledore was compelled to amplify his voice to restore order. Silence. All eyes in the hall turned to him. The prefects swiftly guided their respective houses back to their dormitories. Dumbledore spoke in a grave tone. Professors, accompany me to the dungeon classroom. Angelia glanced up at the staff table, only to find Severus absent. She discreetly tugged at Draco, who was standing in line, and whispered, I need to go to the potions office. Cover for me. Draco furrowed his brows in disapproval. A troll has invaded Hogwarts, and we have no idea where it is. You cannot go alone. Concerned for Severus, yet unwilling to alarm Draco, she resorted to a fib. Uncle Severus is in the potions office. I shall be safe with him. Draco raised his gaze, searching the professors for his presence, but to no avail. Sensing his confusion, Angelia lowered her voice further. I have arranged to meet Uncle Severus in the potions office. Though Draco appeared skeptical, Angelia's insistence softened his resolve slightly. You may go to the potions office, but I will accompany you. Angelia, however, was reluctant to have him join her on this perilous venture. But if you come with me, who will cover for me? Draco shot her a glance and then patted Pansy, who stood ahead. We need you to cover for us when we step out for a moment. Pansy's gaze shifted between the two, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. All right. The larger group began to move, and Angelia and Draco followed them toward the cellar. Passing the potions office, they swiftly slipped away from the line and into the room. Did you not say your godfather was waiting for you here? Draco raised an eyebrow as he surveyed the empty chamber. Angelia, her heart steady and face impassive, continued her charade. Perhaps Uncle Severus was detained by Dumbledore to deal with the troll on his way back. Draco rolled his eyes. Did she truly consider him a fool? Now that they were there, he sprawled lazily on the sofa, uttering, I might as well rest for a bit. Angelia, preoccupied with her own thoughts since noticing Severus's absence during the feast, barely registered his words. After what felt like an eternity, the door to the potions office creaked open, and a figure staggered inside. The moment he entered, Severus's keen eyes fell upon Angelia and Draco. He discreetly concealed his injured leg beneath his robe, stifling the pain as he straightened his posture. What are you doing here? Severus Snape's voice was gravely serious, clearly indicative of an impending fury. Draco's brow twitched, and he sprang from the sofa in an instant. Godfather. He spoke instinctively, yet was at a loss for a response to Snape's inquiry, leaving it to Angelia to interject. Chapter 104, Snape's Injury 2. I merely wished to check on Uncle Severus. Angelia lifted her gaze to Snape, whose face was devoid of its usual warmth, now appearing particularly aloof. If you had not forgotten to engage your minds, you would not be gallivanting about while the troll wreaks havoc in Hogwarts Castle. Snape chastised them with the same sardonic tone he reserved for other students. Now, return at once to where you belong. Angelia's expression of grievance and disappointment did not escape Snape's notice, yet he could not afford to show leniency. Not only did he wish to conceal his injury from them, but their reckless wandering in the face of danger warranted a stern reprimand. Snape had never before spoken to Angelia in such a manner, thus Draco's initial reaction was not to heed his godfather's command to leave, but rather to glance back at Angelia. Angelia's look of hurt and dismay had receded, and she silently lowered her head, tugging at Draco as they exited. Snape, feeling a headache brewing, rubbed his brow, pressing his lips together in silence, allowing them to depart. It was not until the door to the potions office swung shut that Snape shifted his position, limping to the sofa to sit down, unfastening his robe to reveal a gruesome gash on his leg, blood streaming from the wound. It was the three-headed dog that Hagrid had brought. The wound continued to bleed profusely, and Snape gritted his teeth, attempting to rise to retrieve a vial of white powder, but a hand moved more swiftly than his own. Snape looked in astonishment at the delicate hand holding the vial of white powder, and his gaze rose in shock. Angelia, with tear-filled azure eyes, was staring at his leg injury, her beautiful blue irises brimming with tears, her teeth gently biting her lower lip, embodying an expression of profound sorrow. When had she entered? Snape felt a twinge of helplessness. He was intimately familiar with Angelia's presence, and, distracted by pain, had failed to notice her arrival. Was Uncle Severus planning to keep this from me forever? Angelia crouched down, shaking her wand to cleanse his wound, then uncorked the vial, sprinkling the white powder over the injury. She had noticed his injury the moment he entered, but respecting his desire to conceal it from them, she had deceived Draco into leaving. Snape was at a loss for words. Indeed, he had intended to keep this from them. Who could have predicted Angelia's sudden return? He remained silent, as did Angelia, and they held this silent standoff. After tending to his wound, Angelia rummaged through the potion cabinet, producing a vial of potion, urging him to drink it all, which finally brought her some relief. The wound had been tended to, and the potion consumed, without a moment's hesitation. Angelia turned and departed from the potion office. Let him endure the pain alone as he made his way back to the lounge. Severus Snape indeed struggled through the discomfort to return to the lounge. Beside the vial of potion that Angelia had handed him lay a bottle of pain reliever. Yet she had deliberately withheld it, clearly in a fit of anger. For him, enduring pain was as simple as eating or drinking. For 3 decades, he had grown accustomed to the presence of pain, which had accompanied him since childhood, both physically and psychologically. However, upon laboriously reaching the bedside, he unexpectedly discovered a bottle of pain reliever on the low cabinet beside the bed. When had she placed it there? Severus was perplexed by this. Yet he could not help but allow a slight smile at the corner of his mouth as he reached for the vial and drank it down. Chapter 105. Cedric returns from a young age. Angelia had held Severus in high esteem, always obedient in his presence. It was a first for her to storm off in anger and disregard him as she did today. After leaving, she experienced a pang of regret. Uncle Severus had always shown her affection, and his reprimand was for her own good. Yet she had sulked away without a word, leaving him undoubtedly hurt. Tossing and turning in bed, she found it difficult to sleep. In the potion office, Severus was preparing to retire for the night when Dumbledore suddenly appeared. Typically, Dumbledore rarely sought him out in person, and whenever he did, it was usually to address a pressing matter, as was the case now. The Philosopher's Stone had been stolen. Dumbledore stood in his lounge, brow furrowed, his gaze sweeping down to the wound on Severus's leg. Do you know what happened? The Philosopher's Stone? How could this be? Severus stared at him in shock. What about the enchantments? All have been breached. Dumbledore's eyes remained fixed on his leg. Did you notice anything unusual when you visited the 4th floor today? Severus frowned and shook his head. I stayed by the entrance to the 3-headed dog. There was nothing amiss. To ensure the absolute safety of the Philosopher's Stone, each enchantment had been set by different professors, who were unaware of how the others had devised their challenges. Thus, Severus had not investigated further, merely standing guard at the first challenge involving the 3-headed dog for a while. Dumbledore's brow tightened further. Perhaps we were careless. The theft of the Philosopher's Stone necessitated an investigation, and Severus, unable to rest, limped alongside Dumbledore to pursue leads, while the other professors responsible for the enchantments were summoned. This night was destined to be sleepless. The following day was Halloween, a day devoid of classes, allowing Angelia, who had turned restlessly until dawn, to sleep until noon. After rising and washing up, she gathered 2 books and set off for the Hogwarts library to research some materials for potions. Recently, she had discovered a few new potion ingredients that might enhance her beauty potion. The library was bustling with people, and despite Angelia's thorough search, she could not find an unoccupied table. Just as she was about to leave, she caught sight of someone across the room waving at her. Cedric. With a lightness in her step, Angelia approached him and sweetly addressed him, Senior. Cedric wore a gentle smile as he replied, It seems you haven't found a place. If you don't mind, you may join me. Thank you, Senior. Angelia softly expressed her gratitude, taking a seat opposite him. The moment she settled into the chair, she suddenly sensed several pairs of eyes upon her. However, Angelia appeared unfazed by the scrutiny. She disregarded the gazes and calmly spread out her book, then rose to search the shelves for the text she needed. Once Angelia was seated, Cedric resumed his reading. When she returned, cradling her book, she caught a glimpse of him diligently writing, his gaze lowered. The midday sunlight graced his profile, accentuating his fair complexion and enveloping his well-defined features in a warm glow. Angelia had always been drawn to aesthetically pleasing individuals, and she found herself stealing glances at him, unaware that it was inciting the discontent of others nearby. A murmur arose around them. The voices were not loud, yet close enough for Angelia to discern their meaning. Why is that Slytherin student sitting opposite Senior Cedric? She must think he's easygoing, sitting so brazenly before him. Indeed, with so many vacant spots, why does she choose to sit there? She heard their whispers. And Cedric surely did too. When Angelia glanced at him, She found his gray eyes gazing at her tenderly, as if he were concerned that their words might cause her distress. Initially, she had no intention of acknowledging them, but Cedric's expression piqued her curiosity. She playfully winked at him, and then casually picked up a newly acquired tome on rare herbs, approaching Cedric's side. "Senior Cedric, I don't quite understand this. Could you help me?" Angelia's voice was soft and sweet, her lovely face adorned with an innocent expression, as if she were genuinely facing a dilemma. Had he not witnessed her wink moments before, he might have been easily deceived by her act. Cedric couldn't help but smile slightly, taking the book from her and glancing through it. "This herb typically grows in," he began, his tone gentle. Angelia had not truly come to inquire. But Cedric's detailed explanation captured her attention, and she found herself engrossed in the conversation. With Cedric's extensive knowledge of herbology and Angelia's own proficiency in the subject, they engaged in a delightful exchange, completely oblivious to the whispers that had once occupied their minds. Though chatting was prohibited in the library, Angelia worried that their voices might disturb others, and thus, she had discreetly cast a silencing charm around them to shield their conversation. This led to a situation where the gossips could only observe Angelia and Cedric laughing and chatting together, yet they were unable to hear the content of their conversation. It was not until dinner time that Angelia and Cedric reluctantly ceased their discussion and parted ways. Nevertheless, the afternoon was not devoid of fruitful encounters. Cedric happened to possess extensive knowledge about the herbs Angelia sought. He warmly invited her to join him the following afternoon after class to visit greenhouse number 9, where the herbs she desired were cultivated. Angelia then learned that Cedric frequently assisted Professor Sprout in tending to the greenhouse and had consequently acquired a key to it. Thus, it was settled. Angelia beamed with delight as she bid farewell to Cedric, her eyes crinkling with joy. Cedric's gray eyes also gleamed with happiness as he replied, "Very well, I shall await you in the entrance hall tomorrow afternoon." They waved goodbye, and Angelia, clutching her book, returned to her dormitory. Having gone the entire day without sustenance, she was famished. She hastily set her book down and made her way to the hall, where Draco sat enjoying a steak. "You've arrived," he said, shifting aside to make space for her. "I haven't seen you all day." "I was at the library," Angelia replied, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the food before her, reaching for a bowl of what appeared to be golden pumpkin soup. Draco swiftly seized her hand, exclaiming, "That is pumpkin soup." Angelia's expression fell, and before she could protest, a piece of steak was already being offered to her mouth. Observing her eyes brighten once more, Draco sighed, "How could you be this hungry? Eat this instead." He presented her with a bowl of creamy mushroom soup. Only after her hunger was satiated did Angelia turn her attention to other matters. Habitually, she glanced at the professor's table, only to find that neither Snape nor Dumbledore was present. Although Snape occasionally missed dinner due to his overwhelming workload, Dumbledore was rarely absent, especially not alongside Snape. The other professors also wore somber expressions. Professor McGonagall had a serious demeanor, though she was not typically one to smile. Strangely, Professor Flitwick, who was usually amiable and often smiling, also bore a grave expression today. Angelia felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. "What's wrong? What are you staring at?" Draco, noticing her incessant glances towards the professor's table, joined her. "The headmaster isn't here. I encountered Dumbledore while looking for the headmaster this afternoon. He called the headmaster to his office, and he may still be inside." "Dumbledore? What could he possibly want with Uncle Severus?" Angelia inquired with a puzzled expression. Draco shrugged. "Who knows? That old bee spends his days scheming to extract more from the headmaster. Perhaps he is concocting another potion. It cannot be something so simple." Angelia remained silent, casting a glance at the professors seated at the head table, their expressions a tapestry of varying emotions. A strong intuition stirred within her. Something significant had transpired. Before she could retract her gaze, Professor Lena discreetly signaled to her from the dais, and Angelia instantly comprehended that Lena sought her attention. She leaned towards Draco and whispered, "I have something to attend to. I shall take my leave." Draco, engaged in conversation with a fellow Slytherin boy, turned his head slightly to regard her, responding with a cautionary, "Take care." Angelia nodded and rose to depart. As she exited the hall, she unexpectedly collided with Dumbledore and Snape. Dumbledore wore a beaming smile, while Snape's demeanor was notably stern and displeased. Upon noticing Angelia, Dumbledore's smile remained unaltered, yet Snape suddenly cast a significant glance her way. "Good day, Professor," Angelia greeted, feeling compelled to acknowledge their encounter. "Follow me," Snape commanded abruptly, interjecting before Dumbledore could speak, as he turned on his heel and made his way towards the potions office. Angelia, perplexed, trailed behind him. Within the hall, Lena's position afforded her a clear view of the entrance. She had just intended to rise when she spotted Angelia being escorted away by Snape. With a downcast gaze, she nonchalantly resumed eating her pudding, dismissing any thoughts of returning. Angelia followed Snape to the potions office, gently closing the door behind her, her mind racing with questions regarding his sudden fury. Before she could utter a word, Snape's voice erupted, sharp and accusatory. What have you done? Startled, Angel IA instinctively lifted her gaze to meet his. His usually gentle, affectionate dark eyes were now devoid of warmth, replaced by an icy indifference. His pale face bore no trace of a smile, and his lips pressed into a tight line, his tone unusually harsh. He had never spoken to her with such severity. Biting her lip, an inexplicable sense of grievance welled up within her, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks unbidden. Snape's expression flickered momentarily, his lips twitching as if to speak, yet no words emerged. After a brief silence, Angelia choked out, I don't know. Why didn't he do anything? Her voice, frail and quavering, carried a hint of nasality. Snape clenched his fist, gritting his teeth as he continued to berate her. Does the incident on the 4th floor have anything to do with you? It was evident that this matter had come to light. Angelia had anticipated this confrontation, but as she attempted to respond, she noticed Snape's gaze subtly shift towards a solitary picture frame within the room, which typically remained empty but today housed a lady. Understanding dawned upon her, and she maintained her expression, inquiring, what is Severus uncle talking about? What 4th floor incident? Wasn't it stated at the beginning of term that we were forbidden to go there? Severus Snape glared at her with an intensity that was both fierce and unsettling. You truly do not know? He demanded. You would do well not to deceive me. Despite understanding the falsehood of the situation, Angelia felt a peculiar ache in her heart, and tears began to cascade down her cheeks. I have not deceived you, Uncle Severus. Snape, bewildered, wondered why she was crying when he had just informed her of the truth. After a tumultuous exchange of reprimands and tears, the lady in the portrait finally departed. Angelia, weary from the emotional turmoil, wiped her tears away and resolved to strengthen her network of informants within Hogwarts. With the departure of the informant, Snape, who had just been scolding her, found himself at a loss for words. It was Angelia who broke the silence. Uncle Severus, she ventured, casting a few disillusionment charms around her before continuing, what transpired today? Noticing that her spirits had returned to normal, Snape exhaled a sigh of relief. He had feared she might not grasp his earlier hints. A valuable item has gone missing from the castle, he stated thoughtfully. Yesterday, someone took advantage of the chaos caused by that troll to steal it from the 4th floor. Angelia blinked in surprise. Have they discovered who it was? Snape's expression darkened. Not yet, but Dumbledore suspects you. He chose not to elaborate further, yet Angelia understood the implications. Dumbledore harbored suspicions about her involvement, prompting him to test her and dispatch an informant to observe her actions. After a moment of hesitation, she looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. Uncle Severus. Snape felt a sharp pang in his brow. Angelia only used such a tone when she had erred. Observing her doe-like eyes, he felt a mix of exasperation and tenderness. No matter what trouble she had stirred, he would inevitably smooth over the consequences, though her misadventures were seldom trivial. The last time she had used that tone was when she had shattered a vial of Egyptian essence he had spent 3 years acquiring. What is it? Snape's voice remained gentle, though he could not help but rub his brow in frustration. Leaning closer to him, Angelia whispered, I stole the Philosopher's Stone. With a resounding crash, Snape's coffee cup fell to the ground, shattering upon impact and spilling dark liquid across the floor. Is Uncle Severus going to punish Angelia? She asked, biting her lip as she extended her delicate arms, her expression one of utmost innocence. Angelia knows she has erred. Please, punish her. Snape stared at her outstretched arms, inhaling sharply as he swallowed down his frustration, pressing his hand against his throbbing forehead. He remained silent for what felt like an eternity before managing to keep his tone even. Where's the Philosopher's Stone? Angelia blinked, her voice soft and gentle. It is hidden away. Angelia wanted to. Snape clenched his teeth, torn between reprimanding her and the reluctance to do so. After a long pause, he could only let out a resigned sigh. Desiring to keep it safe, she sought a reliable place to hide it, avoiding Hogwarts entirely. Despite his anger and helplessness, Severus swiftly devised a solution. I will shield you from Dumbledore. Should he inquire, simply profess ignorance. Uncle Severus. Angelia bit her lip, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. She had hoped for his assistance, yet he offered her a plan without uttering a single reproach, and even took responsibility for the aftermath. She felt profoundly moved by his kindness. How could he be so benevolent towards her? With her nose and eyes reddening, Angelia suddenly threw herself into Severus's embrace. Nuzzling against him, her voice soft and sweet. Uncle Severus is truly wonderful. Severus gently patted the little head in his arms, his gaze warming anew. Well, as long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was listening to the report from the lady in the portrait. Miss Royal had been weeping profusely, appearing exceedingly aggrieved as she continuously denied any connection to the events of that fateful day. The lady in the frame furrowed her brow with sympathy. The girl was strikingly beautiful, yet her tear-streaked face and reddened eyes were heart-wrenching to behold. It was perplexing how Dumbledore, in his advanced age, had grown increasingly suspicious of a first-year Slytherin, dispatching individuals repeatedly to observe her. Dumbledore sat pensively at his desk, contemplating the lady's words. Royal had immense trust in Severus, and their private discussions were likely credible, though she had previously issued a stern warning regarding the fourth floor. On the night of the troll's appearance, she had remained in the potions office with Malfoy, as confirmed by the portraits. Could it truly not be her? After consulting with Severus, Angelia resolved to remove the Philosopher's Stone from Hogwarts. However, merely taking it out would not ensure its safety. She needed to devise a more secure plan. It is well known that the two most secure locations in the British wizarding world are Gringotts and Hogwarts, yet clearly, neither was suitable for housing the stone. Recently, Gringotts had been the subject of a theft report, although they claimed no items were lost. A first incident often begets a second, suggesting vulnerabilities in their defenses. As for Hogwarts, it was even less tenable. To truly conceal the stone, it must be sent to an unfamiliar place. The stone's reputation in the wizarding realm was formidable, and wizards could sense the magical emanations it radiated. Should it be recognized, the custodian of the stone would undoubtedly find themselves in peril. After much contemplation, the only fitting option was the Muggle world. Yet, having lived in the magical realm since birth, Angelia's only contact with Muggles had been the Dursleys. The Dursleys. A spark of inspiration illuminated Angelia's mind. As Muggles who despised wizards, concealing magical items within their home was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Harry's magical prowess had yet to reach a level where she could sense the fluctuations of magic. Moreover, once the holidays arrived, she intended to reclaim the object and personally safeguard it. Chapter 110, The Quidditch Match. Dumbledore had recently harbored suspicions about her. Should she leave Hogwarts at this juncture, it would undoubtedly attract his attention. Thus, Angelia resolved to postpone her plans until the following weekend. The next day marked the day of the Quidditch match, a fact that Angelia had entirely forgotten. As she approached Draco, cradling a stack of books in her arms, she noticed the bewildered gazes directed at her from those around. "What are you doing with those books on Quidditch match day?" Draco inquired, gently rapping her on the head. "Are you still half asleep?" At that moment, realization dawned upon Angelia. "Oh, Merlin, I completely overlooked this," she exclaimed, rolling her eyes before retreating to her dormitory. The weather outside was frigid, and attending the Quidditch match would require her to remain outdoors for an extended period. Thus, she needed to don a thicker robe. In truth, Angelia had little desire to witness the Quidditch match, as the pitch evoked no fond memories for her. However, today was the first time both Draco and Harry would be participating, compelling her to cheer for them. As anticipated, the Quidditch pitch was indeed cold. She walked ahead with Aloysia, while Pansy and Blaise trailed behind them. Pansy rarely accompanied them when Blaise was present, as her allegiance lay firmly with him. Thanks to Pansy, Angelia and Aloysia quickly grew closer. It must be said that Aloysia possessed a certain charm. Pansy, typically haughty towards strangers, would never show a kind demeanor unless she took a liking to someone, even if that person were her roommate. Yet, almost from the second day of Aloysia's arrival at Hogwarts, she had seamlessly integrated into their circle. Moreover, Aloysia boasted an extensive social network at Hogwarts, with friends in nearly every house, excluding Gryffindor, particularly in Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Every time they walked through the halls, a throng of individuals greeted her warmly. In truth, Angelia was quite pleased with her capabilities. After spending time together, she began to feel that Aloysia might be trustworthy. Nonetheless, she prudently consulted Lord Herman regarding this matter and obtained several questions to verify Aloysia's identity, ensuring she wouldn't be duped by any dubious individuals. It was reasonable to expect that news from Lord Herman would soon reach her. To evade Dumbledore's notice, her communications with the Purity faction were primarily conducted through Lena, who had humorously dubbed herself a human owl. The castle of Hogwarts lay a considerable distance from the Quidditch pitch. After a brief while, Angelia felt the biting wind penetrate her robe. Stiffly, she extracted her wand and cast a warming charm for both herself and Sia, then glanced at Pansy, who was engaged in lively conversation with Blaise, seemingly unfazed by the cold, likely having cast a warming charm herself. Angelia averted her gaze and continued walking. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at the Quidditch pitch. The front row of the Slytherin stands was already brimming with spectators, forcing Angelia and Aloysia to take their seats at the back. Fortunately, the tiered design of the stands ensured that their view remained unobstructed. The row behind them was reserved for the professors, and Angelia chose a spot where an empty seat lay directly behind her. However, it was not long before Snape approached and settled into the vacant seat behind her. As the warming charm she had cast began to wane, Angelia could not suppress a shiver. Just as she reached for her wand, Snape lightly tapped her shoulder from behind with his wand, and a wave of warmth surged through her body. Turning around, Angelia bestowed upon him a grateful smile. Chapter 111. The Quidditch Match. Too soon. The stands were filled to capacity, with the students in the front row nearly squished together like a mass of dough. Fortunately, Snape's presence behind Angelia created a small bubble of personal space, as few dared to encroach upon his vicinity. The front row had already conjured a massive emerald green banner with the dark silver Slytherin crest emblazoned upon it, the serpent depicted in a captivating enchantment, rearing its head and flicking its tongue. Above the intricate design, the words "Slytherin will prevail" were inscribed in gleaming silver. Before long, Madame Hooch, stationed in the center of the field, blew her whistle with vigor, signaling the commencement of the match. 15 broomsticks soared into the air, as students from Slytherin and Gryffindor erupted in cheers to rally their teams. The commentary was provided by a Gryffindor student, whose style was unmistakably lacking the Slytherin flair, even without the need to glance at his robes. The quaffle was swiftly seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, a remarkably skilled chaser with an enchanting appearance. "Jordan." Professor McGonagall's stern voice resonated through the microphone. "Apologies, Professor." Angelia glanced towards the commentary booth, where Professor McGonagall was observing the commentator with a serious expression. It was evident that she was well acquainted with the commentator's tendencies. Throughout much of the match, the commentary veered off course, and without McGonagall's occasional reminders, it might have devolved into a celebration of Gryffindor's prowess. The players darted through the sky in a flurry of motion, rising and falling. Angelia, now gripped by a profound fear of heights, dared not look up at the match, relying instead on the commentator's words to grasp the unfolding events. A splendid pass was made to Johnson, but alas, it was intercepted by the Slytherin team. Brilliant. Gryffindor's keeper, Wood, managed to block the ball. Now it was Gryffindor's turn to seize the quaffle, as the twins, Fred and George Weasley, deftly maneuvered it aside. It was all but impossible to distinguish between the two. At the mere mention of Fred and George, Angelia shuddered involuntarily. Could it be that those two were also Quidditch players? The memories of her terrifying experience high above flooded back to her mind. Aloysia was gazing upwards at the match when suddenly, Angelia, beside her, trembled. Instinctively, she turned her head to look at her companion. Angelia appeared remarkably composed, her gaze fixed vacantly on the Slytherin banner, exhibiting almost no sign of distress. Yet, Aloysia astutely noticed the tightness of her clenched fists. Recently, she had heard of the discord between Angelia and the Weasley twins, Fred and George. And as Angelia maintained her forward gaze without lifting her head, Aloysia could surmise the cause of her unease. Angelia pursed her lips, striving to conquer her fear, when a gentle, warm hand unexpectedly enveloped hers. Instinctively, she turned to look at Aloysia. A tender smile adorned Aloysia's face. "Your hands are so cold. Allow me to warm them." The warmth radiating from her hand indeed alleviated Angelia's trepidation. Though she remained silent, Aloysia had already redirected her gaze to the sky above. While Angelia had acknowledged her fear, she chose not to vocalize it. She bit her lip, her eyes darkening with determination. A leader must not reveal any weaknesses. She clearly understood this truth. Quite astute. Chapter 112. The Quidditch Match. 3. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the stands, jolting Angelia from her thoughts. Gryffindor had scored. As Slytherin regained possession, the commentator's voice rang out again. The chaser dodges 2 bludgers and evades the Weasley twins and Chaser Bell, racing towards. Wait, is that the Golden Snitch? The Golden Snitch had appeared. Angelia instinctively lifted her head, but in an instant, darkness enveloped her vision, and her stomach churned violently, compelling her to lower her gaze once more. This was unacceptable. She needed to overcome this feeling. However, it was evident that this was not the opportune moment to confront her fears. She had no desire to embarrass herself or faint in front of everyone. Before she could regain her composure, an uproar erupted from the Gryffindor stands. Foul. Almost simultaneously, Madame Hooch's furious voice rang out, chastising Slytherin player Flint. And then she ordered Gryffindor to take a free shot from the goalpost. Angelia was eager to discern what had transpired, focusing intently on the commentator's words. All right. Flint nearly caused Gryffindor's seeker to meet a grim fate. I trust everyone encounters such incidents. Gryffindor's seeker, Harry. Without a moment's hesitation, Angelia squinted her eyes towards the sky. At the very instant she looked up, Harry abruptly tilted his head to evade a spinning bludger that whizzed past his scalp. Before the dizziness, quelled by concern, could resurface, Harry's broomstick beneath him jolted violently. He swiftly adjusted his posture, gripping the broom tightly. Strangely, the broom began to shake again, as if intent on throwing him off. Harry appeared unable to control his broom. Panic etched across his face as he clutched it tightly. Soon, Draco also sensed something amiss and began to fly over from a distance, seeking an opportunity to rescue Harry. However, Harry's Nimbus 2000 seemed to deliberately evade Draco, darting erratically as it avoided the approaching Slytherin. A wave of intense dizziness suddenly overwhelmed Angelia, compelling her to lower her head to alleviate the nausea. The anxious screams from the stands persisted, indicating that Harry was still in peril. With her pale face bowed, Angelia's mind was nonetheless abuzz with thoughts. A broomstick would not toss its rider off without reason. Perhaps someone was causing mischief. She slightly lifted her head to scan the stands, knowing that the culprit would not be too far away. Through the gaps in the crowd, Angelia indeed spotted a figure in Gryffindor reciting incantations, Hermione Granger. Angelia's expression hardened as her fingers grazed her wand, yet a suspicious thought flickered in her mind. Hermione was merely a first-year student this year and a muggle-born witch. Even with remarkable magical talent, it was improbable that she could cast such a complex dark curse just 2 months into her studies. A simpler spell for rescue would be more feasible. Angelia composed herself, allowing her gaze to drift back into the crowd. In midair, Harry was left hanging by only his hands on the broom, his body having been completely thrown off, relying solely on his arms to suspend himself above the ground. Chapter 113. The match concludes. The opportunity arose. Draco swiftly flew beneath Harry, shouting, "Jump down, Harry!" Without hesitation, Harry released his grip. The stands erupted in screams. Even the commentator ceased to focus on the match. Rising from his seat, his voice transformed with excitement. The Slytherin Seeker has maneuvered his broom beneath the Gryffindor Seeker, who has let go. He jumps. Splendid. He has been caught by the Slytherin Seeker. Accompanying the commentator's words were the thunderous cheers from the 4 houses, nearly overturning the pitch. Harry was safe. Angelia breathed a sigh of relief, yet continued her search for any suspicious figures around the stands and the field. However, she found nothing. Harry's broom had calmed down, and the match was not yet over. He remounted his broom. This time, the Nimbus 2000 appeared much more obedient, showing no signs of irregularity. Angelia's gaze darkened slightly as the surrounding students regained their enthusiasm for the match, but her own interest had waned. She needed to uncover who had targeted Harry, otherwise, he could very well find himself in danger again. With this thought in mind, Angelia turned her gaze toward the direction of Hogwarts. Could it be Dumbledore? As the perpetrators ceased their actions, Angelia found herself at a loss for how to investigate, resigning herself to patiently await the conclusion of the match. Suddenly, the Quidditch pitch erupted with Harry's jubilant shout, "I've caught the snitch." Angelia's thoughts were abruptly recalled, and she rose to witness Harry below, triumphantly raising the golden snitch. A smile unconsciously graced her lips. The Gryffindor stands erupted in a cacophony of cheers and screams, the commentator exuberantly announcing the match results thrice, until Professor McGonagall finally intervened. Angelia believed that had McGonagall not stepped in, he might have shouted through the night. The Slytherin stands were far from tranquil. Angelia could hear a multitude of expletives cascading from the crowd. Instinctively, she glanced at Snape's expression. He maintained his usual impassive demeanor, his brow unwrinkled, black eyes inscrutable, his pale face devoid of any hint of amusement, lips tightly pressed. While it was uncertain if he was angry, he certainly did not appear pleased. Noticing Angelia's gaze, Snape's expression softened slightly. "It's windy. You should return," he said, tapping her with his wand before rising to leave the stands. A warm sensation enveloped Angelia. After a while, the stands eventually quieted, and students began to disperse towards Hogwarts Castle. Angelia and Aloysia followed the crowd back to the Slytherin common room, where discussions of the evening's defeat ran rampant. The atmosphere despondent. Angelia sought out Draco, who leaned against the window, gazing out at the somber surface of the Black Lake, his expression inscrutable, lost in contemplation. "What's wrong?" Angelia approached him softly. "Feeling down?" Draco turned to her, a familiar smirk gracing his features, though his eyes still held a shadowy hue. "No. Did you congratulate Harry?" He raised an eyebrow with his characteristic pride. "Yes, quite impressive." "Indeed he is. It must be quite the celebration for him tonight." "Perhaps we should refrain from intruding," Angelia responded, offering him a gentle smile. "He flew remarkably well." Draco averted his gaze, a hint of color rising to his ears. Of course, unable to resist, Angelia reached out to ruffle his smooth, light blonde hair. They stood quietly by the window for a moment, and Angelia glanced at Draco, noticing the lingering darkness in his eyes as he hesitated to speak. Their eyes met, and Draco, in a gesture of surrender, raised his hands. "Take it easy this time." Angelia did not respond, a flicker of light passing by as a small stone figure landed softly on the ground with a gentle thud. She picked up the figure and returned to her dormitory. As soon as Angelia entered, she swiftly released Draco from his confinement. Draco moved his somewhat stiff joints, pouting and muttering in a tone laced with indignation, "You always do this." Angelia found it amusing, unable to suppress a smile as the corners of her lips curled. "Do what? I thought you were mentally prepared for it." Draco shot her a resentful glance before making his way to her bed, lying down with a contented sigh. "Now, this is a proper bed for a person." Angelia raised an eyebrow, wondering if he had just insulted everyone at Hogwarts except her. Fortunately, this was a private conversation. Otherwise, the Malfoy family would find themselves at odds with a multitude of people. Moreover, he had inadvertently included himself in that remark. Draco, seemingly unconcerned, rolled over on the bed and propped himself up to face Angelia. "About today." His words trailed off as if he suddenly recalled something. "Don't worry. There's a magical array in this room to prevent eavesdropping." Draco's expression visibly relaxed at this, and he continued. I can't shake the feeling that someone deliberately tried to throw Harry off his broom today. I share that suspicion, Angelia replied, her demeanor calm and devoid of any overt emotion. When Harry's broom went berserk, I searched below, and aside from Miss Granger, there was no one else casting spells. However, there were so many people, I might have overlooked someone. Granger? Draco's gaze sharpened. She shouldn't possess such capability. Angelia spoke evenly. I concur. She has never studied magic in the past 11 years. Even with exceptional talent, it would be challenging for her to master any dark curses in merely 2 months. Yet, I believe she could manage a simple levitation charm. Perhaps she was attempting to catch Harry with it. Curses and counter-curses require profound magical foundations, far beyond the capabilities of a student, especially a first year. There are only a handful of students at Hogwarts capable of casting such dark spells, and they are typically in their 6th or 7th years, unlikely to hold any grudge against Harry. Draco lowered his gaze, deep in thought. The professors and staff have even less reason to use such malicious spells against a first-year student. The faculty's viewing seats are right behind me. It can't be them. Angelia confidently shook her head. With her abilities, even if Dumbledore were to cast magic behind her, she would undoubtedly be aware, regardless of her capacity to counter it. Chapter 115. The noise was quite loud. After much deliberation, the two could not identify any suspicious individuals, so they decided to keep a close watch on Harry's surroundings, hoping to see if the perpetrator would strike again. In the afternoon, Angelia had an appointment with Cedric, and Draco insisted on taking a nap on her bed, compelling her to leave alone. On the day of the Quidditch match, all students had no classes, and the foyer was bustling with students. Cedric leaned against the wall, holding 2 dragonhide gloves, attracting the attention of several passers-by. Cedric. As Angela arrived on the first floor, she spotted Cedric leaning against the wall, his gaze cast downward, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing Angela's voice, Cedric instantly lifted his head, his smile warming further, and his gray eyes sparkled with light. You're here, he said, his voice clean and warm. Angela responded with a radiant smile. Have you been waiting long? Not at all. I just arrived, he replied. The two chatted merrily as they made their way to Greenhouse 9. As soon as Angela opened the door, a delightful fragrance wafted towards her. What a lovely scent. Has a flower bloomed? She inquired, curiously peering around. Her inquisitive demeanor was utterly charming, prompting Cedric to chuckle softly. No, it's the aroma of the African rat's tail grass. Cedric guided Angela to a flower pot containing a striking blue plant with slender, glistening leaves. Angela's knowledge of herbalism was limited to potion ingredients. She had little experience in nurturing herbs and had only encountered them in their processed forms. She was enchanted by the beauty of this plant and leaned closer to examine the leaves, then turned to Cedric with bright azure eyes, asking, Is this the one? Indeed. But cover your ears first. I'm about to water it, Cedric replied with a dazzling smile, reaching for a nearby watering can. Filled with curiosity, Angela obediently covered her ears. Crystal-clear droplets cascaded down, soaking the slender blue leaves, and a piercing scream pierced through Angela's hands, striking her eardrums. Her curious smile froze on her face. Cedric glanced at her and couldn't help but laugh. The African rat's tail grass is quite particular about its leaves. It becomes irate and screams when wet. Angela pressed her lips together, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained, merely stating, the sound is rather loud. Cedric's laughter grew more delightful, his voice deep and melodious. His fair skin glistened in the sunlight, softening the contours of his features, which made Angela smile in return. They spent the entire afternoon in Greenhouse 9, and it was only as the sun began to set that they returned to the Hogwarts castle. They parted ways in the foyer, Cedric needing to return to retrieve his dragonhide gloves, while Angela headed to the hall for dinner. Until next time, Angela, Cedric said, his eyes filled with warmth, clearly looking forward to their next meeting after a delightful afternoon together. Angela beamed back. Until next time, Cedric. Many around them cast curious glances. A third-year Hufflepuff and a first-year Slytherin, a pairing that seemed rather unusual. Chapter 116. A new flavor of lamb chops. At the Slytherin table, Draco waved at Angela. Why did you arrive so late? Draco poured a drink for her, saying, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Angelia took the drink and sipped it, inquiring, when did you wake up? An hour ago, Draco replied, a hint of grievance in his tone. I waited for you in the room for ages. But since you didn't return, I had no choice but to come for dinner first. Unable to resist, Angelia gently ruffled his hair, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. I went out to check on the herbs. Draco, typically indifferent to such matters, casually picked up a piece of roasted lamb and placed it on Angelia's plate. Before she could refuse, he insisted, just try it. I believe it tastes delightful. Reluctantly, Angelia took up her fork. The knife sliced through the seasoned meat, releasing a wave of steam and an enticing aroma. A small, beautifully tender pink piece of meat was lifted by her fork and brought to her lips. As her teeth met the succulent flesh, juices burst forth. The exquisite flavor harmonizing perfectly with the spices, truly delectable. Though Angelia had never been fond of lamb, this particular dish remarkably suited her palate. How is it? Delicious. Isn't it? Draco asked, his brow raised in pride as he leaned closer. It was specially prepared by the house elf according to your taste. Angelia narrowed her eyes in delight. It is indeed delicious. The house elf would not have taken the initiative to experiment with new flavors without someone instructing it to do so. Turning her gaze towards Draco, who was chatting with Blaze nearby, she couldn't help but smile warmly. Who else could it be but him? After dinner, Angelia and Draco made their customary visit to the potions office. Although Draco's detention had officially ended, he still accompanied Angelia daily, claiming he feared she might provoke their godfather's ire. Upon entering the potions office, Snape sat behind his desk as usual. Noticing their arrival, he looked up and spoke in a flat tone. Draco, you may return. Draco cast a puzzled glance at Angelia, but bowed respectfully, replying, Yes, Professor. Once Draco had departed, Snape turned his attention to Angelia. His expression remained as stoic as ever, though a hint of weariness infused his voice. Do not worry, Dumbledore no longer suspects you. He is currently investigating other professors at Hogwarts. Recently, you and your associates should exercise caution. It was evident that Snape had acted in some capacity to prompt Dumbledore's swift relinquishment of suspicion towards her, and Angelia regarded him with curiosity. However, Snape averted his gaze, clearly reluctant to divulge any details. Not wanting to press him, Angelia approached from behind and began to massage his temples, her voice soft and soothing. Uncle Severus, you seem quite fatigued. The pressure of her fingers was just right, allowing Snape to lean back in his chair with a relaxed sigh. The recent events had indeed been overwhelming. The Dark Mark exhibited signs of activity, prompting Dumbledore to remain vigilant. Snape had been tasked with numerous responsibilities, requiring more potions than ever before. The matter of the stolen Philosopher's Stone remains unresolved. He has collaborated extensively to discreetly exonerate Angelia, while also safeguarding the professor of the Dark Arts Defense class. Chapter 117. Who is she? Dumbledore was almost immediately suspicious of the new Dark Arts Defense professor, Du Bois, the only new faculty member this year, who frequently traverses Hogwarts. Fortunately, Du Bois proved to be sufficiently astute, and with his intervention, she ultimately cleared her name. However, there was no need for Angelia to be burdened with such knowledge. She should simply enjoy her life, while he would manage everything else. Angelia's touch was gentle, and Snape's fatigue gradually dissipated, his breathing becoming noticeably lighter. The theft of the Philosopher's Stone certainly would not be swept under the rug. He must devise a means to implicate Voldemort, for it was only by doing so that Dumbledore would cease his inquiries. As Snape pondered, he suddenly felt his body being lifted into the air. Confused, he opened his eyes just in time to see Angelia before him, her wand pointed at him, while he floated suspended in midair. She did not turn back, thus remaining unaware of his consciousness. With a resigned smile, Snape closed his eyes again, feigning sleep. It would be better to wait until she departed before rising, to avoid startling her. Moments later, Snape felt himself gently lowered onto a soft bed. A warm source accompanied by a sweet fragrance drawing the covers over him and stoking the fire in the hearth. Snape discreetly squinted at her, the room dimly lit, allowing him only a vague outline of Angelia. She had not left, nor made any movement, standing there, seemingly entranced, gazing at something on his nightstand. A sudden tremor gripped Snape's heart. He could no longer pretend to be asleep. He swiftly sat up and flipped the picture frame around, a wave of intense panic washing over him. Leave. Snape's furious voice snapped Angelia back to her senses. She cast a fleeting glance at him before turning and departing without hesitation. Within the frame, a woman strikingly similar to Angelia nestled joyfully in Snape's embrace, playfully demanding a kiss on his chin. Snape, wearing a gentle smile, evaded her advances and swiftly placed a kiss upon her lips. The intimacy was profound. Angelia's heart was a tumult of confusion. She did not understand. Was the woman, who resembled her so closely, her mother? What was the nature of the relationship between Uncle Severus and herself? Why did he show her such kindness? Was he her father? Angelia recalled her first encounter with Snape, sensing an unusual warmth in his demeanor towards her from the very beginning. She had never witnessed him display such tenderness towards anyone else, not even Draco. Yet, it was through Draco that she had come to know Snape. With unsteady steps, Angelia hurried back to her dormitory, locking the door behind her, ignoring even Draco calling her name. She recalled the gaze that Severus would inadvertently reveal, gentle, lingering, and imbued with affection. Angeli shivered suddenly, unable to fathom the implications. If Severus were indeed her father, what of her mother? Why had he never considered rescuing her from this prison or acknowledging her existence, even serving Dumbledore all these years? She curled up in her bed, tightly wrapping herself in the quilt, yet the chill emanating from within permeated her entire being. What would she do if he truly were her biological father? Chapter 118. Poor Theodore. Angeli wished to confront Severus, yet lacked the courage. His furious tone spoke volumes. That woman must be connected to her in some way, and Severus evidently wished to keep her in the dark. He was acutely aware of her yearning to uncover the truth of her lineage, to find her parents. He knew everything, yet withheld all information from her. Angeli buried herself deeper into the quilt, reminiscent of the moment she first learned of her identity as a prisoner, an unforgivable dark wizard, a forsaken child, abandoned, a mere child. Severus trembled as he lifted the picture frame back into his embrace, his fingers grazing the woman's face in the photograph, a wave of sharp pain flooding his heart. This frame had been hidden away in his drawer, yet he had forgotten to conceal it yesterday. Leah, would you blame me? A solitary tear fell onto the girl's face in the photograph, and Severus froze for a moment, hastily wiping it away. Forgive me, Leah. He clutched the album to his chest, curling into himself in agony. Memories of that fateful day flooding back, green light, laughter as Leah. The next morning, Angeli entered the common room, her demeanor icy, clutching a book. Draco, still nursing grievances from the previous day, was about to approach her to seek an explanation when he noticed her disquieted expression. What's the matter? He asked, instantly dropping his earlier complaints and moving closer to her. Before he could utter another word, Angeli's cold voice interrupted, Don't ask. Draco rubbed his nose, picking up a book and silently following her. They sat in silence at the Slytherin table. Angeli absent-mindedly grabbed a piece of toast, chewing and swallowing it expressionlessly. Draco stared intently at the toast in her hand, swallowing hard. It seemed to be that particularly unpleasant strawberry peanut butter toast from before. Angeli only behaved this way when her spirits were exceptionally low, causing Draco some concern. However, he knew better than to engage her in conversation at this moment, lest he provoke her further. Angeli? Good morning, Theodore said softly as he approached her, glancing at the toast in her hand. Didn't you say that one wasn't very good? Angelia finally stirred, her gaze vacant as she turned to Theodore. Draco pressed his lips together, stifling a smirk of schadenfreude. In the next moment, Theodore opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak, but he found himself silenced, unable to produce even a whisper no matter how hard he tried. Angelia, expressionless, turned back to her toast, resuming her bite. This is how it goes, Draco taunted, curling his lips at Theodore. The treatment was already quite lenient. The last time Angelia was in a foul mood, an unwitting individual had provoked her, and they ended up leaving in a rather unfortunate state. Yet, Angelia was typically of a very good temperament, and Draco had only witnessed her in such a state on rare occasions throughout their years of acquaintance. What had transpired? She had been off since returning from outside yesterday. Had something occurred in the Godfather's office, or had someone disturbed her on her way back to the common room? The Godfather had always been fond of Angelia, so it was unlikely he would incite such anger in her. Perhaps someone had indeed provoked her? Draco furrowed his brow. Chapter 119. She is upset. After breakfast, Draco and Angelia proceeded to the potions classroom together. Angelia had not devised a strategy for confronting Snape, but as the first lesson was potions, she had no choice but to face him. The potions classroom was, as usual, enveloped in silence. The Gryffindor students, after having endured 2 potions lessons, no longer dared to engage in any activities unrelated to the class, even though their concoctions bore little relevance to the curriculum. Draco made his way to the front row as per usual, but he noticed that Angelia had not followed. She chose a vacant seat at the back. Almost all eyes turned toward her. In truth, they were accustomed to her sitting in the front row and to Professor Snape's particular leniency towards her. Thus, her sudden deviation from the norm attracted the attention of her fellow students. However, Angelia appeared indifferent, perhaps entirely oblivious to their scrutiny. She calmly settled into her corner, spreading her book across the desk, her gaze not drifting to her surroundings for even a moment. Harry sensed something was amiss. He was seated in the same row beside her. Unlike Angelia, as a Gryffindor, Harry found it difficult to persuade himself to move to the front. For Gryffindor students, the back row was undoubtedly a more favorable position, less prone to reprimands. Angelia's behavior was exceedingly peculiar, and Harry cautiously observed her, hesitant to speak. He had not been present the last time she was in a bad mood, but from Draco's subsequent account, it had undoubtedly been a harrowing experience. Draco had already taken his seat in the front row, evidently without a partner. He was nearly certain that Angelia had encountered some unpleasantness with the Godfather, and to avoid incurring the Godfather's ire and facing public reprimand, he promptly separated Pansy and Blaise. I must say, this is quite unethical. Pansy glared at Draco, who was pulling Blaise away. You cannot disrupt my relationship with Blaise just because Leah refuses to acknowledge you. Startled, Draco quickly glanced back at Angelia, and upon seeing her lack of reaction, he sighed with relief and lowered his voice to Pansy. Shoo, it's not me, it's the Godfather. Unaware of the underlying tensions, Pansy noticed that Angelia and Draco had not spoken at the dining table and were seated apart in potions class. She assumed they had merely quarreled or that Draco's incessant chatter had aggravated her, as he indeed had a propensity to ramble. However, she never anticipated that Angelia would have a falling out with Professor Snape. Pansy was well aware of how fond Snape was of Angelia, as well as the deep respect Angelia held for him. With a sudden realization, Pansy covered her mouth and silently gathered her books to sit beside Theodore. Theodore preferred to work independently, as he excelled in potions and could easily complete every task. Thus, he had requested a separate group from Professor Snape at the beginning of the term. Fortunately, with Slytherin allowing one student to be isolated, Snape had granted his request. Today, it proved quite useful. Theodore frowned in distaste as Pansy settled beside him. Just stay still, no need to meddle. Although Pansy was not lacking in potion skills, she felt overshadowed by Theodore's prowess. Consequently, she refrained from retorting and shot him an annoyed glare instead. Chapter 120. She is upset, too. Bang. The wooden door to the potions classroom swung open violently as Professor Snape strode in, the door slamming shut behind him with a loud thud. With a dark expression, he approached the podium and gestured towards the blackboard beside him, his voice colder than usual. Begin. His gaze swept across the first row, landing on Draco and Blaise seated together, while Angelia was nowhere in sight. The chill on Snape's face deepened as he scanned the room, finally spotting the faint golden head in the corner. She sat with her head bowed, engrossed in a book. Indeed, she was upset. The students began to silently approach the cabinets to collect their potion ingredients, but Angelia remained seated, unmoving. Snape dared not be overly amiable towards her, fearing she might inquire about that woman, yet he felt an urgent desire to speak with her. Approaching her side, he brusquely stated, "Did you not hear? Everyone else is fetching their potion materials. Why are you not moving?" The harshness of his tone took him by surprise. He hadn't intended to sound so severe. Frustrated, he furrowed his brow and instinctively glanced at Angelia, expecting her to be on the verge of tears or to look up at him in fear. However, she did neither. Calmly, she closed her book and walked to the cabinet to retrieve her potion materials, her expression devoid of emotion, not sparing him a glance. A wave of irritation surged within Snape, and this sentiment set him on edge. He did not wish to unleash his anger upon Angelia any further, so he promptly strode towards the Gryffindor students. "Mr. Longbottom, please read aloud the first line on the blackboard. I believe what this lesson requires is African snake venom, not American snake venom. 5 points from Gryffindor. Mr. Weasley, had you bothered to glance at the blackboard, you would have noticed that you ought to chop the sage into 12 even segments, rather than into uneven fragments. 5 points from Gryffindor." As Snape proceeded, he deducted nearly 20 points from Gryffindor, causing each student to widen their eyes and scrutinize every word on the blackboard, fearful of committing even the slightest mistake. "Mr. Malfoy, if your brain has not been devoured by a troll, I trust you would know that African snake venom requires only 4.5 stirs during purification, not 4 3/4. Snape roared at Draco in fury. Draco glanced at the evenly cut sage in his hands, and then at Blaise, who was diligently stirring the African snake venom for purification, realizing that he was merely a target for Snape's misplaced ire. However, he immediately adopted a respectful demeanor and acknowledged his fault, saying, "My apologies, Professor. I shall rectify my mistake." Snape observed his compliant pupil, feeling as though his anger had dissipated into cotton, leaving his face slightly flushed. He was aware that his resentment was misdirected, yet he desperately yearned to see some emotion on Angelia's face, anything beyond her perpetual indifference. Anger, disappointment, hatred, anything would suffice. Yet, throughout it all, she displayed no expression whatsoever. Regardless of whether he reprimanded Draco, Potter, or anyone else, even when chastising her, she never offered him anything but indifference, not even a fleeting glance. Chapter 121. She was upset. 3. For the entirety of the class, Snape sought to create trouble for the students, akin to a child striving for attention, wandering about and reprimanding anyone for their mistakes. Even Draco was scolded twice, leaving little hope for the others. The Gryffindor students were so terrified that they dared not breathe, fearing they might draw Snape's attention. Neville's hands trembled incessantly throughout the class, his complexion pale and breathing rapid, while his partner, Mr. Finnegan, took it upon himself to handle all tasks, fearing Neville might cause the cauldron to explode. After an indeterminate amount of time, the class bell finally rang, and the students collectively exhaled in relief. Angelia, still ignoring Snape, was the first to exit the classroom. The Gryffindor and Slytherin students, too, dared not linger, hastily gathering their belongings to leave, leaving only Draco behind, held back by Snape. The most grievously affected by this class were Draco and the Gryffindor hourglass of points. Draco was scolded twice due to Blaise's mishandling, regretting not partnering with that detestable Theodore, whose potion skills were at least passable. Yet he understood that Snape's desire to berate him was purely for the sake of it, with Blaise's mistakes being of little consequence. He believed that even if Professor Slughorn and his godfather were to partner together, they would still seize any opportunity to berate him. However, he dared not voice such thoughts in front of his godfather. Thus, at the moment he was left alone, he could almost predict the inquiry his godfather was poised to make. Indeed, no sooner had the students vacated the classroom than Severus spoke. "How is Angelia?" His voice, as per usual, was cold and unyielding, yet Draco discerned a hint of concern within it. He promptly replied, "Not well, her spirits are quite low." Severus pressed his lips together, lapsing into silence, and Draco, too, refrained from speaking, leaving them enveloped in a heavy quietude. It was not until Draco's legs began to tingle from standing that he heard Severus's voice again. "Understood, you may leave." Draco respectfully gathered his books and bid him farewell, making his way to the Slytherin common room. The prickling sensation in his legs was exceedingly uncomfortable, yet he lacked the courage to rub them in front of his godfather. Enduring until he reached the classroom door, the sensation finally subsided, allowing Draco to exhale in relief. How terrifying. Upon returning to the Slytherin lounge, he leaned back against the sofa in satisfaction, only for a sudden thought to strike him. Could his godfather have intentionally assigned him to stand as punishment? Contemplating Severus's countenance, he shivered involuntarily, vowing never again to provoke Angelia's displeasure. How frightful. The night gradually consumed the light, and the temperature plummeted sharply. Severus, pale-faced, slouched in his chair, allowing the cold to seep in, while his mind was engulfed in confusion. What was he to do? Had Lilia already deduced the identity of that woman? Severus was increasingly agitated. He impatiently drew his wand to illuminate the fireplace, the flickering flames casting a warm glow that enveloped the room in a soft yellow light. Perhaps he could administer a total oblivion? No, that would not suffice. Severus rubbed his temples in frustration. Given her level of magical prowess, she would undoubtedly sense any alteration to her memories, complicating matters further. His headache intensified, and he rose to rummage through the potions cabinet, retrieving a vial of pain reliever. Swallowing it down irritably, yet his tumultuous thoughts showed no sign of abating. Chapter 122. You love her, why not go see her? Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Severus, irritable, strode over, determined to reprimand the unwelcome visitor who dared to disturb him. Angelia would never knock. Professors communicated through students or guardians, and Dumbledore, too, never knocked. Regardless of who it was, he intended to deliver a thorough scolding. With a fierce tug, Severus flung open the door, only to find Angelia standing impassively before him. In an instant, his fury extinguished, his throat felt dry, and his usually nimble tongue lay rigid in his mouth, the prepared diatribe evaporating from his mind. He could only step aside, allowing Angelia to enter. Angelia remained silent as she coldly approached the sofa and took a seat, her gaze returning to him. Snape secured the door behind him, an inexplicable sense of unease enveloping him. He feared what questions Angelia might pose, yet he was equally anxious if she chose to remain silent. "Let us converse," Angelia declared, her tone devoid of the customary softness, now stark and unyielding. Snape's fingertips trembled slightly as he endeavored to maintain his composure. "Very well," he replied. Angelia lifted her eyes to meet his, the serene depths of her azure irises betraying no emotion. "Are you my father?" Snape was evidently taken aback by this inquiry, nearly rendered speechless. Angelia's expression was far from jesting, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment. "What? That woman must be my mother," she stated coldly. "Then are you my father?" Angelia pressed. Snape vigorously shook his head, beginning to wonder if he had inadvertently added some hallucinogenic substance while concocting a pain reliever. Angelia continued to regard him earnestly, and Snape found himself caught between laughter and despair. "I am not your father. How could I possibly be your father?" Angelia appeared to exhale in relief, but continued her interrogation. "What is your relationship with my mother?" "Your mother?" Snape replied, exasperated. "I have no connection with your mother." Angelia's face displayed evident confusion. "Then what about that photograph?" "The person in that photograph is not your mother." Snape elaborated. "She does indeed share some connection with you, but I cannot disclose that information at this moment. She is certainly not your mother, and I cannot be your father." Angelia finally sighed in relief, though a hint of disappointment lingered. She gently released her breath and posed another question. "You often call me Leah. Is Leah the name of that woman?" Snape's eyes widened in shock. "How could you think that? Your expression and tone are entirely different whenever you address me as Leah." Angelia pressed her lips together, seemingly at a loss for words. "I can sense that you love her." Snape lowered his gaze in silence, unaware that his feelings were so readily apparent. Angelia bit her lip and softly inquired, "If you love her, why do you not seek her out?" Snape remained mute, his head bowed in quietude, his pale, slender fingers trembling incessantly. Angelia realized she should not continue pressing, swallowing her remaining questions and softly stating, "I shall return now." Snape remained statue-like, silent and motionless as Angelia rose to leave the room. Chapter 123, Christmas Eve. Although the identity of that woman remained unclear, the knowledge that Snape was not her father brought Angelia a measure of relief. She was not an abandoned child. With a heart lightened, she returned to the lounge. It was quite late, and only Draco remained, seated alone on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Draco immediately turned to glance at her, cautiously observing the expression on her face. "Good evening, Draco," Angela cheerfully approached and sat beside him, playfully tousling his light golden hair. "I was rather aloof with you today. I sincerely apologize. Draco exaggeratedly exhaled in relief. Thank goodness you finally returned to your normal self. A gentle smile graced Angela's lips. It's quite late. You should get some rest. See you tomorrow. Draco had long since been due to retire for the night, having lingered here solely to await Angela's return. Only upon seeing that she was unharmed did he finally feel at ease. All right, you should also head back to rest. Draco relaxed, yawning as he stood to make his way back to the dormitory. Good night, Angela. Good night, Draco. The following day, Angela resumed her tradition of spending time in the potions office in the evening. After the recent incident in potions class, Draco bore a profound psychological shadow of Snape. Reluctantly, he was dragged by Angela into the potions office, and as soon as he stepped through the door, he heard Snape's voice. You should return, Draco. Embarrassed, Draco retracted his foot, casting a resentful glance at Angela before turning to leave. Reluctantly, Angela entered the potions office alone. Snape sat behind the desk, observing her. Angela offered a sweet, demure smile. Uncle Severus. She approached the desk with a cheerful demeanor, her expression soft and her voice melodious, as if the previous incident had never transpired. Snape finally exhaled in relief. Angela glanced at the desk cluttered with papers before looking at Snape's weary face. Uncle Severus, may I assist you with grading the assignments? No need, Snape replied, shaking his head as he rubbed his temples, the fatigue on his face more pronounced. His eyes casting a fleeting glance at Angela. Understanding, Angela moved behind him to massage his shoulders, unsurprisingly eliciting a look of satisfaction from Snape. Thus, she remained in the potions office until curfew, both deliberately avoiding mention of the earlier incident and refraining from discussing the woman. Soon, Christmas approached. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts was finally graced with snow. Joyful smiles adorned the faces of the students, all eagerly anticipating the onset of the Christmas holidays. Angela had yet to find an opportunity to leave Hogwarts with the Philosopher's Stone. This Christmas break presented a rare chance. She intended to conceal the stone in her luggage to avoid any long-winded complications. Draco was also set to return home. Pansy, Theodore, and Blaise would all be going back, and he was loath to remain alone in the cold, empty dormitory. Harry, unwilling to return to the Dursleys, was invited by Angela and Draco to join them at Malfoy Manor. Despite belonging to different houses at Hogwarts, they were determined to make the most of their time together during the holidays. Fortunately, Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa displayed unexpected kindness towards Harry, the Gryffindor. Chapter 124, Ron's Provocation. A magnificent fir tree adorned with an array of colorful lights and baubles stood proudly in the hall. Professor Flitwick, perched upon a stool, waved his wand to sprinkle shimmering gold dust upon the Christmas tree. As the golden particles cascaded down, the lights began to twinkle rhythmically. Angolia was departing the potions classroom alongside Draco when they spotted Ron and Mr. Finnegan engaged in conversation just outside the classroom door. The corridor, already narrow, was effectively blocked by the two boys. Could you step aside and not obstruct the path? Draco scowled in disdain. To Ron, however, the request seemed to provoke him further. Instead of yielding, he solidified his stance in the way. With a defiant glare directed at Draco, he spoke with an inexplicable fury. Is the corridor also your property? I enjoy standing here to chat. Why should I move? Is this the upbringing of the Malfoys? Angolia's expression turned icy in an instant. In truth, Ron had not uttered a single provocative remark since his last punishment, and she had almost forgotten about him. It was said that during that period, he suffered greatly in Gryffindor, as no one wished to associate with him or engage in conversation. A person unable to control their tongue and lacking the capability to contribute positively to Gryffindor would naturally find little acceptance. Eventually, as time passed, Ron began to emerge from his state of isolation, yet he still struggled to forge friendships. Most students merely tolerated his presence, with the exception of Mr. Finnegan, who was the only one willing to befriend him. But today, for reasons unknown, Ron seemed to have lost his senses. Perhaps the prolonged period of good fortune had dulled his memory of that time of solitude. Before Draco could respond, Angolia interjected. So this is the manner of upbringing at the Weasley household, standing in the middle of the path like a mule and shouting at others, all while arguing pointlessly. I wonder if your intellect is sufficient to comprehend that a rational wizard would not loudly defend themselves after committing a wrongdoing. Of course, perhaps Mr. Weasley has been too preoccupied with earning a living to impart any wisdom to you. In that light, it seems Mr. Weasley has gained neither wealth nor a well-educated child. Are you a dog raised by the Malfoys? Ron shouted in exasperation at Angolia. Did your master get scolded, prompting you to come out and bite? Draco narrowed his eyes, drawing his wand from his sleeve and murmuring incantations under his breath, while Ron continued to rant recklessly. What? Are you going to take action? Ron brandished his wand defiantly. Show me, woof, woof. The latter part of Ron's sentence faltered, as he was horrified to hear a bark escape his lips. In disbelief, he opened his mouth again, inadvertently letting out 2 more barks. Angolia let out a derisive laugh. It seems your barking is rather practiced. Do you communicate with barks at home? No wonder you've honed it so well. In a fit of rage, Ron pointed his wand at Angolia, roaring as if to conjure a spell. But all that emerged were two furious barks. Certainly, one cannot anticipate his mastery of the silencing charm. Thus, he could only glare furiously, his face flushed. At Angelia and Draco. Angelia had no intention of letting him off easily. She drew her wand, tilted her head slightly, and a spell erupted from the tip, striking Ron. He was instantly propelled into the air, suspended against the wall, uncontrollably barking like a dog. Chapter 125. What are you barking about? A collective gasp echoed around the room. It was the silencing charm. Such a feat could only be achieved by a wizard of formidable magical prowess, and clearly, this was an occurrence most inappropriate for a first-year student. Amidst the overwhelming astonishment, some students leaped forward, swearing they had seen her lips moving. Angelia, however, was unfazed. After all, her purpose was to vex Dumbledore, and revealing her abilities did not concern her. Observing Ron, nearly fainting with rage, Angelia smirked mischievously. Aren't you fond of barking and biting? Well, enjoy this moment in the spotlight. After all, opportunities like this are rare for the Weasley family. Knowing that the professors would soon learn of the incident, Angelia resolved to first accompany Draco to satiate their hunger, for once the professors subdued Ron, they would surely wish to speak with the two of them. Of course, they might also request her assistance in halting Ron's incessant barking. As that spell was a whimsical invention of the Dark Lord during his time at Nurmengard, apart from her, only he would likely know how to reverse it. Indeed, after Angelia and Draco departed, Professor McGonagall hurriedly arrived. Oh, Merlin, what has transpired? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her astonishment directed at Ron, still affixed to the wall, barking incessantly. Almost immediately, she raised her wand to release him from the wall, yet his barking persisted unabated. In front of the assembled crowd, Professor McGonagall cast a flurry of spells at Ron, but his barking showed no signs of ceasing. Having exerted himself so vigorously, Ron's voice had grown hoarse, rendering his barks even more authentic. Rubbing her temples in frustration, Professor McGonagall pointed at a Gryffindor student in the crowd. What is the situation? It was Royal and Malfoy from Slytherin, the Gryffindor student shouted. They cast a spell on Ron. Why? Professor McGonagall queried, her brow furrowed in confusion, for she held a relatively favorable impression of Royal. The Gryffindor student faltered, unable to articulate further, when suddenly Hermione emerged from the throng. Professor McGonagall. It was because Ron was blocking the path while chatting with Seamus, preventing Royal and Malfoy from passing, which led to the altercation. Hermione elucidated their dialogue with clarity, presenting an unbiased account. In truth, her intellect was remarkable, as she nearly recounted both sides' words verbatim, accompanied by Ron's barking. Professor McGonagall was nearly overwhelmed by the incessant barking of Ron's dog. As the crowd in the corridor swelled, she dispersed the onlookers and returned to her office with a noisy canine in tow. She endeavored to navigate through the less populated areas, yet the timing coincided with dinner, and Ron's barking reverberated throughout Hogwarts, drawing countless curious glances from passers-by. Meanwhile, Angela and Draco remained blissfully unaware, thoroughly enjoying their meal. Tonight's dinner featured Angela's favorite dish, red wine steak, which she devoured entirely, feeling utterly content. Just as they set down their utensils, a Gryffindor student rushed over, announcing, Mr. Malfoy, Ms. Royal. The headmaster requests your presence in his office. Exchanging a knowing glance, Angela and Draco elegantly rose to depart. Chapter 126. What are you barking about? 2. It was time to confront Dumbledore. Angela felt no fear. Rather, she was somewhat exhilarated at the prospect of causing him some trouble. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was in distress over Ron's incessant barking. Professor McGonagall stood forlornly beside him, wishing she could stuff cotton in her ears. However, as a professor, she could only stand silently, awaiting the arrival of Royal and Malfoy. At last, a knock echoed on the office door, and Angela and Draco entered. Why is Weasley still barking? Headmaster, you must lift the spell? Angela feigned surprise, though the sarcasm in her eyes remained unabated. Unlike Ron, Dumbledore was not dim-witted. He grinned playfully at Angela and winked. I must admit, I have never encountered such an amusing spell. In fact, I have tried dozens of counter-charms, none of which have proven effective. Angela blinked innocently. What shall we do then? Should Weasley continue barking? It's rather loud. Dumbledore's smile remained intact. I suspect Miss Royal must possess a solution, wouldn't you agree? Unceremoniously, Angela dragged 2 chairs over and pulled Draco down beside her, casting a cursory glance at the parched Ron. With a light tone, she remarked, unfortunately, I have learned too many spells to recall which one it might be at this moment. However, if Weasley is willing, I could give it a try. Dumbledore's expression faltered for a fleeting moment, but he quickly resumed his amiable demeanor. Then please, Miss Royal, do give it a try. I am certain Mr. Weasley would not mind. Ron, in terror, shook his head vigorously at the sight of Angela's raised wand, his barking growing increasingly frantic, seemingly attempting to refuse. Alas, none present could comprehend his frantic barks, and only Angela possessed the means to lift his curse, ensuring that neither Professor McGonagall nor Dumbledore would intervene. With a harmless smile gracing her face, Angela flicked her wrist, casting a red beam that struck Ron, causing numerous pustules to erupt upon his skin. "Oh dear, my apologies. I seem to have made a mistake." Angelia's smile deepened at the corners of her lips. "It appears this is not the case." Ron writhed on the ground in agony, his canine-like yelps filled with fury. Professor McGonagall flicked her wand, dispelling the festering boils upon him, allowing him to regain his composure. Dumbledore, peering through the crescent-shaped lenses of his spectacles, scrutinized Angelia with narrowed eyes, a hint of apprehension glimmering in their depths. A silent spell. A silent spell conjured by an 11-year-old child. Dumbledore recalled the words spoken by Gellert when Angelia first embarked on her magical education. Her innate talent for magic was exceptionally high. Not merely high, but astonishing. Angelia had been learning magic under Gellert since the tender age of 3, and now, a mere 8 years later, she had mastered the silent spell. Dumbledore increasingly felt that his decision to bring her to Hogwarts was indeed sagacious. At the very least, he could keep her within his watchful gaze. Regardless of Dumbledore's contemplations, Ron's suffering was far from over. For the next 10 minutes, Angelia employed Ron as a model for her spell practice, unleashing an array of peculiar incantations upon him. While Professor McGonagall's healing spells and immobilization charms became increasingly proficient. In the beginning, McGonagall would intervene to halt her antics, but when Angelia, with a seemingly innocent expression, remarked, "I simply can't recall. If you don't allow me to try one by one, I may have to compel Mr. Weasley to continue barking until the spell wears off." McGonagall ceased her objections. At last, Angelia grew weary of her play. She raised her hand and cast a spell, and Ron's barks ceased instantaneously. Both McGonagall and Dumbledore visibly exhaled in relief. Ron had been tormented to near madness, his complexion ashen, hunched over and gasping for breath. His eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Angelia, devoid of any trace of his former bravado. Yet, Angelia feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, so this was the spell. I had intended to try this first." Ron, infuriated to the point of dizziness, dared not glare at her, instead lowering his head and clenching his fists tightly. Disinterested in his display of restraint, Angelia shifted her gaze to Dumbledore, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Mr. Weasley's spell has been lifted. If the headmaster has no further matters to attend to, Draco and I shall take our leave. Perhaps we should further discuss the matter of Mr. Weasley's incantation." Dumbledore's countenance remained inscrutable, though his tone had grown markedly grave. "As far as I am aware, Miss Royal cast the spell upon Mr. Weasley in the corridor outside the potions classroom." Angelia crossed her legs casually and replied, "Indeed, he was blocking the path in the middle of the corridor while chatting." Our well-intentioned counsel was met with scorn. Considering that Mr. Weasley may not have the time to educate his son properly, I felt compelled to assist in his instruction, albeit reluctantly. You see, the results are quite evident. At the very least, he has learned how to manage his tongue. Angelia raised her lips and gazed at Ron, who lay silently on the ground, feigning death and attempting to minimize his presence. Upon hearing Angelia's words, Ron trembled in fear, avoiding her piercing gaze. Indeed, it was Mr. Weasley who was at fault first. Dumbledore pondered before speaking, his attention unwaveringly fixed on Angelia. "I believe seeking the professor's assistance is the appropriate course of action, rather than resorting to magic against a fellow student." Angelia let out a scoff. "Seeking the professor's assistance, you say? Pray tell, headmaster. How shall we address the matter of Weasley openly insulting both myself and Draco in front of everyone?" "Ah, that is undoubtedly his misstep." Dumbledore's gaze shifted to the hunched figure of Ron on the floor. "How about having Mr. Weasley apologize to you both? In that case, I too must acknowledge my fault." Angelia suddenly shifted her tone, feigning remorse. "I should also extend my apologies to Mr. Weasley. Since we are both at fault, let us forego the apologies altogether. I have no need for Weasley's apology, and I trust he feels the same regarding mine." Angelia directed her gaze towards Ron. "What do you think, Weasley?" The threat in Angelia's demeanor was unmistakable, causing Ron to shrink back and instinctively nod. "It seems Weasley concurs. He must sense the sincerity of my apology." Angelia did not grant Dumbledore the opportunity to respond. "Thus, let this matter rest. There is no need to trouble the headmaster further. Draco and I have other matters to attend to, so if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." Chapter 128, Christmas Holiday. With that, Angelia rose promptly, followed closely by Draco. Just as they prepared to depart, Dumbledore gently called out to Professor McGonagall, interrupting their movements. "Professor McGonagall, I wish to have a private conversation with Miss Royal and Mr. Malfoy. Perhaps you could escort Mr. Weasley to the infirmary?" Professor McGonagall, who held great respect for Dumbledore, did not question him and readily agreed, leading Ron away. Only after they had exited the headmaster's office did Dumbledore speak again. "I fear this matter cannot be so easily dismissed." A glint of determination flickered behind his glasses. "Since Miss Royal and Mr. Malfoy have acknowledged their mistakes, I believe it would be wise for them to publicly admit their errors at tomorrow's breakfast. Of course, Mr. Weasley should do the same. I see no need for that. Angelia met Dumbledore's gaze with indifference. Since Mr. Weasley and I have reconciled, there is no need for such redundant actions. Miss Royal's behavior in the corridor has caused a detrimental impact, and I believe this punishment is necessary. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone growing serious. This is the headmaster's decree, and it is not open to refusal. Oh dear, but I do not wish to apologize. What shall I do? Angelia feigned surprise, covering her mouth. Perhaps you should expel me instead. Dumbledore's gaze, deep and penetrating, fixated on her. Miss Royal was prepared to accept expulsion. But what of Mr. Malfoy? Did Miss Royal intend to drag him down with her? After a prolonged silence, Draco finally spoke. I beg your pardon, Headmaster. As a member of the Board of Governors, the Malfoy family possesses the authority to safeguard 2 students. Expulsion requires the board's consent, and I fear, Headmaster, that you currently lack the means to dismiss us both. Draco's tone was icy. He had never been fond of Dumbledore, and in his presence, he naturally adopted the demeanor befitting a young scion of the Malfoy lineage. The Malfoy family had provided substantial financial support to Hogwarts, and should they withdraw their funding, the school would undoubtedly face numerous challenges. As the headmaster, he could not permit such a scenario to unfold. After careful consideration, Dumbledore offered a benevolent smile. Since Miss Royal has acknowledged her error and Mr. Ron has expressed forgiveness, let us allow this matter to pass for the time being. Truly, the headmaster was wise and discerning. Angelia curved her lips into a sardonic smile. Then Draco and I shall take our leave. Without waiting for another word from Dumbledore, the pair departed. The following day marked the beginning of the Christmas holiday, and Angelia, along with Harry and Draco, boarded the Hogwarts Express. The small box containing the Philosopher's Stone nestled at the bottom of her trunk. Upon their arrival on the train, Aloysia had already secured an empty compartment for them. Here, she called softly to Angelia and the others, waving her hand. This compartment is unoccupied. You may sit here. Aloysia opened the door to the compartment behind her and smiled gently. Pansy, Blaise, Theodore, and I will occupy the adjacent compartment. Chapter 129. The Christmas Holiday, 2. Very well. Thank you, and Merry Christmas. Angelia stepped forward and embraced her, whispering softly in her ear under the cover of the hug. Come to the Malfoy residence tomorrow afternoon. Merry Christmas. Aloysia winked discreetly, indicating her understanding. Aloysia's standing was impeccable. Her intellect was sharp, her thoughts nuanced, and her social skills exemplary, making her an outstanding assistant. Moreover, after months of interaction, Angelia had finally grasped why she was so eager to join the Pureblood faction. All the bedtime stories she had heard as a child were filled with the glorious deeds of the Purebloods. The loyalty of the Hermione family was, without a doubt, unquestionable. Angelia found herself relieved regarding her. Upon entering the compartment, Draco and Harry were already seated, engaged in conversation. None of the trio wore their school robes that day. Draco was clad in a pink suit, a gift Angelia had bestowed upon him on his birthday. When he first received it, he had expressed disdain, yet he frequently donned it nonetheless. Harry donned a black wizard's robe adorned with subtle gray patterns, its sleeves and hood elegantly embroidered with silver threads, creating a striking appearance. Angelia, on the other hand, wore a fitted pink dress, recently ordered for her by Narcissa. Her porcelain skin contrasted beautifully with the delicate pink fabric, rendering her as charming as a porcelain doll. The soft yellow bow belt at her waist harmonized splendidly with the yellow crystal bracelet on her wrist. Over her ensemble, she wore a cream-colored down coat, complemented by a pair of matching ankle boots, and topped off with a tender yellow beret. Harry appeared somewhat apprehensive, persistently inquiring Draco about Malfoy Manor, hoping to leave a favorable impression on Lucius and Narcissa. Do not fret, Harry, Draco reassured him, patting his shoulder. As long as Angelia plays the charming girl, even if you were to demolish Malfoy Manor, Mother and Father wouldn't be upset. Angelia settled beside him, playfully cupping Draco's face and giving it a vigorous rub, eliciting a sound of surrender from him. Easy now, I concede, Draco whimpered, rubbing his face. I was merely comforting Harry. Rest assured. I promise Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa will like you. Angelia smiled reassuringly at Harry, firmly restraining Draco's struggling hands. If you can assure me you won't err during the holidays without needing my intercession, then by all means, continue your struggle. A wicked smile played on Angelia's lips. Of course, if you cannot guarantee that, it would be wise to appease me first. Draco, feeling utterly defeated, relinquished his resistance, allowing his head to rest on Angelia's lap as she whimsically manipulated his face. For a full 20 minutes, until Draco felt his face was nearly swollen from her antics. Angelia finally ceased her playful assault, satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Fear not, I shall assist you, she declared, flashing a radiant smile at Draco. Suddenly jolted, Draco scrambled up from Angelia's lap and leaped to the far corner of the opposite chair, striving to maintain as much distance as possible from her. Their playful interaction lightened Harry's anxious demeanor, and the three of them engaged in cheerful conversation. as the Hogwarts Express gradually came to a halt at platform 9 3/4. Angelia, Harry, and Draco alighted together. Lucius and Narcissa awaited them on the platform, their faces adorned with elegant, aristocratic smiles as they scanned the crowd. Suddenly, both their gazes locked onto the same direction, their expressions softening with warmth and joy. Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa, Angelia greeted softly as she approached them, and Narcissa immediately extended her arms to embrace her. Harry and Draco followed closely behind, and as Narcissa's gaze shifted to them, Harry promptly offered his greeting. "Good day, sir." "Madam." Narcissa responded gently. "Hello, Harry," while Lucius merely nodded in acknowledgement. Draco leaned closer and whispered, "Father treats no one like this except for Angelia, so do not worry." However, it was evident that his attempt to lower his voice had little effect, as the others present heard him distinctly. Lucius's gaze had narrowed dangerously. Sensing impending peril, Draco instinctively raised his head, only to meet Lucius's eyes. He instinctively stepped back, nervously swallowing. Before Lucius could speak, Angelia swiftly leaned closer and softly suggested, "Uncle Lucius, shall we go home first? I am quite hungry." Lucius immediately averted his gaze, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Very well, let us return now." He then glanced at Draco, his tone turning severe. "Come here at once." Startled, Draco instinctively moved to Lucius's side, taking hold of both Angelia and Harry's hands. Throughout their return to Malfoy Manor, Draco dared not utter another word. Angelia sat between Narcissa and Lucius, while Harry and Draco occupied the sofa nearby. "How have things been during this time? Are you well?" Narcissa affectionately patted Angelia's small head. "Very well, Draco takes great care of me." Angelia's voice was soft and endearing, melting the hearts of those who heard it. "Has he ever made you angry?" Lucius squinted at Draco. No, Draco is very kind to me." Angelia fervently shook her head, as if to ward off any notion of displeasure. If Uncle Lucius intended to punish Draco, it seemed he would be confined to the study for the entirety of the holiday. Noticing Harry appearing somewhat anxious, Narcissa turned to him with a gentle smile. "Do not be nervous, Harry. Consider this place as your own home. If you need anything, feel free to instruct the house elves or inform us." Her smile indeed brought Harry a measure of comfort, and he released his clammy palms to offer a bashful grin. "Thank you, ma'am. You may call me Aunt Narcissa." "Just as Angelia does," Narcissa replied softly. "All right, Aunt Narcissa." Harry's cheeks flushed, and his smile grew more bashful. To ease his discomfort, Narcissa addressed Draco. "Why don't you take Harry upstairs to see his room?" Draco, feeling the weight of Lucius's gaze, had long sought an excuse to escape. Hearing Narcissa's suggestion, he visibly relaxed and nearly dragged Harry away in haste. How terrifying. Chapter 131. Why isn't she bringing me? The following afternoon, Aloysia arrived at Malfoy Manor as promised. "Good day, Mr. Malfoy," she greeted gracefully, performing a noble bow towards Lucius, who was seated in the drawing room. "I have an appointment with Angelia this afternoon." Before she could finish her sentence, a figure in a pale yellow dress rushed down the stairs. "Sia." Lucius and Aloysia both looked up to see Angelia barreling down from above. "Slow down, don't fall," Lucius admonished, a furrow of concern etched upon his brow. Angelia, feeling a twinge of guilt, stuck out her tongue and replied softly, "Uncle Lucius, I'm going shopping with Sia. Is there enough money? Did you bring the vault key?" Lucius glanced at the small bag in her hand. "Buy whatever you fancy, but do be cautious. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, have the guardian send a message back." "I have everything," Angelia chimed, shaking her bag with a dutiful smile. "I know." "Off you go," Lucius said, finally relieved to return to his reading of the newspaper. As Angelia pulled Aloysia along, a voice filled with grievance echoed from the staircase. "You actually snuck out to have fun without me." Angelia turned around, exasperated, and indeed, Draco was standing there, dragging Harry along, looking woefully at her. Before she could respond, Lucius, now impatient, clicked his tongue and directed his gaze at Draco. "If you have nothing to do, go recite the potions compendium." Draco promptly fell silent. Lucius turned back to Angelia, his face softening with a gentle smile. "Go on. It's fine. Draco doesn't wish to join." Angelia nodded earnestly, disregarding Draco's desperate attempts to gain her attention on the staircase, and pulled Aloysia away. Before Lucius could turn back to scold him, Draco quickly took Harry back upstairs. "Angelia didn't take me with her," Draco pouted. "She definitely knew I wanted to go." Harry sighed in a comforting tone. "Perhaps she has something to attend to. What could be more important than me?" Draco lamented. "She simply doesn't like me anymore. She's out with 2 girls. It might be inconvenient for boys to tag along." Harry continued to reassure him. "I would merely follow behind, helping to carry bags. I wouldn't disturb them." Draco sulked, resting his chin in his hand. "What if she can't carry the bags? What if danger arises? What if she can't find her way back?" Harry, unable to contain his frustration, interjected, "You're overthinking it. She's a wizard with a high level of magical prowess, capable of expertly wielding the shrinking charm and performing apparition." Draco shot him a sidelong glance. Letting out a resigned sigh, Harry felt inexplicably belittled. Meanwhile, as soon as Angelia and Aloysia stepped outside, they promptly apparat, following Angelia's plan. She intended to hide the Philosopher's Stone at the Dursleys. However, upon arriving near the Dursleys' residence, they unexpectedly encountered an elderly lady accompanied by numerous cats. The woman paused, momentarily taken aback by their sudden appearance, yet exhibited no signs of panic, merely a hint of surprise in her gaze. Chapter 132, The Peculiar Old Woman. It was as if she were astonished to witness two children, disregarding the regulations regarding minors, executing advanced magic. Yet, after just one glance, she averted her gaze. Angelia leaned close to Aloysia's ear and whispered, "Something feels amiss about this individual." Aloysia, clearly attuned to the atmosphere, stepped forward to intercept the elderly woman. Her voice soft as she inquired, "Pardon me, could you please tell us where we are? We seem to have lost our way and inadvertently arrived at this unfamiliar place." The elderly woman scrutinized Aloysia before glancing at Angelia, as if weighing a decision. After a moment, she replied quietly, "You are in the Muggle realm, a place not meant for you. Follow me." With that, she turned on her heel, exchanging a glance. Angelia and Aloysia tightened their grips on their wands and cautiously trailed behind the woman. She led them into a dilapidated three-bedroom house, where the air was heavy with the pungent scent of cats. The woman closed the door behind them and then turned to face the two girls. "Do you not understand that underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside of school? How did you manage to perform apparition? How old are you?" she asked, eyeing them warily. Angelia had already surmised that the woman was a squib, as she bore no trace of magical essence. Yet her knowledge of the wizarding world was remarkably extensive. Even Muggle families with magical lineage would not possess such detailed awareness of the magical realm. "Oh, I am terribly sorry, ma'am," Aloysia feigned fear. "I was unaware of these rules. In fact, I thought I was still in France. I merely wished to practice the apparition spell. I had never succeeded before, and I did not anticipate." Aloysia's voice trembled, almost breaking into tears, causing the elderly woman's expression to soften slightly. Considering they hailed from France, perhaps the regulations of the British wizarding community did not apply. It was conceivable that, under certain extraordinary circumstances, the girl had inadvertently succeeded in her attempt, though such occurrences were unlikely to repeat. With this thought, the old woman's tone became considerably gentler. "Very well, children. If you head to that corner outside," she gestured towards the window, "raise your wands. I recall that's how they do it. Soon, a bus specifically for wizards should come to take you where you belong." "Oh, thank you ever so much," Aloysia exclaimed gratefully. Seizing the moment while Aloysia engaged the woman's attention, Angelia feigned interest in the large white cat lounging on the floor. She bent down and whispered softly to it, "Once I wave, you must distract her. Do you understand?" The cat responded with a gentle meow. Standing upright again, Angelia observed Aloysia quickly masking her emotions and politely thanking the elderly woman. Hand in hand, the two girls exited the house and made their way to the corner across the street. Angelia glanced back. Indeed, the woman was still watching them from the window, with the large white cat crouched beside her. Angelia raised her hand and waved, prompting the cat to leap forward and pounce on the woman's face. Seizing the moment of distraction, Angelia swiftly transported Aloysia with her through apparition. Chapter 133, A Chance Encounter with Snape. The elderly woman, having finally soothed the large white cat in her arms, lifted her gaze to the window, only to find that the two figures had vanished. Had the night bus arrived so swiftly? She muttered to herself, dismissing this minor curiosity. Angelia guided Aloysia to Diagon Alley, arriving at the apothecary established by the Death Eaters. The business appeared to be thriving, with numerous wizards queued outside. The proprietor inside was unfamiliar to Angelia, evidently absent from the recent gathering. A sizable sign at the entrance proclaimed, "Beauty potions, 200 bottles available today, first come, first served." It seemed the beauty potions were selling quite well. Angelia raised an intrigued eyebrow. She had initially intended to inquire about the business operations within the shop, but it now appeared unnecessary. Diagon Alley bustled with activity. Clearly not an ideal locale for conversation. Angelia had ventured out to conceal the Philosopher's Stone, as the vicinity of the Dursleys was no longer the safest option. She needed to devise an alternative hiding place. The two strolled aimlessly down the street, with Aloysia unaware of Angelia's true purpose for this outing. She did not press for information, merely accompanying her in silence. Upon reaching the entrance of Slug and Jigger's apothecary, Angelia was surprised to find Snape inside. "Uncle Severus," she exclaimed, pushing the door open and rushing to his side. Snape was holding a piece of African snake skin, and upon hearing her voice, he turned, only to discover Angelia standing before him. Aloysia, being considerate, refrained from entering. After a brief exchange of words with Snape, Angelia promptly exited. "Perhaps I can return now," Aloysia remarked with a gentle smile, observing Angelia's cheerful demeanor. Angelia turned her head to look at her, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Very well. You've worked hard today. I shall escort you home." As Aloysia could not apparate, Angelia accompanied her back to the Hermanshire estate before immediately returning to Diagon Alley, where Snape awaited her outside the apothecary. Did you see her home? Snape raised an eyebrow. It seems my infamous reputation among students will be further solidified as a disruptor of their rendezvous. Angelia sweetly linked her arm with his. It appears I have confirmed your notorious reputation, Uncle Severus. Snape gently tapped her on the head, his tone slightly exasperated. Are you truly intent on accompanying me home? I have yet to see Uncle Severus's home, Angelia cooed playfully. You promised me just now, you cannot backtrack. Snape sighed with a smile. You said it. Do not come crying to me when you wish to return. I would never, Angelia declared, grasping Snape's arm as he disapparated, leaving their previous location behind. The two individuals found themselves in an unfamiliar alley, the environment exceedingly filthy, with refuse piled high along the sides of the road, emanating a rather unpleasant odor. The surrounding buildings were in a state of severe disrepair, with peeling paint and shattered bricks scattered about. Though it was daylight, the alley still bore an eerie atmosphere. There were hardly any people on the street. Angelia instinctively tightened her grip on Severus's arm. With a resigned sigh, Severus gently wrapped his arm around her. Are you frightened? Severus's voice was remarkably soft, his hand resting on Angelia's shoulder radiating warmth, dispelling a trace of her trepidation. Angelia looked up at him, her apprehension eased by the gentle yet resigned smile upon his face. I am not scared at all, Uncle Severus. Please do not say such things, she insisted. Leaning closer to him, her small frame nearly nestled against his arm, yet her curious gaze roamed around. Suddenly, a sound akin to a bag dragging along the ground echoed from the end of the alley. Angelia, alert, turned her attention toward the source of the noise, her grip on Severus's arm tightening significantly. Severus reached up to gently tousle her hair. Let us return home, he suggested. Angelia swallowed hard, her eyes fixed anxiously on the end of the alley, yet her little head resolutely shook in defiance. Just a moment longer, before Severus could utter another word. A figure emerged from the alley's end. The individual appeared nearly bald, wheezing as he walked, his emaciated frame revealing the contours of his bones. One leg seemed to be broken, causing him to limp in an unnatural manner. His weathered cheeks were deeply sunken, and his eye sockets were vacant, devoid of eyeballs or eyelids, leaving only two dark hollows immediately. Angelia buried herself into Severus's embrace, trembling gently. Severus, feeling helpless, scooped her up and retreated to his home. It was not until the door was securely closed that Angelia dared to open her eyes. In stark contrast, the modest room before them could be described as cozy. Ignoring the peeling wallpaper, faded sofa, and cracked floor, this space felt almost luxurious compared to the squalor outside. Are you still afraid? Severus inquired softly, crouching before her, concern evident in his obsidian eyes. Reflecting on her earlier fright that had sent her into his arms, Angelia found it impossible to claim she was unafraid. I am all right, she replied in a gentle, quavering voice, sounding quite pitiable. Severus chuckled softly, pinching her cheek playfully. Shall I escort you back home? Absolutely not, Angelia firmly rejected. Uncle Severus, you must not send me away. I merely worry that you might be frightened. Severus sighed softly. The flicker of fear within Angelia had dissipated. Her curiosity piqued as she began to explore the confines of the room. Uncle Severus, may I take a tour of your house? Snape raised an eyebrow. Very well. But are you truly unafraid? Angelia recalled the recent scene, her curiosity abruptly freezing, only to be swiftly replaced by a sycophantic expression. Will you accompany me, Uncle Severus? She tilted her head, clutching his arm, her cerulean eyes blinking innocently. I am genuinely intrigued. Snape's gaze softened, and he playfully pinched her cheek, his voice unconsciously laced with affection. All right, but if you become frightened, you mustn't cry. With Uncle Severus here, I am not afraid, Angelia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she sprang up from the sofa, clearly ready for an adventure. Her eager demeanor brought a smile to Snape's lips as he strode towards the kitchen. With Angelia trailing closely behind like a small tail, her arms tightly wrapped around his. In the kitchen, there was little to behold. Even the basic utensils were scarce. After a brief survey, Angelia found it rather dull and returned to Snape's side, softly inquiring, Does Uncle Severus not eat here? The house elf will bring meals. Snape noted her boredom and led her to the next room. I seldom use the kitchen. The second room was a bedroom, and Angelia curiously peeked inside. The faint, bitter scent of potions instantly confirmed that this was indeed Snape's chamber. Does Uncle Severus live here during holidays? She asked, maintaining her decorum by not entering, her gaze shifting back to Snape's face. Yes, I return during breaks. Noticing Angelia's hesitation to enter, Snape continued to guide her further inside. This is a storage room, he said, pulling open a worn wooden door, revealing a cluttered space. I haven't touched this in ages, so I am unsure what lies within. Snape arched an eyebrow at Angelia. Would you like to take a look? She quickly shook her head at the dim, chaotic space. No need to see. Snape smiled faintly and closed the door once more. They approached a staircase, and Snape's voice held an unusual hesitation. Upstairs is a small attic, rather disheveled. Angelia promptly replied with consideration, "If it is inconvenient, I will not go." Snape regarded her with an inscrutable expression, seemingly making a decision. "It is fine. Let us take a look." With that, he ascended the stairs first. Angelia's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and she followed him up, where Snape had already opened the attic door. A musty, decaying scent wafted through the gap as Angelia stood beside Snape, finally observing the room's contents. It contained a rickety little bed, a few tattered books, and a small window no larger than a hand. This was the entirety of the room. A profound and inexplicable sensation welled up within Angelia as she stepped into the room alone. The wooden floorboards creaked beneath her feet, echoing the age of the space. And she deftly navigated around the cracked and worn sections, gradually making her way to the bedside. The bed was devoid of linens, adorned only with a few tattered scraps of newspaper and a filthy, tattered overcoat. Beside the bed lay several nearly disintegrated books, their titles hinting at the subject of potion making. A faint beam of light trickled in through the window on her right, and as Angelia approached to gaze outside, all she could discern was the gloomy alley and a heap of refuse. An inexplicable emotion enveloped her, prompting her to gently place a hand over her chest, bewildered by the source of her feelings. Noticing Angelia standing there in a daze, her hand resting on her chest, Severus hesitated before speaking from behind her. "Are you all right?" "Yes," Angelia replied, turning her head to glance at Severus, managing a faint smile. "It's just a bit strange." Severus was about to inquire what precisely she found strange, but the question shifted unexpectedly. "Are you hungry? Would you like me to summon a house elf to bring you something?" Angelia nodded eagerly and rose to follow Severus as they departed the attic. Chapter 136. The concealment of the Philosopher's Stone even upon returning to the living room. The peculiar sensation lingered within Angelia. After instructing the house elf to prepare dinner, Severus turned to find her still seated, staring vacantly with her hand over her chest. "What's wrong?" he inquired softly as he approached her. "Are you not feeling well?" Snapping back to reality, a gentle smile graced Angelia's lips. "I'm fine." "Does Uncle Severus return here every holiday?" Severus raised an eyebrow. "Almost always, unless otherwise engaged." His life was exceedingly simple, and Angelia immediately understood what otherwise engaged referred to: Dumbledore's tasks. Even now, she remained perplexed as to why Severus willingly undertook so many responsibilities beyond his teaching duties for Dumbledore. She sensed that Severus did not regard Dumbledore with the blind adoration exhibited by Gryffindor's lions. Indeed, at times his impatience with Dumbledore was nearly palpable. Nevertheless, he dutifully completed the numerous unreasonable assignments assigned to him by Dumbledore. Angelia had previously questioned him about this, but Severus merely offered an ambiguous response, stating it was part of his duties, refusing to elaborate further. It was evident that this was a mere evasion. Respecting his reticence, she refrained from pressing him further, silently adding another charge to Dumbledore in her mind, intending to settle the score on Severus' behalf in the future. Reflecting on this, Angelia suddenly recalled the purpose of her outing that afternoon. She turned her gaze toward the desolate and dilapidated scenery outside, and was struck by the thought that this might serve as an excellent location for concealing the Philosopher's Stone. "Uncle Severus," she exclaimed, her beautiful eyes suddenly sparkling, "perhaps I have a matter I would like to discuss with you." Snape gazed into Angelia's sparkling azure eyes, his voice unconsciously softening. "What is it?" Angelia withdrew her wand and cast several concealment charms before retrieving a small box containing the magical stone from her handbag. "I will hide the magical stone nearby. What do you think, Uncle Severus?" Snape looked at the box in her hand, momentarily taken aback, then quickly composed himself and analyzed the situation. There are hardly any wizards here, which indeed minimizes the risk of the stone being discovered. However, the muggles in this vicinity are evidently not benevolent. Should they stumble upon the box and the stone, it is highly likely they would sell it for profit. As he spoke, Snape glanced back at the cluttered storage room beside the staircase. "Perhaps you could conceal it in this room. It is rarely frequented by other wizards, and the accumulation of magical items within would make any magical aura fluctuations seem quite normal. Yet, should the magical stone be discovered, it would undoubtedly place you in peril." Angelia frowned and shook her head. "No." A wave of tenderness washed over Snape, and he gently ruffled Angelia's hair, speaking softly. "It is all right. I will be very cautious to avoid detection." Still shaking her head, Angelia replied, "The magical stone is far less important to me than you, Uncle Severus. It is not worth the risk to you, but you are worth it." Snape parted his lips, yet the words remained unspoken. He observed her for a moment before proposing an alternative solution. "Perhaps you could cast a Fidelius charm to protect it." Angelia pouted in distress. "In fact, I still have not mastered that spell." It was peculiar, given Angelia's level of magical power. She should have been able to effortlessly cast a spell such as the Fidelius charm, yet for some unknown reason, she had never successfully performed it, regardless of how long she practiced, and thus had yet to learn it. Snape discerned her frustration and spoke soothingly. Your magical abilities are already quite advanced. The Fidelius charm is not a commonly used spell. It is all right. I understand. However, concealing the magical stone with the Fidelius charm would have been the simplest method. Angelia's face still bore a hint of gloom, her once sweet and lively voice now lacking its usual vibrancy, evoking pity. I can assist you, Snape offered, his tone becoming even more tender. Shall I act as the secret keeper? The cloud of discontent on Angelia's face finally began to dissipate, her voice lifting slightly. Thank you, Uncle Severus. Snape smiled faintly, taking the box from her hands, and with a flick of his wand, he gently tapped the box. As a swirl of red light enveloped it, the box vanished. Angelia gazed at his empty hands, her beautiful eyes blinking in wonder, filled with envy. With a resigned sigh, Snape gently ruffled her hair once more and softly said, the secret keeper's spell is such that you can see it by merely reciting it in your mind. Angelia tilted her head in confusion. A myriad of intricate emotions flickered in Snape's eyes. Indeed, Angelia seemed perplexed as to why this served as a confidentiality incantation. Yet upon gazing at Snape's expression, she suddenly grasped that the spell might be linked to a woman named Leah. The white rose, symbolizing nobility, innocence, and pure love. Lowering her gaze, Angelia silently recited the incantation in her heart, and before her, the box concealing the Philosopher's Stone appeared, resting upon the sofa between them. She gently reached for the box and, tilting her head, offered Snape a faint smile. Perhaps we should discard it in the storage room. Very well. The emotions in Snape's eyes retracted, his face transforming back to one of indulgent affection. Alone, Angelia carried the box towards the storage room, and at that moment, the smile on her face faded. Who exactly was Leah? What was her connection to Uncle Severus? As Angelia opened the door to the storage room and carelessly tossed the box inside, the exquisite gem-encrusted container landed amidst a pile of clutter, rolling down a slope before vanishing into the crevices of the disarray. Angelia lowered her head and gently pressed her palm, exhaling softly. When she turned around again, her smile had returned to its previous brightness. Just then, the house elf delivered dinner, and Angelia and Snape made their way to the dining table. Tonight's fare consisted of creamy mushroom soup and CRPS, a delicacy Angelia had not savored in quite some time. She eagerly sat down, forked a piece of the CRP, and brought it to her mouth, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction as the earlier gloom lifted. This CRP was truly delightful. Angelia's eyes sparkled, and a radiant smile graced her face. Chapter 138, Let Us Take a Stroll. Snape unconsciously curved his lips. If you enjoy it, indulge a little more. As he spoke, he nudged his plate of CRPS closer to Angelia. I recall your fondness for this. Coincidentally, Hogwarts recently acquired a house elf skilled in French cuisine, and I had it prepare this for you to try. Angelia regarded him with curiosity. How does Uncle Severus know? She had never disclosed her fondness for CRPS. Not even to Lucius and Narcissa. She had merely dined on one at a French restaurant when she was 10 and had not returned since. For a fleeting moment, Snape's smile faltered before he swiftly masked it. I remember your appreciation for French cuisine. Perhaps you would enjoy this. So I had the house elf prepare it for you to sample. Angelia furrowed her brow in confusion, but chose not to pursue the matter further. The excuse was riddled with inconsistencies, clearly a hastily concocted ruse to deceive her. However, the truth Snape wished to withhold remained beyond her reach, and she resolved to cast her doubts aside. After dinner, Angelia rubbed her belly, looking up at Snape with a pitiful expression. I've overindulged. Snape offered a gentle smile. Shall I fetch you a potion? Angelia contemplated the dreadful scent, shaking her little head vigorously. No, please, Uncle Severus. Will you accompany me for a stroll? Now, Severus raised an eyebrow, glancing out the window where darkness had enveloped the sky, and the cold wind howled, swirling the snowflakes against the glass, rendering the frail panes even more precarious. Angelia blinked at him, her eyes brimming with expectation, compelling Severus to relent reluctantly. He frowned slightly at the sight of her lovely pale yellow dress, reached for his own cloak hanging nearby, and draped it over her small frame. Using a shrinking charm on the excessively long sleeves and hem, nestled within his coat, Angelia appeared even more petite and endearing. Her clear, bright eyes gazed at him unwaveringly, adorned with a charming smile. Severus flicked his wand, casting warmth charms upon them both, before finally stepping outside with her. The biting wind rushed in, tousling Angelia's meticulously styled hair from the morning. Her light golden locks clung to her face, and with a pout, she blew the strands away. Casting a forlorn glance at Severus, bending down, Severus smoothed her hair and adjusted the hood of her cloak, finally speaking with a gentle smile. Let us be off. Angelia's expression of distress faded as she wrapped her arms around Severus's, joyfully matching his pace. Throughout their journey, she chattered incessantly, her mind seemingly filled with countless questions, as numerous as the stars in the sky. Severus responded patiently to each of her inquiries, his voice remarkably tender. devoid of the acerbic tone typically associated with his role as the potions master at Hogwarts. Even when her questions veered into the nonsensical and peculiar, he exhibited no sign of annoyance. Curious about her surroundings, Angelia rarely ventured into the Muggle world and had never experienced such an environment before. She peered around inquisitively, her steps slowing, prompting Severus to match her pace. Occasionally, the wind would dislodge her hood, and Severus, undeterred, would repeatedly smooth her hair and reposition the hood, his face consistently adorned with a gentle smile. As night deepened, they finally returned indoors. Angelia was elated. Having explored nearly the entire alley and even procuring a small piece of strawberry cake from a Muggle dessert shop. The strawberry cake was wrapped in transparent paper, adorned with plump strawberries and white frosting, with a layer of pink strawberry jam nestled within, appearing utterly delectable. Seated on the sofa, Angelia eagerly unwrapped the spoon. Scooping a generous bite and placing it in her mouth, the sweet flavor instantly melting on her tongue, causing her to squint her eyes in delight. "Uncle Severus, you must try this," she urged, offering him a piece adorned with a half strawberry and a dollop of cream, bringing it to his lips. Severus Snape had never been particularly fond of sweet confections. In fact, apart from black coffee, he seemed to harbor no distinct preferences. Yet, as he gazed into Angelia's sparkling eyes, he found himself reluctantly parting his lips to accept a morsel of cake. A rush of cloying creaminess enveloped his taste buds, and, meeting Angelia's expectant gaze, he feigned a smile to utter a compliment. "It's quite delightful." Angelia tilted her head, her expression tinged with confusion. She had not anticipated that Uncle Severus would enjoy strawberry cake. Observing the puzzlement on her face, Snape suddenly felt as though some image she held of him had shattered. However, more daunting was yet to come. Since Angelia rarely witnessed Snape expressing fondness for anything, she began to share the cake in a bite-for-bite manner. Each time, she would scoop a generous spoonful and present it to his lips, watching him with eager eyes. Snape found himself utterly unable to decline, repeatedly parting his lips to accept the cake. After an interminable yet sweet torment, the insufferable cake was finally consumed. Just as Angelia prepared to offer him the last bite, Snape halted her. "This final morsel is for you," he said gently, ruffling her hair. "If you enjoy it, I shall bring you to sample other flavors tomorrow." "Really?" Angelia exclaimed with unbridled joy, suddenly diving into Snape's embrace, nuzzling against his waist. "Uncle Severus is the best." A soft curve graced the corners of Snape's mouth, as the sweetness of the strawberry cake seemed to linger in his heart. It was already quite late, and after escorting Angelia back to Malfoy Manor, he prepared to leave. However, Angelia appeared reluctant. "Will Uncle Severus take me back with him tomorrow?" she inquired, her eyes glistening with pleading. "Can I stay at Malfoy Manor for the night?" Before Snape could respond, Lucius and Narcissa descended the stairs, drawn by the commotion. "Welcome back, darling," Narcissa cooed, pinching Angelia's cheek softly. "Did you have fun today?" "Very much. Uncle Severus took me." Angelia turned to chat with Narcissa, while Lucius approached Snape to offer a caution. "Be careful on your way back." "I shall not return. I will stay the night," Snape replied. Observing Angelia's joyful countenance as she conversed with Narcissa, he suddenly felt that if he did not stay, she might forget him by morning. "Is Uncle Severus not going back?" Angelia, catching the key phrase amidst their conversation, gleefully nestled closer to Snape. "How wonderful." Chapter 140. "All I wish is for her happiness." With a resigned gesture, Snape ruffled her hair once more. "I shall not return. Tomorrow, I will take you out to play. It is already quite late. You should go to sleep." Angelia tilted her head, gazing at him. "Is Uncle Severus not going back? I still have matters to discuss with Uncle Lucius. You should go back first." Snape's voice was exceedingly gentle. "Good night. Good night." Until the figure of Angelia vanished around the corner of the staircase. A faint smile emerged on Lucius's face. "What is this? Have you had a change of heart?" Severus's smile faded, returning to his usual expressionless demeanor. "No. I believe Angelia is quite dependent on you now." Lucius shook his head. "Perhaps your decision is misguided. Regardless of right or wrong, I hope she has the opportunity to choose anew." Severus, weary, leaned back on the sofa and pinched the bridge of his nose. "I shall not interfere with her." "Then if," Lucius began softly, but Severus interrupted him. "I simply wish for her happiness." Lucius shrugged, ceasing further persuasion. Angelia, utterly exhausted from a long day, fell into a deep slumber almost the moment she returned to her room. Perhaps the horrific scene she witnessed upon arriving at Spinner's Inn haunted her, for she was beset by nightmares. When the dreadful figure reappeared in her dreams, she awoke with a gasp, her breath quickening. Outside, the moonlight poured in through the clean window, casting a hazy glow across the room. Biting her lip, Angelia found it impossible to shake the haunting image from her mind. She dared not close her eyes again. Strangely, she felt an overwhelming urge to see Severus. Slipping into her slippers, she stepped out of her room. Severus's quarters were not far from hers, and as she approached, she was surprised to find the light still aglow within. "Uncle Severus?" Angelia called softly from the threshold. Severus was in turmoil, the image of Angelia's face intertwined with Lucius's words, rendering him unable to sleep. He had just uncovered a rare potion manuscript in the Malfoy library, intending to read through the night, when he suddenly heard her voice outside his door. He opened it to find Angelia standing there, her head bowed, looking utterly forlorn. "What is it?" Upon seeing her, Severus's thoughts quieted. He bent down to meet her gaze, his voice softening. Angelia suddenly threw herself into his embrace, her voice trembling. "I had a nightmare." With a resigned sigh, Severus lifted her gently and placed her upon his bed, waving his wand to close the door. What was the nightmare about? His tone was exceedingly gentle as he sat beside her, pulling the covers over her and soothingly patting her back. Angelia shook her head. In truth, the moment she saw Severus, the terror from her nightmare had dissipated significantly, yet she still feared returning alone to sleep. Not wishing to press her for details, Severus's voice grew even more soothing. "Then sleep here. I will stay with you, if that is agreeable." Angelia nodded, then hesitated. "Can Uncle Severus join me?" Her eyes betrayed the lingering fear that Severus found impossible to refuse. Chapter 141. Stay with me a while longer. In the expectant gaze of Angelia, Severus removed his outer robe and reclined beside her. As soon as he lay down, she immediately nestled close, wrapping one of his arms in her embrace, her face finally breaking into a sweet smile. Severus allowed her to hold his arm, quietly observing her soft profile, and all his tumultuous thoughts vanished without a trace. Her happiness was paramount. Everything else paled in significance. Perhaps due to the profound sense of security she felt in his presence, Angelia swiftly drifted back to sleep. She clung tightly to Severus's arm, pressing her face against it, the familiar scent of potion wafting to her nose, bringing forth a serene smile. Her breathing was remarkably steady, and gradually, Severus succumbed to drowsiness as well, falling asleep beside her. They both enjoyed a peaceful slumber until the following morning when Angelia finally opened her eyes. Severus remained in a deep sleep, a rarity for him, as the path he had chosen necessitated constant vigilance. Only in Angelia's presence could he fully relax. Angelia gazed at the slumbering Severus, blinking in confusion as the memories of the previous night flooded back. Just as she was pondering those memories, Severus unexpectedly awoke. Still in a state of grogginess, he pulled her into his embrace, a blissful smile gracing his face as he murmured, "Stay with me a while longer." Angelia, bewildered, found herself enveloped in his arms, struggling to comprehend the situation. After a few seconds, Severus's awareness suddenly sharpened. He realized that her small head was nestled against him, and he became acutely aware of his actions. Startled, he released her, his face returning to its customary impassiveness. Sitting up, he rubbed his temples, hesitant to meet Angelia's perplexed gaze. Noticing his reaction, Angelia understood that he had once again mistaken her for that woman, Laia. Her elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly, a wave of inexplicable emotion washing over her, yet she gently broke the silence, saying, "Uncle Severus, I will go change my clothes now. See you shortly." She refrained from mentioning the incident, aware that Severus often confused her with that woman. She knew she bore a striking resemblance to her, perhaps even shared some connection. But increasingly, this realization weighed heavily upon her. Without waiting for Severus's response, indeed, she did not anticipate one, she promptly left his room. "Damn it, what have I done?" Severus muttered under his breath, covering his face in frustration. He should not have let his guard down. In Angelia's presence, he unconsciously reverted to thinking of her as Laia. Upon waking, his mind had been foggy, leading him to believe she had returned, as if time had rewound to before that fateful day. Since he had made a choice, he could no longer continue down this path. Snape rubbed his face, feeling a twinge of reluctance to confront Angelia. He sensed that matters were spiraling out of control. Before it was too late, he wished to restore everything to its rightful order. She deserved a chance to make a fresh choice. Disregarding their agreement, Snape hastily donned his outer robe and operated away from Malfoy Manor. Chapter 142. You pinch my face. Angelia descended the stairs after changing her clothes, only to find, to her surprise, that Snape was absent. "You finally returned," Draco pouted, glancing at Angelia with a hint of grievance. "Yesterday, you left me and Harry here in this cold Malfoy Manor while you went off to have fun. Do you even think of me anymore?" "Draco," Lucius interjected with a chillingly feigned smile. "The cold Malfoy Manor?" Draco shuddered at the remark, quickly altering his tone. "I meant the cozy Malfoy Manor." Harry struggled to suppress a laugh, taking a large gulp of pineapple juice, only to contort his face in response to the sourness, rendering him incapable of mirth. Angelia, deeply despondent, listlessly sliced her steak, ignoring Draco's inquiry. With Lucius present, Draco dared not speak further. Without Narcissa around, Angelia's refusal to assist would surely provoke Lucius, leading to dire consequences for him. After finishing breakfast in silence, Lucius took his cane and retreated to his study. Finally, Draco, with a forlorn expression, approached Angelia with his plate in hand. "Are you going out today?" Angelia recalled her agreement with Snape from the previous night, which only deepened her melancholy. In frustration, she dumped the finely chopped steak onto Draco's plate. Eat more. Draco looked at the meat scattered atop his steak, tilting his head in curiosity. What's wrong? Are you feeling down? Angelia's current state was merely a reflection of her discontent, rather than an indiscriminate emotional outburst. Draco was well attuned to her feelings. No, she replied, pouting and unwilling to elaborate, prompting Draco to refrain from further questioning. He leaned closer to her, his fair complexion tinged with a delicate blush. Given your mood, I'll reluctantly allow you to pinch my face, Draco declared with a hint of pride, though his eyes softened. At last, a faint smile played on Angelia's lips as she gently pinched Draco's face, her spirits seemingly lifted. Harry, sitting nearby, felt increasingly like an extraneous presence, wishing he hadn't chosen to dine at that moment. Suddenly, a figure materialized in the air. Snape, with a scowl, placed a large bag filled with an assortment of cakes on the table. The cakes I promised you yesterday. Snape's voice was chillingly cold as he narrowed his eyes, casting a scrutinizing glance at Draco, who was uncomfortably close to Angelia. His palm clenched tightly. You all, continue, Snape uttered through gritted teeth. Both Draco and Angelia stood frozen, while Harry keenly sensed the perilous atmosphere, wishing he could dive into his plate and hide amongst the steak. Draco, a sharp voice echoed from the staircase. It was Lucius. Draco jolted, instinctively straightening his posture. Perceiving the icy demeanor radiating from Snape, Lucius glanced helplessly at Harry, whose confusion mirrored that of Angelia's sulky expression and Draco's audacity, and spoke sternly, Come with me. Chapter 143, A Perfect Match. With his head bowed, Draco slowly ascended the stairs, while Lucius observed his oblivious son, whose resemblance to Snape was striking. It was indeed courageous to flirt with danger in front of his godfather. If he did not intervene soon, the boy might face dire consequences at Hogwarts. Leading Draco upstairs, Lucius sensed the growing tension and, feeling overwhelmed, Harry excused himself with a quick, I'm full, and promptly fled the room. Only Angelia and Snape remained, as Angelia turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, while Snape wore a grim expression, uncertain of how to break the silence. After a prolonged standoff, it was Snape who finally shattered the quiet. You are only in your first year. Be mindful, he said, his voice somewhat hoarse. Draco, you are quite impressive, but perhaps it would be wise to wait a little longer. Angelia felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. She lifted her head defiantly and smirked. I know, we are not in a hurry. Snape tightened his grip, suppressing his feelings, forcing a slight curve at the corners of his mouth. That is good. There are matters at school. I must take my leave. As Angelia's gaze shifted slightly, she noticed his knuckles turning white from his grip, and the weight in her heart inexplicably lifted. Didn't Uncle Severus promise to spend today with me? Angelia's voice softened again. Snape paused for a moment, his eyes meeting hers, yet the smile that graced his lips bore a hint of bitterness. I apologize. I have other commitments. I recall a delightful restaurant on Cowell Street in London. Perhaps you could try it with Draco. Will Uncle Severus not accompany me? Angelia's face brightened with a gentle smile, though her eyes reflected sincerity. No, I have matters to attend to. As Snape gazed at her beaming smile, an image of her and Draco together inexplicably surfaced in his mind. They were of similar ages, and their camaraderie was strikingly harmonious. Angelia chose not to speak further, her attention fixated on a glass of pineapple juice on the table as Snape turned to leave. It was only after Snape's figure vanished into the air that her smile faded. The bag of cake remained on the table. Yet Angelia felt little appetite and promptly handed it to Harry. This cake is delicious. You should give it a try. Harry caught the bag that Angelia handed him, his gaze fixating on the numerous cakes within, and he pointed at himself in astonishment. All for me? Indeed. Harry, exercising prudence, voiced his concerns. Professor Snape and Draco will likely be displeased. Draco should remain occupied for a while, Angelia replied sympathetically, glancing at the firmly shut study door. Professor Snape, one tea find out. Harry examined the bag of cakes in his hands, suddenly feeling its weight as if it bore 1,000 pounds. Perhaps we should save some for Draco? Should Professor Snape become angry, it would be prudent to have someone to share the blame. If he comes out early, you can all divide it. If he doesn't emerge until the evening, I shall return with more provisions. Angelia raised an eyebrow, though I suspect he will most likely be released in the evening. Are you heading out? Harry inquired, puzzled. Alone? I have matters to attend to and may return late, Angelia replied, a hint of resignation gracing her lips. But I will bring back food for you. Chapter 144, The Rozier Manor. Harry's eyes radiated warmth, appearing exceedingly compliant. He cradled the bag of cakes, gently advising, Very well, be careful on your way. The obedient Harry was utterly charming, prompting Angelia to soften her tone. Understood. See you in the evening. See you in the evening. With a flick of her wand, Angelia vanished from Malfoy Manor. Originally, she had granted the members of the Pureblood Party a Christmas holiday, but today's scheduled plans were abandoned. Not wishing to squander the rare opportunity to leave school, She proceeded directly to the Rozier estate she had acquired in England. Since Angelia began attending Hogwarts, Rozier had also resided in the English manor. It was just past 8 in the morning, and he was preparing to descend for breakfast when a woman unexpectedly emerged from the adjacent room, clad in a black silk camisole nightgown. Her curvaceous figure accentuated the alluring contours of her attire, revealing ample expanse of porcelain skin. Her long, chestnut curls cascaded over her shoulders, with a few mischievously entwined in her straps. Barefoot, she stood on the floor, the brief nightgown failing to conceal her slender, elongated legs. Rozier's gaze deepened. "Good morning, Mr. Rozier." Lena approached him, a seductive smile gracing her lips, the faint scent of roses wafting into his nostrils with her movement. Rozier averted his eyes with restraint. "Morning. Come down for breakfast once you're awake." As soon as Hogwarts had closed for the holidays, Lena had appeared in his living room with her luggage. He found himself unable to refuse her request for accommodation, and thus she confidently settled into his home. A lingering aroma of roses, his once favored scent, always enveloped her. Lena could not comprehend why two seemingly loving individuals could not be together. She endeavored with all her might to draw near him, while he understood her intentions but could not bring himself to acquiesce. He felt unworthy of her now. Rozier did not glance back at Lena. He descended the stairs with measured steps. As she watched his retreating figure, the smile on her face gradually faded. Could he still not come to terms with it? The two shared a silent breakfast, and just as Rozier sought an excuse to take his leave, Angelia arrived. "Do you have a moment?" Angelia's demeanor seemed rather somber, her voice lacking the usual cheerfulness. "Of course, please instruct us." Rozier and Lena immediately rose, bowing respectfully. "To the study," Angelia stated, clearly uncomfortable discussing matters in the living room. With that, Rozier straightened and led her to the study. Once the three were seated, Angelia inquired, "How is the potion shop faring?" "Everything is operating smoothly. We have received several orders for potion production, though the requested potions are not complex, and our team is entirely capable of handling them." As he spoke of work, Rozier's expression grew considerably more serious. "The beauty potions are selling exceptionally well, and our market has opened up, yet the demand is currently high, and our supply is insufficient. Moreover, there is a shop in Diagon Alley, Madame Pimpernel's beauty potion store, whose business overlaps with ours. She has sent people to purchase our beauty potions several times, seemingly intent on replicating our formulas." Angelia raised an eyebrow. "It matters not. Let her attempt to replicate the formula if she wishes. I have improved the formula. The next batch will utilize the new recipe, yielding even better results." Rozier still bore a hint of concern. But what if she acquires the new formula potions for replication? She will discover that the two potion recipes appear similar, yet their effects are entirely different. Angelia's lips curled into a slight smile. She will never uncover the true formula, regardless of the number of potion masters she employs for examination. The second formula is based on a more rigorous selection process of potion ingredients, with the order of several components altered. I compared the second potion with the first alongside Snape. Even he could only deduce that the order of ingredients had been changed. But it is the meticulously selected ingredients that significantly enhance the potion's efficacy. Angelia was untroubled by the prospect of others replicating her formula, even if such replication occurred. It was inconsequential. She could always further refine the original formula, while those who attempted to replicate would forever lag behind. Although the beauty potions are performing well, we must not rely solely on them. Our primary business remains the sale of high-grade potions and fulfilling orders for potion production, Angelia emphasized. As for the beauty potions, their brewing process is not arduous, but it is too taxing for me to supply them alone. Select a few loyal individuals with commendable potion-making skills. I will teach them the brewing process, and they shall take over the production of beauty potions henceforth. Understood, Rozier replied obediently. Furthermore, perhaps we might find an opportunity to engage in a business transaction with St. Mungo's. A mischievous smile graced Angelia's face as she spoke. The institution that demands potions the most in the magical realm is likely the hospital, and St. Mungo's must possess its own procurement channels. We should send someone to negotiate the supply of potions with them, without overly concerning ourselves with profit. As long as we ensure not to incur losses, we should strive to secure as many potion supply lines from St. Mungo's as possible. Rozier immediately grasped her intent. St. Mungo's represents a long-term, stable channel for potion sales. Initially, we can open the sales channel at a low price, and once the subsequent cooperation stabilizes, new sales routes will inevitably emerge, allowing for profit later. Perhaps we could even sever the previous supply line established with St. Mungo's. This matter was evidently of great significance, prompting Rozier to respectfully bow his head and reply, "Yes, I shall personally attend to it." Since entering Hogwarts, Analia had scarcely involved herself in the affairs of the pureblood party. Fortunately, Rozier's exceptional abilities ensured that he managed the party with meticulous order in her absence, though some matters still required her direct decision-making. With no other pressing concerns that day, Analia took the liberty of occupying Rogier's study to address the backlog of tasks. These tasks were neither too few nor too many, and by the time she stretched her stiff neck and set down her quill, dusk had descended. Rogier, seated across from her, continued to frown as he reviewed the documents in his hands. He had not left since she entered the study, diligently attending to paperwork, with Lena even assisting him with a portion of it. Only then did Analia realize the magnitude of Rogier's workload. Chapter 146, Intoxication. I appreciate your hard work, Analia said sincerely as she watched Rogier set down the documents. He paused momentarily, a faint smile appearing on his face. It is merely my duty. Observing the fatigue that was barely concealed on his face, Analia felt a sudden pang of guilt, as if she were witnessing the state of Severus Snape. Exhausted under Dumbledore's demands. Had she, like Dumbledore, been exploiting her subordinate? A shiver ran down her spine. Perhaps I should assign someone to assist you. Managing all this alone is too arduous. Analia raised an eyebrow as she regarded him. Alternatively, if you have anyone suitable to bring over, that could work as well. Rogier smiled wryly and shook his head. Everyone has their own responsibilities at present. Alterations cannot be made for the time being. It is manageable. I can still handle this workload. Analia envisioned a weary Snape maintaining his fade of strength, and she withdrew her gaze, speaking softly. Then for now, I shall ask you to endure a little longer. I will have Lena return to assist you in June. Rogier's expression momentarily stiffened, a blend of joy and resignation crossing his features, yet he refrained from uttering any further objections. The hour was late, and Analia rose to take her leave from Rogier's estate, preparing to return home. When she prepared to apparate, her thoughts were meant to dwell on Malfoy Manor. Yet for some inexplicable reason, her mind conjured the image of Spinner's End. The atmosphere was as eerie and frigid as it had been during her last visit. The lights in Severus Snape's residence remained dim, and Angelia cautiously pushed the door open, stepping inside. A potent aroma of whiskey assaulted her senses, causing her to frown deeply. As her eyes gradually adjusted to the surrounding darkness, she discerned Snape reclined on the sofa, asleep, with empty bottles strewn about him. The bottle of whiskey was nearly drained, and he clutched a delicate glass filled with spherical ice cubes, which had nearly melted into water, indicating he had succumbed to slumber for quite some time. The fireplace was unlit, casting an almost complete absence of light, prompting Angelia to ignite the tip of her wand to approach him. The once familiar scent of potions had been entirely supplanted by the stench of alcohol, and an unusual flush adorned his face, with the corners of his eyes exhibiting a faint redness that rendered him somewhat vulnerable. Vulnerable? The very notion startled Angelia. How could this formidable figure, feared within the halls of Hogwarts, be associated with such a descriptor? She scrutinized Snape's countenance, noting how his dark hair lay messily against his cheek, his brow slightly furrowed, and his exquisite lips pressed together. Stepping closer, she brought her wand tip near the corners of his eyes and ears, finally confirming that the delicate blush was no mere illusion. He lay defenseless on the sofa, yet Angelia was acutely aware that his vulnerability was only in her presence. The arrival of even a second person would rouse him instantly. With a resigned sigh, she felt her emotions dissipate with that single exhale. She waved her wand, gently relocating him to the bedroom, placing him on the grand bed, removing his shoes and outer cloak, and pulling a nearby blanket over him. The room lacked a fireplace, and the warmth charm she had cast upon herself before leaving Rocher Manor had begun to wane, leaving her enveloped by the encroaching chill, finally making her acutely aware of the room's frigid temperature. Although Snape, under the influence of alcohol, felt no coldness but rather a growing warmth, Angelia, concerned for his health, nonetheless cast warmth charms upon both his blanket and mattress. In his slumber, Snape perceived an increasing heat, irritably tossing aside the warm blanket and clutching a pillow that had not been enchanted for warmth. The coolness of the pillow against his skin alleviated the pervasive heat emanating from within, allowing Snape's brow to relax as he slipped back into deeper sleep. Angelia, with a displeased expression, observed him disdainfully discard the blanket and embrace the icy pillow. The temperature in the air was exceptionally low, and with a resigned sigh, she did not attempt to wrest the pillow from him but instead reached out to cover him with the blanket once more. To her surprise, Snape abruptly furrowed his brow, raising his hand to toss the blanket aside once again. Angelia, vexed, grit her teeth and reached for the pillow in his grasp. She initially intended to pull the pillow away, but to her surprise, Snape held onto it with a tenacity that defied her efforts. Even opening his eyes to gaze at her, suddenly meeting his obsidian eyes, Angelia was momentarily taken aback, loosening her grip. Snape furrowed his brow in confusion as he scrutinized her, then abruptly shut his eyes, shaking his head before looking at her once more. After a brief pause, he gently inquired, Angelia? Angelia raised an eyebrow in astonishment. He had not mistaken her for that other woman. Before she could respond, Snape extended a hand toward her, his voice remarkably soft. Would you stay with me for a while? Never had Angelia encountered such a version of Snape, yet an inexplicable sense of familiarity enveloped the atmosphere. Complying, She took a seat beside him on the bed, clasping the hand he had offered. Her voice was as delicate as a feather, light and gentle. "All right, sleep now." Snape grasped her small hand reassuringly and closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber once more. Time had advanced considerably, and after a while of quietly sitting beside him, ensuring he was soundly asleep, she attempted to withdraw her hand to leave. However, as soon as her hand slipped from Snape's grasp, his eyes flew open. "Angelia?" His voice carried a hint of confusion. "I merely wished to fetch you a glass of water," she replied with a sheepish smile, returning her hand to his palm. Clearly inebriated, Snape's faculties appeared diminished. He accepted her clumsy excuse without question, staring vacantly at the soft, small hand he had regained, and soon fell asleep again. Angelia found herself waiting even longer this time, until Snape's breathing became steady and prolonged, and his grip on her hand loosened. She attempted to withdraw her hand once more, but before she could succeed, Snape's eyes opened again. "Don't go." Snape tightened his hold on her hand, which was halfway withdrawn. "I know I shouldn't say that. I am not yet accustomed to you being so close to others. I will strive to adapt. I won't interfere with you. Will you trust me?" The profound pain in his voice stirred something deep within Angelia, prompting her instinctively to retract her hand. Yet Snape seemed to sense her intention, tightening his grip even further. His eyes were filled with a murky sadness, so intense that it tugged at Angelia's heart. It felt as though he was referencing their argument from that morning. Yet it was not entirely confined to that incident. She struggled to comprehend his words. Not being accustomed to closeness with others, did that pertain to her interaction with Draco earlier? Why did it matter, when they had always been this way? And what did he mean by not interfering? Angelia wrestled with his meaning, her gaze falling as she pondered silently, while Snape's sorrow gradually morphed into despair. "Please, whatever it takes, do not leave me." A wave of inexplicable pain surged within Angelia, an emotion she could not quite place, and she furrowed her brow in confusion. This inexplicable emotion rendered her exceedingly agitated, as though she were suddenly overwhelmed by feelings that did not belong to her. She found herself unable to break free, entirely under the sway of this unexpected sentiment. Snape's gaze gradually became clouded, fixating stubbornly on Angelia, yet his focus began to wane as the drowsiness induced by alcohol blurred his consciousness once more. It was Leah again. Angelia was perplexed by her growing preoccupation with Leah, which only fueled her irritability. Abruptly, she wrenched her hand away from Snape's grip and, brandishing her wand, disapparated away. The lights in Malfoy Manor still shone brightly as Angelia materialized in the air, her expression starkly dismal. Lucius, engrossed in a book on the sofa, lifted his head upon her return, but was taken aback by the weariness and agitation etched on her face. "What is the matter with you?" Lucius furrowed his brow, concern etching his features. "Has something happened?" Angelia's mind was in turmoil. She yearned to confide in someone. Lucius's inquiry unexpectedly ignited a sense of grievance within her, causing her eyes to well with tears before she could utter a word. Alarmed, Lucius sprang to his feet, guiding Angelia to sit beside him on the couch. He hesitated, unsure of what to ask, fearing he might frighten her. His lips moved several times before he finally suppressed his worry and spoke in a softer tone. "What is it? Did something occur, Uncle Lucius?" Angelia's voice was laced with distress, tears glistening on her fair cheeks, her eyes a vivid red. "Uncle Severus." Lucius's expression shifted subtly. "Uncle Severus. He refuses to cover himself with a blanket and insists on holding a pillow." Angelia's tone brimmed with accusation. Lucius's face froze. And after a long moment, he hoarsely asked, "Is that all?" "Of course not." Angelia had intended to inquire about that woman, but the words faltered on her lips, leaving her at a loss. What was it that truly troubled her? Was it the irritation of being perpetually mistaken for someone else? Or was it the fear that Uncle Severus's kindness towards her stemmed solely from his affection for Leah? Yet, why should she even care about these matters? If she truly had some connection to Leah, then it was not entirely incomprehensible for him, as Leah's former lover, to extend his affections to her. Moreover, he had demonstrated an unusual friendliness towards her from their very first encounter, a treatment that Draco had never experienced. He had consistently treated her this way. So why did the realization that his kindness might be rooted in his love for Leah cause her such distress? Angelia's heart was in disarray. She could scarcely discern whether her sorrow was genuine or merely a byproduct of that bewildering emotion. Chapter 149. Heart to heart. Noticing Angelia lost in contemplation and silent, Lucius gently furrowed his brow. What had Snape done? Angelia was certainly not the type to weep over such trivial matters as him clutching a pillow instead of covering himself with a blanket. The two individuals remained silently lost in their own thoughts, until the gentle voice of Narcissa descended from the staircase, drawing them back to reality. "Darling, you're back?" Narcissa, clad in a robe, made her way down the stairs. "Why haven't you gone to bed yet?" Approaching Angeline and Lucius, she noticed the peculiar expressions on their faces. "What's the matter?" Narcissa inquired, her gaze flitting between them. Lucius subtly shook his head, casting a veiled glance at Angeline. "Aunt Narcissa, Angeline finally spoke. Lifting her gaze to Narcissa, her once sharp and cunning eyes now filled with uncertainty. May I speak with you? Of course, my dear. Narcissa's heart softened as she gently ruffled Angeline's hair, her voice imbued with warmth. Let us retreat to the bedroom, and allow your Uncle Lucius to sleep alone tonight. Lucius looked up at Narcissa in disbelief. Sissy unfazed. Narcissa took Angeline's small hand and led her upstairs, while Angeline felt a pang of guilt towards Lucius, offering him an apologetic smile over her shoulder. Lucius, feigning magnanimity, returned a faint smile to Angeline, yet inwardly resolved to spend the night in the study, attending to paperwork. How could he possibly sleep without Sissy by his side? Once the bedroom door was securely locked and they were seated on the bed, Narcissa finally spoke in a soft tone. What is troubling you, darling? Is there a problem? Angeline had always held a fondness for Narcissa. Free from the constraints she felt around Lucius, she nervously bit her lip. I feel rather strange lately. At this opening line, Narcissa's eyes brightened slightly. It sounded akin to a confession shared between close friends regarding their romantic entanglements. Although Angeline was only 11, her unique circumstances made it entirely natural for her to have affections. It was a pity for Severus, having guarded his heart for so many years only to have it potentially claimed by another. Narcissa's thoughts swirled, yet she maintained a facade of gentle attentiveness. Angeline averted her gaze, her voice softening. To be precise, both Severus and I feel quite odd. Narcissa, expecting a tale of infidelity regarding Severus, interjected, What about him? Where is that rascal? Angeline cautiously raised her eyes to Narcissa, relieved to see her expression still tender. Recently, I've often heard a woman named Leah mentioned by Uncle Severus. It seems he frequently confuses me for her. I found a photograph of them together in his bedroom, and he became quite angry with me that day. Later, he mentioned that this woman is somehow related to me, and we do bear a striking resemblance. However, he insists that she is not my mother, nor is he my father. A crack finally appeared in the gentle expression on Narcissa's face. Father? The calmness in her voice had faded, yet Angeline remained oblivious to the change. Yes, I used to believe he was my father, Angelia lamented, furrowing her brow. But later he said he was not. Chapter 150, Heart to Heart, 2. At last, Angelia discerned the unusual expression on Narcissa's face, her voice faltering and tinged with a tremor. Could it be that he is deceiving me? No. He truly is not your father, Narcissa exclaimed, hastily shaking her head, fearful of any misconceptions. Angelia appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, yet her tone unexpectedly took on a note of melancholy. Recently, I have begun to feel some emotions towards a woman named Leah. I find myself quite affected by Uncle Severus mistaking me for her. I simply cannot comprehend why I am so concerned about it. After hearing the entire story, Narcissa had pieced together the situation. However, it was not the right time for Angelia to learn those truths, and Snape was determined to conceal them. Thus, she dared not disclose anything. Oblivious to Narcissa's thoughts, Angelia remained engrossed in her own reflections. Lately, when I interact with Uncle Severus, I occasionally experience a sensation that is both strange and familiar, one that has never manifested before. Moreover, a peculiar emotion seems to surge within me suddenly, yet I am acutely aware that it does not belong to me. Angelia was evidently bewildered, her lovely visage contorted in confusion. What could be the matter? Narcissa maintained her gentle smile, though a gravity began to settle in her eyes. Angelia instinctively tilted her head, as if striving to articulate that feeling. It is as though I ought to react to this situation, yet I have forgotten that memory, leaving my body to respond in a way I find utterly perplexing. Reflecting on this, Angelia diligently searched her memories, confident that none were missing or altered. With her adeptness in memory concealment, it would be no easy feat to modify her recollections seamlessly. Even a wizard of Dumbledore's extraordinary caliber could not achieve that. Thus, the likelihood of her memories being tampered with was virtually non-existent. It was precisely for this reason that she felt such confusion regarding the matter. Narcissa's smile grew even more tender. Do not worry. It may simply be an illusion caused by the multitude of recent events and your lack of proper rest. Lacking any experience in such matters and placing full trust in Narcissa, Angelia blinked gently and nodded, half understanding. Is that so? I suppose it might be. However, when do you have time? Perhaps we could visit St. Mungo's for an examination. Narcissa gently tousled her hair. A checkup would indeed provide reassurance. All right, Angelia obediently nodded, her eyes radiating trust, which instilled a profound sense of guilt in Narcissa. Fearing that lingering any longer might reveal too much, she feigned reluctance and said, Then, would you mind going to sleep? I may need to return and tend to your Uncle Lucius. Angelia's face broke into a sweet smile as she obediently lay down and tucked herself under the covers, her voice light and gentle. Aunt Narcissa, you should go back now. I can manage on my own. Good night, darling. Narcissa affectionately pinched her cheek. Good night, Aunt Narcissa. As Narcissa slowly exited Angelia's room, the moment the door closed behind her, the smile on her face was immediately replaced by a look of gravity. Chapter 151, The contract weakens. Passing by the study, Narcissa was surprised to find the light still on inside. Lucius was deeply engrossed in the documents spread before him on the desk. A substantial stack piled up on his right side, clearly indicating that he had no intention of sleeping tonight. Not going to sleep? Narcissa inquired from the doorway, prompting Lucius to lift his head instantly. I cannot sleep, he replied, his expression softening, the usual haughty arch of his eyes drooping slightly, rendering him remarkably pitiable. Narcissa, however, feigned ignorance and gently suggested, then you should dim the lights a bit to avoid straining your eyes. I shall return to my own rest. With that, she turned and departed. Seeing his plan thwarted, Lucius lowered his gaze in disappointment and resumed his perusal of the documents. Yet her tender voice echoed in his mind. I shall return to my own rest. Suddenly, he jerked his head up to glance at the ajar door of the study and finally comprehended the implication. The disheveled papers in his hand were hastily closed and cast aside as he stood up with urgency and hurried back to the bedroom. Narcissa, he called out. Narcissa was half reclined against the headboard, lost in thought, the warm yellow light illuminating her profile, casting her in a soft, inviting glow. Lucius involuntarily smiled tenderly as he approached the bed, leaning down, nearly brushing his lips against hers, when a delicate hand unexpectedly halted his advance. Narcissa resolutely pushed his face away, her expression serious as she spoke. It seems there are some issues with Angelia's health. All lascivious thoughts fled Lucius's mind at her words. What is wrong with her? It appears she may be recalling past events, Narcissa said, her brow slightly furrowed. Perhaps the contract has loosened. Lucius's brow furrowed as well. This matter must be communicated to Snape. I shall go to him at once. He began to rise. Narcissa quickly reached out to stop him, gently yet firmly soothing. Do not rush. Isn't he intoxicated? He likely has yet to sober up. Moreover, Angelia is already asleep. There is no need for haste. Let us inform him tomorrow. With her soft, soothing words in his ear, Lucius understood that urgency was unwarranted. He acquiesced to her gentle pull and sat back down, leaning in to place a kiss on her ear. Then we shall tell him tomorrow. Narcissa shot him a playful glare, though it lacked any real menace. Her face adorned with a resigned smile that added a touch of allure. Lucius's throat bobbed, and he leaned closer to kiss her, when suddenly, a noise erupted from the fireplace downstairs. Is someone home? They exchanged glances, and Lucius promptly donned his clothing and turned to descend the stairs. In the living room, Severus Snape sat on the sofa, his disheveled hair a testament to his current state. What brings you here at this hour? Have you overindulged? Lucius inquired, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Snape's countenance bore a mixture of regret and despair as he hung his head, his voice a low murmur. I uttered things I should not have. I suspected as much, Lucius shrugged, settling beside him. No wonder Angelia returned in tears. She cried? Snape's eyes widened, the bitterness within them deepening. What did she say? Lucius regarded him with a knowing look. She mentioned that Uncle Severus refused to cover himself and insisted on clutching a pillow. Snape gazed at Lucius, confusion flickering in his eyes. Is that all she said? What else did you do? Lucius asked, astonished, yet quickly adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Although I am unaware of the specifics, Nessa spoke with her for quite some time. Perhaps she holds more insight. Nessa has not retired for the night. I shall summon her. Additionally, there is something of great significance I must share with you. With that, Lucius ascended the staircase. Snape, however, hardly registered that last remark, his mind consumed with a desire to comprehend Angelia's reaction. Nessa soon descended, having changed her attire. Upon seeing Snape, she cut straight to the point. Angelia appears to be on the verge of recalling her past. Snape froze, the questions he had formulated evaporating, leaving only Nessa's recent statement. Without granting him a moment to respond, Nessa succinctly summarized Angelia's current state. As Snape absorbed the inexplicable emotions and familiarity she conveyed, he surmised her implication. Are you suggesting the bond may be loosening? Snape wearily rubbed his temples, having consumed too much alcohol that evening. He was already straining to remain composed when confronted with such news, causing a sudden sharp pain in his head. Lucius instructed a house elf to bring a calming potion, handing it to Snape with a resigned expression. Drink this. You must maintain your composure tonight. Thank you. Snape uncorked the vial and consumed its contents in one swift motion. The potion coursed down his throat, imbued with a soothing magic that quelled his restless emotions. His expression grew tranquil, and he spoke with newfound steadiness. Tomorrow, I shall thoroughly examine the bond within her. Could you enlighten me regarding her state tonight? I may have misspoken, he began, but Nessa interrupted him, a teasing smile gracing her features. In truth, I seem to have gleaned quite a bit more. I cannot divulge the specifics of our conversation, but perhaps I can offer you a summary. Nessa appeared to recall something amusing, her teasing demeanor intensifying. I have provided you with proof that you are not her father. A rare hint of embarrassment appeared on Snape's face, while Lucius gazed at Nessa in astonishment. What father? Narcissa cast him a calming glance and continued, in fact, I believe perhaps Angelia has fallen in love with you once more. Severus clenched his fists tightly. It could indeed be a consequence of the loosening of the contract. This possibility could not be dismissed. Narcissa observed him thoughtfully. Then why not simply reveal the truth to her, share a portion of it, such as your past together? I do not wish to interfere with her decisions, Severus replied, lowering his head to bury his face in his hands. She has emerged from the shadows, embracing a new life. I hope she is afforded the opportunity to make a fresh choice. And what if in the end, she does not choose you? Lucius looked at him earnestly. What if she falls in love with another? She has lost her previous memories and is surrounded by countless boys of her age. If she were to love someone else, then I shall silently watch over her, Severus declared, his voice steady yet his hands trembled slightly. I have become this kind of person. If she loves another, I will only be grateful that she remains untouched by darkness. Chapter 153. I can no longer endure this. But you know she still has. Lucius began, unable to restrain himself, but his words were interrupted by Severus's resolute tone. If she chooses a clean life, let me bear the burden of the dirty deeds. Severus finally lifted his head. His expression was inscrutable, yet his voice softened. I only wish for her happiness. Lucius fell silent, aware of Severus's feelings for Angelia and the sacrifices he had made for her. What would happen if Angelia ultimately fell for someone else? He could not bear to witness her affection towards another. How could he endure such a sight? He would likely silently undertake her sordid tasks, bearing the weight of his sins in quietude until his end. Lucius sighed, his gaze drifting towards the staircase. Let us hope she does not fall for another. Severus has given her so much. Regrettably, she remained oblivious to it all. After a prolonged silence, Narcissa spoke again. What if the contract loosens further and she begins to remember on her own? Severus shook his head gravely. I will periodically check and reinforce her contract. She is still young, and it is not the right time for her to know. Moreover, I am uncertain of any potential side effects that might arise should the contract be undone. I can only strive to maintain the contract, hoping it remains intact for a lifetime. Severus, Lucius began softly, but Severus interrupted him. I cannot endure this again, Lucius. I cannot bear even the slightest risk. His voice was barely a whisper as he lowered his head, burying his face in his hands, despair radiating from him like countless threads ensnaring him tightly. Lucius seemed to glimpse that year when Leo was slain, witnessing the Severus who wept over Leah's lifeless body, bloodied from his cries. Mad enough to make a deal with death itself. Lucius cast his gaze upon Severus's right arm, where an unsightly scar meandered almost the entire length, concealed beneath the fabric of his sleeve. This was the result of a desperate act. A sharp blade drawn across his flesh in a bid to control the flow of blood, allowing him to glimpse the specter of death in a near-fatal state. He had nearly severed his arm entirely, yet in doing so, he managed to reclaim her from the clutches of the Grim Reaper, sacrificing half of his own life in the process. The arm no longer possessed its former agility. Numerous intricate potions he could no longer concoct, and the alchemical studies he had devoted himself to since his school days now lay in ruins. Had it not been for that protective charm, perhaps there would be no Severus Snape today. Do not be so pessimistic, Lucius reassured, patting his shoulder and dispelling the suffocating despair that enveloped him. Perhaps, given the chance to choose again, she would still love you. Narcissa finally spoke up. You must have faith in Leah. There was a truth that neither Severus nor Lucius was privy to, yet it was known to her. The protection that had saved Severus' life from death's grasp was a boon sought by Leah. Only she understood the depth of her feelings for Severus. Feelings that mirrored his own desperation, his willingness to barter with death for her sake, just as she had once refrained from revealing her affections to him. Now, voicing it would only serve to burden him further. Chapter 154. A breakfast charged with tension. The following morning, Angelia was taken aback to find Severus at the breakfast table. He appeared utterly wretched, his complexion even more pallid than usual, dark circles accentuating his eyes, which were shadowed with fatigue and unease. Upon noticing Angelia's arrival, Severus endeavored to muster a gentle expression. However, she averted her gaze impassively, treating him as though he were a stranger. Ah, so you have finally awakened, Draco remarked, seemingly oblivious to the strange atmosphere between them. He pouted, clearly displeased. You didn't return last night until I had fallen asleep. Harry said you would bring me food, yet you did not. Why do you always venture out alone these days without taking me along? With each word, Draco's voice grew more plaintive, his fair visage crumpling. As he gazed at her with a look of reproach, Lucius instinctively turned his head to glance at Severus, noting the frozen gentleness of his expression, and immediately reprimanded, Draco, do not speak while eating. Draco appeared even more aggrieved, his gray eyes fixed on Angelia, silently conveying his grievances. His expression was indeed amusing, prompting a flicker of amusement on Angelia's face as she reached out to tousle his hair before pulling out a chair to sit beside him. Severus clenched his palm tightly, the meticulously trimmed edges of his nails digging into his flesh with a twinge of pain as he redirected his gaze to the steak before him. Striving to steady his tumultuous emotions, he must acclimate to her and others' intimate interactions. It must be said that Harry's intuition was remarkably sharp. He almost immediately sensed the gradually peculiar atmosphere at the dining table. He glanced sideways at the oblivious Angelia and Draco, then observed the silent Severus, Lucius, and Narcissa, who were quietly lowering their heads, striving to diminish their presence. The atmosphere was so dreadful that he would have preferred to return to the Dursleys for a meal. Draco, seated beside Angelia, had developed a habit over the years of being particularly attentive to her at the dining table. He would instinctively refill her glass when it emptied, consume the side dishes she disliked, and hand her a napkin whenever her hands became oily. Throughout the meal, everyone except Draco and Angelia seemed to suffer through the food without taste, enduring torment. Lucius and Narcissa were constantly vigilant, monitoring Severus's expressions, signaling him whenever they could. But evidently, Draco hardly glanced at them throughout. Severus was making a concerted effort to control his emotions, compelling himself to adapt to the closeness between the two. Harry appeared far simpler. He just wanted to finish his meal and escape. Finally, breakfast concluded. Angelia was quite satisfied with her meal, and Draco was pleased to finally be able to speak, while Harry dashed outside to the backyard, where a patch of grass awaited for broomstick play. Angelia, we wish to discuss something with you, Narcissa said gracefully, dabbing her lips with a napkin. It concerns the matter we spoke of last night. Perhaps you could join us in the study? Angelia's gaze flickered to Severus before returning, her voice soft as she replied, all right. Chapter 155, no need for you. The four settled in the study, with Severus clasping his hands on his lap, seemingly lost in thought, showing no intention of speaking. Narcissa and Lucius exchanged a glance before breaking the silence. Darling, we would like Severus to examine you first. Narcissa's voice was exceedingly gentle. In fact, I've suddenly realized that while St. Mungo's may be more professional, confidentiality is evidently a matter of importance. Perhaps we should first consult someone skilled in this and trustworthy for a preliminary examination. Angelia's gaze swept over Severus, who remained in his position, unresponsive, as if the person mentioned was not him. No problem, Angelia replied, her gaze drifting away. Upon hearing her response, Severus finally moved. He stepped in front of Angelia, drew his wand, and a waft of potion's cool fragrance dispersed towards her nostrils. Relax, I need to invade your mind. Severus's voice was somewhat stiff, lacking the tenderness he usually showed her. Angelia lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, obediently relaxing her defenses. A peculiar, shadowy luminescence emanated from the tip of Snape's wand, swiftly penetrating Angelia's mind. She sensed an intrusion within her thoughts, yet it did not rummage through her memories. Instead, it burrowed deep into her consciousness. After a brief moment, Snape withdrew his magical energy, and the dark glow dissipated. He swayed slightly, as though struggling to maintain his balance, and then leaned against a nearby bookshelf for support. Angelia noticed Snape's distress. She abruptly lifted her gaze, only to find his pallid visage glistening with perspiration, and his hand, which clutched the wand, trembled slightly, indicative of severe magical depletion. What is wrong with you? She inquired, her brow furrowed as she rose to assist him. How could your magic have been drained so excessively? It's nothing, Snape replied, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he evaded her touch and steadied himself against the bookshelf. Your condition is merely a result of some magical disarray. I have just helped you realign the magic within your body. Such inexplicable emotional fluctuations should not occur again. While it is true that emotional upheaval can impact one's magical levels, Angelia had never heard of magical disarray affecting emotions. She did not suspect Snape of deceit, knowing he would not mislead her in such a peculiar circumstance, though she was taken aback. Allow me to assist you back to rest, she offered. Concern etched upon her face as she extended her hand, but Snape recoiled. No need, he said coldly. Lucius will escort me. Lucius, who had been leisurely seated on the sofa, sipping tea and observing the scene, paused momentarily before resignedly rising to Snape's side. Indeed, I can assist him. You may return, he said, offering Angelia a gentle smile. Yet, her attention was clearly not on him. Her azure eyes remained fixed on Snape, brimming with disbelief. I shall help you back, Angelia insisted, biting her lip as she gazed intently at him and reached out once more. Snape coldly evaded her hand, his dark eyes locking onto hers. I said, you need not. Angelia stared at him for a while, then suddenly broke into a faint smile. Very well. With that, she turned and departed, not granting him another glance. Chapter 156. I have given up on you. As the study door closed, Snape violently coughed up blood, and his right hand, still clutching the wand, trembled even more violently. Lucius immediately stepped forward to support him, his voice rising in alarm. What is happening to you? Stop. The pain relief potion, Snape gritted through his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain radiating from his right hand, veins throbbing at his temple. Narcissa swiftly retrieved a vial from the nearby cabinet, uncorked it, and handed it to him. Snape shakily consumed the contents, yet the pain in his hand showed no sign of abating. Instead, it began to spread outward. Knock me unconscious, quickly, he urged. his voice laced with torment, his body trembling violently. Lucius promptly drew his wand, aiming it at him. Sleep now. In an instant, Snape lost consciousness and collapsed to the floor, yet his body continued to tremble involuntarily. After Angolia left the study, she hurried into her bedroom, perplexed by Severus's sudden and drastic change in demeanor. Wasn't everything perfectly fine during breakfast? Regardless, his abrupt indifference left her in turmoil. She threw herself onto the bed, her mind swirling with chaotic thoughts that resisted any form of clarity. I just find it hard to adjust to you being so close to others. She suddenly recalled Severus's inebriated words from the previous night. What did he mean by that? As she pondered Severus's recent emotional shifts, she realized they coincided with her interactions with Draco. Could it be? Angolia's pupils widened in shock. Did Severus truly harbor disdain for Draco? Yet, he was Draco's godfather. She began to reflect on the contrasting treatment Severus had afforded her and Draco, and a revelation dawned upon her. Meanwhile, Lucius had brought Severus back to his room in Malfoy Manor, placing him on the bed and observing his body, now devoid of tremors, finally releasing him from the curse. Almost instantaneously upon the spell's effect, Severus opened his eyes. Noticing the absence of pain on Severus's face, Lucius breathed a sigh of relief. What just happened? I fortified the contract with magic, Severus replied weakly, his power drained. The energy of the contract was overwhelming and depleted my strength. And what about your hand? Lucius inquired, eyeing Severus's still trembling right hand. Surely, this isn't a mere consequence of magical exhaustion? The contract contains the essence of death, Severus said, glancing at his restless hand. Closing his eyes in resignation, an aftereffect from years past. Lucius, witnessing Severus's frail expression, decided to withhold his myriad questions for the moment. I shall summon a house elf to bring 2 vials of magical replenishment. You should rest. Thank you, Severus murmured, his lips barely moving. With a soft sigh, Lucius opened the door and departed. Severus closed his eyes once more, yet his thoughts lingered on the smile Angolia had bestowed upon him moments before. That smile was unfamiliar, but the message it conveyed was impossible to ignore. I have let you go. The mere thought of it sent a painful pang through his very core. His recent actions had been deeply hurtful. Even if she regarded him merely as a mentor, she must have felt sorrow. Chapter 157. This fool, unfit for conversation. Severus turned his gaze to his still uncontrollably trembling right hand, his eyes vacant. He could not allow the contract to weaken any further. He lacked the strength to mend it again. The optimal solution was to distance himself from her. As he contemplated this, his heart ached anew. And the image of Angolia smiling as she affectionately ruffled Draco's hair resurfaced in his mind. How delightful. 2 individuals grew up together, sharing their formative years within the same academy. Draco's attentiveness towards her was nearly meticulous, and he was acutely aware of her preferences and aversions. Perhaps. Severus Snape furrowed his brow in anguish, reluctant to pursue his thoughts further, yet he found himself unable to quell the musings swirling in his mind. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his reverie. Mr. Snape, the master has sent me to deliver your potion, chimed the voice of a house elf. Wearily, Snape rubbed his forehead and replied, come in. The depletion of his magical energy had been profound. After consuming a restorative elixir, he succumbed to slumber. Angelia lay in bed, pondering these matters, and before long, she too drifted into sleep. Lucius and Narcissa had engaged in conversation with Snape the previous night and had risen early, now resting in their chamber. Thus, the manor was only animated by Draco and Harry, who were awake, playing with brooms on the back lawn. Hey, watch this, Draco exclaimed as he performed a daring aerial maneuver, hovering before Harry. Isn't that impressive? Harry, distracted, replied nonchalantly. Yeah, it's really something. What is with you lately? Draco set down his broom and sat beside him, a frown of discontent marring his features. It seems like everyone has been keeping secrets from me. With Draco sitting close, Harry cautiously scanned their surroundings, ensuring they were alone before leaning in to whisper, don't you think the atmosphere between Angelia and Professor Snape has been rather odd? Godfather? Draco asked, his expression one of surprise. Then he pondered seriously, not at all. Harry, resigned, closed his mouth, swallowing the rest of his words. Well, that is good. You stay here. I'll go take another flight. He grabbed the broom lying nearby and soared into the distance. What a fool, impossible to converse with. Draco mused as he watched Harry fade into the azure sky, tilting his head in confusion. Angelia slept soundly until the afternoon, awakening to find Lucius and Narcissa seated in the living room, engrossed in their books. Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa, she greeted as she approached the sofa, noticing only the 2 of them present. A slight furrow crossed her brow, but she remained silent. My dear, are you awake? Narcissa looked up gently at the sound of Angelia's voice. Are you hungry? Shall I summon a house elf to prepare something for you? Angelia shook her head, the thoughts that had troubled her before sleep still weighing heavily on her, leaving her without an appetite. Noticing her silence, Lucius and Narcissa exchanged glances, each recognizing a sense of helplessness within the other. Snape was unwilling to divulge matters to Angelia, leaving them powerless. Draco and Harry are in Draco's bedroom. Perhaps you should go see them, Narcissa suggested with a soft smile. Draco has been asking about you for quite some time. Chapter 158, Wizard's Chess. Angelia pressed her lips together, ultimately refraining from inquiring about Snape, and turned to leave the parlor. After a brief slumber, Snape felt a significant restoration of his magical energy. He rubbed his temples as he rose and stepped towards the door. Just as he pulled it open, he caught sight of Angelia, her expression devoid of emotion as she passed by him, subsequently entering Draco's bedroom. Snape lowered his gaze to conceal the emotions flickering in his eyes. His palm clenched into a fist beneath his robe, taking a moment before resuming his usual demeanor as he exited. He had to acclimate. Angelia had indeed seen Snape. In truth, his abrupt entrance startled her, yet she chose not to acknowledge him, striding directly into Draco's room despite his evident disdain for Draco. She was determined to play with him right before Snape's eyes. Upon entering, Angelia found Draco engaged in a game of wizard's chess with Harry. "The queen cannot move here," Draco exclaimed, irately repositioning his white queen back to its original place. "It can only move this way." A look of confusion crossed Harry's face, his emerald green eyes sparkling with bewilderment, utterly charming. Angelia approached him, extending her mischievous little hand to pinch his cheek, her spirits lifting considerably. "Angelia, you've finally arrived," Draco huffed, pushing the chessboard away in frustration. "Come on, teach Harry." Clearly, Draco was exasperated by Harry's struggles with the game. In fact, he had yet to memorize all the pieces. "Now it's your turn." Draco almost immediately climbed to the side, pulling Angelia to sit opposite Harry. As Angelia observed Harry's perplexed expression, a soft smile broke across her face, and her previously gloomy mood began to dissipate. "Look, this piece is called the king. It can move like this. This piece is called the knight. It can move like this." Her explanations were both thorough and patient, and whenever Harry struggled with a question, she swiftly provided the answers. With her assistance, Harry grasped the basic rules in less than half an hour. "Incredible," Draco exclaimed in astonishment when Harry accurately answered Angelia's question for the 5th time. "Angelia, why don't you teach me like this tomorrow?" Draco's eyes sparkled as he gazed at her. "Father has tasked me with memorizing the entire special potion compendium over the break. Do you have any tips?" "None." Angelia coldly interrupted him. "Don't dream. Memorizing it word by word is far more reliable." Draco's smile faded, his expression turning glum as he rested his chin on his hand, looking utterly dejected. "That book is so difficult. I can't understand it when I read it. And I can't memorize it all. Father will surely punish me." His long eyelashes hung low, his cherubic face cradled in his hand, and his rosy lips turned downward, exuding a sense of vulnerability. Angelia, feeling a sudden urge, reached out to pinch his cheek, and, unsatisfied, pinched it again. Draco gazed at her with a mixture of accusation and resignation, yet he did not withdraw his hand. With a gentle tone, he inquired, "Are you attempting to take advantage of me again?" Angelia was momentarily taken aback by his words, and after a pause, she playfully pinched his cheek, replying, "Isn't it merely a book? I shall help you memorize it. Is that true?" Draco's previously melancholic expression dissipated, and a flicker of joy ignited in his gray eyes. "Of course it is, merely memorizing a book. When have I ever deceived you?" Angelia chuckled at his antics and reached out to pinch his face once more. Draco did not flinch. Instead, he leaned into her touch, affectionately nuzzling her hand. "I knew you were the best." Harry, silently focused on the wizard chess in his hands, felt an inexplicable brightness enveloping him. Lately, this sensation had become increasingly familiar, and he was beginning to acclimatize to it. Severus descended the stairs and returned directly to Spinner's End, unwilling to linger at Malfoy Manor to witness the interactions between Angelia and Draco. The house was as frigid as it had been when he left the previous night, the air still heavy with the scent of whiskey. The sofa and the adjacent small tea table were askew, with a glass already toppled over, its melted ice water spilling onto the surface, creating a small mark, a remnant of his hasty departure. The weather outside was bleak, as if snow might fall at any moment. Even during the day, the streets were devoid of life. The already dilapidated brick wall across the way seemed to have crumbled further, exposing the ruins of a house within. He belonged in such a place, as wretched as it was. As Severus contemplated this, an image of Angelia from that day resurfaced in his mind. She had sat on this very sofa, in the spot he now occupied, feeding him cake in delightful bites. He had overstepped his bounds. As dusk descended, winter's chill enveloped Spinners, and more acutely than usual. Severus reclined on the sofa, motionless, surrendering himself to the encroaching darkness. That night, Angelia dreamt a vivid dream. She envisioned Severus cradling a woman named Lilia in a dimly lit room. This version of Severus appeared younger, yet his right arm bore a grievous wound, blood gushing forth and pooling beside him. Strangely, he seemed oblivious to the pain, displaying no trace of suffering. His gaze was fixed upon the woman in his arms, his expression filled with gentle affection that threatened to drown her. He held her tightly with his left arm, but his dark eyes appeared hollow. The woman was in a peculiar state, her eyes tightly shut, her skin an eerie shade of ashen gray, devoid of life. Lilia, I will save you. I have found a way. Soon, very soon, you shall recover. Severus's voice was a blend of obsession and tenderness, yet it was laced with an undercurrent of despair. Angelia keenly sensed that something was amiss. Without allowing her thoughts to linger, Snape's gaze suddenly shifted in her direction, a wild and joyous smile breaking across his face. You've arrived. Angelia initially believed Snape could see her. She furrowed her brow, contemplating how to speak, but soon realized he was not addressing her. His attention turned back to something before him. Angelia vowed she saw nothing there. Snape then spoke to the empty air, yet strangely, Angelia could no longer hear his voice. She observed as his brow knitted in momentary perplexity, seemingly grappling with something troubling, but he quickly resumed speaking, and soon a look of relief graced his features. Chapter 160. The Scar Before Long. His gaze returned to the woman cradled in his arms, as the entity before him appeared to depart. She watched as the woman's form gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing from sight. Snape seemed unfazed by this. He lingered, clenching his empty left hand, then shifted his gaze to the spot where the entity had just stood. There, a sphere of white light began to coalesce into the shape of an infant. Snape appeared utterly drained, his lips devoid of color, as if he were on the brink of collapse. Yet, heedless of the blood still seeping from his injured arm, he stubbornly moved closer to the infant, extending his trembling left hand, weakened from blood loss, to gently caress the baby's face. Leah, from now on, you shall be called Angelia, all right? Snape's voice was feeble, almost dissipating into the air as it escaped his lips, yet Angelia heard every word with crystal clarity. Her heart constricted sharply, and she gasped as she awakened from the dream. Outside, dawn was just breaking, the rising sun peering over the horizon, casting a rosy hue upon the clouds ahead. Angelia sat bewildered on her bed for a moment, then suddenly slipped on her shoes and dashed out of her bedroom. The living room was empty. At this hour, everyone was still asleep. Angelia barely had time to change out of her nightclothes as she rushed into the fireplace. A flash of green flame enveloped her, and she found herself in the house on Spinner's End. The atmosphere here was dimmer than at Malfoy Manor, and with the meager light filtering through the dilapidated windows, Angelia could barely make out Snape curled up on the sofa. He seemed to be asleep, his face involuntarily betraying a weariness and pain that made his brow furrow restlessly. The sofa beneath him sagged awkwardly against the carpet, creating a small crease at his feet, while a small side table was tilted and pushed to the side, a toppled cup resting upon it. Angelia approached him, focusing intently on his right arm, desperately seeking to confirm whether that dream had indeed transpired in reality. Wizarding dreams rarely manifest without reason. The Snape of her dream appeared significantly younger than the man before her now, suggesting it must have been a memory from the past. Angelia raised her wand and gently flicked it, causing the sleeve on Snape's right arm to gradually roll up, revealing a ghastly scar beneath. She stood there in a daze, staring at the serpentine scar, as if the bloodied arm from her dreams and the scarred arm before her had converged at that moment. Feeling the chill emanating from his right arm, Snape slowly opened his eyes, only to find Angelia, clad in her nightgown, standing before him in a stupor. What are you doing here? Snape asked irritably, shaking his head as he sat up. It was then he noticed his sleeve had been rolled up, and Angelia's gaze was fixated on the winding scar. Go back. Snape's expression suddenly stiffened, and he hastily lowered his sleeve before sternly reprimanding Angelia. Angelia blinked slowly, shifting her gaze to Snape's face, attempting to discern something. What happened to that scar? She inquired, her tone unfamiliar, almost accusatory. I see no necessity to explain my scars to you. Snape's voice was icy. Leave, and do not make me repeat myself. Angelia's previously chaotic thoughts fell into a sudden calm. She disregarded his words and seated herself on the sofa beside him, closing her eyes to organize her thoughts. If that Leah was indeed her, then she had once perished and was resurrected by Snape through some means, transforming into an infant. Thus, the person in the photograph was none other than herself, and Snape's every mention of Leah was a call to her. The peculiar feelings that had long puzzled Angelia now found their explanation. The inexplicable emotions she had felt might have stemmed from her former self, and the irritation she experienced every time she was addressed as Leah abruptly dissipated with this realization. Angelia did not exhibit any difficulty in accepting her resurrection. In fact, she had sensed for quite some time that she was different from the other children. She learned swiftly, mastering many spells with just a single attempt, and rarely erred in brewing simple potions. She possessed a keen intuition about many matters, which was often validated, and she frequently felt that when Narcissa and Lucius communicated with her, they regarded her not merely as a junior, but more as a peer. So it was. The questions that had once bewildered her but remained unanswered now seemed to converge into clarity. Angelia opened her eyes to gaze at Snape, who was intently studying her. His brows furrowed tightly, Perhaps it would be wise to keep her newfound memories to herself for the moment. Angelia tilted her head and donned a familiar sweet smile. Uncle Severus. Snape sensed something amiss, his gaze fixed upon her. Yet, her expression remained unchanged, as if the events of the past few days had never transpired. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Severus furrowed his brow and withdrew his gaze, regardless of her intentions. It was sufficient for him to maintain a distance. Does Uncle Severus not wish to see me? Angelia suddenly leaned closer, her striking azure eyes penetrating deep into his. Severus immediately averted his gaze, coldly retreating a step. I do not. But I long to see you. Angelia's voice was soft and gentle. And Severus felt as though he had not heard her speak in such a manner for an eternity, prompting him to ponder the implications of her words. He shifted uncomfortably, his throat tightening, yet he dared not utter a sound, fearing that to do so would lead him to acquiesce. Severus remained still, and Angelia, undeterred, leaned her small head closer to his face. The warmth of her breath, mingled with her uniquely sweet fragrance, enveloped him, causing Severus to hastily stand and distance himself from her. Uncle Severus. Angelia's tone was innocent and unassuming. He could not bring himself to look at her, thus missing the mischievous glint in her eyes. Angelia. Severus exerted all his effort to make his voice sound stern. Return to Malfoy Manor this instant. Angelia did not move. Instead, she pinched the soft flesh at her waist, the sudden pain causing her eyes to well up with tears. Does Uncle Severus dislike Lilia? Chapter 162. Lilia plays her cards right, too. Angelia's voice was filled with distress, and Severus instinctively glanced up, just in time to see the moisture gathering in her eyes and the redness of her eyelids. Severus clenched his hand beneath his robe, his nails digging into his palm, regaining a semblance of composure. Do not make me repeat myself. Severus's voice was as cold as ice, and Angelia, with a woeful expression, lowered her head and stood from the sofa, approaching him with a voice that was impossibly soft. Lilia understands. Severus turned his head away, unwilling to witness her sorrowful countenance, his palm nearly pierced by his own frustration. Before he could utter any further hurtful words, Angelia had already wrapped her arms around him. Uncle Severus is unhappy. Lilia will comfort him. Lilia understands. Her voice regained its accustomed sweetness, like clouds enveloped in sugar, gently brushing against his heart. Severus felt an uncontrollable surge of joy radiating from his heart throughout his being. Angelia's embrace was light, her arms around his waist like feathers, as if they might float away at any moment. Deep down, Severus fervently wished for her to hold him tighter, yet he gritted his teeth and suppressed such foolish thoughts. He raised his hand to shake off Angelia's embrace, furiously roaring at her. What exactly? Before he could finish his sentence, Angelia's tears had already begun to fall. She raised her slightly reddened arm before Severus, her voice trembling. It's red. Severus swallowed his words in frustration. He had not anticipated his strength would be so great. The pale skin bore a conspicuous red mark, strikingly vivid against her complexion. Severus felt a tremor in his heart, and after much deliberation, he could not restrain himself from uttering, "Does it hurt?" Angelia cautiously lifted her gaze to meet his for a fleeting moment before averting her eyes again. Are you still angry with me, Uncle Severus? She asked. She had always been radiant and expressive. He had never seen her so tentative before. Severus felt as though his heart had been shattered, looking down at the crimson mark on her arm, engulfed in an abyss of regret. She knew nothing. How could he treat her in such a manner? Seeing the concern reflected in his eyes, Angelia could not help but let her lips curl into a slight smile. She knew that her ploy had been effective, and fortunately, she had swiftly pinched herself to elicit the desired reaction. Severus remained silent for a moment, finally releasing a gentle sigh. Wait here, I will fetch the potion. His tone was no longer as cold as before, though it lacked warmth. Resembling the manner he used with Draco, Angelia tilted her head and took a step closer, wrapping her arms around his waist once more. This time, she was resolute, her grip firm, ensuring he could not escape unless he were to sever her hands. Uncle Severus, I am so scared, she said, her voice tinged with vulnerability as she buried her face against him, devoid of any semblance of grievance. Do you not want me anymore? She continued. With no mother or father, Lucius, Narcissa, and Draco were all she had left. Severus was her sole anchor. Angelia spoke these words with a tinge of insincerity. In truth, she had always been quite content. Lucius and Narcissa showered her with affection, and the Dark Lord was attentive to her needs, not to mention Harry and Draco. She had a multitude of friends like Pansy and Theodore, and had even embraced the ideals of the pureblood party. However, Severus perceived her situation differently. In his eyes, Angelia was merely a child. She remained oblivious to her lineage, lacking parents and family, confined to a metaphorical prison devoid of freedom. The only love she could truly claim was his, yet he could not allow her to know that. Angelia was, in his view, the most unfortunate child in the world. Severus gently placed his hand on her shoulder, soothingly patting it, though he remained silent. What could he possibly say? He could neither promise to be by her side forever nor confess his love for her. Instead, he could only silently comfort her with a gentle touch. The fact that she had not been pushed away was a promising beginning, and Angelia felt justified in holding him tightly, burying her little head against him to inhale his scent. The lingering aroma of alcohol indicated that he had yet to bathe or change his clothes. Angelia gazed up at him with a look of silent reproach, letting out a resigned sigh. "You should take better care of yourself." She nuzzled against him, her voice sweet and tender. "Uncle Severus, I am so tired. I would like to rest for a while." "I will take you back," Severus replied, his voice softening. "I do not wish to part from Uncle Severus. May I rest here for a brief moment? Just a little while, I promise." Analia gazed up at him with reddened eyes, glistening with lingering tears, her voice tender and pitiable. A sharp pang coursed through his heart, gazing into her anxious eyes. Severus found himself unable to deny her request. "Come here." He turned towards the bedroom, and Analia quickly followed suit. The room still lingered with the cool scent of potions that clung to Severus, as Analia timidly perched on the edge of the bed, her voice soft as she spoke. "Uncle Severus, I am frightened. Could you stay with me?" Severus knew he ought not to remain, yet the plea in Angelia's eyes rendered his refusal impossible. "Uncle Severus." Once more, her eyes brimmed with moisture, yet she valiantly blinked to dispel the tears, lowering her gaze and whispering to herself, "It is all right. I can manage." Such maturity for one so young. Severus felt a sharp pang in his heart, the ache radiating through his veins, making it impossible to deny Angelia's wish. Clad in yesterday's attire, the scent of whiskey clung to his robes, quite suffocating. Observing her still bowed head, he ultimately relented. Just this once. He attempted to maintain an indifferent tone as he approached the wardrobe, retrieving a set of loungewear and stepping into the bathroom. Analia had always detested unpleasant odors. He needed to wash away the scent of alcohol so it would not disturb her slumber. The sound of water splashing soon filled the air, and Analia could not help but roll about on the bed, the crisp, slightly bitter fragrance bringing her immense joy. Before long, the water ceased to flow, and Severus emerged. His dark hair still damp, the moisture clinging to him. His deep gray loungewear was marked by patches of wetness from his dripping hair, creating darkened spots that contrasted with the rest of the fabric. Using his wand, he cast a drying charm on his hair, then casually pulled a chair closer, seating himself at a slight distance from the bed. "Sleep now. I shall remain here with you." Chapter 164, Severus Close. "Uncle Severus, could you sit a bit closer? I am so scared." Analia glanced around anxiously, her eyes betraying a genuine fear. Severus recalled her first day in Spinner's End, frightened by the shadows lurking in the alley. Perhaps she still harbored some trepidation about this place. Reluctantly, he moved his chair to the bedside, watching as Angelia's unease gradually transformed into a soft smile, softening his own heart in response. Seeing Severus settled by the bed, Analia took the opportunity to nestle down, closing her eyes obediently. The bed was soft and warm, the scent of potions enveloping her, and like a small kitten, she nuzzled into the pillow, feeling utterly at ease. Severus Snape's visage was marked by a veneer of indifference. Yet his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon her, meticulously absorbing every subtle nuance of expression that adorned her countenance. Gradually, Angelia's breathing transformed into a steady and elongated rhythm, and Snape inexplicably found himself beset by a wave of drowsiness. He propped his head upon his hand, leaning against the chair as he closed his eyes, surrendering to the gradual dissolution of his consciousness. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing to slumber, a delicate rustling sound wafted through the air beside him, followed by the sensation of his body being lifted by a levitation charm. He discreetly lifted his eyelids to catch a glimpse, revealing Angelia seated on the bed, cautiously wielding her wand in an attempt to relocate him to the mattress. Snape remained still, opting to recline once more as he felt Angelia gently place him upon the bed, her hands tenderly draping the covers over him. The quilt bore the sweet fragrance that clung to her, seemingly more supple and warm than ever before. Snape inhaled softly, wishing to prolong the lingering scent that enveloped him. The mattress beside him yielded slightly, and soon the covers were pulled aside. With a slight furrow of his brow, Snape contemplated shifting his body to grant her more space. However, before he could act, Angelia had already ensconced herself around his waist. Her soft form pressed against him like a fragrant butterfly, awakening a subtle sweetness in his heart. Perhaps he ought to rise immediately and escape this room, yet the alluring aroma and the warmth of her embrace rendered him irresistibly reluctant. Just this once, let him indulge in the illusion of slumber. He reassured himself to surrender to this moment, relaxing his body to offer her a more comfortable repose. Her head nestled against his chest, perhaps lulled by the quilt's softness and the bed's comfort. Both Snape and Angelia drifted into an unbidden sleep. When Angelia awoke once more, the sun was nearing its zenith. Snape remained in slumber, and she discovered him lying on his side, enveloping her in his embrace, with her head resting upon his arm. This posture felt remarkably natural, evoking a sense of familiarity in Angelia. Perhaps, long ago, they had shared countless nights entwined in such a manner. A profound sense of security enveloped her, and she languidly nestled deeper into his hold, even nuzzling against his chest. The crisp scent of potions wafted into her senses, prompting her to blissfully squint her eyes. How intoxicatingly fragrant he was. Snape, for once, experienced an uncharacteristic and complete relaxation, a rare indulgence that afforded him such restorative sleep. There were no nightmares, no perpetual vigilance. Even in the realm of dreams, he unconsciously curved his lips into a gentle smile. Chapter 165, Capturing Severus. In the instant of awakening, Snape felt as though he might still be ensnared within another layer of dreams. The soft sensation in his arms was astonishingly tangible, and it took considerable effort for him to recall his current predicament. It was his Leah. A rare sense of recklessness surged within him. He did not wish to open his eyes or awaken to confront the pressing realities that awaited his contemplation. He wished to hold her for just a moment longer, as if to convince himself he was still in slumber. With Leah, his desires were insatiable. Reason and emotion waged war within him, yet he maintained his stillness. Even the rhythm of his breath remained unchanged. Clearly unaware that he had awakened, Angela Leah nestled in his embrace, inhaling his scent with fervor, unable to resist nuzzling against him. How delightful! Much like a cat's fondness for catnip, this aroma possessed a peculiar allure for her. The little head in his arms fidgeted restlessly, and Snape endeavored to suppress the curve of his lips, wishing to linger in this intimacy for a while longer. I like you so much, Sever. Angela Leah squinted her eyes in delight, causing Snape's body to stiffen abruptly. Did she just call him Sever? Memories surged back from long ago, when Leah would wake each morning, burrowing against him. Her eyes narrowed as she declared, I like you so much, Sever. How could Angela Leah utter his name? Had she recalled something? Snape's fingertips trembled slightly as he gently opened his eyes to gaze at her, shattering this cherished dream that clung to the edges of sleep. What did you call me? The cold, hard voice that suddenly emanated from above startled Angela Leah, prompting her to shyly extricate herself from his embrace like a child caught misbehaving. Uncle Sever. Snape regarded her with a piercing gaze, his dark eyes narrowing slightly as he demanded, Speak the truth. Angela Leah trembled at his words, tears cascading down her cheeks, her nose and eyes reddening, resembling an adorable little rabbit. Why are you being mean to Leah, Uncle Sever? Her voice was filled with heart-wrenching grievance as she rubbed her eyes, furtively glancing at Snape's expression. It was careless of her not to notice he was awake. The sight of her distress weighed heavily on Snape, who rubbed his temples in frustration, fully aware that he should not soften but unable to utter any hurtful words. When he fell silent, Angela Leah rubbed her eyes until they were bright red, then looked at Snape with a pitiful expression. Please don't dislike Leah, Uncle Sever. Snape's heart trembled in response, reason urging him to speak further cruel words, ideally to provoke her into never speaking to him again. Caught in this internal conflict, the pitiful little figure before him suddenly launched herself into his embrace. Do you not want Leah anymore, Uncle Sever? Leah was wrong. She will be good from now on. Please don't abandon Leah. Angela Leah clung tightly to Snape's waist, her tears raining down upon his clothes, staining his deep gray nightgown. Each drop of her warm tears seemed to strike at his heart, igniting a pain that clawed at his very insides. At the moment she plaintively threw herself into his embrace, all reason crumbled. Severus Snape held her tightly, his voice hoarse as he apologized. I'm sorry, dear. Uncle Severus will never abandon you. In Chapter 166, reconciliation ensued. Angelia wept bitterly in his arms, recalling nearly all the sorrows of her past 11 years. It was only after Snape exhausted every comforting word he knew that her tears finally ceased, albeit reluctantly. She wanted him to understand just how challenging it was to console her once she was brought to tears, curious if he would dare to provoke her again. With a sense of grievance, Angelia wiped her tears on his shoulder, her beautiful eyes still glistening with moisture while her eyelids were swollen and red. Does it hurt? Snape gently inquired, lightly brushing her eyelids with his fingers, his tender voice laced with undeniable concern. Angelia felt a twinge of guilt and hesitated before nodding. The pain in Snape's eyes intensified. He retrieved his wand and delicately touched her eyelids, instantly alleviating the discomfort. Angelia nestled back into his arms, her soft voice still tinged with lingering grievance. Then, Uncle Severus, will you promise not to be harsh with me anymore? Snape gently patted her back in reassurance, his tone softening. Yes, I shall not be harsh with you. He resolved to let everything unfold naturally, should any unforeseen occurrences arise after the contract loosened. He would seek Dumbledore's assistance, or perhaps once again implore the Grim Reaper. He wished for her second chance at life, not to be marred by unhappiness. Uncertain if this was merely an excuse born of his own greedy desires, Snape did not wish to see her cry again. Taking advantage of the comfort offered, Angelia snuggled against him for a while, and he allowed her to indulge in her affectionate display. Noticing the change in his demeanor towards her, her heart swelled with joy, and a soft, endearing smile graced her face, reminiscent of her usual playful charm. "Uncle Severus, I'm hungry," Angelia murmured, leaning gently against him. "I wish to have the little cakes from that muggle shop." "Very well, I shall procure them for you." Snape finally regained his customary gentle smile, lightly pinching her cheek before rising to leave. Angelia immediately sat up in response. "I want to go too." Snape raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on his lips. "It seems you are only clad in your nightgown." Angelia glanced down at her attire and, with a frown of annoyance, looked up at Snape with hopeful eyes. "Uncle Severus, could you lend me a robe?" With a resigned sigh, Snape stood and walked to the wardrobe, retrieving an outer robe to drape over her shoulders. With a flick of his wand, he transformed it into a more fitting shape. Angelia's eyes sparkled as she gazed at him, her voice sweetened. "You are the best." "Uncle Severus." Snape affectionately tapped her little head with his finger, his tone indulgent. "Go wait in the living room while I change my clothes." "All right," Angelia obediently responded, stepping towards the living room and thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Snape donned another robe, yet the image of Angelia draped in his outer garment lingered in his mind. Her delicate visage ensconced in the voluminous, deep black robe was utterly charming. A deeper smile graced the corners of Snape's lips as he waved his wand. Refreshing himself before pulling open the door, Angelia was perched on the sofa in the living room, her legs crossed, impatiently adjusting the outer robe around her. The soft expression on her face had long vanished, replaced by a look of disdain and a slight smirk. Chapter 167, The Promise of Yesteryears. Professor Dumbledore. "Encountering you on such a splendid day during the Christmas holidays is quite disheartening," Angelia remarked, her eyes betraying her distaste. "Is it customary for the headmaster to conduct home visits for Hogwarts professors during the holidays?" Dumbledore, evidently taken aback by the unexpected meeting, furrowed his brow, wearing a look of perplexity. "What brings you here? Why can't I be here?" Angelia raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with contempt. "Perhaps I should inquire as to what brings you here?" "I seek Professor Snape for a matter of importance," Dumbledore mused, scrutinizing her. "Is he here?" Ignoring his inquiry, Angelia regarded Dumbledore with a disdainful huff, her voice laced with sarcasm. "I hope you aren't here to coerce him into brewing potions for you." Before Dumbledore could respond, the bedroom door swung open, and a freshly attired Snape emerged. The moment he laid eyes on Dumbledore, his smile vanished, and the air of delight surrounding him dissipated. "What is it?" Snape inquired, his expression impassive as he approached Dumbledore. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Angelia, who sat to the side, choosing silence. Snape, understanding, turned to Angelia. "You should leave. I have matters to discuss with Professor Dumbledore." Angelia replied with a cold "oh," and rose to exit the house, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had anticipated some form of protest from her, yet it was evident that his understanding of her was lacking. Cautiously, he surveyed the room before peering through the window, observing Angelia idly seated on the stone steps outside, which finally put him at ease. Since she was not eavesdropping, Dumbledore refrained from being circumspect. He adjusted his crescent-shaped spectacles, a glint of intensity flashing in his blue eyes. "Severus, I trust you recall the promise you made to me?" Gazing down at the small tea table before him, now returned to its original position, Snape noted that the fallen quilt had also been reinstated. "I remember," Snape replied coolly, though his hand, concealed beneath the robe, clenched tightly. Dumbledore seemed to see through Snape's facade, his voice adopting a more severe tone. "Allow me to remind you, Severus. Should you fail to uphold your end of the bargain, I will not hesitate to extinguish any threats at their inception." Dumbledore subtly reminded. "I hope you can remember the promise made back then." Severus's complexion paled considerably. He weakly tugged at the corner of his mouth, his voice laced with sarcasm. "I understand. I am merely extending some elderly care, without overstepping my bounds." Dumbledore regarded him intently for a moment before coldly shifting the topic. "By next Friday, I require 2 vials of the elixir of life, 3 vials of Veritaserum, and 2 vials of the compound potion. Furthermore, should a situation akin to today's arise again, I may need to reconsider our previous agreement." The final statement was unmistakably a blatant threat and warning, causing the color in Severus's eyes to dim as he despondently responded. "Understood. I will deliver the potions you require by next Friday. Today's incident will not repeat." Chapter 168. "I didn't expect you to be so generous, Severus." In the corner, a plump little mouse listened intently to their conversation. Once Dumbledore's figure vanished into the fireplace, it scurried out of the house to join Angelia. The little mouse, clearly baffled by the exchange, chattered incessantly by Angelia's ear, yet she grasped not a single word. Reluctantly, she resorted to using a memory charm on it. The memories of animals are remarkably straightforward. Through the mouse's recollections, Angelia discerned every word spoken between the two. Threat? Intimidation? Angelia chuckled in anger. After expending so much effort to appease Severus, Dumbledore's remark threatened to undo all her hard work. As for that promise, Angelia surmised it was related to her. However, Severus would undoubtedly withhold the details, and Dumbledore would be even less forthcoming. Perhaps she would need to adopt Dumbledore's methods to administer some Veritaserum to him. While contemplating how to discreetly get Dumbledore to ingest the potion, the door behind her swung open, revealing Severus's cold visage at the threshold. "Come in," he commanded. His voice had reverted to its previous chilliness. Angelia inwardly cursed Dumbledore, yet maintained a fade of obedience. Once inside, Severus subtly clenched his fists and regarded Angelia with indifference. "I have matters to attend to, and will be quite busy. You should return to Malfoy Manor now." "What matters? Can I assist you?" Angelia tilted her head innocently. "No." Severus averted his gaze from her. Angelia pouted in distress. "But you promised to take me to buy that little cake. The house elf at Malfoy Manor will make it for you." Angelia looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "You said you wouldn't abandon me." Severus clenched his palm tightly, struggling to maintain his aloof expression. "You are overthinking it. Then I shall go back and play with Draco. Suit yourself. Draco is truly wonderful. He is gentle and considerate, attending to my every need with utmost care and thoughtfulness." Severus bit down hard, forcing a subdued through his clenched teeth. Angelia suppressed the curve of her lips and feigned concern as she spoke again. "Theodore is quite nice. He tasted 3 or 4 puddings just to help me find a delicious one. He is exceedingly gentle with me, showing none of the cold demeanor he exhibits in front of others." Severus ran his tongue over his back teeth, remembering Theodore well. "Speaking of which, Harry has been very kind to me as well. He always manages to tune into my emotions and comforts me when I am feeling down." Angelia lifted her gaze to him. "So, do you truly want me to return to Malfoy Manor?" Severus lowered his eyes to her. Her face bore little expression, her soft, pale cheeks slightly puffed, exuding an adorable charm. Yet, he still spoke coldly. "Yes, return." Angelia was nearly amused to the point of laughter. She suddenly leaped into Severus's arms, pinching the soft flesh at his waist fiercely. "I didn't expect you to be so generous, Severus." Once again, he heard that name. Severus. He gazed at her in disbelief, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "What did you call me?" Chapter 169, The Confession 1. Severus. Angelia gazed gently into his eyes, her beautiful azure irises reflecting his shocked visage. "You," Severus struggled to articulate through his parched throat. "Do you know something?" "Know what?" Angelia replied sweetly, nuzzling against him. "Know that you have been deliberately avoiding and distancing yourself from me, or that you slashed open your entire arm to save me. Or perhaps you know of your agreement with Dumbledore." Severus's body trembled violently, an overwhelming complexity of emotions rendering him disoriented. The intense amalgamation of joy, shock, and worry brought tears to his eyes. "Do you remember now, Angelia?" His voice, thick with emotion, reached her ears, and she felt his turmoil, her own eyes brimming with tears as she responded softly. "I know everything, Severus." Severus crouched down, pulling her into a tight embrace, his firm arms constricting around her as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Angelia did not recall their past memories, yet in moments like this, she could sense those powerful emotions welling from deep within. She soothingly patted his back, allowing him to rest his head on her shoulder. After a long while, Severus finally calmed his emotions. A hint of worry flickered across his face, and his voice appeared slightly urgent. "How did you know?" He was aware that Angelia could not have known about his self-inflicted wound. Such details would not exist in her memory. "Last night, I had a dream," Angelia whispered softly, recounting the scene from that moment. Severus was certain it depicted the very incident of him cutting his arm. Yet he swore he had never described the event in detail to anyone, not even Lucius. The dreams of a wizard can indeed be quite wondrous, often imbued with some form of omen or suggestion. Could this be considered a hint? Snape lowered his gaze to Angelia's face. Did this imply that he could disclose certain matters to her? "So, do you recall those past events?" Snape hesitated to speak, uncertain if he truly wished for her to remember. Rationality urged him that it would be best for her to retain no memory, allowing their current agreement to remain intact. Yet, emotions selfishly yearned in the recesses of his heart for her to recall their cherished moments and the memories they once shared. Snape scorned his own selfishness, permitting reason to prevail, though feelings remained deeply rooted and inextirpable. Angeli was oblivious to his inner turmoil. She quietly shook her head, appearing somewhat disheartened. "I haven't remembered anything, other than that dream. I'm sorry, Severus." She wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her head in the crook of his shoulder, her voice muffled. "I think I've forgotten those significant things." Even if she could not recall the past, she could sense the happiness they once shared. The exhilaration surging within her heart whenever she was near him was undeniable. Those habitual gestures, though absent from her memory, were instinctively performed by her body. Her feelings seemed inscribed upon her very soul, even in a new form. That profound emotion remained unyielding. Chapter 170, The Confession Bureau, 2. "It matters not. None of that is important. Nothing is more significant than your presence beside me." Snape wrapped his arms around her, gritting his teeth as he swallowed the latter part of his sentence. Angeli inhaled deeply in his embrace, the familiar scent of potions providing her with immense comfort. So, do you still want me to return to Malfoy Manor? Angeli straightened, gazing into his eyes, a teasing smile adorning her face. Snape raised an eyebrow at her. Did you not just say that Draco treats you well? That Theodore is gentle? That Harry is quite comforting? Angelia's playful smile faltered, instantly replaced by a more endearing expression as she clung to his neck, playfully pouting. That was merely to provoke you. We are friends, unlike you. Indeed, friends. I am your professor, Snape replied, donning a mock smile that instilled dread in Gryffindor students. Angeli shook her head vigorously. No, no, no. You are my Severus. Hearing her refer to him as my Severus was enough to soften his heart. Snape gently ruffled her hair, his expression instantly warming. Once she had placated Snape, Angeli finally returned to the matter at hand. Severus, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Angeli looked up at him earnestly. Can we not be more candid with one another? I will share everything I have done, and you will reveal all that you have kept from me. Let us clarify everything seriously, shall we? I wish to avoid any misunderstandings between us. And I certainly do not want to be compelled to part ways due to such misconceptions. I am aware that there are many matters you have kept from me, perhaps with my best interests at heart. However, could we not trust each other a little more? You must believe in my ability to protect myself, and I have faith that you can safeguard me. Angelia's tone was filled with sincerity, yet Snape remained silent, his gaze lowered in contemplation. At merely 11 years of age, she ought not to bear such burdens. With a sigh, Angelia retrieved her wand from behind her, grasping it with a sense of resignation. Shall we engage in a duel right now? Snape finally stirred, lifting his head to regard her, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. You wish to fight me? Angelia discerned the implication behind his words, her cheeks puffing with indignation as she prodded his chest with her wand. Do you underestimate me? I am eager to see if you can best me. A hint of exasperation appeared on Snape's face as he drew his wand and gently tapped her on the head. His tone affectionate. Very well, let us have a duel. Detecting his lackadaisical attitude, Angelia's ire intensified. You must not go easy on me. Very well, I shall not. Snape affectionately ruffled her hair, soothing her with gentle words. In her previous life, Leah possessed immense magical prowess, yet Angelia, devoid of her former memories and merely 11 years old, was not perceived by Snape as a match for him, despite her remarkable talent. Thus, when she managed to knock him to the ground for the third time, his astonishment was palpable, nearly solidifying into reality. Having faced Dumbledore, Snape recognized that Angelia's magical capabilities were nearly on par with the esteemed wizard. Such power should not belong to a mere child of 11. Even Leah, in her prime, could only match Dumbledore with great effort. Seeing the surprise etched on his face, Angelia proudly lifted her chin. I told you to believe in me. As Snape rose from the ground, a mischievous smile graced Angelia's face. This time, he truly believed in her ability to defend herself. He reached out to tousle her hair, a reluctant smile creeping onto his lips, as all his previous concerns seemed to dissipate in that moment. Very well, let us be more candid. Snape crouched down, gently pinching her cheek. However, before we proceed, perhaps we should first buy a strawberry cake for our little glutton. Angelia's eyes lit up, and she leapt into Snape's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. How wonderful! Snape smoothed her robes and gently patted her back, signaling her to rise. Yet, Angelia promptly refused. Oh dear, I have exhausted my magic and feel quite weary. Her cerulean eyes twinkled with anticipation. If only someone could carry me. Snape, with tender affection hidden in his gaze, scooped her up, an uncontrollable smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Should the students of Hogwarts be fortunate enough to witness such a side of Snape, they might very well faint on the spot. Angelia gazed at the warm smile curling at the corners of his lips, and within her heart, it felt as though it had transformed into a fluffy cotton ball drenched in honey, light, soft, and imbued with hints of sweetness. Severus, using his right hand, felt the strain as she recalled the ghastly scars adorning his arm. Nestling her head against the side of his face, she whispered, In light of your profound affection for me, allow me to share a little secret. The warmth of her breath lingered in the air, and before Severus could fully process her words, she had transformed into a delicate white kitten, nestling into his embrace. Taken aback for a fleeting moment, Severus cradled the kitten in his hands, lifting her to his gaze, and the smile on his lips deepened. So, she truly was a little glutton. The white kitten blinked her cerulean eyes and let out a soft, innocent mewl. Severus enveloped the tiny creature in his cloak, securing her snugly before stepping out into the world. The wind howled outside, yet he shielded her with utmost care. Cocooned within his arms, the soft, white bundle gazed up at him with unblinking blue eyes, melting his heart. Upon arriving at the cake shop, Severus finally released the kitten from his grasp. She tentatively stretched her tiny, pink paws against his arm, her cerulean eyes shifting from his face to the array of cakes displayed before them. The assortment of pastries in the cabinet was vast, and the shop attendant, a muggle girl with golden curls, observed the little white kitten with curiosity, evidently taken by her charm. With a slight furrow of his brow, Severus gathered the kitten back into his arms, wary of the attendant's potential reach. Startled by the sudden embrace, the little cat blinked up at him in confusion and emitted a soft mewl. Severus knelt by the display window, allowing the kitten to perch upright. She gleefully tapped her pink pads against 3 different cakes through the glass, her white fur contrasting adorably with her delicate, rosy paws. Returning the kitten to his hold, he gently squeezed her tiny paws before purchasing the 3 cakes she had selected. Though young in her transformation, Angelia was filled with delight as she rolled playfully in his arms, climbing up to his shoulder and giving his cheek a tender lick of gratitude with her tiny pink tongue. Chapter 172, Tender Affection. The kitten's tongue, adorned with tiny barbs, brushed against his skin, creating a sensation that was not painful but rather slightly ticklish. Severus, with a resigned affection, ruffled her fluffy little head and wrapped her snugly once more in his cloak. "Be good now, and mind the chill," he chided gently, his voice a blend of exasperation and warmth. The white kitten mewed softly in response, settling down obediently in his embrace. To prevent her from feeling stifled, he left a small opening at his eye level, allowing her to gaze outside. The little cat curiously peered around, her feline perspective revealing a world distinctly different from that seen through a wizard's eyes, and she expressed her wonderment with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, an eerie sound of footsteps approached from behind. It was the figure they had encountered at the alley's end previously. The figure limped toward Severus, dragging a leg as it approached from behind. As it reached his side, it seemed to sense something amiss. Its gaunt form slowly turned. Hollow eye sockets fixated on the direction of the little white cat, a ghastly grin spreading across its face. The little white cat, startled, puffed up her fur and scrambled to cling to Severus's clothing, trembling as she sought refuge in his embrace. Her tiny body quivering, and even the fur on her tail standing on end. Severus sensed her fear. He raised a hand to gently smooth her fur, murmuring softly, "Do not be afraid. Nearly home now, my dear." Yet, the visage of that face lingered in the cat's mind, rendering her unable to heed his comforting words. She pushed against Severus's outer robe, burrowing deeper until her fluffy little head nestled against his pale chest, finally coming to a shivering halt. The warmth of his body, mingled with the cool scent of potions, enveloped her senses, allowing her to relax at last. Severus, disregarding the disheveled state of his clothing, noted the evident fright in the little cat. One hand secured her close while the other grasped the cake bag, hurrying back into the house. Upon entering, the little white cat immediately began to nuzzle against his neck, emitting a quivering meow. Her voice trembled, and the frail sound tugged at Severus's heart. He set the cake down, lifting her gently into his arms. "We are back, my dear, no need to fear." He affectionately ruffled her fluffy little head, whispering, "You are safe here." In an instant, the little cat leapt from his arms, transforming back into Angelia, who then sobbed as she flung herself back into Severus's embrace. "He smiled at me," she cried, her face stained with tears. Severus tenderly wiped her tears away, murmuring softly, "He cannot see you." "But he smiled at me," Angelia whimpered, gazing up at him with tear-streaked cheeks, her expression pitiful. "I am afraid." Severus lifted her into his arms, his long fingers gently caressing her neck in a protective manner. His voice soothing and soft, "Do not fear, I am here. Whatever danger you encounter, I shall protect you." The warmth radiating from his neck brought her comfort. Angelia wrapped her arms around him, pressing her small face into the crook of his neck, inhaling his cool fragrance as her emotions gradually calmed. With the little one clinging to his neck, her warm breath grazing his skin, Severus shifted uncomfortably yet remained steadfast in her embrace. It wasn't until she playfully nuzzled against him that he allowed himself a gentle sigh of relief. "Are you hungry? Shall we have something to eat?" Chapter 173, Matcha Cake. Severus settled on the sofa with Angelia in his arms, reaching for the bag containing the cake. He opened it and arranged the 3 different flavors of cake on the table. Angelia, still nestled against his neck, refused to lift her head. Severus gently patted her back, his voice soft and coaxing. "You used to enjoy the cakes from this shop. We often return to buy them. Can you guess which flavor you like most?" This marks the first occasion on which Severus Snape proactively broaches the subject of the past, successfully diverting Angelia's attention. She finally turns her gaze towards the 3 cakes laid out on the table, hesitatingly inquires, "Chocolate?" "No, that is not correct." A hint of amusement dances upon Snape's lips as he recalls an amusing incident. "You once detested their chocolate cake." Angelia tilts her head in confusion. "Why?" "It is because, during one instance, he had fed her chocolate cake, unable to restrain himself, and thereafter, she resolutely refused to touch their chocolate cake again." Naturally, this revelation is not something Snape wishes to share with Angelia, so he suppresses his smile and redirects the conversation. "You have yet to guess correctly. You have 2 more chances." Angelia blinks in bewilderment. "Strawberry?" Still incorrect. Snape retrieves a piece of matcha cake and, with a smile in his tone, remarks, "You once adored matcha-flavored cake. Why?" Angelia tilts her head in confusion, as she typically favors strawberry flavors. You claim their matcha flavor was unique, unlike any other. As he speaks, Snape extracts a forkful and offers it to Angelia. Shall you try? She opens her mouth and bites into the cake. A rich matcha aroma intertwined with a familiar flavor awakens her taste buds, and she suddenly comprehends why she once cherished this taste. As the cake melts in her mouth, a distinct, refreshing fragrance envelopes her palate, reminiscent of Snape's own cool scent. So, she had truly loved him so dearly in the past. Angelia gazes up at Snape, who patiently holds the fork, awaiting her response. It has once again become my favorite flavor. She beams, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Would you care to try? Snape furrows his brow slightly. I do not discern the distinction of this matcha from others. Did I ever let you taste it before? Snape's brow furrows deeper. In fact, you allowed me to sample an entire half of the cake. Angelia snuggles into his embrace, a gentle smile gracing her face. Perhaps the uniqueness of this matcha cake is something only I can perceive. Would you like more? Snape responds non-committally, scooping another spoonful of cake. Angelia promptly leans in to consume the cake from the spoon. The cake is merely palm-sized, and after finishing the matcha, she opens a box of strawberry flavor, carelessly scooping a spoonful to feed Snape. How does it taste? Angelia tilts her head in his direction. I recall you enjoyed strawberry cake. Snape is reminded of the last time he was fed an entire half of a strawberry cake, a rather painful memory. His expression is far from pleasant. While Angelia savors the cake, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. If you do not like it, merely tell me. This time, I intend to consume the entire cake myself. Chapter 174, The Sealed Pact. Having satiated her hunger, Angelia finally remembers that Snape is still famished. Let us summon a house elf to bring some food. Angelia turned her head to look at him. You haven't eaten anything. I'm not hungry, Snape replied, waving his wand to collect the cake box from the table and discard it. Are you full? Angelia nestled closer into his embrace. I am full. Could you please ask the house elf to bring some food? You didn't eat anything this morning. Snape felt his heart soften. In the past, he often neglected meals while brewing potions, and she would always express concern for his well-being. All right, Snape replied softly and summoned the house elf to bring lunch. He hastily took a few bites before setting it aside. Is that all you're going to eat? Angelia asked, worry etched on her face. Snape raised an eyebrow in resignation. In truth, I am not hungry at all. Perhaps we could first discuss matters more candidly? Angelia nodded in acquiescence, raising her wand. She cast numerous eavesdropping prevention charms around the house and severed the connection to the Flu network before settling back into Snape's embrace, draping her arms around his neck. Then I shall begin, Angelia said softly. I have taken over the pureblood party. Snape's body stiffened abruptly. I have been attempting to thwart Dumbledore's plans. I am aware of the Order of the Phoenix. I know that Voldemort is not dead. In fact, Angelia looked up at the shocked and tense Snape. He possesses many Horcruxes. Snape's mouth opened and closed several times before he regained his voice. How do you know this? His tone was dry. Angelia smiled at him reassuringly. Hades told me. Before school, I had a dream about Hades. It seems I made some sort of pact with him. In any case, he revealed this to me and mentioned that he has fulfilled his part of the agreement. What agreement? Snape's voice grew tense as he lowered his gaze to meet Angelia's eyes directly. What does he want you to do? Angelia shook her head in confusion. In truth, I cannot recall. He did not specify. Snape's brow furrowed deeply. Noticing his concern, Angelia spoke soothingly. You need not worry excessively. Hades did not impose any pressure on me. Perhaps the agreement has already been fulfilled, or perhaps that matter does not require my involvement at this time. Snape's anxiety did not wane. Hades' power was beyond that of an ordinary wizard. What if Angelia had agreed to something unattainable or had to make significant sacrifices? Angelia observed the worry etched on his face and softly said, perhaps the agreement was completed in my previous life. I can sense that Hades is not placing any burden upon me. If only I could remember the past. Snape's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes, but he hesitated before speaking. Perhaps you may have a chance to recall. The Grim Reaper left a sealing contract within you, containing all your memories. In the previous encounter within the study of Malfoy Manor, I was not merely conducting a physical examination, but rather fortifying the seal of the contract binding you. Chapter 175, The Schemes of the Old Bee. Observing the sudden spark in Angela's eyes, Snape continued, I am uncertain of the repercussions that may arise should the seal be broken, hence I dare not act impulsively. He was apprehensive about the unknown consequences of unraveling the seal set by the Grim Reaper. What would transpire if unforeseen events unfolded during its dissolution? Angela met his dark gaze, only to find him scrutinizing her expression with unmistakable concern etched upon his features. She yearned to regain her memories, yet Snape's words resonated with truth. In the past, she would have unhesitatingly gambled, but now uncertainty clouded her judgment. Snape had exerted every effort to rescue her. What if she were to encounter further misfortune? Her gaze fell upon his right arm, where beneath the dark sleeve lay a gruesome scar, reminiscent of the scene from her dreams, Snape, in a state of despair and madness. What should he do if she faced another calamity? Snape sensed her hesitation. His heart trembled in anguish as he suppressed the plea in his eyes, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Regardless of the decision you make, I shall support you. Angela lifted her gaze once more, finding a blend of profound love and concealed fear within his eyes. His voice, though gentle, carried the weight of his emotions. Let us wait a little longer. She buried her head against his chest, inhaling deeply, blinking away the moisture in her eyes, her tone lightening slightly. I know nothing. You must protect me. I will. Snape reassured, his heart finally at ease. He exhaled softly, enveloping Angela in a warm embrace, resting his chin atop her head. I swear. I know, Angela responded, encircling his waist with her arms, her fair visage nuzzling against his chest. With a playful smile, she shifted the topic. Now, it is your turn to be candid. Very well, Snape replied, a smile gracing his lips as he loosened his hold on her, affectionately pinching her cheek. Leaning back slightly, his dark eyes met hers, sparkling with beauty. After I rescued you, Trelawney made a prophecy, declaring that you would evolve into the third Dark Lord. It was then that Dumbledore sought me out, intent on killing you. At that time, having just entered into a pact with the Grim Reaper, I was utterly powerless to protect you. I was compelled to strike a bargain with him, persuading him to spare your life. He acquiesced, but required my service in return, stipulating that I must not grow too close to you. Angela tilted her head. Did he give you a hard time? How could he not? Snape replied. Leah has always had a contentious relationship with Dumbledore. He would not easily relinquish the opportunity to eliminate her. I fell to my knees, pleading desperately, swearing a toxic oath. After weighing his options, Dumbledore concluded that a potions master might be of greater assistance to him, which led him to consent to my request. In order to prevent any emotional attachment from forming, he entrusted Angelia to Gellert and Newmongard for guardianship and upbringing, to the extent that he could not even bring himself to meet her. No, Snape replied flatly, gently stroking Angelia's head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Angelia was not deceived by him. Someone like Dumbledore would never let such an opportunity slip by easily. He would undoubtedly go to great lengths to torment Snape, plunging him into despair, only to then dangle a sliver of hope before him, compelling him to make some dire oath. Chapter 176, We Face It Together. Did he force you to swear? Angelia gazed at him skeptically, interjecting before he could speak. You mustn't lie to me. We agreed to be honest today. Snape hesitated, nodding slightly before shaking his head. We made an unbreakable vow. He swore not to kill you. I vowed my loyalty to him, and I shall never frequently engage with you. But Snape deliberately paused, observing Angelia's little head lean in with eager curiosity. But what? A pleasant curve formed at the corners of Snape's lips. He genuinely enjoyed her anxiousness, yet he was reluctant to cause her genuine worry. The unbreakable vow seems to hold no binding power over me, he remarked, watching her expression with keen interest. It has been this way since the Great War. The unbreakable vow bears a strong constraint on wizards. Those who violate it face death as punishment, and to this day, there has been no report of its binding failing. A fleeting look of confusion crossed Angelia's small face. You aren't lying to me, are you? Snape reached out to tousle her hair, adopting a deliberately stern expression. Didn't we agree to trust each other? Angelia blinked innocently at him, snuggling into his embrace and softly pouting. I fear you might conceal the truth from me out of concern. It must be said, Angelia understood him very well. Given his nature, if the unbreakable vow were to constrain him, he likely would not divulge the truth. Even without her previous memories, she still grasped him so thoroughly. With a resigned sigh, Snape's eyes softened with a gentle smile. It seems I shall no longer dare to keep anything from you. Angelia propped her little head up, gazing at him earnestly. Do not hide things from me. We can face anything together. Her words fell upon his heart like a soft cotton blossom, tender and gentle, yet filling him with an overwhelming warmth. Snape responded with a gentle but suddenly pulled her close, embracing her tightly. She had said such things before. In the attic on the second floor, during the darkest days of his childhood, she had offered him similar words of comfort. Whether as Laia or Angelia, she had an eternal gift for warming him with the simplest of phrases. Noticing the emotional turmoil within Snape, Angelia gently wrapped her arms around his waist, silently allowing him to hold her without uttering a word. She was unaware of what had transpired in the past, yet she could surmise that he had endured great suffering. From this room, it is evident that his childhood may not have been filled with happiness. When she first stepped into the attic, an unwelcome sensation enveloped her. The intense intuition she felt at that moment may have been genuine. He might have truly resided there, in that cramped, dim, and damp loft. Angelia was uncertain of her former temperament and whether she had ever promised him her unwavering support through any trials. She hoped she had uttered such words in the past, yet if not, it mattered little. From this moment onward, she would stand by him, irrespective of the challenges they might encounter. After a prolonged silence, Snape finally composed himself and spoke. I will not conceal anything from you, and you must not hide from me. Snape gazed earnestly into her eyes. No matter what we face, we shall confront it together. Chapter 177, Reflections of the Past. Angelia offered a gentle smile, locking her gaze with his, where the azure depths held only his reflection. Very well. With the matter laid bare, Angelia's attention shifted to Snape's right arm, and with a hint of hesitation, she inquired, How did you bring me back to life? Could you elaborate on that? Snape's expression darkened, as if reluctant to revisit that chapter of his existence. However, the earnestness in Angelia's eyes was too pronounced to ignore, prompting him to suppress his discomfort and divulge the truth. I slashed my arm and, in a state of near death, encountered the Grim Reaper. I struck a bargain with him. He agreed to restore your life. Snape endeavored to convey the details succinctly, having long evaded recollection of that time, those days devoid of Leah. He could scarcely recall what he had occupied himself with during that period. Everything was shrouded in a haze of darkness and confusion. The only vivid memory was of confining himself within a small room, where, amidst the gloom, he often envisioned her smiling at him, playfully teasing him, conversing with him. He filled that room with alcohol, marking the commencement of his descent into alcoholism. After Leah's resurrection, he endeavored to rid himself of that loathsome habit. Yet whenever matters related to her arose, he would find himself inebriated and disheveled. He harbored a deep aversion to alcohol, particularly despising those who succumbed to its grasp. His father was a quintessential drunkard, a man who once plunged into a frenzy of drinking, lashing out at his mother and young self with brutal fists. He had long since lost count of how many times he had endured such beatings, nor could he recall the true visage of Eileen beneath her bruised skin. He loathed alcohol and detested drunkards. On several occasions, he had narrowly escaped the wrath of his father's fists, had it not been for Leah. He might have perished long ago. The psychological scars of his childhood instilled in him a lifelong aversion to alcohol and its ilk, until that fateful day when Leah was struck by the killing curse. The ensuing events were too chaotic. He felt as though he were ensnared within a tumult of fragmented memories, only able to conjure the image of his inebriated father. For the first time, he felt emotions beyond mere disdain for that drunken wretch. Perhaps alcohol could indeed numb the pain. Thus, he began to experiment with drinking. At first, the taste of alcohol was quite unpleasant. The sharp flavor assaulted him, accompanied by memories from his childhood. He retched repeatedly, but forced himself to swallow the entire bottle of whiskey despite the nausea. He found himself in a drunken haze when he saw Leah. She stood in the corner, smiling at him, engaging him in conversation. Yet, he had imbibed too much. He collapsed on the ground, succumbing to sleep, and when he awoke, Leah had vanished. He began to regulate his drinking, striving to maintain a state of semi-consciousness, cherishing every moment spent with Leah. His tolerance for alcohol grew, requiring ever more to reach that inebriated state. He developed a dependency, clutching a bottle daily. Occasionally, in moments of clarity, he pondered how he differed from his father of yore. But sobriety was too painful. He could not bear a world devoid of Leah. In this decaying, frigid realm, she was the sole source of warmth for him. Without Leah, what was the purpose of existence? Ironically, he attempted to embrace death, yet found himself unable to die. He could not even achieve the bond of life and death with her. Chapter 178, Awakening. During that time, he exhausted every method of self-destruction, yet he could not escape the clutches of life. The curse of death seemed to evaporate upon contact with him, inflicting no harm whatsoever. To this day, he remains bewildered as to why the death curse held no power over him, yet he is immensely grateful for it. It is precisely for this reason that he contemplates beseeching death to resurrect Leah, allowing them the chance to be together as they are now. Severus remained silent for a long while, and Angelia, too, refrained from speaking. He uttered but a single, succinct sentence. Yet she sensed the profound despair and sorrow that enveloped him. Those days must have been excruciating for him. From the photograph, she could surmise how sweet their past had been. She did not wish to compel him to relive those memories, but she yearned to understand what Severus had sacrificed. What was the price for death to bring her back to life? Severus remained ensnared in his emotions, while Angelia propped herself up, observing the unrestrained pain etched on his face. Suddenly, she extended her delicate, fair hand to cradle his face. Severus, Angelia's pure, crystalline voice pulled Severus from the depths of his reverie, and he struggled to emerge from those memories, his dark eyes gradually refocusing on Angelia's visage. You saved me. Angelia gazed earnestly into his eyes, her own shimmering with a gentle warmth. Look, I have returned. We can be together once more. Severus's throat constricted slightly as he met Angelia's cerulean gaze, deciphering the unmasked emotions within. His heart began to greedily devour his rationality, spiraling into a state of uncontrollable desire. Regret washed over him. He did not wish to let her go, unable to bear the thought of her happily with another. She had said they could continue together. She was willing, was she not? She still wished to be with him, did she not? Snape longed to inquire, Yet as his gaze fell upon her still youthful visage, the question that lingered on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back. Devoid of prior memories, no matter how mature her thoughts, she remained merely an 11-year-old child. Could such a child truly discern her own affections? Could she distinguish between gratitude and love? Could she clarify her choices for the years to come? Her current fondness for him might stem from gratitude or perhaps be the remnants of sealed memories playing tricks. Could she genuinely differentiate between these sentiments? It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over Snape, dispelling his greedy thoughts and restoring his reason. He truly was a fool. Angelia remained oblivious to the turmoil within his mind. She only noticed the profound emotion in Snape's eyes retreating, replaced by a gentle, restrained smile. Severus? She softly ventured. But he appeared startled, hastily lifting his head. You may call me that in private, but in the presence of others, I must be addressed as Professor Snape, he replied, his expression reverting to its previous tender and indulgent demeanor to avoid unnecessary trouble. Though Angelia was unsure what he meant by unnecessary trouble, she speculated it was perhaps to guard against Dumbledore, thus she acquiesced. Seeing his demeanor settle, Angelia finally posed the question that had been weighing on her mind. Then, may I inquire what price you paid for the pact you made with death? Chapter 179, Ambition. I only needed to agree to one of his requests, Snape spoke calmly. He stated that once the time was ripe, he wished for me to assist in eliminating a certain individual. Angelia's heart leapt to her throat. Who? Her typically clear voice now tinged with anxiety. Snape gently patted her back in reassurance. Dumbledore. Angelia exhaled slightly, yet her brow furrowed in concern. What would become of the old Dark Lord if Dumbledore were to perish? Snape seemed to grasp her dilemma, offering a reassuring smile. Do not worry. In truth, the timing he referred to pertains to Voldemort. He wishes for me to kill Dumbledore at the height of Voldemort's power. In an instant, Angelia comprehended his implication. You mean if Voldemort cannot return? Yes, then the moment will never arrive. This might indeed be a clever strategy. Angelia's original plan also involved dismantling Voldemort's influence, though she had been wavering on whether to eliminate him entirely. Now it seemed certain that Voldemort was doomed. Angelia nestled into his embrace, her voice now relaxed. That is wonderful. Snape tenderly caressed her silky golden hair. A hint of mirth in his voice. Are you prepared to share your plans with me? Angelia paused for a moment, then propped herself up, gazing at him with wide eyes, her tone soft. But you must promise not to scold me. Snape felt a sudden jolt in his brow, instinctively reaching to massage his temples. The last time she exhibited such an expression was during the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. Angelia continued to gaze at him timidly, prompting Snape to let out a resigned sigh. Speak your mind, he urged. I intend to allow the Pureblood Party to gradually undermine Voldemort's influence, seizing control of the Death Eaters after his demise, and subsequently disbanding the Order of the Phoenix. The veins on Snape's forehead throbbed. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? The Death Eaters are a vile assembly. Snape snapped, his teeth clenched in anger. Angelia pouted in a manner reminiscent of a wronged child, her glistening eyes fixed upon him. They cannot overpower me. Unlike the Pureblood Party, the Death Eaters lack cohesion. Each ancient family harbors its own schemes. Even violent repression would not compel them to unite in rebellion. In the past, Voldemort, lacking power and resources, relied solely on his personal magnetism, strength, and some minor tactics to subdue them. Yet many yielded to his harsh methods, and his increasingly unstable mental state thereafter sowed seeds of discord among them. But I am different. I possess the Pureblood Party, and I do not require their unwavering loyalty. Just a show of allegiance suffices. Thus, I need not exert excessive effort. I can simply quell dissent through force. Those who resist will be subdued, and the obstinate will be crushed. Under absolute military dominance, even the staunchest neck must bow. Should there be a few who are truly oblivious to their circumstances, I would not hesitate to eliminate them. Snape regarded her in silence, his thoughts a tumultuous whirl. He had always been aware of her ambition, yet he had not fathomed the extent of her calculations. To take command of the Pureblood Party, subjugate the Death Eaters, and dissolve the Order of the Phoenix. Soon, the entirety of the British wizarding world would be left in her hands. What lay ahead for her? What was her ultimate goal? Angelia, observing the darkness in his gaze, gently interrupted his reverie. What are you contemplating? Her soft voice reached Snape's ears, and he focused on her eyes, responding with a steady tone. I am pondering your true intentions. Will you support me in whatever I choose to do? Her voice remained gentle, yet Snape perceived a hint of cautious anticipation within her eyes. I will, he replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his tone considerably softened. Whatever you desire, I shall assist you in achieving. I aspire to establish a new order within the wizarding community. Angelia fixed her earnest gaze upon him, her hands clenched nervously at her sides. Voldemort's previous actions have inflicted significant harm upon our realm. The discord between pureblood and half-blood wizards is increasingly manifesting within ordinary wizarding families, leading more individuals to become fixated on wizarding lineage. Muggle-born and half-blood wizards are finding life in the magical world increasingly arduous, with many choosing to return to the Muggle realm. If this continues, the British wizarding community is destined for decline. The ideology of the Dark Lord seeks to establish a new world order governed by wizards, while Voldemort's philosophy is rooted in extreme blood purity. In contrast, Dumbledore advocates for equality among all, transcending the boundaries of wizards and muggles, even extending to magical creatures. Clearly, the realization of any of these ideologies remains implausible. Extremist views are seldom embraced by the masses. For ages, the wizarding community has regarded itself as superior to muggles, with internal divisions among purebloods, half-bloods, and those of muggle descent. Both the notions of absolute equality and extreme blood purity are bound to incite considerable dissent. Dumbledore garners the support of half-bloods and muggle-born wizards, perhaps even some magical beings, yet he evidently receives scant backing from the aristocracy. Conversely, Voldemort enjoys the allegiance of many pure-blooded noble wizards, along with a few half-bloods, but he lacks popular support. As for the Dark Lord, his challenge extends beyond public perception to the very authority of the ruling class. Thus, she must navigate a delicate balance among the ideologies of these three figures to garner support, gradually expanding her influence to realize her plans. "What is your ideology?" Severus inquired, gently caressing her cheek. A glint of cunning sparkled in Angelia's eyes. "I advocate for equality among wizards and between wizards and muggles. I propose dismantling the statute of secrecy to foster interaction between the wizarding and muggle worlds. Rulers require authority, nobles seek profit, and commoners desire stability." Severus's voice remained steady. This path is destined to be fraught with challenges. Without the anticipated doubts and accusations, he calmly analyzed her perspective. When Angelia met his gaze, she found only trust and affection reflected in his deep, dark eyes. "But I believe in you," she declared. Severus observed her slightly dazed expression. A gentle smile gracing his lips. "I will stand by you." Angelia pressed her lips together, silent, her earnest gaze fixed on his face, her azure eyes suddenly brimming with tears. No one had ever believed in her in such a manner. Not even the Dark Lord, who had watched her grow, had offered such unwavering support. His eyes held no trace of skepticism, and his smile was light and airy, as if her words were of little consequence. Chapter 181, Venting Emotions. A bittersweet sensation swelled within Angelia, an unfamiliar emotion seizing her mind. Before her reason could intervene, her body acted on its own accord. She wrapped her arms around Severus's neck and buried her face in the crook of his shoulder, weeping inconsolably. The helplessness of being confined in Azkaban under Dumbledore's watch, the sorrow of having no parental companionship, the prolonged tedium of her childhood, and the grievances of being constantly monitored, controlled, and ostracized. All the negative emotions she had suppressed, telling herself to endure, erupted in that moment. Since the age of 3, she had been immersed in learning, spending nearly all her time in that prison under constant surveillance, with only meals and sleep as reprieves. For 4 years, she endured such a life. And only at the age of 7 did she possess the ability to depart from Nurmengard, to encounter Draco and Harry, and to gain companions of her own age. From a tender age, she was acutely aware of the burden of her sins. She was destined to become the third Dark Lord, reviled and despised by all. Prior to her 7th year, she believed her arrival in this world was unwelcome, having been abandoned even by her parents. Before she turned 10, Gellert had scarcely smiled at her. He was a competent teacher and guardian, yet he failed to fulfill the role of a nurturing elder. He provided her with the finest books, imparting his lifelong knowledge, and ensured her every necessity was met with the utmost quality. However, he could not comprehend the unrest and fear that resided within her. He attributed all her turmoil to a lack of strength. The moment she revealed any hint of inner trepidation, he would intensify her training with fervor. She had attempted to take her own life multiple times, yet she could not succeed. Nurmengard was rife with surveillance, and any deviation from her usual demeanor would be promptly detected. Gellert recognized her emotional state, but offered no solace. Instead, after each failed attempt at suicide, he would subject her to relentless training and study until she fainted from exhaustion. His methods appeared effective. She gradually grew stronger, burying those negative emotions deep within. Her ambitions flourished, leaving her little time to contemplate her fears. Yet, those fears remained, merely suppressed by rationality. Angelia seldom allowed herself such emotional outbursts. She resembled a wronged child, weeping in Snape's embrace, gasping for breath, her body trembling uncontrollably. Snape could not discern the cause of Angelia's sudden emotional turmoil, but it was evident that she was venting her feelings. He gently patted her back in a soothing manner, quietly accompanying her through her distress. As Angelia's sobs rendered her voice hoarse, Snape felt a pang of concern, yet he dared not interrupt her. They remained in each other's arms for quite some time until her crying finally subsided. With her emotions released, Angelia felt considerably lighter, and her reason returned. She propped herself up to look at Snape, her eyes and nose flushed, her cerulean blue eyes shimmering with tears, 2 droplets precariously clinging to her lashes. Her curled lashes, dampened by tears, stuck messily beneath her eyes, evoking a sense of pity. Snape raised his hand to gently wipe away the tears from her face. His voice soft. "Are you feeling better?" His dark eyes concealed his own unease and confusion, yet his first words were laced with concern. No matter the circumstance, she always took precedence in his heart. Chapter 182. Return to Malfoy Manor. Angelia beamed a radiant smile, leaning affectionately into his embrace. Her voice returning to its usual sweet tone. "I'm all right now." Snape discreetly exhaled in relief, retrieving his wand to conjure a glass of water, which he offered to her, but Angelia did not reach out to accept it. "Drink some water." Snape assumed she did not wish to drink and furrowed his brow slightly. But Angelia whimsically shook her head. "You feed me." Severus Snape revealed a faint smile of resignation as he obediently brought the cup to her lips. Angelia nestled her small head closer, sipping a few mouthfuls before contentedly leaning back into his embrace. With Christmas Eve fast approaching, she eagerly lifted her chin, inquiring if he would once again spend the holiday at Malfoy Manor. In truth, Snape had spent nearly every Christmas at the manor for many years. Sensing her anticipation, he affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, "Very well. Shall we return now?" Angelia lazily leaned against him and yawned. Crying had truly drained her energy, and she drowsily closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck, seemingly wishing to doze off for a moment. As dinner time drew near, Snape contemplated for a moment before standing up while cradling her. "Let us return now. Hold on tight." With no intention of setting her down, Angelia promptly wrapped her arms around his neck. Snape securely supported her with one hand while using the other to toss flue powder into the fireplace. Malfoy Manor. As his deep voice resonated, a wave of green flames engulfed their figures. At Malfoy Manor, Draco was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Harry had gone off to play Quidditch, and to his dismay, Angelia, who had promised to help him study, was nowhere to be found. He flipped through the pages of the book rapidly, drowning in the unfamiliar yet familiar terms, and in frustration, he covered his face with it. Damn it. This knowledge just won't stick. Before he could finish his lament, a flash of green flames erupted from the fireplace, and Snape emerged, holding Angelia. Draco, thinking Lucius and Narcissa had returned, dropped the book in shock and instinctively stood upright. It was only after his body had reacted that he realized it was Snape and Angelia before him. "Godfather," Draco greeted respectfully, his gaze furtively glancing at Angelia and Snape's arms, concern lacing his voice. "What's wrong with Angelia?" "She's tired," Snape replied coolly, casting a brief glance at Draco before striding towards the staircase that led to Angelia's room. Draco shivered involuntarily, uncertain why that fleeting glance had felt so perilous. Angelia, already in a drowsy haze, barely registered being placed on the bed. As the warmth of Snape's presence began to fade, she instinctively reached out, grasping for the lingering scent of potions. "Don't go, stay with me," she mumbled, nuzzling closer. Snape observed her little head inching towards the edge of the bed and, with quick reflexes, supported her. Angelia nestled against his fragrant and warm hand, contentedly drifting into slumber. Snape maintained his position, cradling her head as he watched her gradually fall asleep. This little girl, he thought, resignedly adjusting her sleeping posture and pulling the blanket over her before finally departing the room. Chapter 183. Poor Draco. In the living room, Draco was still troubled by the burden of memorization. His handsome face contorted into a frown, and the book in his hands felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. In the blink of an eye, Snape had approached, prompting Draco to rise and greet him immediately. "Godfather." Snape responded with his customary indifference and settled himself on the sofa, casually picking up the tome that had been tormenting Draco mercilessly. "Have you memorized it?" Snape's voice was as cold as ever, sending a chill down Draco's spine, compelling him to adopt a serious demeanor. "Not yet." Draco's voice was somewhat despondent, and Snape raised an eyebrow, idly flipping through the pages of the book. "To what extent have you progressed?" Draco pouted slightly, his spirit deflated as he replied, "The 10th page." Snape glanced at the hefty volume of over 400 pages, his brow furrowing even more. "Is there anything you do not understand?" Draco hesitated, nodding and then shaking his head. He feared that admitting he comprehended nothing would earn him a scolding from his godfather. Observing Draco's ambiguous response, Snape's brow tightened further. "If your mind hasn't been devoured by a slug, I expect a definite answer rather than leaving your godfather to speculate about your thoughts." Draco shivered involuntarily, confessing, "I didn't understand anything." He hung his head dejectedly, yet the anticipated reprimand did not follow. "It is entirely normal not to comprehend. This book exceeds your current level of study." Snape closed the book and handed it back to him, eliciting a spark of joy from Draco, who eagerly accepted it. If his godfather deemed it beyond his studies, did that mean he need not continue memorizing? However, before Draco could bask in his excitement, Snape added, nevertheless. Reviewing it would benefit you. Memorize it nonetheless. The joy on Draco's south face froze in place. Snape paid him no further mind. Rising to leave after passing the book to him, leaving Draco alone, bewildered, clutching the volume. Ultimately, he could not escape the fate of memorization. Draco pouted and settled back onto the sofa, resuming his efforts to memorize the book. Meanwhile, Angelia awoke after about half an hour, her surroundings appearing unfamiliar at first. Shaking her head to clear her mind, she soon remembered she had returned to Malfoy Manor. But where was Snape? She quickly sprang from her bed, slipped on her shoes, and dashed outside. As she passed Snape's room, she discovered him leaning against the bed, engrossed in a book, the door ajar. Severus. Angelia rushed over and nestled into his embrace, playfully nuzzling him. I missed you. A tender smile crept onto Snape's lips as he affectionately ruffled her hair. His voice soft as silk. Did you sleep well? Very well. Angelia joyfully tilted her head to gaze at the book in his hands, her curiosity piqued. What are you reading? The book was entirely in French, and to her surprise, she realized she could understand it. She leaned in with surprise, scrutinizing the text for a while before suddenly reading a brief segment aloud. Snape stared at her, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. Before he could utter a word, Angelia's somewhat bewildered voice echoed once more. Chapter 184, Illuminating New Skills. This passage suggests that when handling potion ingredients, one must adhere strictly to the operational procedures to avoid unnecessary waste. Am I correct? Angelia tilted her head to look at him, her face clearly reflecting confusion. Yes. Snape set aside the book and regarded her intently. Can you understand French? Angelia shook her head in perplexity, then nodded. I'm not sure. It seems I can comprehend it, but I've never studied it. Snape gazed at her with a complicated expression before softly speaking after a moment. You were, in the past, French. Angelia's eyes widened in astonishment. So, is this a fragment of my former memory? Snape furrowed his brow. Not entirely. Your memories are sealed by a contract. Perhaps it is merely an instinct. Angelia appeared visibly excited by the inexplicable acquisition of a new skill. Eagerly, she leaned forward, peering at the book in his hands, translating the text for him word by word. Snape rubbed his weary eyes, reclining against the bed frame with his eyes closed, listening to her clear and melodious voice as she read each word from the book. The atmosphere in the room was exceedingly warm until Draco strolled past the doorway and witnessed the scene. Angelia, Draco called out excitedly from the threshold. But upon noticing Snape with his eyes closed, his voice dropped significantly. You're awake. Snape frowned in discontent, but did not open his eyes. Angelia paused her reading and glanced at Draco, then turned to observe Snape, who remained still against the headboard, breathing steadily, appearing to be asleep, showing no reaction to the sudden cessation of reading. Cautiously, she closed the book and set it aside, quietly descending from the bed to join Draco, gently closing the bedroom door behind her. As the door clicked shut, Snape opened his eyes, casting a dark gaze toward the entrance. What is going on? Angelia tugged at Draco, leading him a few steps away before speaking. Draco's excitement was immediately replaced by a sense of grievance. You've been so mysterious lately. You promised to study with me, yet you vanished first thing in the morning. This book has 453 pages, and I've only managed to memorize a handful. You promised to help me, no backing out. Angelia, with a helpless gesture, opened her delicate palm, and a hefty tome of specialized potion knowledge was promptly placed in her hand by Draco. She took the book and leafed through it, a knowing smile spreading across her face. It's perfectly normal for you to find this book challenging. The content exceeds your current learning scope, but reviewing it will certainly benefit you. Draco's small face fell, and he glanced back at the door to Snape's bedroom before looking at Angelia, his voice soft with complaint. Why does everyone say that? What? Angelia did not quite catch what he said, but it was evident that Draco did not wish to dwell on the matter any longer. So, do you have some time now? Come study with me. Draco's beautiful gray eyes blinked eagerly, waiting for her consent. Perhaps we could wait until after dinner to study? It seemed that dinner time had already passed. Angelia rubbed her slightly empty stomach, suddenly realizing that she had not eaten dinner today. Chapter 185, The Battlefield Unleashed. Draco nodded, taking the heavy book from her hands and cradling it in his arms. Then we shall wait a bit. Father and Mother said they would return later tonight and asked us to eat first. While you and Godfather were asleep, I instructed the house elves to prepare the meal later. Oh, how thoughtful of you. Angelia smiled softly. Let's wait for Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa. They should be back soon. No sooner had she spoken than the voices of Lucius and Narcissa echoed from downstairs. The two exchanged a glance and immediately raced down the stairs. Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa. Angelia rushed into Narcissa's embrace. Narcissa instantly raised her arms to hold her, her face adorned with her customary gentle smile. You're back. The house elf said you left early. I went to Spinner's End. Angelia tilted her little head. Uncle Severus is back too. Before she could finish, Snape had already descended the stairs. Oh, Severus. Lucius's eyes lit up at the sight of Snape, and he stood there with arms outstretched, adopting an aristocratic tone. You must stay for Christmas this year. What would we do otherwise? His overly affectionate tone made Snape furrow his brow, and even Narcissa shivered in discomfort. Shifting slightly to the side while holding Angelia. Stand back. If a fight breaks out, I don't want her getting splattered with blood. Angelia could hardly bear to watch. She turned her head and buried it in Narcissa's embrace, wishing she could find a crevice to hide the two of them. Draco, however, was much more composed. He turned his face away, making a valiant effort to conceal his disdain. If you have learned anything over the past few decades, I hope it is to keep your mouth shut. Ignoring Lucius's outstretched arms, Snape sidled up to Narcissa, crouching down with open arms. Angelia. Immediately, she lifted her head to glance at him and decisively leaped into his embrace. Lucius and Narcissa's eager gazes shifted to the two of them. Angelia turned her head, burying her face in the crook of Snape's neck, whispering in a voice only they could hear. Weren't we supposed to keep this a secret? Snape's arms stiffened for a moment, and he cast a reluctant glance at the astounded Draco beside them, slowly loosening his grip. Lucius had already retracted his arms and now observed the two with great interest, arms crossed. As Angelia was contemplating what to say to salvage the situation, Narcissa burst into laughter. Look, Severus would rather embrace Lydia than you. The atmosphere lightened considerably, and receiving a subtle cue from Narcissa, she teased, indeed. I am hardly as charming as little Lydia. The four of them tacitly shifted the conversation, save for Draco, who took it to heart. Indeed, even the godfather seemed to show a preference for Angelia. After a tiring afternoon, Harry returned to his room to take a nap, only waking up at that moment. As he drowsily descended the stairs, he suddenly spotted Angelia and Professor Snape in the living room. Angelia, you're back, Harry exclaimed, his eyes brightening as he hurried into the room, immediately adopting a respectful demeanor towards Snape. Professor Snape. Snape glanced at him coolly, acknowledging with a curt nod. Was he always so adept at tending to Lydia's feelings and providing her solace? Snape silently clenched his jaw. Chapter 186, The Arena of Chaos. With everyone gathered, dinner could commence. Angelia sat beside Draco as usual, who, as ever, was attentive and caring. He would pour her a drink or lean in to suggest which dishes were particularly delectable, executing these gestures effortlessly. Yet, Angelia felt as though she were on pins and needles. The gaze from diagonally across was too intense, and even Harry sensed something amiss. Nearly burying his face in his plate, while Draco appeared blissfully unaware. No need, I can manage myself, Angelia smiled gently, shaking her head as Draco attempted to cut her steak. It was comical. If she didn't refuse soon, it might lead to disaster. However, Draco seemed completely oblivious to Snape's penetrating gaze. With a haughty tilt of his head, he reached for Angelia's plate, muttering with a hint of disdain. By the time you finish cutting your steak, it will be cold and bad for your stomach. Let me cut it for you. It will be just right when you eat. Angelia dared not raise her eyes. The intensity of the gaze from across the table felt as though it might scorch a hole in her forehead, and she could only hope Draco would hasten to return her plate. Harry, evidently the most unfortunate, sat right next to Snape, his face nearly buried in his food. He stretched his leg beneath the table, finally managing to kick Draco. Why did you kick me? Draco asked in bewilderment, lifting his gaze to Harry. Instantly, all eyes at the table turned towards him. Harry gritted his teeth in frustration, a somewhat bashful smile breaking across his face. Sorry, it was an accident. Narcissa cast a grateful, yet sympathetic glance at Harry. She had grown weary of managing her son. The only one at the table seemingly oblivious to the dynamics was him. Let him endure the trials of Slytherin, and perhaps he would reflect on what lessons the Malfoy family had imparted. If only each child were permitted more than one course, she would have gladly sent him back for a thorough retraining. In everyday interactions, one displays remarkable acuity, yet, in the presence of those closest, one appears utterly oblivious. Lucius entirely disregards the tense atmosphere at the table, concluding that it matters little what becomes of his son. Amidst this enigmatic ambience, Draco nonchalantly slices his steak and pushes the plate back toward Angelia. Eat up, it should be just the right temperature now. With meticulous care, he also transfers his side dish of broccoli onto her plate. Broccoli is Angelia's favorite, and with it as a side, she can indulge in her steak a few more bites. The more attentive he is, the more hastily Harry devours his meal. Help! Professor Snape seems to be ready to devour someone. In truth, they are overreacting. Snape exhibits no intense emotional fluctuations. He simply observes Draco's actions. Angelia had remarked on Draco's attentiveness, and so he is keen to witness it for himself. By the end of the meal, Snape acknowledges that Draco indeed possesses a level of thoughtfulness, considering every detail for Angelia's sake. Yet, he also realizes that Draco remains oblivious. Notions of affection are far beyond him at this tender age of 11. Snape smirks slightly, contentedly spearing a piece of steak and bringing it to his mouth. By the time he matures into understanding, the opportunity may well have passed. As for Harry beside him, there is little to remark. He appears nearly to bury his face in his plate, embodying a friendship so pure that it is devoid of any impurities.